looks gorgeous.
Isn't
it's
it?
very
Yeah,
reflective and radiant.
I've got like a little Tintin thing happening. Like it's a nice little.
Dude, it's very radiant. I can see the reflections off the ceiling.
It's good. Yeah, it's got a good bounce, doesn't it? Yeah.
Dude, I am so stoked that you're here, man. I'm like, look how red my face is right now. I'm like, oh my god, I haven't talked to you forever. Because Aux and I talk
excitement.
So this will boost your ego a little. Aux and I talk about it all the time because we try not to do it on stream because we're professionals. But we fangirl about you all the time, bro.
Professionals, my ass.
Like seriously, we legit fangirl all the time about, man, I cannot believe we have the Stargate guy on our show. It still has not become a normal thing.
I can't believe anyone gives a shit that they've got the Stargate guy on the show. I still to this day it's funny. I was looking into some
we very much care.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you. It's just Saturdays suck. Yeah. Saturdays suck, and then I go, okay, great. So let's figure out something during the week. You know what else? Weeks suck too. I just feel like trying to schedule anything with me is a fucking nightmare right now.
I'll tell you what. If you ever just got some time and you want to shoot the shit, we don't even have to stream it. Just like you let me know. I don't care if it's 3 a.m. my time or whatever, and you're just sitting in an airport and bored. Text me. Because I'll jump on video and just shoot the shit with you. Because honestly, every time we hang out, it doesn't need to be streamed. Like I would like to just talk about
Lance too. Lance, I forget sometimes that I can just call Lance.
Yeah,
I can just talk to Lance. So
he is such a funny dude.
Oh my god, Gimpy G's hilarious. We're trying to figure out some stuff.
I wish you'd do like stand-up comedy, like where like that one guy, the one guy did. I can't remember his name.
Can't stand up. That's the problem. That's the.
I walked right into that one.
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. Wheels up comedy.
I'm speaking for Lance on that one because I know that
canceled.
Jumped on that
canceled.
One,
no, I'm just kidding. No. If you guys don't know, Gimpy G, aka Lance.
That was it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So Gimpy G, mutual friend of ours, who's he's technically he has use of his hands slightly, but he's technically quadriplegic, right? Because he doesn't have. Yeah. He doesn't have very good use of his arms.
He's probably around, isn't he? Or is it too early for him? No, 2:30. He should be around.
No, he's probably around. If we see him in chat or whatever, we'll talk about it.
I should bring up the chat, shouldn't I?
Yeah, but
I'm so out of practice on this.
I haven't even brought up the chat. I don't even have the dashboard open, man. Let's help. And so again, sorry we're late, guys. I actually was on. I was on path to like actually do a stream at the right time, and then we got a call from a neighbor about some stuff that's going on that I can't talk about publicly yet. It's just a nightmare. It's just a whole nightmare thing. It's been literally just eating away at me and a bunch of other people, and we're trying to get it solved. And once it's solved, we'll tell you guys all about it. But until it's solved, we can't say anything because that's how legal stuff works. Let's see here. Your channel. It's so funny because that's like literally whenever there's a legal dispute, it's like you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, you can't talk about that. It's like all you have to do is like you can acknowledge it exists and nothing more. That's it.
Yeah,
can't talk about anything else.
Well, then I get that with the film stuff as well, where they're like, don't say anything. It's like a beautiful, refreshing change for me recently was I was doing this thing in Newfoundland, and they emailed before I left and said, everyone post whatever the fuck you want, basically.
Oh, they just took the gloves off and were like, you no longer have to censor yourself.
They're like, we want people to know about the show. We want people to know about St. Pierre. Tell them everyone. So I just thought that was kind of fun.
You know what's crazy?
They would kill me if I did spoilers. I suppose.
What's truly crazy to me is, and I could never do this, and I actually kind of feel, is it Mark Ruffalo the one that keeps like leaking all the shit for Marvel and they get all mad at him? Oh yeah, yeah. He goes into these meetings and he'll like let go like a little piece. He'll be like, "Oh, you won't believe it! Like, and everybody dies or something." And the guy sitting next to him like punches him in the arm. He's like, "You can't say that." And he's like, and you think it's a purposeful slip, but it's like such a big part of the movie. You're like, "There's no way they would do that." Like, there's no way they do it.
With him way back when, before he was Mark Ruffalo, and I remember
coming
away from the movie. Yep.
That's awesome.
From the movie and going like, "Oh, what a sweet guy, going nowhere." I was like, I don't see it panning out for that guy, So I can call him. If I think you're going nowhere, you're going to be a star, baby.
Dude, that is awesome. Please tell me I'm a loser. Yeah. Damn, last time you said I was going everywhere and I was awesome. No wonder I'm laid up in bed and not going anywhere.
Nowhere, Barnacules. Nowhere at all.
What do they call it? The kiss of death? You gave me the kiss of death?
I thought he was such a lovely guy, like a sweet, sweet guy. But I was like, I just don't see it. I don't see it panning out for him,
I think he did all right. I mean, being in every Marvel movie now, like I think he did all right. right.
And he's got the easiest job because he shows up, does a couple of scenes. I mean, short of being, Robert Downey Jr., like he doesn't get much easier than that.
Yep. Isn't it weird? Hey, I want to ask you a question because it's fun to ask you questions about like your craft because everybody knows what you do. I
call it my crap. But yes,
your crap. Is it weird that like the people that do the least work seem to get the most money? Now it seems like that in real life too. Like if you go to a corporation, right? The guy that gets the most money is usually like the CEO that's sitting in an office, doesn't know shit about the product or the company. He just goes and riles people up at a meeting every once in a while and rarely comes to the office, right? But I'm talking like in your business, it's like Robert Downey Jr. is amazing, right? He's amazing in the movies and he does everything. But it's like
he's earned his place.
But so I would say that he's the exception, right? Not the rule. Yeah. But it seems like in a lot of movies they pay. He's
definitely worked. Yeah, he's worked his ass off in his own way. He's also worked to destroy his life and credibility as well. So I mean,
comeback story of the century. Comeback story of the century,
though. Like he is. I mean, he's a really good actor who's now. I mean, he might as well be an AI at this point. Like he's become like a Tom Cruise. No, Tom Cruise is a bad example because he's another one who's sort of done his time. There was a great quote. I wish I was just trying to find it. I can't. But it was a quote. It was a quote by Patrick Stewart.
I love
about acting, and he said you have to love acting more than you hate acting, and you have to watch people who are not as talented as you do far better than you. You have to watch people who are not as talented to get far further. Like that, it's just it's a thing I hate. The reason why I love science and technology, is obviously because I'm just a nerd, but also because there's a semblance of control over it. I really feel like it's just a freaking lottery. Like I am so freaking lucky with what has worked out, and for me. Yeah. But at the same time, it's really frustrating because you go like, who knows what's gonna hit, what's not gonna hit.
I don't think a lot of people understand just how much of a luck component is involved with success.
Huge amount.
It's like,
I mean, for everyone. I mean, you have to be at the right place, right time, and I think you can make your own luck and blah blah and all that shit. But yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to luck.
But you agree that you could go to every interview and do everything perfectly right and still not get the job.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it is possible.
I would argue that I do all the time.
Of course, you're perfect. So anybody that turns you down,
exactly.
You just call Guillermo. You're like, Guillermo, I'm behind on bills, bro. You need to come up with another batshit crazy show to put me in.
I would. I wish. Yes. I mean, it was like he's doing Frankenstein right now. I'd love to be in Frankenstein.
That would be pretty awesome.
Killed me in a miserable way in Frankenstein.
Do it.
I forgot.
Oh, please remind him. Please remind him.
Do it. I would do. I'm like, I'm short of hanging out outside his freaking hotel. I can't do much more than that.
I mean, has he ever made a movie that was a flop? I can't think of one.
I guess it depends. I mean, he's made films that haven't made a shed load of money.
And I'm not talking about like theater. I'm talking about they just made more than they cost to produce, and they become a cult, like classic, outside of the theater if they didn't do well in the theater.
I mean, he's definitely struggled with stuff. Like he's had massive. He was like location scouting, at the top of a freaking mountain in Nepal or something.
Because C was a huge success, right? I mean, that was big names and C.
Which was? C. I don't know. Who knows? Like, I don't freaking know. It's Apple. We don't like. They could be like one person. It could just be like one guy at Apple's like going like, I like this show. I don't know. Yes.
Like, do you guys get stats or something? Do you at least like get like some kind of indication from the streaming services, like how many people are watching your shit versus other people's stuff?
We used to have an indication when just by like you'd get like ratings, right? So you do like a TV movie, it would come out on a Friday. By like Monday, you'd get a sense of just how badly you'd messed up your career. So but now there's really not a lot of. It's one of the things that the big strike stuff is all about. Although Jesus, I mean the industry's changed a ton. I've been in the industry for over 30 years. I'm so freaking old now. Like. I remember you used to get an agent, you would go in with a photo and a resume and you would do a monologue for them. There was no way to videotape it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
dude, that's weird. That's weird to even think about that. Like you existed at a time where it's like they didn't even pull out like the big Super 8 tape recorder. Like you were.
There was no. I mean, they used to take Polaroids of us so they could remember who the fuck we were when we came in for the audition. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even think about that. So okay, that's it. That's interesting. So how many? That makes me wonder. Like we take for granted now today, just because there's so much camera technology and everybody has a camera on them 24/7. It's like very few minutes go unrecorded.
You got a film studio in your pocket,
right? Exactly. A very good one too. Like, did you see? There was a recent video within the last year where a guy took the latest generation iPhone. He created it. He 3D printed and designed a DSLR body that the iPhone slides into like a cartridge. and then he plugs in a USB-C like hub, and then the USB hub has like a 1 terabyte high-speed SSD hard drive, and then it also has a battery pack that charges the phone, and then there's a light that snaps into the top of it, and then he has a lens adapter where there's like a lens ring that he basically like melted into the plastic housing that's aligned with the optics on the iPhone, so he can put like DSLR lenses on it and pull focus and everything. And so he basically created like a movie rig using just an iPhone, and he shot like all this like image stabilized high speed shots, everything. And when you watch the video, and he also shot another video with like a red cinema camera, and he shows them side by side. And a lot of the shots, like you really can't like unless you've got that, you know, that eye. You're editing this stuff every day. The average user would never know. If you played either one of them in the theater, they wouldn't know the difference.
Well, and also so many people just watch stuff online now anyway. So what's the point of shooting it at 8K or whatever the hell, 16K or although there was an interesting one that came up recently. I did one of these like a little murder mystery thing, and it was they shot it. Was that no? It was Newfoundland. It was Newfoundland. They shot like 8K, and I was like 8K. What the? How much emotion do you need to capture in a freaking crime drama?
Dude, they have 16K now.
But they've got, the reason why they did was because you get a massive sensor. So you get this really nice sort of with bokeh and all the camera-y terms.
Yeah, because everything gets distorted towards the edges, right? So if you can shoot in the middle of the glass, like if you're shooting with an 8K sensor, the 4K in the center, the heart, or I think they call it, where you cut it out, there's no fringing on the sides. There's no warping on the sides. It basically flattens out your lens. Whereas optical lenses, because of their nature of being round, you get that, like, what do they call that? Where the light falls off near the edges and it kind of looks like a little bit of a shadow.
I don't know
vignette,
what the term
vignette.
Is. Vignette, yeah.
Yeah, so
although people love that. Like people, all the kids are going back to the old. I was at a film festival and they were talking about using 35 mil film and 16 mil film. And I was like, why?
Like, why? Why? We have all this technology.
And who gives although I still think it comes down to story.
Yeah,
you could film, you know, who gives a crap what it is? As long
Blair
as
Witch Project, right?
Perfect example. Yeah.
Look how popular Blair Witch Project was, and it was literally like most of that movie was shot on like a cheap little camcorder running through the woods.
Or 28 Days Later.
That's another great example.
That was shot on a Sony X1 or a Canon X. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like literally like a bad SD video camera.
You want your mind blown? I don't know if you know this little tidbit. Speaking of DSLR cameras, like changing the entire landscape of filming forever, the Canon 5D Mark II. Well, if you might, does that sound familiar to you? Have you heard of the Canon?
Yeah. Okay. That was the beginning of the.
That was the beginning of this whole movie empire thing. So they put the same sensor and a $3,000 prosumer camera body that they had in their $150,000 cinema camera. And it was only limited because you could only record 15 minutes because I had to physically use a motor to hold a mirror up because it was a mirror shutter. So it'd pull the mirror up and then the camera would overheat from the motor trying to hold it, and then it would drop it. So you could only record a max of like 12 to 15 minutes. They claimed. However, that was only if it was like stupid hot, like over 100 degrees. If you were in a normal room and you used a hacked firmware, there was this hacked firmware called Magic Lantern that was created, and I still believe so Magic Lantern would allow it to record until the camera physically thermally shut down, like the CPU couldn't run anymore
until it melted.
So that camera had that $150,000 sensor. So James Cameron, of all people, was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go buy a bunch of these cameras. I'm going to have people build just a custom cage that'll hold the camera inside of it. Then I'm going to put on cinema lens mounts. I'm going to put on all the different outputs for SDI and everything like that and translate them. And he basically rigged the skeleton of a camera up inside and built his own cinema camera, and he shot most of Titanic with it.
Wow.
And Titanic is like, that's a big movie, right? That is like, Titanic back in the day was like, oh my God. And it's still today, if you watch it, it's beautiful.
Was it 3D or something? No, it wasn't 3D. There was something about it. I remember going like, I guess it was the CG. I guess everyone was excited about it.
They did a lot of CGI, but it was how they merged the CGI with the reality, because they literally made like a 1/16 scale Titanic that was massive. Yeah. Like they had to build it on site because they couldn't even like put it on a truck. It was so big, right? We're talking like a giant yacht.
I wonder where that is now. Like
I think they destroyed it.
Did they?
I know they broke it in half to sink it, but you'd imagine they took the pieces and gave them to somebody, right? So.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was all shot with like these Canon 5D Mark IIs, and they just put, you know, a fan on it to cool it down and throw all this equipment on it. And so you could build a camera that could do better, because Magic Lantern unlocked features that even the cinema camera didn't have. So Magic Lantern allowed them to create this camera that, like, all in was maybe $15,000. Like, once they got like the custom cage and everything like that, and its own custom storage solution and everything, that they could just build out like 10 of these rigs for the price of one cinema camera. And then they could do really dangerous shit with them, because if you destroyed it, it was no big deal. Whereas if you destroy the $150,000 camera, that becomes a big deal.
The GoPros, like, I mean, I look at the stuff you can get out of that. The 4K stuff out of a GoPro is extraordinary right now.
GoPro is
incredibly reliable, but you know, I mean, that again, I think the funny thing about filmmakers and the film industry is we're obsessed with the technology. Like, I love the technology. I think a big part of why I'm an actor is just I didn't like realize I wasn't allowed to play with all the toys.
Yeah, we're nerds, man.
Because I love the technology stuff, but people get so caught up in it that they're like, let's go make a movie. I was like, well, why don't you write the movie first? Like, why don't we? You got to have a story to tell before you do the movie. And I think, like, I had friends who were running off and buying the Red One when it first came out, and I was like, why? I was like, go buy some lenses, maybe. Yeah. You know, because that's something that's never going to age out. But it's like buying an electric vehicle. Like, they're obsolete in 2 years' time.
Have you ever used a red cinema camera, like, personally?
Yeah, I've shot a couple of things on it. It was a pain in the ass.
They are a piece of shit. Not the build quality. Chef's kiss, right? Like, I mean, it's literally built like a solid chunk of metal
for us all the time.
And that's hilarious.
The new ones are apparently way better, but yeah.
So I got to play with the Raven. Which is like the little one that can fly on drones, but still weighs like 15 pounds with everything on it.
I don't even know that one. Yeah.
And I remember it was the menu system was so laggy. Like, you click down and it would take like half a second for the thing to move. So you'd be like, you push the little button, go dink, and the menu would go like this. And you could literally like watch the screen refreshing. And I'm like, how the hell because the body was $15,000 just for the body. And I was like, how in the hell can a camera this expensive? And it looks like it has a menu that's driven by a $5 like little Arduino.
And why do they all have to have different menus? Like, they have
it's pretty
courses
stupid.
in how to use these cameras. I was like, or you could just make an intuitive menu system that doesn't require us to learn, you know.
And they give you like almost no external buttons. You have to buy all these add-ons for like buttons, kind of like little stream decks that you snap onto it to build macros. But without the macros, you literally have to go through this like super slow like menu that looks like it's from like the 80s and select everything.
I guess it's just, I mean, as always, I guess the hardware is ahead of the software. Like, I think that it takes longer for someone to come up with a nice UI for something like that than it does for them to, you know, bolt together the various latest sensors and stuff. I mean, I loved the idea of the Red. When I was doing sci-fi movies years ago in like Bulgaria, they wanted 35 mil. They actually wanted to use old film stuff.
Yep.
And I was like, why? Why would you use film? It's insane. And the guy at Sci-Fi said it's because it looks like an old film to me. Like, that's like, he thinks it added a quality to it. Now they got rid of that and we started using Reds. But the Reds were, you know, the promise of the Reds were not so much that they were such amazing quality. It was that you could have 6 of the fucking things. So if Lanko drops it down the side of the hillside in Bulgaria, you can go grab another one. I mean,
like, what does a GoPro even cost? And plus, you don't need like the latest and greatest one, because I think the last 3 GoPros all use the same sensor. They like upgraded other things on it. So here, let me look up a GoPro. GoPro Hero, or they have the 12 now?
They have a 12, yeah.
God, I feel like I just bought a 9 like 2 years ago.
That means was it 9 that I've got? Maybe I've got.
Oh my God! Guess how expensive it is. Guess how much the highest end GoPro Hero Black. This is the Black series. So waterproof, front screen, back screen, all the bells and whistles. How much do you think it is brand new if I want to buy one right now on Amazon?
I'm trying to think. So I bought one. So if I bought one, it was probably around. I'm guessing it was like maybe $300 or $400, something like that.
You nailed it. You nailed it. $300 USD. So
that's how they. So they're just basically marketing for that. That's their price range. Which I think
at that price, though, that is a disposable camera to a cinema company. Yeah. Like that's a camera that, like, if you rented that out, like if you were going to rent that out, I bet you that they don't even pay more than like $10 a day to rent these things. Like if you're renting,
be amazed if they rent them.
Like even $10, right?
They probably just buy them for production. Well, that's the other thing. The other thing that people forget about is support. So you're making a film, and it's all very good and well that the DOP goes like, so the director of photography, the guy who's in charge of all the camera stuff, choosing the camera and everything, says like, oh, but I've got my own equipment. You go, great, oh my god, that just saved us a fortune. He'll charge us $100 a day instead of the other guys will charge us like $800. But here's the problem: when when old cinematographer's camera suddenly stops working, you got 150 people standing around doing fuck all.
Yeah.
And you didn't save yourself any money at all. So you go with these companies who have multiple cameras and support systems in place because you don't want to mess around with that. I'm not renting a camera off some guy who got it for cheap. I don't, or even buying my own. I stopped buying, like look, I'll buy any tech I can possibly get. The only ones I buy now are the GoPros because those ones I can toss them in a lake. I can do all sorts of stuff with that. Although I've been playing a lot with the AI stuff now.
I've destroyed 2 GoPros in my life. And both times I wasn't nearly as upset as I thought I would be. I damaged one like $900 Sony camera, like the one I'm using right now is a Mark 6 AX100 Mark 6 or 7.
Talking about crazy menus.
Yeah. All crazy menus, very difficult to use. Amazing camera though. The sensor in it.
I love it. I have the NEX7, and I love it.
That's fantastic. As a matter of fact, I think they might have the same sensor because I think yours is the camcorder version, right?
It's a DSLR, but it's.
Oh wait, which one is it? I want to look it up really quick. What one is it?
The DSLR NEX7.
Sony NX7.
Yeah,
Let me see here.
Yeah, NEX.
Oh, Nex 7. Okay, I got it. Oh yeah, I got it right here. Ooh, wow, that's a highly reviewed camera.
It's a really nice camera.
Oh, I've seen this one. This is pretty old though. You've had this for a long time, right?
Oh yeah, I've had it for years.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, that's why I didn't remember it off the top of my head.
Stopped bringing it with me. I use it for things every so often, but basically I've stopped bringing it with me because the iPhone is just so much more convenient, and it's just so much easier to get stuff on and off it, and you don't have to worry about a ton of stuff.
You can actually like the GoPro Hero Black 4, the old. We're talking going way back, right? The Hero 4. I used it as a webcam back in the day when I did my live streams and I really tarted it up with the robotic arm moving around and stuff. Well, the robotic arm could only carry a small payload. So I put a GoPro on it and then ran a wire down the arm to a battery pack to power it, right? So it could run the whole show.
Did it last? Because mine always overheated when I did that.
Yeah. The 4s, they didn't overheat back then. They only started really overheating. I think the 9 was the first one where they would just overheat. And
the sensor's just too big.
Yeah, like in a cold room, the thing would overheat in like 20 minutes, right? But the old ones, you could run them all day. I used to do a series on YouTube. You guys could look for it. The channel's still there. It's called Cargasm, where I review a Dodge Viper, a rare Mercedes. Like
my son is getting into the car stuff.
Oh, dude,
get a license, and then I'll talk about it.
Tell him to contact old Uncle Barn. I'm still a motorhead, so yeah, I'd totally.
He wants to get an old Mazda Miata.
That's the car.
Really? That's the car?
That is the car. If you want to be a racer, if you're a person that wants to actually do professional racing, that is the car, your first car that you get to learn to drive in. And the reason being is,
can I get him like a Yugo or something?
No. Get him that car, and I'll tell you why. Because it can't even do hardly over 100 miles an hour.
He can buy his own car, damn it.
They're slow. Miatas are slow as shit. But here's why Miatas are cool and everybody wants them. They have such skinny tires on them that they slide at like 20 miles an hour, but it's completely controllable. So you can have fun just like sliding around and stuff without even breaking the law. Like literally, they're just super fun little toys. It's like driving a go-kart. They weigh nothing. Right? They don't make a ton of horsepower, but if you can corner them and keep your speed up, then you're a race car driver. It's that simple. Like if you can knock time off with that car, you will get in a supercar and do amazing.
Roll bars and shit?
You can put roll bars on. They don't come stock. I think I take that back. The convertible does come with a roll bar. The coupe does not. The full covered one does not.
Right. Because they assume that if you're stupid enough to roll it, you'll.
Right, and it's one of those roll bars where I think it's just on the driver's side, if I remember. But you can put one in. Like they make aftermarket roll bars that you can bolt to the chassis.
They make aftermarket
everything for it. Miatas. That's the other reason to get one. Most modifiable car on planet Earth. Like you think Hondas are modifiable, you think Toyotas? No, Miatas. There is every single part you can think of for a Miata, all the way up to dropping like 1,000 horsepower LS motor into it. Like literally just bolted in, like no cutting, no welding or anything. Just drop in kits to do this stuff. I'm not a driving guy. I like motorcycles. I you told me that.
I'll kill myself. But I'm not a huge gearhead in any way. Other than I enjoy watching F1 and stuff just because of the technology, but I'm somewhat intrigued by his interest in this stuff. But also, here's the other thing I got into: I want to do sim racing. That seems like fun to me.
Would you please do sim racing? Because I've been looking for somebody to race with.
Yeah.
For so long to get back into it, because you can't really see. Here, let me see if I can.
What did you end up? What kit did you end up with? Like, what's
in the corner there?
For sim racing? What's that?
Okay, so that right there is an Oboda Revolution cockpit with a Fanatec CSL wheel, custom steering wheel, and a custom pedal box out of a car, like an actual Willwood pedal box out of a race car down below.
Yeah.
So, and that's my shitty simulator. The good simulator has a $3,000 fully linear, or what do they call it? Brushless motor base where like it can simulate hydraulic forces in any way without any drag or any parts touching.
Wow.
It's really cool. I've got that, and then I've got another cockpit that's all made out of that aluminum extrusion, so you can put everything exactly where you want it. I haven't built it yet. It's literally been downstairs for like 5-6 years. Haven't put it together because my health went to shit. But I used to sim race. I used to every day I would come up here and get on iRacing and turn laps around like Laguna Seca in a Mazda spec car.
See, I mean, I would suck at this in every way, but I must say I much prefer the idea of a wheel as opposed to one of these little controllers, because I just don't.
Yeah.
This does. I know people could do it, and the people win with those things.
It makes me sad that you're so sensitive to VR. VR is the chef's kiss in racing.
I know.
The best VR experience I've ever had in my entire life, bar none. Even better than Flight Simulator. Like everybody says, Flight Simulator 2020 in VR is like there's nothing better.
That's
like
something
it's
else
reality.
I'd love to play with. Yeah.
It's gorgeous. However, if you've ever played like iRacing with like a Valve Index on, like with a really wide field of view. Sitting in a racing cockpit where you can look around, see everything, and lining it up so your shifter is with the where the shifter is in the game. The steering wheel, but basically you get in your cockpit, you get comfortable, and then you move your seat so that the wheel is where it's supposed to be in the game. So like where your VR, you reach out, you grab the wheel, you feel the wheel as you're seeing it in the game, right? Then you move your shifter to right there. You like unloosen the thing, move the shifter mount, and lock it into place. And now in the game when you're playing, you can intuitively out of the corner of your eye and stuff see your shifter and your handbrake and everything and grab it, and it feels like your brain connects it, and it makes you feel like you're really in a car. Like just those little things, like knowing the wheel's there and tangibly touching something that when you're turning your head and driving and stuff, it's like you are touching it.
Just having you talk about this.
That's so sad. I wish you didn't get such bad motion. Did you ever try the Dramamine thing? Did that ever work?
But then I'm like, ah.
No. Here's what you do: you take 2 Dramamines and you chase it with like quad shot mocha. Like no shit, and then
I'll be dead in a week.
And
but I'll get to play VR.
I'll help you out with the drugs. I'll help you out with the cocktail.
Yes,
okay,
that's it.
Because I get vertigo.
I got your vertigo issues.
So I get bad vertigo. So I get ear infections all the time. So I get vertigo where I get the whole world spinny thing where it's like when I'm sitting still, the world just feels like it's going like this.
I found my meds did that. I stopped the meds because I was getting
really
constant slight vertigo.
I don't know which one it was.
I'm on a trying to readjust now.
I wonder if it's like was it blood pressure meds? I can see blood pressure doing something like that because of the inner ear.
No, it was either the anti-anxiety or the
really
ADHD stuff, or it was so I've basically gone cold turkey on a whole bunch of stuff for a couple of weeks, and I want to start reintroducing stuff to see what is affecting me in what ways, because some stuff was just like I was just fine.
Were you on this when you tried VR?
Yeah.
You need to, if you get this sorted, please tell me you'll try VR again. Give it another shot.
Oh, of course I will. Yeah, no, I don't want to be in the real world. What the fuck?
So when I get vertigo, this happens to me. Like, as a matter of fact, this just happened to me 2 weeks ago. I sit down to play Gran Turismo 7 on PS5, which, by the way, is my all-time like favorite racing, like game sim, everything.
Really?
People are like, it's not a simulator. No, it's an awesome simulator. If you actually go and look it up and how they do the tire modeling and everything like that and the physics for the suspension. I would argue that it's almost as realistic as iRacing. Not quite, but almost, right? But the graphics are gorgeous. So you put on your headset with its micro LED screens, you're racing. I put the headset on, I immediately got flop sweat, and I came out, and I felt so sick to my stomach. Like I was getting queasy. I was getting that weird cold sweat coming out everywhere, and my wife looked at me, and she's like, man, you're looking really pale. So what I did, because I really, really wanted to play, I mean, I went and took all the effort to set everything up, so I didn't want to tear it all down right there. So I went and I took 2 of the ginger-based Dramamines, the non-drowsy Dramamines.
Oh, yeah, I tried those. I tried the ginger ones. They did nothing for me.
Serious? Okay, so
it worked for you?
Yeah,
I only took one.
Worked fantastic. So I took 2 of them. I took 2 of them, and then I went and drank an energy drink, which I know I'm not supposed to be drinking these. Sorry, guys, but every once in a while I have one.
You're drinking the rock stars? Jesus,
I know,
dude.
I know, dude.
That's like you're like just pouring the gasoline and light it on fire.
Just to be fair, I've only had 4 of them in 2 months, so I am stretching it out. So I drank the Rockstar because I didn't want to get tired, and I knew it was gonna. Even though it says non-drowsy bullshit,
and what is
it makes you
Rockstar?
tired.
Is what? Just basically sugar and caffeine.
Just sugar and caffeine, basically. Yeah. So I take the Dramamine, and to combat me getting tired, I drink the energy drink, and then the chef's kiss is to take something called L-thymine. So L-thymine is just this. You can get it from like Amazon or whatever in a bottle, and it's basically an herb. It's an herbal supplement. But what it does is it takes all the jitters away from caffeine and any other stimulant. Doesn't matter if it's Adderall. Doesn't matter if it's coffee. If you feel jittery, like you feel that weird internal shake, like where you feel kind of like jittery and afraid and like on edge.
There's a glitch in the matrix. There's a glitch in the matrix.
Completely annihilates it. It's actually one of the best secrets ever. Because I'm one of those people where it's like, I've tried every herbal extract there is and nothing ever works or does anything.
Really?
This is the one that actually made a massive difference. Here, let me. I'll put a link.
You could do that. You could do that.
Yeah. It's L-theanine.
Very, more modern.
Here, I'll even give you a link to the one I actually take, like the specific brand and everything. Last purchased on June 25th. All right, because I reorder it every month. I don't take it every single day, but nearly every single day.
Really?
Because it doesn't make you drowsy, but you still get all the stimulant. Like your brain is. Your alertness level is there, but it takes away all the bad stuff, all the anxiety, all the shit, and it just melts away.
I get that from the ADHD meds, anyways. Like they tend to be. I'm like I'm indestructible. I call them my feel good pills because
you'll still feel that. This won't take that away. What this takes away is if you get a jitter, like if you get like the handshakes from too much caffeine. It takes that away completely, right? So,
or I could just go to decaf. I did that for a while.
Well, no, but that won't help with the drowsiness from the Dramamine, though. Remember, this is the cocktail. So you take
the
Dramamine. Yeah, you take the Dramamine. You pound an energy drink or a couple shots of caffeine.
You sound like someone you're going clubbing.
I'm a pill pusher, dude. This is like literally I'm presenting you the legal version of Special K. Okay, this is poor people MDMA.
Right.
So yeah, no, this combination. I took it. I waited 30 minutes. And after 30 minutes laying in bed after taking this, I started to instantly feel like more like relaxed, and the sweat went away, the flop sweat. I went and put the VR headset back on, and I played for 4 hours. And when I took the headset off, I didn't feel any of the normal elevator feelness or all gone.
All right.
So
I have to try some.
Dude,
I just don't want to have to take like a handful of fucking pills just to play a video game.
Dude, you know what I'd love? No, I get you. I get you. No, it's not something you want to do all the time for sure. But I would love to sim race with you and Bratlett. That would be amazing, dude.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is you can start off cheap. Like you can get what I play on mostly, even though I have all this really cool shit. You know what I normally play sim racing on?
What?
In my bedroom, I have something called a Wheel Stand Pro. It's just a metal wheel stand that you can slide under your bed or put up against a wall, right? You pull up the steering wheel, you got your pedals, and then it even has a bar that you can slide out to put a shifter on if you want a shifter, right? Or if you do, or you can just do the flappy paddles like I do. And I just unfold that thing, stick it at the end of the bed.
I like the flappy paddles because that's very F1, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So I just sit on the end of my bed with this little Wheel Stand Pro with my VR headset on, or I can just look at the big TV that's right in front of me at the end of the bed.
Right.
And I just do my racing. And then when I'm done, I just fold the wheel down, scoot it out of the way, I lean it up against the wall, and I'm done. And it's like the easiest way to play VR. So it's like if you bought 2 of those, right? You could put one on your PC, one on Bratlett's PC, and you guys could just go to town playing. And you don't have to do iRacing if you want. I wouldn't even recommend iRacing as a first experience because it's so goddamn frustrating because the realism is way too high. Like it's a very skill-based game. I would say for like your first thing
I just get around a course in F1, frankly.
I would play like Assetto Corsa because Assetto Corsa you can actually turn off a lot of the realism, make it easier, give yourself grippier tires. Download cars that are designed to not slide as easily, like they have unrealistic physics just to acclimate you with getting your timing and your brain right for the cornering and stuff. So really, really cool stuff. But if you guys get into it, oh my God, I would love to do that with you. Like this is something that I would absolutely, anytime you guys wanted, I'd go jump on the sim and do some laps with you.
I mean, I'm looking into it just because I'm sort of interested in, I'm thinking about, also, retirement stuff when if I'm not retired already. I love the idea of being able to do take up like a racing sport without, trashing the place.
Yep.
There was a funny little Twitter thing. I went back on Twitter recently and started, realizing there were messages I hadn't looked at and stuff. And one of them was actually from a guy who runs a sim racing company. Like that's what he does. And he was like a Stargate fan, and I was like, "Oh my God, he does simulators! Like, how cool is that?"
He builds like the actual hardware cockpits, not the games, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm looking it up right now.
Oh my God, dude! Terry Daniel just gave me $20. Woo!
What? $20?
Wah 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 wah! Dude, you were awesome, Terry.
This.
Or I should say Daniel. His first name's Daniel. Oh, Tech Chef. Thank you for the $2 earlier. I'm sorry I missed that. He said, speaking of RDJ, Robert Downey Jr., he said, I love he's coming back as Doctor Doom.
I don't know.
I think it's a little weird, personally.
I just want something different, and they keep giving me the same thing.
I think.
That's my problem.
Well, one, I don't know anything about the Doctor Doom.
Here's I'm putting the link in the.
Oh, do it. I want to go click on it.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat. Let me pull up the right window first. There it is. ForceDynamics.com. Free shout out for you guys. Holy shit!
Cool.
What?
Doesn't it look cool?
Doesn't that look cool? This is so beyond what I was expecting when you put that link there. Okay, these got to be like $40,000 or $50,000.
It's like sitting inside a robot hand that just throws you around based on,
Dude, there is no way this is anywhere affordable to anybody, though. You know what? I'm gonna do it though.
No, it's designed to train racers and shit.
So I'm putting in my information right now. So I'm gonna say a residential private company name, Barnacules Nerdgasm. There we go. And I'm not an LLC because I'm an S corp. Okay, I'll put in my email address. Actually,
write down that you're a Stargate fan. Maybe this is a Stargate discount or something. Maybe.
Here, I'll just put in a message. I'm gonna say I am a family member of David Hewlett, who told me that I should reach out to you to get awesome free sponsorship for my YouTube channel.
No, I've never talked to the guy.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just gonna say how much for a basic motion simulator base.
It doesn't have it doesn't have prices. That's never.
It doesn't. You have to inquire.
It sounds to me like,
you know the saying, right? If you have to ask, it's too expensive.
This is for real. Yeah, these are like pro drivers talking about it. Today, Force Dynamics made me realize what a real driving simulator can actually do.
This is so fucking rad.
Feel of peak braking force. It really makes it feel like you're in a race car. That's from a Lamborghini driver.
Dude, this is wild. This is wild.
Anyways, I was a little tickled because I was like, oh my God, he's a Stargate nerd.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something a little different here. So I put in my information, but in the messages, I'm gonna say, I'm a friend of David Hewlett, the guy from Stargate, and I'm gonna say, and I think it would be very cool if you guys sent him a simulator so he would get involved with racing on my live streams over on youtube.com/Barnacules1 and Twitch TV/Barnacules.
Or I could just start with a fucking steering wheel and see if I throw up on that or not.
Let's get to the full meal deal, man. Let's go for it. VR plus full motion sim.
Mess around.
Maybe that'll make your brain think that it's actually happening. You won't get sick anymore.
I don't get sick if I'm driving.
So this is gonna be funny. I said I'm a friend of David Hewlett. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say I am a very, very good, in capitals, friend of David Hewlett, and I'm gonna say you might even say family
sent me to you
ish wink.
Yeah.
I gotta put a wink in here. Can I do emojis here? Let's see. Do a wink. All right, and I'm gonna say here we go. I think it would be very cool if you guys sent him a simulator so he would get involved in iRacing. I'm going to say in iRacing because I know that's what they're doing. iRacing.
I'm never sharing anything with you ever again.
Don't do it. On my live streams over on YouTube Barnacules1 and Twitch TV Barnacules. Yeah. He's too shy to reach out to you guys himself because, as you well know, actors are super shy people.
I thought I would come by and maybe see his factory or something. I'm not asking for a damn simulator. For fuck's sake.
Here is his phone number. No, I'm just kidding.
Here we go. There you go.
So I literally put that in there. I said he's too shy to reach out to you guys himself because, as you well know, actors are very shy people. But I know if he got a simulator, he would really come out of his shell.
Yeah.
And it might even restart his failing career again.
There could be hope for him. They're like a sci-fi rig for him. Yeah.
I'll put a /JK and then say P.S. He's on my live stream right now while I'm typing all of this in front of a few hundred people watching.
And he apologizes.
And he apologizes in advance for me doing this against his will. Yeah. But seriously, give him a sim. I'm doing it. I am not a robot. I just checked. Have you ever failed an I am not a robot check before?
No.
I clicked the checkbox, I am not a robot, and it says you have failed. I was like, so I clicked it again, and now it says checkmark, you're not a robot. I have never clicked and had it tell me, no, you're a robot.
There's a little short film that I saw, which was really cute, called I Am Not a Robot, or I Am a Robot, one of the two. And it's about a guy who just can't convince the website that he's not a robot. And so he literally start questioning whether he actually is a robot or not. It goes on a little too long, but it's just a great idea. I thought as a short film, it was like,
I'll have to go watch that. What's it called?
I think it's called like I'm Not a Robot or Not a Robot or something like that.
Is it like on YouTube or?
I think a friend of mine made it. I'll have to.
Please send me a link because I love Love, Death, and Robots.
Oh God, it's so good.
Yeah,
so good.
I wonder when another season's gonna come. Oh, by the way, I wasn't joking. I actually did submit that. So it says, thanks. We'll be in touch soon. If you don't hear from us, please send an email directly to info@forcedynamics.com to get in touch with us via Facebook or get in touch with us via Facebook or Twitter. He said you can also contact us via an ancient device known as a telephone.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, my God. Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, so they're in the United States.
It's like a family. It's like a family company, I think. It's like.
Dude, when you sent me the link to this, I was like, are you shitting me? This is like, okay, so I don't know if you guys clicked on the link, but if you didn't, let me describe it for you. It is a 3-axis, 3 huge industrial pistons that can move a cockpit in all directions, and they're very fast. They're linear actuators, so these things can move insanely quick, right? But not only that, it's on a base
strapped into this thing.
Yeah, it's on a base that rotates 360 degrees. So instead of just being a motion sim that just does this, like arcs a little back and forth,
you're gonna feel the
rotation. So if you go around like a big sweeping corner, you're playing a flight simulator or something. This would be insane.
I was talking about to my wife about like what we could do for like what could I do for like a retirement business, and I was like, okay, glamping, so like high-end camping, and then there's like an old lamb barn that we convert into a driving simulator thing. So you have like a series of, so you can come with your friends, go hang out, drink beer, and live in a yurt for a week or whatever. But you've got like state of the art racing sims, at the end of the field, basically, for anyone. Of course, I have no idea.
That actually reminds me of a bed and breakfast that was like in a zoo where they actually put the rooms in this zoo. So 24 hours a day, you could just come out of your room and like go interact with the animals.
Oh, that's cool. It's like a bit like Disneyland.
Yeah.
It's like a hotel at Disneyland.
Yeah, it was actually really, really cool. It was like a huge barn, and then they put like one room bedroom like B&B things inside of it, lining the walls. And then all the animals were like either in cages if they were dangerous, or if they were just like free roaming, like llamas and stuff like that. They were just out and moving around the building, and you could see them out of your little window in your room, or you could just open the door and walk out like at 3 a.m., sit down and have a coffee and like pet a llama, or like
they have neat like aquarium ones too, where basically you've got like your room is over basically the ocean, and you can drop into the ocean. You can see things swimming around, and you could just
that'd be so cool. That would be amazing.
In the middle of England, so I don't think it would be. It would just be a field. You'd see the odd sheep, and then you just go racing. That would be
by the way, I did compute how many GoPros you could get for the cheapest Red camera, and the answer is 20.
Oh wow!
You could get 20 GoPro 12 Black Series, like the highest end, highest resolution, highest frame rate GoPro. You can get 20 of those for the price of a single Red 8K body, and that's without the lens, without the battery, without the memory card, without the grip, without the preview screen. All those things are going to double the cost of it easily. So if you're talking about working cameras, then you get 40 GoPros. 40 GoPros you could have for the price of just one cheap, and that's the cheapest Red rig.
With that. Think about what you could do with that. You do some really cool bullet time, but you'd also be able to do you could film. If you could disguise them well enough, you could basically film both sides of a conversation at the same time and the wide shot, and it would be
everything, right?
In like a week.
Also, here I've got a question for you. Maybe you in the audience, you guys can help us out on this one too. Could you with
folks at home?
You folks at home. I got a question for you. Yes. If you took 20 GoPros, right, and you made a 3D printed rig or a metal rig that held them all in the same plane so that all the images overlapped slightly, like a couple of pixels, right? Could you not, in software, stitch those together? Because I've seen photo stitching before where it's like you take a camera and take multiple photos and stitch them together, right? Could you not stitch together 20...
I'm getting waved at by my wife. Keep talking.
Go for it. Go for it.
Find out what's going on.
Yep, take care of business, bro. So if you had... Jim the Evo, good to see you, brother. I'm so glad you're here. So couldn't you take 20 GoPros, and angle them and everything like that to give you the same curvature as like a spherical lens, and then stitch them all together with software and then warp it slightly so that where they all stitch together, you don't get that like, oval warping. Basically flatten the image. So whatever millimeter it is, just flatten it out, stitch them all together in the overlapping pixel. And then technically you would have like, how many megapixels would that be? I mean, if you're talking like 4K, right? Let's see, 4K times 20, you'd have an 80K camera that records, it'd be 80K 60 frames per second. And then you could crop from that if you wanted to. You wouldn't even need a zoom lens. Like, you don't even need lenses now, because if you need to zoom on something, you just crop it down to like 3 of the cameras or 1 of the cameras. Has anybody ever done that? That seems like that could be done. Like, we easily have the computing power to do that in real time. Like I've seen programs before that can real time stitch together 2 or 3 webcams. So this has got to be possible. They're in the chat, Barnacules. Who's in the chat? Jim the Evo or somebody else? Here, let me scroll up. Who's in the chat here? Ancient device, telephone, Theodorus. Look, I'm looking. Rare Apples is here. Mike Rowley is here. Gamers Unite is here. Wait, who is in the chat? Who am I missing here? Wave your hand, whoever I'm supposed to see. Oh, shit! Seriously? How the hell did they even know we were talking about him? Is somebody in here a fucking snitch? You better tell me right now, because I'm going to ban your ass. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Wait, is that really Force Dynamics, or did somebody just change their name or whatever because we're talking about them? All right, we need to see if this is the real deal. Hold on. Let me click on them and make sure this isn't like a joke here. Okay, so they got 3,000 subscribers, 16-year-old account. Let's see, go back here. Okay, wait, you do, but I'm on mobile doing family stuff and no audio, so actually listening to the stream. We'd be bankrupt if we gave simulators to everybody who asked. Oh, I know. I believe that that is really them, because that's the type of answer that I would expect to get back. So I do totally believe it's them. And they're absolutely right. You can't just be given simulators. Here's the thing. This is actually a good lesson that I'm going to teach to all you guys right now, okay? Well, David's gone. The lesson is, if you want to be a YouTuber, you don't get anything for free ever. The conception that you get something for free is bullshit. You get things when the ROI of them giving it to you, or the return on their investment, is higher than the cost and time of giving you the thing. That's the only time it makes sense. Like, for instance, if I wanted, he's back. If I wanted Force Dynamics, by the way, Force Dynamics is in chat right now. So Force Dynamics literally just emailed them. They're already in chat.
Oh, that's too funny. And there's responsive support right there.
Yeah, they actually said no to my request because you're not that famous and you couldn't give them a good ROI. So they said they're not going to give you one.
Okay, good. Well, at least they speak the truth.
They said that you're a shitty actor and they don't think that in the future you're going to get enough jobs to be able to pay off their cheapest simulator that they build. Yeah, even at their cost. Even at their cost, and if they use slave labor.
I could be like a Stargate intern there. Like, I could actually just work on the rigs for them, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he said, wait, no audio, so not actually listening to the stream? Oh, so he only sees what's in chat. Oh, you can't hear us? You can't hear us?
Oh, you're missing out on the...
You're missing out on some gold right now.
So I was just, speaking of gold, I was just called away because our neighbor's kid, not our neighbor's kid, but one of the neighborhood kids was running an Olympic race.
On TV?
Yeah.
So
I had to go and watch...
Like actually proximity neighbor to your house, like in your neighborhood is an Olympian who's competing right now?
It's like a street in here somewhere. I don't
Do you know his name?
Yeah. No, her.
Or her.
Zoe something or another.
Zoe something or other.
The 400
Olympic runner. Okay, so I'm going to use AI.
Tell, I'm a real sports fan.
No, AI can save you. AI can save you. So I'm going to go to Microsoft Copilot. Okay, Microsoft Copilot's going too slow, so I'm going to open up Poe, and I'm just going to use GPT-4o, and I'm going to say Zoe something or other Olympic runner, and then at the beginning I'm going to say, can you tell me the full name of this Olympic athlete competing in the 2024 games? And then I'll do Zoe something or other Olympic runner. Let's see if I can figure out the last name. Zoe Clark. I don't have access to real-time data, but you might be referring to Zoe Clark, a British sprinter. Is that her? Oh, wrong person.
We're Canadian.
Oh, that's true. Well, I mean, Canadian, British. What's the difference, really? Yeah. You're all under the king, right? All right. So Okay, no. Try,
oh God,
try,
we have a king now.
I'll say
I
try
think
again.
it's Zoe Shearer. That sounds about right. Of course, Jim the Evo has the answer.
Of course he does. He's a genius.
I think it's Zoe Shearer. Yeah,
Zoe Shearer. Okay, so Zoe.
How are you, James?
Shearer. I love James.
So
James is amazing.
I haven't seen everybody for so long.
I would love sometime to just get in a chat, like not even streaming, just get in a video chat with like you, Jim, Gimpy G, Houston. Yeah. Just get all the nerds, all the nerd boys together. To
what we should do? We should go to Denver. We should go to Denver, find like a freaking conference hotel in Denver somewhere, and just do a live show with all four of us or 5 of us, whatever we end up with.
That would be pretty. That'd be pretty baller.
So you think that'd be like? I'd just be fun.
Yeah, I just got to get my health good enough to travel because I can't travel on an airplane right now. So I gotta because I can't sit comfortably for really any period of time. So I'd have to be standing up like constantly in the aisle.
So what's the nearest airport to you then?
SeaTac would be the closest one to me.
I mean, I guess. I mean, Lance could dial in.
He could
come to you instead.
Yep.
Yeah, come to you instead. That could work, maybe.
Actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea.
We can play D&D again. Exactly. Play D&D live.
God, that'd be so fun. That'd be so fun. Well, you're always welcome down here. If you're ever coming to Seattle, and you need a couch to crash on because you're falling on hard times, and you don't got a lot of money. Yeah, my couch is your couch.
I'll be playing
brother.
your simulator. Screw the couch. I'll be on your simulator there.
Hell, you're famous. I'll let you take Xander's room, and he can sleep on the couch.
Kick the kid out. What the hell? Doesn't he know who I am?
Yeah.
I can't believe Force Dynamics showed up on the chat. That's really cool.
I can't believe how fast they did that. Like, did they see the email? Like, what tipped them off?
I don't know.
Like, that's crazy that they were in here that fast. And they must have clicked the link for the channel.
He left a message for me. His name's David, so he's got to be a good guy.
He just said something in the chat
for me on Twitter, and so I got back to him like I don't know, like probably a week later or something, because God knows when the last time I was on there. But maybe we use the Ryanair bicycle seat planes. Oh God, oh dear God. Atomic Heat Games is crazy. I don't know what's going on.
So he said, anyways, I just jumped in to say hi, and because I thought it would be amusing, it definitely was. That was unexpected. FYI, chat,
great.
New website and products coming in the next couple of weeks. Keep an eye on it.
Ooh, well, let us know, F Dynamics.
Oh, actually, I want to ask him before he leaves. F Dynamics, how much is your cheapest motion rig? Just so I can aspire to something.
You should
asking for a washed up actor or friend. All right, there we go.
Yeah, for a has-been, never been. Yes, a wannabe has-been. Yeah.
I can't acknowledge you as a good actor because then it makes me nervous to be around you. So I have to just see you as a shitty actor, and then it makes it okay.
It's all acting. It's all acting. This is all.
It's like I'm a bad YouTuber, you're a bad actor, so it works. We can both be here in the same space and not fangirl too much.
Together, we are the future of entertainment.
Yeah, dude. But seriously, I was telling him before we went live that Houston and I offline fangirl about him all the time. We're like, oh my God, we hope David comes back to the show sometime. Like,
did you watch the show? No, you didn't watch the show, did you?
Which one?
Did you watch Stargate?
Me? Are you shitting me? Did I watch Stargate? I watched Stargate more than any other series in my entire life. The only other thing I've watched as much as Stargate is MacGyver.
Really?
Yeah. Like Stargate and SG-1. I watched every episode of
Stargate. I didn't realize you were like such a...
So put it this way. Conservatively, I haven't written it down, but conservatively, I've watched Stargate Atlantis all the way from the beginning all the way to the very end at least 5 times every episode. And some episodes I've probably watched a dozen plus times. Like my favorite.
Now you're scaring me. No, that's just weird.
I am a fucking super fan. David, I will come up there and harvest your liver in the middle of the night. And not to sell it, I'm just going to put it in a pillow and like cuddle up with it.
I'm going to sell you DNA. That's what I'm going to do.
I'm literally going to cut you up and put you in little bottles and sell you on Etsy.
I'll just send you a T-shirt then.
Dude, I would fucking love that. I would love it. I'll tell you what. If you send me a 3XL, or if you can even find one, a 4XL, because I'm a big boy. I'm big. David, see, like I'm a big boy. I
like big shirts anyways. I want to wear a tent.
Hell yeah, right? Move it up.
All right.
If you send me a shirt, I will commit to wearing it every single time you come on Tech Talk. I will make sure that I have that shirt on
and sell it and sell 1 million of them, and then I can buy a freaking Force Dynamics, simulator.
Put it this way, David. I love you so much that if you send me that shirt, I will wear it in the stream, and I will literally permanently put a link to where they're sold in the description down below.
I'm gonna put the link right now, and you can have a look and tell me which one you want.
Because ROI on this is gonna be huge, David. You're gonna sell at least 3, 4, maybe even 5 shirts, bro. It's worth it. It's worth it.
To you, I may sell 3 or 4 or 5 before them to you, so you can sew them all together to get the right size. Because I don't know that I've.
He's
got
like first hit free. He purposefully sends me like a 2XL, so I have to like go to the store and buy a 3, and then he sends me a 1XL.
Where's the?
Hey, do you have wife beaters too? Because I like the wife beater T-shirts. They make me feel powerful.
I haven't done them yet. I could do that. I've been playing with a whole bunch of stuff. All right, so there's this. Okay, look at that link and tell me which ones you like.
Here we go. This is awesome. Okay, so I am a Canadian, organic intelligence. Let's see here. What do we got here? I'm from the future. Oh wait, what's this one? I got to see this one. It's got your face on it. As far as you're concerned, I'm from the future. Oh, it only comes in a 2XL? What are you guys doing to me here?
Is that as big as it goes? I don't know.
Seriously? Is this? Are they going to discriminate?
I don't know how to sell T-shirts. I literally wanted T-shirts of my own stuff, and MGM never made any. Like I got like this one's just used. This one's using power.
I have never felt so discriminated
ZPM
against.
T-shirts. There were no ZPM T-shirts.
I don't understand how you fucked that up on a franchise that's worth that much money.
I don't know either. I literally don't
genius. You going like this with Genius? I like that. Let's see.
Right, I'll give you that one.
Okay, here. Just send me the 2XL, and I'm going to spandex that motherfucker like you've never seen before. I'm literally going to be like
as big as they go. There's not a really.
That's it, man. Sizes small, medium, large, XL, and 2XL. They don't go any bigger.
Probably a European company. They're always so thin and.
I wonder if it's one of those things where it's like you have to go in and enable it because the price goes up sometimes when you go to XL. So you might have to like enable it, and then when you click it, it goes up in price.
I'm putting it in my old notebook here.
Yeah, please do. I'd love it. And as far as colors, I like dark colors. So like a dark gray is fine. Dark olive drab is fine. Dark blue is fine. I'm just a dark. I'm a dark guy.
I'm gonna get you and I'll get you and Aux matching shirts, and then you can wear them like little samesies on the.
Dude, that we will. We will rock that shit so hard you don't even know. Actually, your prices are really good. Like back when I sold T-shirts, I sold them for $25, and you're only $21.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Are these? It's probably $25 American. It's probably $25.
Canadian, right? So
she's back. What do you need, baby?
No, I'm just coming to get my stuff done.
Oh, are you okay? All right. It's a hive of activity around here. Hive of activity. Yeah, it's all go. I've actually got to. I gotta go. I've got to patch a roof.
No worries, brother. I appreciate you stopping by big time.
Corner of it. So I got up on a roof. I tore out an existing roof portion. I put in plywood, screwed it all down and stuff. I waterproofed it. And it hasn't leaked so far. And I'm so impressed that I found another giant chunk that's dripping through. So I'm going to pull that out and put that down. That's my
You're doing real man work. You've evolved.
Manly man work. Yeah.
You've evolved beyond a nerd.
This is how low my bank account has got.
You're going the opposite direction. You're going the opposite direction instead of like the people say, "Hey, what'd you do before acting?" "Oh, I was a barista or I did construction." Now you're like, "What are you doing now?" "Well, I used to be like, number one character on a hit TV show, and now, I roof houses."
I do roofing, just garage roofing. It's a specialty, and then I also work part time at Force Dynamics, building their simulation rigs, so that I can use them at night. That's basically what I. Yeah,
bullshit.
That's my future.
Bullshit.
No, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going next. I wanted to ask you about something else.
Think.
So you don't sell T-shirts or anything? You don't do.
Not anymore. I had to close my merch store a long time ago.
Why?
Because I had friends that were running the store, and so I moved my store from a professional outfit to their outfit, and then COVID hit. And when COVID hit, they went so far into debt and couldn't get a hold of shirts, and the orders backed up so far that I just had to shut the operation down because it was creating a lot of stress for me and my family and everything. And they totally understood, and then they closed their doors because they couldn't get any product. It was completely a COVID thing. It was no fault of anything. They worked really hard.
I can't imagine running it during that.
I mean, they were literally like my friends, so they would do everything they could. They'd bend over backwards to try. There was even times where they were like sending shirts where they were losing money because they were buying them at full retail locally from stores, like and then
to make up.
So the shirt was costing as much as what they're paying, and then the $5 or $10 of printing would go into it, and they'd just lose their ass. But they still did it just to fill orders.
This is all drop shipping stuff, and I try to buy one of everything so I can say I don't hate it.
That's smart. That's smart.
But I really wanted to do some like embroidered like hats and stuff because I just love the embroidered hats, but they're crazy expensive.
Yeah. And
the
only way to do them is volume. You have to do volume to get the price down on those.
You have to buy a bunch of them yourself. But then I'm like, I also don't want to be that guy who's got like a freaking wall of. Do you want a hat?
Did you know Amazon will actually like inventory your stuff for you and like run a storefront and handle all the sales and returns and everything for you?
It seems complicated.
I'm going to do that for my next store because they do drop shipping for shirts. A lot of people they don't advertise it very well. It's really hard to find. But if you go to Amazon, you can set up a storefront where you can just create any shirt you want. Just upload an image, place it on the shirt, they pick the color, pick the sizes, and then select how much revenue you want to make from it, and they put that on top of their cost, and then boom, it just shows up in your Amazon store. So
send me a link for that, because Amazon makes the most sense, because that's where you can, I mean, that's the default. That's my go-to for everything, which I hate that that's the world.
Yeah, just because I don't do good shit myself doesn't mean I don't know how to tell other people how to do the right thing. So I got you, bro.
Same.
I got
as
you, bro.
I say, not as I do.
Exactly.
I use Shopify, and I found it so easy to set up. Like, I couldn't get over. I bought stocks in the company. I was like so impressed with
Shopify is a little on the expensive side, but because they make it so freaking easy, it's like
so
worth
easy.
it. It's very worth it.
So easy. And then I added a Printify app to it, and that just allows
what's
you to
your margin?
stuff.
Like, what's your margin on a shirt on Shopify? Do you know?
I don't remember. I honestly don't know. To be honest, for a while there, I was selling stuff, and then Jane pointed out that it was losing money.
Yeah, no, it's really easy to do. It's really easy to do. You think you're making money with like $1 or $2 over their cost, and then you find out you're losing your ass in the end with like a couple returns and stuff.
Now that I've got the power of the Barnacules promotional.
I think the rule of thumb I was taught was 50%. Like you want the markup to be 50%.
50?
Yeah, 50% of the cost of the shirt. So,
and that's my list of things to do is gouge the public.
But also keep in mind, and this is important, is that's
50%.
when you're having the shirt manufactured for like $6 or $7 a unit. When you're using a drop shipper like Shopify, where they're basically doing retail pricing to you and then charging you to put the printing on it, it's gonna. Yeah. You can't make a shirt $40. That's not gonna work.
Like I like shirts that have fronts and backs, but the problem with that is it just gets, again, it becomes prohibitively expensive. So.
Oh, Brian in chat said I work in it for Amazon. Well, so Brian, do you do the shirt store stuff or the print to order shirts at Amazon? I don't know if I think they're printed like inkjet printed too, which is my favorite type of shirt, by the way. I don't like if you feel, can you feel the print?
Plasticky, I know. This is not.
Everybody does plasticine.
Not too bad. This isn't too bad though. Like, I quite like this.
No, it actually looks like it moves really well. It doesn't look like it's like sticking and moving as one piece.
Yeah.
So plasticine.
I think it might be me that's moving more than the.
So plasticine is where they basically take a sticker, they print a sticker thing, and they melt it into the shirt, and so you can feel it against your skin. You can feel it against your skin. Can you feel that against your skin at all? Or feel the edge?
Yeah, a little bit.
Then that's plasticine. So the other way that you can do it that's more expensive is silk screening with dye, where you basically silk screen the dye into the shirt, and you're actually dyeing the fabric.
Right.
And so if you want to put like a dark shirt, you have to do 2 passes. You have to do a bleach pass where you bleach it white, and then you do the color pass over the top of it. But you have to make a lot of shirts to get your money back, because you have to spin up a silk screen and everything to do that. The middle ground though for like the best quality shirt is inkjet printed. So there's these inkjet shirt printers that a lot of companies have. That even the Merch Minion, the company I worked with over my friends, they had the same printer, and it's this huge Epson printer that you basically put a T-shirt on this like template and you feed it in like a cartridge. It prints the image on it, comes out, you put it in a press, put heat on it to set the ink in permanently, and then you're done. Throw it in a box and ship it. And you can do any color, like up to like 65 million color combinations.
But how do these guys make money on that?
Well, because to make a shirt took them, I think they said to print the shirt, it took 2 minutes to press and heat it and everything. It was like all in, it was like 4 minutes to make a shirt. And their profit margin on that shirt, I think, was like $3.50. So $3.50 every 4 minutes. So
they're selling like them in the hundreds. They're not.
Yeah. Well, back then, back then we were doing a lot better. Right. You can do a one-off. That was the cool thing about them, though, is they also supported one-offs. So you could just go to their store and say custom shirt, upload your image, drop it on a shirt, hit go. They'd get the order, and they literally ran this in the living room of their house. They converted the living room of their house into a print studio. And then they'd get the order, wake up in the morning, look at the queue of orders, pull all the T-shirts, colors out, and sizes, line them up in a queue, and they just go through, have one person dropping the image on the shirt in their software, and then and doing the tweaks and everything to the color to get it looking right. Then they would drag it over to the printer, run it through the printer, come out, and then the second person that printed it would while they're waiting for one to print, they'd be pressing the other one to set the ink. And so they created this little assembly line.
That's what I need. I need a side hustle. I like the idea of something that's not gonna, something that I enjoy doing, and I love coming up with designs.
I think they can make about $70 an hour. Was what they were looking at. So $70 an hour for them printing, and they could do as much as they wanted every day. So
like Stargate money.
Yeah. So if you wanted to work if you wanted to do a 12-hour day, I mean, $840 a day.
Yeah. But
the other thing is they would they had some side hustles too, and what they would do is they'd buy like mugs. Like I also sold mugs, Well,
Yeah.
it's really hard to
I
like
like
set
the
up a
mug.
ceramic mug factory in your house, right? So what they did is
Yeah.
they ordered these mugs from China that only cost, I want to say, I think they were paying $1 a mug or
'Cause
something
you're
like.
buying them in bulk.
Yeah, they're
and-
just these
yeah.
bulk, basic black mugs, right? And then what they did is they'd get the mugs and they'd send them to a local company that had like a printer, that ceramic printer.
Oh,
They would
yeah,
print
yeah.
on the mugs, and I think they charged $1.50 per mug to put the image on. So all in, it was $2.50 for a mug, and we could sell that mug, I think, for $24. And then we would split the profit from that. So, and the profit would be, $20 basically. So $10 each per mug. And so the mugs we made way more money on than the shirts. The niche
Really?
stuff always made, the shirts made the least money out of everything. But then,
Well, you
but
have
then
a
the
lot of
add-ons were
choices
more.
in shirts.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
shirts thing is insane. There's just so many different shirts out there.
But the thing with merch is like it got down to the point where I just wasn't moving anything. And
Have you seen Mitnick's business card? He sells
No.
these business cards. So Kevin Mitnick, the hacker
yeah,
guy,
the
for
hacker
those of you who
guy
don't
that
know,
got all this
He
shit
sells-
taken away.
he sells a credit a business card. You got to check it out. It's a lock picking set. It's a metal business card.
Oh my God,
has-
that's brilliant.
And I was like, oh my God, I want that. Like I went into, I've got another funny story for you, then I should probably go. But so I went in to do, I'm like, okay, I'll be doing this like escape room learning stuff with the University of Toronto here for some tech, in the hopes of sort of getting some Tech Bandit stuff going. I go into the local community center around here. It's actually not the local one, but it's sort of the big one, the catch-all for the thing. And I'm like, okay, look, I want to do some Tech Bandit stuff. How can I help? And they said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, you tell me what's out there. Here's what I've done in the past. Let me know what you need. And they're like, you sure? I was like, yeah, great. So they get back to me.
Did you know
They've
Kevin
got
Mitnick
almost-
died?
He what?
He's dead. Somebody said rip to him in chat, so I looked, and yeah, sure
No.
shit. Yeah,
What do you mean?
July 16th, 2023, he died.
I didn't know that.
Are you shitting me? Unless Bing is like straight up lying to me. It's like literally a top special panel. You know what Bing usually does fact checking on the
Yeah.
special. It says Kevin Mitnick, a name that resonates with the world of hacking and cybersecurity, passed away on July 16th, 2023 at the age of 59. His journey was nothing short of remarkable, filled with intrigue, controversy, and reinvention. In the 1990s, Mitnick gained notoriety as a hacker. But by the way, the movie Hackers is based on him. Breaking
Dude,
into
I've read
government
every book
websites.
I've read
Yeah.
every single book he's written. I think it's
How
amazing.
did I miss that? That was a year ago he died, when we completely missed it.
How?
How do you fly under the radar when you're that big of a figure? Like, this guy is larger than life.
That is really weird that I didn't see that, because I'm like, I've read The Art of Deception, I've read Ghost of the Wires, Art
What?
of Intrusion. I mean, Jesus, they're Art of Visibility.
That's
plus,
mind blowing to me. That's mind blowing.
And he's also mentioned in like every book on the history of hacking as well because of his
Pancreatic cancer. Fuck, that takes out so many people.
fucking cancer.
Dude, I hate cancer. I'm actually a little scared right now. I mean, I don't want to scare anybody, but I went and got my physical that I've been putting off for like 6 months because of my liver enzyme issue. And my white blood cell count is elevated and outside of the range of normal. So that either means that I'm fighting a low level infection or something like that, or something in my body is causing like an autoimmune thing. So they got to look into it and figure out what it is. But luckily the count isn't like at a dangerous level. It's just outside of normal. So it's like something they want to monitor and like see what's going on. It's not at a level where they're just going to flip a switch and be like, oh, sorry, stage 4 cancer or whatever. But that does have me on edge.
Yourself.
Yep. 3 days I got to go see the doctor, and then he's going to, he's going to probe me with his little alien finger and everything. It'll be fun.
We can't. My issue is that whenever I go and get something checked out, it's like I went and got an MRI done,
Fuck,
which
those
they
are
had
so,
to
I hate them.
basically. Oh, I don't mind. I was like, this is cool.
You
What
fit
does
in the
that do? What
machine.
does this do?
You
What does
fit in
that
the
do?
machine. I do
Oh,
not. They
shit.
pin me like this,
Shit.
and my nose is like
man.
almost touching the top of my shoulders like this for 45 minutes.
No, that's like the Rats movie.
If the building was on fire, I couldn't get out.
Yeah,
It's
God, okay.
so scary shit.
I'm getting my heart rate's going up just talking about that.
Yeah.
But the issue we have here is that they're working 24/7 with these machines to get people through, right?
Yeah.
Because there's just too much. There's a backlog, and there's always been a backlog, and it's always a pain in the ass. You always have to book it,
They're multi-million-dollar machines, and like every hospital has maybe one.
Yeah, it's insane. But because they're doing 24/7, they'll get the MRI to you much faster than they'll get the results.
Yep.
So I've got an MRI. I could look at the MRI.
Yep.
I was looking into how to 3D print my brain. I was like, I wonder if you can put that back together and do I'm playing with it like a fucking.
By the way,
boy.
I do know how to do that. I watched there's a YouTube video. Did you find it? Okay. Yeah, there's a YouTube video step by step shows you how to do it.
And that's what I'd love to do that. I thought it'd be kind of fun. I've been playing with Unreal Engine.
Yep.
And I want, as a villain, I thought it'd be kind of fun to just have your own brain as the villain in one of my little sort of.
Dude, how rad would that be to give that to other people to play with? Like, and they're actually, it's your brain.
My evil brain.
Before you go, one more second, if you don't mind, I want to show you a cool piece of technology because we didn't get to see a whole lot of cool technology throughout the stream. So I'm going to show you the new coolest piece of technology that I own. I didn't buy it. Luckily, I have a millionaire friend who loves me very much who bought this for me. So any guesses? Anybody want to take a guess what this is right here?
I'm just a little worried about where you put that.
Like, yeah, no, I mean, my balls aren't that big. Come on, David, you've seen them.
I mean, they could hang very low. I don't know.
It doesn't need to plug in, by the way. I just have it plugged into an external battery so it runs longer. So anybody in chat, any idea? Neck fan. You're right. It is a neck fan, but it's not just a neck fan. It's a Peltier cooler. So it has 2 Peltier coolers on the side and one big one on the back here.
I don't know what a Peltier cooler is.
Sorry. It sucks heat away from your body and then projects it out the back. So the Peltier effect is like where you apply electricity. And the electricity takes the heat from one side, ferries it to the other side. So one side gets ice cold and the other side gets blazing hot.
Oh, wow.
And so what I do is I put it on my neck. I'll just turn it on. And it's actually pretty quiet. It's not too bad. So if I turn it on here.
Yeah, I've got the freaking AC thundering away here.
Yeah, see right there? It's like 30%. So that's 30%. You can kind of hear it a little bit there. And then that's 60%. That's 100%. And so if I put it around my neck right now, it's already ice cold. It already feels like I put an ice wrap around my neck.
Really?
And because all the blood flows up to your brain, like through a huge artery, and your brain produces, I think it's your brain and liver that produce the most heat in the human body. So most of the heat in your body, the 98.6, comes from your liver and your brain. And so by taking that blood circulating through your lower body, it all goes up through your brain. And so this sits right on that artery in your neck, and it sucks the heat out of it and blows it out into the environment. And so when you have this on the other day, it is so effective. I was in this room the other day when it was 87 degrees. I think it was 87 degrees. For me, that's really hot. For some people, it's like, that's no big deal. But I live at 68F, right? 68 Fahrenheit is where I live. So I don't know if that is converted to Celsius so you can understand it in your guys' stupid units. But,
or as we call it, the rest of the world.
The rest of the world. I know. It's so funny. So this thing right here feels like I have an ice pack, a permanent ice pack that never equalizes. It always feels cold. Even if I put a battery on it for 5 hours, it still feels cold. It'll never equalize. And so, but if I put my hand back here, I can feel heat blowing out of it into the room. And that's the heat from my body being ferried across and into the room.
That's
neat. Isn't that a trip? So I can also put, and it blows a curtain of cold air. So it also takes cold air and blows it out of these vents down the side. Right. So I have a curtain of air blowing up on my ears, on the back of my head, and down my shirt. It has another vent right here.
That's smart.
Dude, it's so awesome. See that little vent on the bottom?
And it's not big.
No. And it blows down the back of my shirt, and it runs for about...
You should be selling those. But you should become what about an affiliate link for that?
Dude, it's so awesome. So it even connects to Bluetooth.
Oh, no.
So you can see it on my phone here. It has an app.
If someone has to hack Barnacules.
Yep. So watch, I'm going to put it on auto mode. This is what makes this one really cool. The other ones don't have this. So I put it on auto mode. And what auto mode does is it measures the temperature of my blood coming up through the artery in my neck. And then it adjusts how cold this gets to maintain a perfect temperature. So it basically drops your body temperature like 1/10 of a degree or whatever so that you feel cool. And then it maintains that. If you start working really hard, it'll automatically speed up. Like it knows your blood is heating up. So if I start just running in place, it'll start going. And then if I stop running, it slows back down.
It sounds like you're a billionaire's pet, and he's just bought you a little like biosphere.
90% of what I own comes from a guy named Adam. And he is my bestest friend in the world. I trust him with my life. He is an amazing person. But yes, he is like worth, like probably $100 million or more dollars. He is a very rich, very wealthy guy, but he's also insanely generous, not just to his friends, but to like everybody. He's just a super generous guy. He went to PDX Land, where we used to go and play video games. Everybody get together and play video games at this PDX Land event. He saw a guy.
I don't know it. But
okay. So everybody gets together, has these LAN parties. You bring your own computer, right? And it's kind of expensive. You got to pay for a seat and everything like that. The old days, right? Yeah. And they still do it today. Like I just haven't been able to go because of my health, but I'd love to go again. It's one of my favorite things. So we were there playing, and a kid at our table that nobody knew, none of us know him. He was just assigned a seat at our table. His computer stopped working, and he was so bummed because he couldn't play any games. He couldn't do anything. His computer was just dead. All he had was a monitor with a blank screen. He didn't have a laptop. He didn't have anything else. We asked him, like, hey, do you have another computer? Can you borrow a computer? He's like, I don't have any friends here. Adam literally whipped out his credit card, gave it to one of the other guys at the table that he knew, and said, hey, could you drive this guy down to CompUSA and just buy a new motherboard, CPU, memory, everything, and just upgrade his whole computer? And he went there and dropped, I want to say it was like $1,200 or $1,300 on components, brought it back, and then the guy, then he helped them build the computer, get it online, install the games and everything on it, just so he could play with his games for like 2 days. And then when it was all done, the kid was like, okay, do you want your parts back or whatever? He's like, no. He's like, I built that computer for you.
Oh
Somebody
God.
he didn't even know, just a kid just sitting at the table that was just having a rough time, and he was just like, oh, I can just make this go away. That kind of shit, when I see it, I'm just like, that's like true philanthropy, where you don't ask for anything, you don't ask for any kind of coverage, you don't try to make a video out of it, nothing.
Oh
It's
my
just
God,
he just did that because he's like, this kid's sitting at our table and we're a team, you know, we're just by proximity, we're a team. And that
guy
kid,
do that,
dude, it was so cool.
For the Tech Bandits kids, there was one of them bought a kid a gaming PC.
Isn't that awesome?
This was, I guess, during the pandemic.
Random acts of kindness, man.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
And a CNC machine as well. Same thing.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, Jonathan Leeton Hoggett, I believe.
You know what'll make you feel good? In chat, before you leave, I'm gonna tell everybody in chat. This is something I want everybody to do if you can. If you can't, don't do it. Okay. If you're out of money, like right now, full disclosure, I'm broke. All my money's gone. I have to live off my 401k now. When it's empty, I have to move.
Seriously? You're on the 401k?
I'm on the 401k already. Yep.
Don't you get like slapped hard for doing that?
10% on top of taxes. So yeah, I gotta. It's gonna burn off fast. I probably got a couple of years max before I have nothing to retire on even. So
start making fucking t-shirts again.
No, I'm trying to get back into that's why I'm trying to get back into this. The health thing I'm trying to get sorted. But the less money you have in America, the less chance you have of recovering from health problems. Therefore, you can't get back to working. It's like a really sick problem we have down here, but not me.
That's why you need a passive income.
Yeah, don't focus. Well, for people to buy shirts, they have to want to buy shirts, and because my empire crumbled, I think I sold like 2 shirts a month max when I had my store open at last count, and so it's not enough. So yeah, it's not worth it yet.
And one of them is to me because I want to try it out myself.
Yeah. So here's what I want you guys to do. Next time you go to Starbucks and you buy a coffee, I want you to tell the person on the phone that you want to pay for the order of the person in front of you. So the person right in front of you, say, I just want to pay for their order. And they'll tell you back how much it is. Like they usually tell you, like, are you sure they ordered $500 worth of drinks? So you can back out if you want to. But just say you want to buy the person's order and watch as you drive around the corner when they go up to the window and they just hand them the drinks and don't ask for any money. And they're baffled by it. Because they'll just tell them. They'll say, hey, the person behind you bought your drinks. I've done this probably a dozen times when I was working at Microsoft. Because I'd go in the morning, I'd get my coffee, see the person in front of me, I'd buy their drinks for them. And every single time, the person would like pull through and like look and try to figure out like who it was. Oh, the person behind me, see my car, and they'd either come up to me or they'd wave from the window, but they had a huge smile on their face. And the reason I did this is because it happened to me one day and it made my whole day. Like it was like $5. Yeah. It was like they bought my $5 drink when they didn't need to. I had the money to pay for it, right? But they bought a $5 drink the entire day at work and everything. Like nothing could get me down. I was undefeatable that day because I was like a random act of kindness from a stranger who was like, I just want to buy that guy a drink just because he's another human. Dude, it made me feel it made me feel so good.
The other trick, smiling.
Smiling.
I just forget sometimes I'm just in my own little world, just do a podcast or whatever, and it's just all you gotta do is smile, and people are like, you just see them like just.
If you smile, they smile, right? It's infectious. So
yeah, God,
please.
We're gonna go to self-help. This is how you're gonna get your money. We're gonna go to self-help. Become like Tony Robbins with like positive thinking.
Let's do it. All right. Well, let's get you out of here so you can go do your roof and side job.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it's going to cloud over and I won't be able to do it.
So give everybody your deets. Hey, you can always come back. Hey, if it's raining outside, you can come back, click on the link, and get right back in here. But give everybody your information, where they can find you, what you're doing, all that, before you take off.
Oh, what am I doing? I don't know. I'm here.
What was the last movie thing you did?
Oh, well, check out the... Okay. I'm going to give you the Tech Bandits. How's that? Go look at the Tech Bandits. Go sign up for the newsletter, which I've got to write. Don't remind me. So I'm going to give you this. Here we go. So Tech Bandits, go check them out. And there's a store link there if you want to go and buy t-shirts. How's that?
Perfect.
And there's one on there. So maybe I'll do that as well. Why not? Why not? I'm going to be a whore. Why not? Here we go.
Absolutely. Oh, we already have people in chat asking for the link to the Neck Fan. I will tell you,
I want the Neck Fan. Where's the Neck Fan? Well, okay, give me a link to the Neck Fan.
It's not cheap. Here, let me go pull it up here really quick. The name is let's see, a Torass. It's a Torass neck air conditioner. Oh, one more thing. This thing does another thing that none of the other ones do, and that is it's reversible, which means you can also have it put heat into your neck while blowing cold air out into the environment.
Oh, well, that's
good. So if you're outside and it's like freezing in the wintertime, you flip her over to heat, and now you got a neck heater, and it does the same effect. Your whole body. Oh, and that's the thing. Your whole body feels cold, and your whole body feels hot, not just your neck. Since it cools your blood and it circulates through your body, think of this like the radiator on the front of your air conditioning unit.
Because I had that on Stargate. Whenever we had the spacesuit stuff, there's the issue of you're not in space, so you're sweating like a pig, and you're supposed to be running around doing action stuff. And so they brought in this giant. It's like a little R2D2 that would just feed cold water through a suit and then back out again. I had to stop using it because it is a mind fuck. Because you're like, why am I'm cold, but I'm supposed to be hot. I don't know what's going on here. It's like I felt like I had the flu the whole time. But I like the idea of having one point of contact would be perfect for that. Plus, you don't have to don't have to walk around with an R2D2 feature. How about they're like what 100 and
so this one I'm putting in chat right now. This is the model below this one. So this is one model below it. It's on sale right now for $119, which is insane price. Like so, this one's $300.
This is for the top one.
This is the 2024 all maxed out one. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here, right here, I found it. Okay. So this is the flagship one. I'll put a link for the flagship one, the one that I actually have on my neck right now. And the difference between them is this one gets a lot colder, has a longer battery life, and I don't believe the other one does heat. So if heat is something you want, I think the other one's kind of a deal breaker.
Here's what you got to do. You got to say no. Nobody buy them from there. Then you look into getting a bulk order, and then you get your little cash on the side from that. I'm telling you, this is gonna be a business podcast.
Yeah. Well, my Amazon link is an affiliate.
Comes back, we're gonna be the future business podcast.
So I do have an affiliate with Amazon. So it has a $15 off coupon too, by the way, if you buy it. So that'll bring it down to like $260.
So do the Amazon thing.
$260 is cheap. If you buy it from the website, it's $300. So that $260 on Amazon is cheaper. But I will tell you guys right now, this thing is built like a brick shit house. I ran it for 5 days, never took it off. I literally switched between battery power. Like right now, I have it running off of one of the VR battery packs. And this thing right here, just to tell you how power efficient it is, it runs about 2.5 hours on its internal battery. But with this external battery, I was able to run it for 5 hours before this died and it went to the internal battery. So it gave me a total of 7 hours between this little battery and this. And one other recommendation is if you do want to run it on battery power, like you plan to use it more than 2 hours at a time, it does charge really fast though. But check out this USB cable I found. This is a USB-C cable that's ultra low profile and sideways. So when you put it on here, it's almost flush with the bottom of it, and it doesn't touch your neck. It doesn't touch your collarbone or your neck. So you don't even know there's a cable on it. Like all you do is feel the cable rest against you. That's it. The cable that comes with it pokes into my collarbone. I don't like the cable that comes with it.
Love gadgets.
Dude, this thing, if you are ever outside when it's hot or you're ever outside when it's cold, like, could you imagine going like snowboarding and putting this on in the heater mode?
I'm thinking dog walking is what I'm thinking.
Or yeah, if it's cold, you live in a place that gets cold all the time, right? So the heater
or really hot,
or really hot. Yeah,
we're the extrees. We're like, I can complain about the weather no matter what the thing. So here, I'll show you what I did for my cooling pleasure. Check this out. Here you go.
The AC.
I found but I didn't buy it. I was like, I can't get AC for the garage.
Please tell me there's two tubes coming out of the back of the thing in that one big tube. Is it just one big tube or is there two tubes?
Why is there one? Why would there be two?
Okay, they're super. Have you noticed other places in your house getting warmer than usual?
This is my
further
garage.
away from it.
This
is the garage. Okay, this is only your garage. Just one big garage. You're fine. You're fine. Never mind.
I found it in the trash.
That's
and
rad.
What happened was the cable, like the power cable, had snapped off the bag. So I just reattached that, and I mean it's a shitty one, but
somebody threw it out just because it had a broken cable.
Yes, I guess they were like, "Oh, it's broken. What do I do?" I'm like, "You throw it out, and I take it and turn it turn my."
To be fair, I'm gonna say something really embarrassing because people are gonna laugh at me for this because it's very unnerdy of me. I threw out 3 air conditioners over the last 20 years. Okay. And I threw them out. I threw them out because they just stopped working. You turn them on, no heat would come out. The compressor would never kick on. I looked at everything on it. I didn't see anything that I could fix, so I threw them away because I thought that the motor was burned out. Right?
Is probably your
issue there. So the first time it got picked up, never heard of it. Second time it got picked up, never heard of it again. Third time it got picked up, I found it for sale on the Facebook Marketplace in my neighborhood for I think they were selling it for $150 or something like that. one day after they'd picked it up from my curb. And I didn't say anything because I put it out there and put a free sign on it. I said, it doesn't work. They picked it up, and I was like, oh, well, they'll probably recharge it or, do the fancy thing that I couldn't do and make it work again, right?
What was it?
All they did was clean it out. I did not realize that the fins on the radiator on the back, not the front, but on the back, get this like sap and shit in it just from the environment. Like, even if there's not a lot of trees, the wind will blow dirt and stuff in there. And it'll build up in the vents where the vents look perfectly clean. If you look at them, they look absolutely clean unless you put a flashlight behind it. Then you can tell if it's stuffed. So once I learned that, my air conditioner I have now, this same one has been here for, I think, about 6 or 7 years now, which is the longest I've ever had a window air conditioner continue to work. And it did the same thing. It stopped working, did the same thing as my other air conditioners I threw out. All I did was blow high pressure water through the back. I got this like solvent stuff you spray on it to loosen up stuff. I sprayed it out with a squirt gun, turned it on, and it worked like brand new. And now I've cleaned it like 3 or 4 times over the years since I've had it. And every time I clean it, it blows way colder air.
I clean. So we've got a like a built-in one that's not the best, but it's not bad. It's old, and so I clean that out every year. And then last year it wasn't working, and I went to the YouTube, and I looked up possible causes for it. I bought a $5 capacitor that I then blew up. And then I put in another capacitor.
By the way, don't touch those. Those will kill you. If you don't know about electricity, the capacitor will kill you.
I blew the first one up.
Oh my God.
I had my screwdriver and my pliers.
No.
And I touched them and they welded together.
Yep.
I had to literally force them back apart again.
I did it with a screwdriver. Yep.
But it worked. It works great. It's fantastic.
That's why it's so great to learn how to fix your own shit, because I've saved so much money. I fixed my oven.
So good.
So I fixed my oven. That saved me, I think they said the visit out to my house to fix it would have been $150 just to look at it, and then $50 for a part that I could have bought for $5 and installed myself.
You done your dryer? I changed the whatever it's called, the strap on the dryer. That works great.
I fixed my dryer, my washer machine, my microwave 3 times. My microwave is now 21 years old and still working like brand new.
I'm not fucking with a microwave. No way.
No, just don't get to the transformer. As long as you leave the transformer alone, you're fine. Just don't open the transformer compartment. You're fine.
My problem is I want to get into that part purely just to see what kind of damage.
Do you know what 99% of microwave failures are? There's 2 switches. If you open up the door, you'll see that there's 2 holes, right? That the little grooves go in to lock the door shut. There's 2 switches in there, and they're in a fail safe. There's one switch that fails opposite, so there's 3 switches. 1 you don't see and 2 that you do. And when you close the door, it triggers 2 switches while releasing one that's already triggered when you open the door. If those switches are not in the precise order, it will not complete the circuit, and they do this on purpose so that you can't jam a fork in there or whatever to make it work with the door open, right? So 99% of the time,
that's what we all want to do.
So if you ever open your microwave door and the light is on, and then you close it and the light turns off, but the microwave refuses to turn on, no matter what you do,
that's what it is.
It's one of those 3 switches. I guarantee it. And those switches are 30 cents. 30 cents, and you can replace them with a screwdriver.
Well, the capacitor was like maybe $2 or $3. Yep. That was like, wow.
Has your furnace ever failed? Do you have a gas furnace or electric?
Gas.
Okay, have you replaced the igniter on it?
We've replaced I only replaced the furnace. Yeah, I've never even, that's something else. That's gas, something else.
So 99%, and this is like the bread and butter of HVAC. HVAC people in chat are probably screaming at me right now because I'm like killing their bread and butter. So I called an HVAC guy to come out and fix it, and he said it was going to be $500. Because he said it'd be $150 for the visit. It was like $200 for the part, and then another $100 and something to install it or whatever. I was like, my God, that's expensive. So I went and found a YouTube video. I put in the symptoms. Basically, I said, fan turning on, igniter not working. Sure enough, I find a video. I click on the video. Very first video I watched, they say 9 out of 10 times it's this little valve that you blow into, and it creates pressure. And what it does is it tells the furnace that the fan is turning so that it knows that there's air flowing through it. Because it will not let the gas out and ignite it unless it feels that pressure. Because if it doesn't, you could have gas accumulate and explode, right?
Building up and then,
So this tiny little thing costs $1 on it. It was $1 on Amazon, free shipping. For this tiny little thing, it has 2 wires coming out of it. And you basically just blow through it. And when you blow through it, it clicks a switch. You hear a switch go click. Well, I grabbed mine out and I blew in it, and there was no click. And no airflow. It just nothing. So I bought this $1 part. All I did was slide the hose off of the end of it. Because all it did is have a hose coming up from the fan plugged in, took the hose off, unplugged the 2 wires, which had connectors on them, bought this $1 part, connected the 2 wires, put the hose back on it, hit the button, boom, immediately kicked on, igniters fired, and I had my furnace back.
So good.
I fixed it for $1 in 5 minutes in a YouTube video, and it would have cost me $500. So then I was like, hey, wait a second. My water heater also died. And I was like, I wonder if the water heater has a similar thing. It does, but instead of testing for air pressure, it tests for heat to make sure that it's ignited because it doesn't want gas to accumulate, right? So what it does is the valve that lets the gas out has to feel heat from the pilot. You know, there's like a pilot fire that always runs. And so there's a thermistor, this little thing, just like on your 3D printer. It's the same part. You can actually take the part from your 3D printer and do this. All it is this little thing that sits in a flame, and the flame creates a voltage through this thermocouple. That voltage tells the valve that it can open up and release the gas because it knows it'll be ignited because it knows there's a flame there to ignite the gas. If that thermistor breaks, and they do break after a long, they just wear out, right? If that thermistor stops producing that voltage, it'll never let the gas out to ignite no matter how you turn on the water heater. All you got to do is replace that thermistor, and all this, I think it was $5. And I paid full price. I went to the hardware store and bought a thermistor. It was $5. Brought it back. It had the same connectors. They all have these little spade connectors. I just did disconnect, connect, stuck it in the same place so it was sticking in the pilot, relit the pilot light, and let it sit there for about 5 minutes so that it could heat up. And sure shit, after about 5 minutes, it heat the thing up, open up the valve, let the stuff out, and the fire started going.
My wife just won't let me play with the gas. I wanted to install a gas outlet for our barbecue.
Yep.
And there was some issues with that.
To be fair, I won't touch the gas. I won't touch gas service. So the most I've ever done with gas is like replace my water heater and change the flexible hose that goes to the water heater.
Right.
That's the most I've ever done. I refuse to do anything next to the actual register outside of the house.
Yeah,
Not a chance.
I don't want this too. I got too many people living there. I got the twins and stuff in the basement and stuff now. I don't want to kill everybody. I'd rather So at this point, it's like I'll hire a professional to kill us.
Hey, Aux is in chat, by the way. He's noticed that you're here. He's like, traitor.
Aux, buddy, we miss you.
He's the other guy.
Yeah, you're used to Aux, but
yeah, he's on vacation right now. He's living it up. You got to get out of here though. I keep keeping you here. Here, you. Hey, Aux, type in chat where you're going if you don't mind telling people like where you're on vacation. He's going to a cool place. I just don't want to disclose it if he doesn't want people to know.
I see. Yeah, right. Following around
South Africa. He does say.
He's in South Africa.
South Africa.
Where in South Africa? South Africa.
Cape Town. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't think it's safe to go to Cape Town, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it really?
It's an amazing city, Cape Town. Yeah.
I always hear that it's like maybe it's Cape Town, maybe it's a different city, but there's like one city where they said there's a rape every block every day. Every 24 hours, there's one rape per block every day. It's like the rapiest place on earth. I'm in South Africa, then Namibia? Or Namibia? Do you mean Nambia or Namibia?
Namibia?
Oh, maybe that's it. He is in Cape Town. Holy shit, I guessed it. He is in Cape Town. Totally cool here. Maybe. Oh, Johannesburg. I'm thinking Johannesburg.
Joburg.
Johannesburg. That's the one where they did the movie Chappie. Remember Chappie? That was Johannesburg.
And also Session 9.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you're
Session
right.
9. Was it Session 9? Is that right? Sector 9. Section 9. What
something 9.
It was the best movie, best father-son movie that involved aliens ever.
Best CGI to this day. Best CGI ever was in. Why can't I remember the name of it? Sector 9, Section 9.
It was something like that. Session 9, Section. No,
it was like District 9.
District 9. That's it.
Yep.
District 9.
Bloody Prawns.
Love that film.
Dude,
that was a brilliant written, directed, everything film.
That was the best animated mocap CGI character of all time.
But that was before it was like you go like, oh yeah, look, they can do everything with CG. It was like oh my god, it's like they're walking around. They're like right there.
If you haven't seen that movie, trust me, you want to see it. It is really, it's one of those ones that flies under the radar big time.
So good. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I can't remember the name of the director, but he's done a bunch of stuff since that hasn't really, to me, resonated as well. I thought Chappie was kind of fun, actually, though that didn't.
I love Chappie. I don't know why it didn't. It even had Hugh Jackson. Is that his name? Wolverine?
Was it?
He was in it.
Jackman,
yeah.
Was it that?
Yeah, Hugh Jackman plays the baddie, the guy that hunts down Chappie.
I don't remember that at all.
I'm pretty sure.
This is my other problem.
Let me double check. I might not remember. Let's see here.
I sit down to watch movies now. I get halfway through and I go, "Oh, I've seen this before." Like I'm getting old and doddering.
And like the two main people in it are actual like gangster singers, like real gangster singers from that place. Yolandi and I can't remember the Ninja.
It's so
Ninja
good.
Yolandi.
It's really
fun. I called it.
But don't watch
Hugh
that
Jackman.
one first. Watch District 9 first, because
District 9.
Chappie is like a fun, goofy little fun.
Animating robots isn't as hard as organics. Like organics are a whole different level, and the emotion. The emotion they get from the prawns is crazy. Like whoever did the mocap and the CGI together, they really nailed it. Because like these aliens feel like they have emotion. Like you feel like they're a real tangible character. They don't feel CGI at all.
Yeah, and the way they would, it was the first time I'd seen like camera motion just apps. Like there's so many of the big features. It would be like, oh, here comes a visual effect because the camera would stop moving and be like, oh, wide shot.
Yeah.
And this was just like you just couldn't. The camera was just. And you're like, what? This freaking alien's running around over there. Oh, we're gone again. You know, like it was just. Yeah.
Really cool story too. I really thought the story was nice because it resonates with a lot of bad stuff that's happened. Cry. Yeah.
I just had a child, to be honest, but it literally, I couldn't. It was so touching. There's a film I saw at Fantasia this year. That's it, by the way. The Fantasia Film Festival, pure joy. It's just genre crazy madness. Fantastic. There was a really interesting one about, it was called like Penalty Loop or something, and it was an Asian film, and the premise is basically this guy kills the same person like Groundhog Day. He gets up in the morning and kills them.
Oh, interesting.
But then every time he kills them, obviously the person is also in the loop, gets wiser to the fact that he's being killed. So they just keep looping and looping, and then I don't want to ruin anything because.
And they're both aware. Actually, they both wake up every day with like awareness of what happened the previous day.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, after the first couple of times, they start going, "Wait a second."
Groundhog Day sucks to begin with, like the whole idea of like being stuck in that situation. But imagine if you're the person getting killed every day.
But it's a whole genre now. There's a genre called like time loop genre, and it's just they go, "Okay, look, it's a time loop, but this is what's happening in it." And I'm like, I had no idea. There's like hundreds of films that are basically Groundhog Day, but with different things.
Yeah.
And this one was just fascinating because, of course, it involved a brutal murder every.
Was it in English or was it like subtitled?
Subtitled. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
God damn it, man. Although
subtitles.
I do
all the best stuff to subtitle.
I do have good news though. The good news is the technology already exists and it's already been employed in about a dozen movies. Hasn't made it to like the big time movies yet, but it'll get there. And TVs will be able to do this. The TVs of the future will do this automatically built into it. And I think this is amazing. What it does is it takes the dialogue, right? It clones the voice of the actor using an AI neural network. And then it plays back what they're saying in English and moves their lips with the same emotion and everything to match the performance.
But I would say this. Don't do that. Watch films with subtitles because you get the best of both worlds.
I can't watch the movie and read at the same time though. My ADHD doesn't let me. I either can read or I can watch the movie. If I'm reading, I miss everything that's happening in the movie.
All you're looking at is the subtitles the whole time. But you still get a good sense of them, especially if you see in the theater. It's massive. You got it's like it's hard not to, you're not missing.
And like my friend, I have a friend who says he reads the subtitles through his peripheral vision. I can't do it. I tried it. I have to focus on the letters or I can't read it.
Well, I don't entirely focus. But
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon pissed me off. I had to watch it like 5 times because I was reading the words so much and everybody, oh my God, I couldn't believe when that person did that. And I'm like, I never saw it. And I was like, because I was too busy reading the damn movie.
Wait, go back. I missed that part.
Yeah, so I welcome this technology. I welcome our AI overlords coming in and making it English.
They're all going to be replaced anyways. I've been playing with Runway.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
It's extraordinary. The stuff
it's getting wild.
The visual effects industry has got to be quaking in its boots right now.
Everybody is, dude. This is AI is creeping into every single person's life. The one that it's taken over the most right now that's scaring me is tech support.
What about programming?
And programming is starting to get hit by it too.
Python programming, man, it's like it's like my best friend when it comes to Python programming.
Dude, I told it to write a script. No shit. I told it to write. This would have been not GPT-4o. It was Claude 3 Opus, right? The big Claude model. I went in there. I said, write me a Python script that can connect to my DVR, my camera system for my house, my security system. They can connect to my DVR and download a snapshot from each of the cameras. And I put in the model number. And just to let you know, my DVR is 12 years old. This is really ancient tech, right? 12 years old. I wrote a Python script and it was almost perfect. I only had to tell it to do one correction. And I went and ran it, and sure enough, it connects to my DVR, which is like 12 years old. That only has a web interface. It doesn't have an exposed API. It doesn't, and it figured out how to write the code to actually do all the requests to the right HTTP addresses and get the JSON packets and break them apart.
Selenium or whatever it's called? Did it use the? It
didn't use Selenium. Nope.
Really?
It literally used the request library. It was just straight up sending HTTP request and gets. That's it. And it was able to send the right responses back to it. That it successfully logged in. Because this is like HTTP, not even HTTPS. This is like really old tech, right? So it did the authentication,
Which is probably makes it more likely that it can do it too.
Yep, and it went through all of the enabled channels, and it downloaded a picture from each one of them to the folder, and I was like, how in the hell? Because if you go to the site for the DVR says, no, we don't have an API. You can't act. The only way to use us is through our iPhone app, or which is a really shitty app that barely works. Or you have to use the web page, which, by the way, this thing is so old that you have to take Edge, Microsoft Edge. You have to put it in Internet Explorer compatibility mode, and you have to go into settings and add to the, exception list for running all kinds of scary shit like unsigned drivers and stuff. You have to go in and say it's okay for this IP address and these 3 HTML pages at this IP address to run, even though they're security threats, because it sees them as a security threat 12 years later, right? Once you do all that, then it pops up and you can actually see the cameras. But it's so, and that's why I wanted to create a program to just do it, because I'd rather create my own user interface for pulling stuff from it that's more modern. Yeah. So I don't have to open my browser, put it into Internet Explorer mode, go to this website, add it to the exception list, and then have to click half a dozen things to say, okay, I understand, I'm going to destroy my computer. And then it finally pops up and I can see my cameras.
It's amazing because I do a lot of sort of scraping stuff just to get information for like whether it's a script or a talk or whatever. And it's so great at that because you can just go like, look, here's the layout for the page. I want this, and this. What's the best way to do it with Python? What are the best tools for it? And then what I'll do to make sure that I don't, because I started feeling a bit dirty, because it's like, it's done everything for me. I say, okay, walk me through as if I was in grade 8, what every single line of this code does. And it's amazing. So you come away from it and you're like, you completely understand it. You're like, it's amazing. All right, I must run.
All right, get out of here, bro.
A pleasure seeing you.
I missed you so much.
Get the fuck better.
I'm trying.
Get better. And because I really think we should do something live.
Yeah,
I think we should go and have, because frankly, I think we could hang out, and, have a drink or two, and I don't know what for some reason I'm craving the real contact
I am too.
As well.
I'll tell you what. I have a proposition for you really quick. If you're ever over in the Vancouver area, that's only 2 hours north of me.
Oh, great.
So I have a passport. So if you're ever in Vancouver, you're going to, let me know. I'll drive up there in the morning. We'll go find a place where we can set up a laptop or whatever, and we'll hang out and do some shit and see the sights, and then I'll head back.
We were talking about doing which one was it? It was a convention out there. Was it Linux? Was Linus's thing?
Linus Tech Tip.
There's got to be some kind of a tech or something convention in Vancouver that we could go to and do something with. Like I feel like we could do. Because then, and then we could maybe, I don't know, we get some flights as well, so we can actually
even like a Comic-Con would be awesome.
That's what I mean.
Like I love going to Comic-Con, so that'd be something, So and I'm trying to get better. Like I'm going to the doctors and everything and trying to get some stuff, but as far as travel, as long as I can drive my own vehicle or whatever, that's fine. I should be able to go any distance because I can stop whenever I want and take a break and stretch and get out and do whatever. Right. Where I can't do that on an airplane.
The plane is planes are uncomfortable, anyways. Frankly, at this
exactly.
Point. We're like little. We're being squished together.
Graham said we could borrow one of his offices in Burnaby, wherever that is.
Oh yeah, Burnaby, yeah.
If that's close to Vancouver, hell yeah.
Burnaby, I think, was where we shot Stargate. I think wasn't it got in Burnaby with it? It was the Bridge Studios. So I guess I don't know if that was in Burnaby or not. I feel like it was in Burnaby. God, it's so long ago, I forgot.
Let's do it. Let's just keep an eye on our calendars, and if
like
all of us end up
talk live or something.
If something pops up that looks promising, I'll send it to you. You send it to me. And maybe we can get one of these events to take us as a package deal.
We'll go to one of these life hacking and side hustle conferences.
Dude, I would love to go to DEF CON or what's the one in Las Vegas?
I'm going to one of those DEF CON things, and it's not a DEF CON actually. It's called like Sector or something like that up here in Toronto. But it's my cybersecurity friend James invited me to come as one of his employees. Basically, he gets an extra ticket, and we're just going to go hang out and check out all the latest
Black Hat
gadgets.
Black Hat, that's dude.
Oh, Black Hat. Where's
Black
that?
Hat in Las Vegas.
Black Hat Vegas. Oh my god,
dude, that
would be insanity.
It's considered so bad that they actually recommend everybody when they get off their airplane to just put their phone in airplane mode anytime they're not using it.
Bring your own phone.
Yeah,
bring your phone.
Never even take your mind off any of your electronics, because like everybody here is on a mission to fuck with every other person's thing.
I would bring my Flipper Zero, and I would bring like a burner phone. That's all I would bring. I wouldn't even bring my laptop. There's no point.
100%.
Maybe like you know what? I might bring my old Apple that I've got Mint Linux running.
Yep.
Or is it Ubuntu? I can't remember.
Yeah, because I saw a demo. They did a demo at one of these things where, like, God, I wish I could remember the guy's name. He's so cool. He has a YouTube channel. He does all these like hacker things where he shows you how to like fuck with like street lights and anything that's electronic, how to do stuff with it, right?
Ooh, find out who it is because I love that shit.
So he did a demo where he didn't even use a Flipper Zero. He used his own little, half-baked $5 ESP32, and he pulls it out and he hits the button on it, and like every single phone in the place popped up like 1,000 Bluetooth connection until it locked up the phone.
Like a bad USB.
So he was able to basically broadcast through a room of like 1,000 people and just lock up everybody's cell phones.
It is the technology stuff is just amazing. I mean the cybersecurity stuff.
Insane.
I'm going to talk to James about it, actually. So James is going to, I think James is going to come down. He got me this old Power Edge server that he had kicking around.
Yep.
So because I've been sort of playing with it as a sort of what's a toy? It's a toy that I've broken many, many times. But it's, I want to sit down with him and just do like literally like one of these kind of chats, but with him about cybersecurity. Because my kid is talking about having an interest in it now as well, maybe even as a career and stuff. But I've always loved that.
I think
like
it's an important skill.
Favorite podcast is Darknet Diaries. It's absolutely I have gone back and started listening to them again.
I thought it was this one, man. I thought it was this one.
I mean, apart from after I've listened to all of yours, and then gotta go.
Yeah.
No, actually, I really shouldn't have. All right.
Leave. Go.
Everybody.
Get out.
Talk to you later. You know what movie I'm seeing tonight?
What are you seeing?
Buckaroo Banzai.
Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah.
I love that movie. Yeah, where he like crashes into the mountain and like goes through it. Like he teleports through the mountain with his car.
Where are we going? Home. When are we going? Real soon. It's the weirdest movie. It's not going to hold up at all, but it's one of our friends' important birthdays. So we're going to go.
It's got a really famous guy in it too. Like the main guy is what's his name?
It's
David Carradine or something? Or no, not David Carradine. Is it David Carradine? Hold on here.
It's RoboCop. Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're right. Yep. You're absolutely right. It is RoboCop.
My buddy from Caesar, Rise of the Apes. It's got Lithgow.
Damn it.
It's got Lithgow in it as well. Yeah.
Why can I not remember that guy's name? He's so famous. The guy that played the first RoboCop. Yeah. That's going to drive me nuts.
Weller.
Peter Weller. Yep, Peter Weller.
It is Peter. Is it
Peter Weller? I think it's Peter Weller.
Musician. Can't remember now.
Let me see. Let me look it up.
All right, now my wife is now waving at me. All right.
Hey,
bye,
tell everybody that I said hi too, because I miss them all.
All right, I will do.
Bring your son on next time too. I think it would be fun to have us all on here.
I have no son. I have a fucking 16-year-old who's got girlfriends and social lives and stuff.
Well, tell him if he can't get on a stream with me, I'll dox him and fuck his life up. Okay, so just threaten him.
I will submit a request to Force Dynamics on your behalf.
I'll contact his girlfriend and send AI pictures of him in compromising positions. So
he has like a life and stuff. I'm like, who are you? Whose child?
Like, what kind of child are you? Get on X and post 24 hours a day like your old man does.
He goes to parties and stuff, and I'm like, what? What are you doing at a party? Are you doing the pens and the Molly DMA?
My kiddo's 14, and it's been a wild ride. Like, oh my god, dude, wild ride.
Oh, you wait. 14 becomes 16. And I'm assuming they just leave after that, right? That's basically.
I don't think my boys ever leave him, but I'm kind of happy about that, honestly.
I'm sure mine's not either. Yeah, and we'll see. Yeah, I don't particularly want him to go.
No, I told my kid, I said, hey, if you want to stay here forever, you can stay here forever. I will always take care of you. I don't want him to feel like I did growing up. So
I must have been a horrible, horrible child because my father kicked me out at 17. So
same here. Threw all my shit out when I was 16 years old. Put all my shit out on the front porch, and then I had to beg them to come back in. And then at 17, I moved out. I had to get somebody to co-sign on an apartment because they wouldn't rent to a 17-year-old.
Actually, strangely enough, my father kicked me out and then had to co-sign my apartment. But
are you on good terms with him anymore?
I am now. At the time, I was pretty angry about it.
Yeah, I've forgiven my dad for everything, but I don't really talk to him much anymore.
I think he thought it was a bluff. Like he was like, all right, you're not in high school anymore. Well, that means you're a grown up, and grown ups don't live at home. And I'm like, fine. And I got a movie that week. I got my first feature film acting gig that week, and you could still see him going like, crap. Okay, I guess that didn't work. So I guess he's going to be an actor. So yeah, it worked out quite well for me. But
we have that in common. Both of our fathers had absolutely no belief in what we wanted to do, being successful, and then we both proved them wrong.
Yeah, I think he's well. I say that. I think he did the right thing. My fear is that if he hadn't kicked me out, I'd probably still be living there, and I'd have like a really nice stereo from the 1990s and maybe a Camaro.
See, I'm the opposite. I wanted to get out. The second I could get out and I actually had the money, I got out because I was in a very abusive family situation.
I was not, but I was just a brat who just wanted to get. I just wanted my own life.
Yeah, maybe your dad should have abused you more. Maybe you would have turned out a little better, you know.
Dad, if only you'd abused me more.
Daddy should have just smacked you around a bit more. All right, get out of here, man. You're like the girlfriend that can't hang
out.
up.
All right, goodbye. It's like, go on, no, you say goodbye. No,
I'll just take you off the screen. There, you're not even on the screen anymore. Nobody can even see you.
All right, man. All the best. Thanks, everyone. Much appreciated.
Love you, bro. Take it easy.
All right, talk soon.
Bye. And then there was Barnacules, and everybody just leaves. Let's see, we have 216. No, we're already down to 196. I already lost like 12 viewers. It's okay, I understand. A lot of people come just for David, which is awesome. You know, I also just come for David. Get that? I'm so dirty. Hey, I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5 super chat earlier. I'm sorry it's taking me so long to get to it. He said, just meet in Redmond for VR racing at GripRex Simulation Racing. Wait a second, we have a sim racing place in Redmond? Seriously? Why do I not know this? Well, actually, I don't get out much anymore. Simulation. Okay, let's check this out. So GripWorks. Where is this place located? Oh, is this in Redmond Town Center? That looks like Redmond Town Center. Hold on here. Ooh, those are nice racing rigs, though. That's like oh, wow. You know, that's the exact same rig I have downstairs that needs to be built minus the seat. Here, I'll give you guys a, we'll have to look at the prices here in a second. Here's the place. Hey, what's up, Ron? How's it going? I'm glad you're still here. What's up, Rittenhouse? He said, what about Trump's campaign being hacked or something? Oh, I haven't read anything about that, but we could totally look at that. That'll be awesome. I'd love to see some leaks come out of his camp. Dude's got enough public shit to destroy him for life. It'd be nice to see like what he hasn't leaked yet. Let's see here. I want to go to GripWorks. Okay, so GripWorks Racing. New website coming soon. Okay, what's the prices? So, okay, yeah, that's a bit expensive. I mean, I can see them charging these rates though, considering that they're running really nice rigs. Like, so the racing rigs this place has, it looks like they have. I can't recommend. I don't know the brand of pedal box they have, but it's a professional pedal box. They're using the SimuCube 2 Ultimate, which is exactly what I have. Same rig I have. 6040 aluminum extrusion chassis. That's the exact same one I have that I haven't built. Looks like they have a 40-inch wide or a 49-inch wide curved ultra-wide screen. That's pretty damn cool. So, yeah, this is nice. This is nice. I wonder if they'd cut me a deal if I got a bunch of people to go there and did a live stream. Help put them on the map. But, yeah, these are, I mean, really nice rigs. But, God, the price? Shit. Well, it says $100 for a day pass. So it says guarantees the first 3 hours of uninterrupted gameplay after it is subject to availability, or it's $20 for one 15-minute session, or buy 3 and get 1 free. So that'd be 20, 40, 60, and then you get an hour. So $60 an hour. I guess that's not terrible. I guess at first I looked at it and I was like, oh man, that's really expensive. Okay, so gloves are no longer a requirement to race on the simulators, but they are recommended. Get punch cards, so your 10th session will be free. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Wow, they got a perfect 5-star rating on Facebook Marketplace. That's pretty cool. Wow. Hey, Joe Taji, he said 15 months. Woot woot, love you, bud. Hope you're having an amazing day. I really am. Thank you, Joe. I'm actually in a lot of pain right now, but it's tolerable. Like I can handle it, but I've got a lot of pain on my lower back shooting down under my butt cheek. But I got my cool neck cooler on, so it's keeping nice cool. Notice I'm not sweating. This is like the first stream you guys have probably ever seen in my entire life that after like, an hour of streaming, I have not a drop of sweat on me. That's thanks to this device. So huge shout out to Adam for sending this to me. Freaking amazing technology. I hope this thing lasts forever. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely wear gloves too. I don't think I'd want to be on a simulator that 1,000 people put their greasy hands on. But yeah, I mean, GripWorks looks expensive, but honestly, I don't know what to compare it to. Like, what other simulator places are there around, right? They kind of have a niche and there's not really a lot of other places you can go. One place I do know that I can go though is up to Dirtfish. Dirtfish has a fully built out simulator room. and I'm friends with the owner. I'm friends with a lot of the people that work there. Every time I've ever driven up to Dirtfish, I just literally walked in the building, went to the back, went in the room, sat on the simulator, and started playing. The downside is they pretty much only have Xboxes, so like all their racing simulator setups are just running like either Forza or Dirt. Those are pretty much the only two games that they have. So no PCs. This other place looks like they're a proper PC simulator setup. At least it looked like. I don't know. Did you guys see any computers? Did it say they had computers at Gripworks? Here, let me see if they're running consoles, PS5s or not. Oh no, they're the game that's on the screen. That is most definitely not. Or wait, no. Is it? Is that? I can't tell what game that is. Here, let me see if I can get information. So simulators. Okay, P1X chassis from SimLab. That's what I have. That's cool. So now I never knew what it looked like. Now I know what it looks like. SimuCube 2 Pro wheel. That's what I have. Cube Controls steering wheel Formula and GT. So they have two wheels. I also have two wheels, but they're different versions. It has the, let's see here, Heusinkveld sprint pedal set and handbrake system. I'm not familiar with that, but it looks really nice. Has a Formula racing seat. And, 4 Dayton BST1 bass shakers. I actually have I also have bass shakers and an amp too to go on the new simulator I haven't built. So realistically, this is almost an identical simulator to the one I have. Are they using a Thrustmaster shifter too? Here, let me see. Oh, wow, they have go-karts too? Where's the go-kart track at? So half-day bookings, 4 drivers max, 4 hours, $250 for 100cc carts, or the 206 carts for $200. I have no idea where this go-kart racing track even is. It doesn't look familiar to me. Oh, no, it does. Never mind. This is out at PGP or Pacific Raceways. This has got to be Pacific Raceways. Interesting. Well, thanks for showing that to me. I did not know that we had a simulation place in the neighborhood. That's really cool. Oh, we got a couple more super chats here. I want to thank you guys because I really do appreciate the support. If you guys are broke as shit, though, don't even worry about it. Enjoy the show. But for those of you that can't afford to help out, I really do appreciate it. Life's been a little crazy lately. Raphael Azu, love the name. Thank you for the $4.99, or actually $4.99 pounds, right? That's the pounds, I think, insignia. The little upside down FJ thing. Says, always watch your VODs. Finally got a chance to catch you live. Hope you're doing well with your health, mate. Little scary health situation I'm in right now. I went and did my physical, or I went and did my blood draw. I get my physical in 3 days to follow up on the blood draw. My estrogen levels are too low, which is kind of funny. Like, you'd think with these big man titties on me that I'd have massive estrogen, but apparently my estrogen levels are way too low. And my white blood cell count is elevated out of normal. So, but a lot of things could cause that. Like a low level infection could cause that. My liver, the damage to my liver and the heightened liver enzyme thing, I think that can also boost white blood cell count. So I don't know if that's a huge concern. I got to talk to the doctor still. But they haven't sent me, it could be, yeah, inflammation can cause it too. Inflammation will also trigger white blood cell count. And I got inflammation everywhere all the time. So the doctor hasn't done the thing. Like whenever there's been an emergency in the past, they usually put a flag and it notifies me to immediately go check my results. And it'll say like, oh, this is a scary number. You need to take this action immediately. I didn't get any of that from this blood test. When all the blood work came back for my physical and all the numbers and then the extra tests for, I haven't gotten liver enzymes back yet, but I did get the estrogen test back and the testosterone, and everything looks either low or right in the perfect spot. So I'm pretty good there. So I don't anticipate that this physical is going to be too eventful so far from what I see. The doctor's just going to be more concerned with my chronic pain, so horribly affecting my life where I can't be on a regular sleep schedule. I can't get quality sleep no matter what I do. But I'm still alive. I'm still alive and kicking. And honestly, today is the best I've felt in a long time. So the fact that I was able to get up and do Tech Talk, even though I knew I was going to solo it because Aux has been out, but I just didn't want to miss another one. We've already missed so many shows this last month. I didn't want to miss another one. I haven't streamed on Twitch in a long time, so I got to get back to streaming on Twitch because every time I get caught up a little bit, I lose even more. And it's just driving me nuts mentally. Like mentally, I've got a little war I'm fighting. And then on top of that, there's a lot of drama going on right now in my neighborhood that I can't talk about because there's a lot of legal stuff involved. Now, when I literally just want to stay neutral, I'm not even involved I'm not even involved in this altercation in any way, shape, or form. This is like altercations between other neighbors that don't involve me in any way. But let's just say because I refused to help one neighbor fight the other neighbor and just wanted to stay neutral and stay on good terms with everybody, I'm now being forced to be involved in it by a series of lies that I've already disproven. And it just sucks that somebody would do that after I tried to help this person for like 2 months to like calm down, help them out with advice, try to help them get over, help them, recover from some of their severe PTSD outbreaks and shit. And only to find out that they were lying to me and using me for 2 months and just trying to get me to do what they wanted. And when I didn't do what they wanted in the very end and put myself in harm's way with the other neighbor, yeah, I just got fucked. So, but it's all right. It's all right. He's gonna learn a lesson. And it's sad because I just literally wanted to stay out of this, and had he just respected my wishes and just allowed me to stay neutral, what's about to happen next wouldn't have happened. So, it's like, fuck, man. I don't know why people are that way. Like, you always have like some bad people. And it's funny because the bad people always think they're in the right. Like, even though they're the ones that's like, listen, you're in the same spot. In the last 3 people that lived in this house, you've had feuds with all 3 of them. You can't get along with anybody, right? Period. So the problem isn't them, it's you, bro. It just, and this is the last thing I needed because right now I can hardly stand and move around very much. This is the most physically compromised I've ever been. This is also the heaviest I've ever been because when you just lay in bed all the time and you don't move a whole lot, you tend to gain weight faster, obviously, because you're not exerting yourself. Like, even sitting in this chair, I'm burning calories, like keeping my core muscles strong and holding myself up and moving my arms and being animated. When you're laying in bed on your side with like a freaking heater pack or an ice pack on your back or whatever, and you're trying not to move so that it can heal, and then it just never heals, and you just keep having to do that over and over again just to barely escape the pain. Yeah, it doesn't work well. The funny thing is, too, I've been watching what I eat portion-wise. Like, I've only been eating like twice a day, not even 3, or, I know people are like, eat 5 times a day. I was like, no, I just eat because my Adderall kills my appetite. I have 2 windows where I can eat. I eat in the morning, I eat at night, and then I stay up until like 6 or 7 a.m. until I'm so tired that the pain can no longer keep me awake. And then I pass out. I sleep for like 2 or 3 hours, wake back up, reevaluate, and then if I can get back to sleep again, I do. If I don't, I stay up. And that's every day, right? So I will say last night I slept 3 hours, but it was probably the best 3 hours sleep I've had in a very long time. I've got a massage gun called a Ben and Brad. Have you guys heard of that? Is it Ben or Bill and Brad or something? Here, let me look this thing up. It was on super sale for a price that you never get them for. And on top of that, there was a $60 off coupon I had for it. So it was like, think of it as a Theragun. It's a Theragun with higher specs. It's called, Bob and Brad. That's what it is. Bob and Brad. It's called the D6 massager. Oh, wow. They still have the deal on right now. So with the coupon, you can get it for under $200 when it's normally a $300 or $400 massager. Let's see. And this isn't like those crappy little ones you buy that's percussion. This is like the real deal. This thing's so powerful. It can put 85 pounds of torque before it locks up. Let me put this in chat. Wait, am I doing the right link? Hold on here. Make sure I'm doing this right. Text. Copy link. There we go. Sorry, guys. Delete. There we go. All right, so this is the one that I got because it was recommended to me that because I have a normal massager, like a Hitachi Magic Wand, the ones that the women always like chooch their bits with. You know who you are. By the way, they also work on men in that capacity. If you've ever wondered, like vibrators aren't just for the ladies. Tech tip of the day. So Hitachi Magic Wand, I tried using that on it, but the vibration, all it does is make me itch, and I don't feel anything penetrating down into the hip because most of the pain is like deep in my back. It's not at the surface. And so it wasn't doing anything but just make me itch. So somebody recommended to me a Theragun, but those are like $400 or $500 for a good one, right? And the Theragun, I've used one before. When I went to a massage place, they had one and they used it on me, and it was heavenly. Because what it does is it doesn't just like the cheap percussion massagers only move like that much. They just go like out like that much. This one moves 16 millimeters, so it comes out like this far, and it can do that 2,500 times a minute at its highest speed. And it has like 7 different attachments ranging from ones that can like compress to softer, going progressively harder and smaller to like get into joints and get into crevices and get along. They even have a wedge one that's really good for like getting along bone, like where the muscles next to the bone. Really, really cool stuff. Super highly rated. So I get this thing and I've been using it on my back every night. My wife's been helping me get to places where I can't quite reach. And it's been amazing. This thing has been absolutely amazing. I'll tell you what, it does make you sore. The first 2 days I used it, I was pretty damn sore and I had to take a rest day. But your body gets used to it really quickly, and now I can use it every single day. And so I run it along my calf muscle, around the outside of my thigh, and I feel it penetrate all the way down to the bone. I do it on my at the injection site where they do my sciatic nerve. I work it around that area, and what it does is it causes the pain to just completely go away after about 5 minutes of massage. And then I just stay still as long as I can, and then when I get up to move, I feel like perfect for about like 2 or 3 minutes, and then it starts creeping back. But every time I do the massage, it seems like it takes a little bit longer and a little bit longer to come back. And the last day that I did it, I did my wife did an hour of massage on me before I went to bed. I woke up in the morning, took my meds, went through my regular routine, and I stood up and I was like, wow, I'm actually feeling like pretty good. I went and made a coffee standing in front of the coffee machine. And usually I can't even stand in front of the coffee machine long enough to make a coffee. I have to sit down on the floor or bring a chair in. And I was able to stand the whole time to make the coffee, and my pain was very minimal. I actually said, oh shit, I'll go upstairs since I haven't been upstairs in a couple days. That's what happened, a couple days ago when my air conditioner was a frozen block of ice. I came up to the nerd cave. It was 85 degrees in here, and I came in here and I sat down and I was like, okay, the pain is like, it's there, but it's not like killing me. Like right now, it's like I can feel the pain and it's very annoying and I can't get rid of it, but it's not at a level where it's like stopping me from thinking or talking. So, and it's staying right around that area even after sitting here for an hour. So I'm like, it keeps getting better and better and better. So I'm like really hopeful whatever damage is in there is healing. It's just taking forever. Because I mean, this pain originally started like this new pain that I have. I've always had the sciatic nerve issue, but this like new pain where it's just super intense and it feels like my muscles are like severely ripped. Like it almost feels like I have a muscle tear all the way from my butt all the way down to my foot. And after 3 months, it was the same or even worse. Even after like a $350 steroid injection where they'd use a like a video X-ray machine to a fluoroscope, I think it's called, to look into me and like guide a needle into the joint to put the steroid compound in there, and it didn't help at all. The shot literally did nothing. It was like I got pain relief for 1 day from like the fast-acting numbing agent they put in there. 5 days later, when the steroid was supposed to kick in, nothing. I won't say nothing. I actually did notice like my hands were a lot looser and stuff, so it did help with the inflammation throughout my body, but it did nothing for this new pain. So I was like, shit, now I can't escape it. I can't escape it, like no matter what, because this was the one thing that actually worked on it. And it also doesn't respond well to pain medication, which is why we came off the oxycodone and went to buprenorphine, a lesser opiate, because I still can effectively treat the other pain that I had, the chronic pain, but this new pain that I have just doesn't even get touched by it. So it must be really nerve related. But yeah, long story short, it's just constant 24/7 inescapable pain. The only place I can feel like 100% normal, and when I say 100% normal, I mean you'd still feel like absolute shit, but for me to be comfortable, in the hot tub, if I'm in the hot tub and I just completely relax and lay on my back and just float with a pool noodle behind my head, completely pain-free. So if I need a place to just like recover from just the trauma of having pain for so long, I can do that. And the other one is this massager. When my wife runs this massager on me, the pain like goes away after about 3 or 5 minutes. And then the whole time she's massaging, the pain stays 100% away. And then when she stops massaging, as long as I stay in that position and I get in a comfortable position to start with and I just stay there, then I can go to sleep and the pain doesn't come back for a couple of hours. It's actually amazing. So that's what I usually do is I have her give me a massage before I go to bed. I go to sleep. If I wake up 2 or 3 hours later, it's like still feels okay. Like the pain is starting to creep back. But it seems like every time she does it, it gets a little better and a little better and a little better. So I do think I'm on the mend now. I do think whatever happened to me is an incredibly slow healing. Whatever I did the damage in there to the nerve or pinched the nerve, it did damage and it did something to hurt it, but it is healing. So I'm starting to get a little bit of hope back, especially the fact that I'm sitting here before you guys, because normally I can't sit in this chair like this. Even during Tech Talks, you remember the last Tech Talk I did with AuxxZillary 2 weeks ago? I could barely speak, and my whole shirt was completely covered in sweat from the start of the show. Now I don't have a drop of sweat on me. Look at my armpits. Not even a drop of sweat. I got like the tiniest little bit of sweat on my brow, and that's it. Like nothing. And so I can the pain that I'm having right now is just annoying. If I described it to you, I would say it feels like it feels like somebody's digging their fingers into the bone, like my behind my pelvic bone on the left side of my back. It feels like somebody's reaching in there with their hands and like pinching, like really, really hard, like pinching the bone. And then that pain radiates down through my hip on the outside of my hip, and it feels like somebody's like squeezing it so hard that it's like throbbing and like hurting in pain. And that's the best way I can describe it, but that's not even really a good description. It's like, because it's a pain that I can't describe. It's so bizarre, but it's ever present, and it works its way down. It always starts in the same spot at the top of my butt cheek. That's where it's constant all the time, 24/7. And then if I try to walk or I try to stand, or I try to put any weight on it, the pain radiates down to my outer thigh, all the way like deep down in the muscle next to the bone, like between the muscle and the bone, radiates all the way down through that thigh muscle. And then if I walk around or I move, then it radiates all the way down into my calf muscle. And then what'll happen sometimes is when I lay down and I relax, the pain will start to relieve slightly from my ass, from my gluteus maximus. And then the pain in my hip after that starts going away, and then the last pain to go away is in my shin, or not my shin, but next to my shin on the side of my calf muscle. So it's very bizarre. It's like it's got to be nerve related, because it just moves around. It constantly is like it's like a locomotive. It just goes around everywhere. Have I ever had a spinal tap? No, I've never had a spinal tap. I've heard that that's like one of the most painful things you can possibly have, though. Did you get the hernia situation resolved? Sadly, no, but I did ask my doctor about it. And he said that as long as I'm not having pain, as long as pain isn't presenting, it's not a problem. So he did confirm, like, because I don't know if you guys can see it on camera, but here, so right here, let's see if I can do the alien baby here. Hold on here. See if you guys can see it. So right here, it's like a little basketball sticking out. I can see it from this angle, but it's hard to see. But it's probably about that big, and it's poking through, and it's because I ripped the membrane. The doctor said, he said it's a really common, what is it called, a hiatal hernia, I think it's called, something like hiatal, and he said that it's very common, especially in heavy-set people, and he said that that I tore the membrane, and that's that's like the thing behind it sticking through the muscle. But he said as long as I'm not in pain, that's a good sign, and as long as it's not giving me any pain or discomfort, I'm okay for the moment. Because the operation to heal it sucks. Like, they have to literally cut it open, push the thing back inside, pull the membrane back together, and sew the membrane up. So it's not exactly an operation that you want unless, you know, something gets stuck. Like, if the thing sticks out and gets pinched or gets twisted, then there's a problem. But right now, he said it's more than likely just muscle pushing through the fat. So like when I do this, it happens when I try to do a sit-up. Like if I try to do a sit-up, it really sticks out bad. Like it probably sticks up probably about that much. And it's just the muscle flexing. It's like my upper abdominal muscle is flexing, and then the fat tore, so it's like sticking through that membrane in the fat. No, it won't heal on its own. They said it can't heal. So if I ever want to fix it, I do have to get a surgery, sadly. But the good news is no pain. It just looks weird, but that a lot of stuff on me looks weird, right? But it just looks weird. But he said as long as it's not causing pain, he even palpated it and pushed on it and stuff. And even when I push on it, like there's no pain. It's just sticking out. And so he said that because it's muscle and it's not something that's going to be twisted up or affect blood flow, he doesn't recommend fixing it right now. He said just leave it alone as long as it's not bothering you or whatever. He's like it's because the risk for the operation and the outcome of the operation, and then it just me re-injuring it is very high. So, and plus they said operating on me with being heavy set like this, the heavier a person it is, the harder it is to successfully operate on him because of anesthesia and a bunch of other shit. But this specific one, the reason the hernia happened in the first place is because I have a lot of fat in that area that's filling the space. And so that's putting a lot more pressure, that muscle's putting a lot more pressure on that membrane. And so they said if they stitched it up, there's a high chance that I would just rip it again during recovery unless I could stay really still and not do a push-up. But the problem is there's a lot of times where you don't even think about it and you just flex your ab muscles. So more than likely I would just re-injure it and it would never heal properly because it takes like months to heal properly. But the good news is it's nothing to worry about. He said if it was a hernia that was lower where like a chunk of my intestine was sticking through, he said that would be really bad. He said if it was intestine or if it was like or if it was an artery or something that was stuck through there that could twist up and bind, then that would be a problem. Or if it was an organ that was sticking through, like a portion of the stomach or something like that, and it was causing it to get twisted up or pinched or irritated, that would also be a problem. But just because it's muscle, he felt it, and he was really confident after he palpated and there was no pain or whatever, and he felt it. He's like, nah, he just thinks it's I think it was called, let me look. I think it's called a hiatal hernia because I remember him saying something about that. Let's hear hiatal hernia. Hiatal hernia. Okay, a hiatal hernia condition occurs when part of the stomach bulges up through an opening in the diaphragm and into the chest. The diaphragm is the sheet of muscle. Wait, no, I thought he said it was muscle. Hold on here. Let me look at these pictures. What does this look like? No, that's what it is. Okay, so maybe it wasn't muscle. Maybe it was a portion of the stomach. Maybe that's why he said if it's not hurting, it doesn't matter. But if it is hurting, it does. Because I'm looking at the picture of it, and this is like exactly the spot that it's happening. Let me see if I can find a picture that looks like me. Hiatal hernia. Let's see here, man. Let's see. Yeah, it can't be this because it says if I had this condition, I would be in severe pain. So I'm sure that's why the doctor said, like, as long as you're not in pain, you're okay. Okay, here we go. Types of hernias. Oh, no, I found it. It's not hiatal. It's a epigastric. So EPIGASTRIC, because I'm looking at a little thing that shows where the lumps are. And this is where my lump is. Here, I'll send you guys a picture here in a second. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, this is like the tiniest picture ever, but this should demonstrate. Copy image link. It just looks a lot bigger on me because I'm a big old person, so a lot more stuff's pushing through. Okay, why is my mouse not working? Dude, why? My mouse is wigging out here, folks. All right, here we go. Give that a try. Let me know if you guys can see that image in chat. So this is what it looks like, the thing that I have. Like, you see the little bump in the picture that's sticking out? So that's about where it is. So it's like right here. And it just bulges out, and it looks like it's about the size of a grapefruit. So mine's a lot bigger than the illustration in the picture, but same exact spot, and it sticks out and looks the same exact way. So I wish I could find a picture of a person actually having one, though. Like, I'm actually like searching around, and I can't find an actual picture of like an actual human being that has it. Let's see here. So let's do upper hernia picture. I want to find one that looks exactly like mine. Upper hernia, nothing. Incisional hernia? What is that? No, that's off to the side. Mine is like dead center. Here, can I do more? See more images. Okay, nope. I used to have a picture that was like perfect. Because that was the one when I went to the doctor and asked him about it. That was the picture that I saw online because it looked exactly like it. And I found a picture of a dude who was... Oh. Nope, I found it. Here we go. Epigastric hernia. So let me copy this image. Copy image link. Make sure it works. Here we go. All right. So this is what mine looks like. Like, this is about the size of it when I do the sit up. So just fair warning. Oh God, it won't let me fit the whole URL. Seriously? Here, let me remove the end bit and see if it still works. Let me try this, see if that works. Page not found. Nope, that worked. Okay, hold on. I can give it to you guys. Give me just a second. I didn't want to have to use a link shortener. All right, there you guys go. There's the link in chat. So this is what I have. It wasn't hiatal, it's epigastric. I could have sworn my doctor said hiatal, but he might have misspoke. Because if it was a hiatal, I'd be in pain. But this is exactly what it looks like. Like, this picture is exactly like it's bigger at the top, although mine tapers down because my belly is so big. It like dissipates into my belly, but you can still see it. It looks like it's humped up all the way down to my belly button, but it's less humped up. It's like really big at the top, and then it like tapers down to my belly button. Whereas this guy, it looks like it's about the same size all the way down to the belly button. But I also have a way bigger belly than this dude. But it just looks weird. I showed it to my wife, and she looked at it, and she's like, "Man, you need to go get it looked at the doctor." Because when it was really bad, like when I was sitting up and putting a lot of force into sitting up, she looked at it, and she's like, "Oh my God." She's like, "What the fuck is that?" But I remember my mom had one too. Growing up, she used to call it her third boob. Because my mom literally, like when she was wearing her bra, she had a big thing sticking out right below her bra right here. sticking out, and I always wondered, and she just said it was a hernia. She never said what type of hernia it was. But again, it was one that they didn't want to operate on. Like they were like, there's no need to operate on it. And I can't remember. She called hers something different. It was what was hers called? God, it was so long ago. She there was a name for it. But I remember hers was so big and so prominent because she didn't have that big a belly like I do, that it stuck out like all the time, even when she wasn't doing like a sit up where it's like really apparent. And you can feel it when I'm not doing a sit up. You can actually feel around the parameter of it. Like you can feel the whole thing just palpating my stomach. But hers always was sticking out. And if she did a sit up, oh my God, it would stick out like huge. It's like like Guido from Total Recall. Totally, it's an alien baby. Hey Joe, again, thank you for that 15 months subbed. Oh hey, hold on. I love Scotch. Sorry I missed this. I hope you're still in chat, brother. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Really love you. I love Scotch. I can use every penny of it. He said, my current fulfilled by Amazon FBA blunder last week accidentally shipped 50 units, 20K of product to one customer when they just ordered one unit. You know what? Why does that happen so much with Amazon? Like I've even had it happen to me. I've only ever had it happen twice, where Amazon has shipped me like a 5-pack of something when I ordered one. Or one time they shipped me 100-pack when I ordered one, and it was USB cables. Like it showed up and it was like this big, really heavy box, and I was like, fuck, what? I opened it up and it was just a bunch of bags of USB cables. Now, in one of those cases, they let me keep it. It was, and surprisingly, it wasn't the cables, it was the other thing. The other thing was memory cards. But for the 100 cables, they did actually message me and ask if, you know, hey, take out your one, close up the box, tape it up, put it on your porch, and we'll come and grab it. And so they did come back and get that one, but they never asked for the memory cards back. The 5-pack of memory cards that I got, because I want to say they were like $20 a piece, so it was maybe like $100 for the memory cards. They never called me. They never said anything. So I'd imagine there's a lot of people out there that just get free shit from Amazon because they fuck up and send too many. And then the logistics are probably like, for us to recover it, relist the product as new and repackage it and put it through the things, and it costs more than the actual product. So just ignore it. Just cover the damages to the seller. Let's see here. Oh, that happened to you? Looks kind of ugly. Oh, you have the same kind of hernia as I do? I Love Scotch said, no idea why Amazon screwed up this time. I use same resupply button. I click last 10 years. No change on my end. Yeah, no, I think because this is how I understand it works. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is from watching YouTube videos. It always seems like the way Amazon works is you're a person sitting in like a little cubicle, and there's a row of a bunch of cubicles, and then a robot comes by with like a bin of product, and then you pull out like one of, or however many of the product the person ordered, and you put it in a box, and then another robot comes by, and you just keep grabbing everything until you got all the parts for that box that you have laid out with a bunch of boxes. And then once that's fulfilled, you close up the box, seal it, put a label on it, throw it on it, and ship it out. And so humans are still the ones that are actually grabbing the product out of the bin and putting it into the box. So if somebody's got something mixed up in their head and they're like, somebody ordered 5 of one thing, but they think it was another thing, they could end up grabbing 5 of one thing, put in your box, and the person that ordered 5 only put 1 in their box. Tape them up and just get mixed up, throw them on the line, and there's like no way to know until it gets to the customer, because once it's in a box, they can't look at it. However, what I'm surprised they don't do with all the robotic technology they have is weigh the boxes. Like, to me, it would be smart to know the weight, like weigh your items, that you have an inventory, so you know how much they weigh, right? And I mean, you can even do it accurate, like at sea level or whatever, right? So that you don't have the variations, because things get lighter as you go higher because of gravity. So get the weight of the products, and then as the box moves over, verify if it contains all the things the person ordered. Add up the weights plus the estimated weight of the box plus margin of error and see if it's within a window. And if it is, ship it, because that would immediately solve the problem. Like even down to even if it was within just a couple of ounces. And that way, if somebody puts in even 2 of something when the person only ordered 1, it immediately catch it and reject it, so somebody could open the box and see what the error is. That seems like they could do that really easily. Because they could estimate the weight of the packing material, right? Because the packing material that the person's putting in the box and they're pulling off, they could just put a little potentiometer on it, so however much they pull to tear off the stick in that box, they know the weight of it. They know the weight of an empty box, and they know the weight of each item. So it seems like those things coming together as a final step as the box is going down the conveyor belt to the trucks to be shipped out. It'd just be weighed, and if it's way off, then it just gets kicked to the side. I'm actually surprised they don't do that, because that seems like that would be something that they could do relatively easy, implement very cheaply, and it would be just one additional step, because this happens a lot. This isn't a rare occurrence. Like I said, it's happened to me twice. Same thing happened with Monoprice too, by the way. Back when I used to buy cables from Monoprice, Monoprice once sent me a box of 10 cables when I just ordered 10 HDMI cables, and they actually messaged me. You know what they told me? I thought this was so funny. They messaged me, instead of saying mail the cables back, because obviously their shit is so cheap that just the price for them to pay to get the thing mailed back would be more than the product itself. They told me to throw it away. Like, I didn't have to prove that I threw it away, but they told me to throw it away. Like, who would do that, right? And how irresponsible is that? So they literally told me, they're like, because they did notice, right, in the end. I didn't call them. They messaged me, and they're like, hey, it looks like we accidentally shipped you out 10 cables. They're like, please destroy the other 9 cables. Do not sell them. Do not give them away. Do not use them. Destroy them, basically. Throw them in the garbage. And I was like, what the fuck? You guys made a mistake and sent me cables. If you want them back, pay for me to send them back to you. Or let me just keep them or give them away or something. Don't tell me after. I didn't throw them away. I used them, obviously. I'm not going to listen to a stupid order like that. But I just thought that was weird. And then I found out there's other companies that do the same thing. Like mattress companies. Did you know if you order a mattress from a mattress company that has like a 30-day guarantee, and at the end of the 30 days you don't like the mattress, they just tell you to keep it. They don't even come pick it up. No joke. I know a ton of people that do it. As a matter of fact, I think people are doing this so much and abusing it that one of the companies now comes and has an actual garbage company come to your house and pick up the mattress just to take it to the dump, just to make sure you're not keeping it, because they can't resell it. You cannot. It's illegal to refurbish a mattress and sell it. But what they could do is tear the mattress down and recycle it and then reuse the materials. But they don't want to do that because the cost to do that would exceed the cost of creating a new bed. So again, because of the cost of recycling being so high, you end up creating more waste. And that's a big problem that we have in capitalism, is that's a problem that's almost impossible to solve. If it's always cheaper to pollute more, then you're always going to do it. So we should actually change the law so that it's more expensive to make things out of raw elements than it is from recycled elements, to incentivize people using more recycling and investing in bringing the cost of recycling down by using the economy of scale to do it. So, not capitalism, regulation of capitalism, same difference. Same difference. I mean, part of capitalism is the regulation of capitalism, right? So, if they're allowed to do it, then that's a problem, right? But it's a solvable problem. I'll agree. It is a solvable problem. They're just not going to, because, again, capitalism promotes selling the cheapest thing to produce for the most money. Get the biggest margin. And so long as recycling is always more expensive, they're not going to use it. So unless they're forced to by law. Hey, I love Scotch. Super appreciate another $5. You're absolutely the man. He said, annoying part is I had a bunch of MS OEMs waiting for the product for a week on Amazon. Now I have to apologize and manually ship directly. Oh, that sucks. You know what I would do is I would contact Amazon and tell them that it created a financial problem for you, and see if they're willing to compensate you, because I've successfully done that with not Amazon, but Costco. So like Costco fucked up something majorly, and I actually pushed them on it. And I said, listen, you cost me this much time and this much money from your mistake. They could have easily been rectified, but you guys made this mistake and would not listen to me. So I want to be compensated. And they ended up giving me like $100. It wasn't anywhere even close to what they ended up costing me in the end, but it was nice that I was able to get them to at least compensate me the $100. Yeah, Joey said that's why it needs to be regulated. But that's the problem, is in order to regulate capitalism, you have to make it more profitable for the representative that makes the law to implement the law than to not implement the law. So you still have the overall problem of capitalism, right? It's like if the recycling industry can't pay enough money to the super PAC to bribe the representative to put legislation in place to force people to use more recycled material, they're not going to do it, right? The representative is going to pander to whoever gives them the most money, and that's the biggest problem we have in politics, right? By far, the biggest problem that we have in politics isn't even the two-party system. It's not gerrymandering. It's not redrawing lines. It's not... all that shit is a big part, like little parts of a bigger problem. But the biggest problem we have is that it is legal to purchase people. We provide an absolute legal avenue to change what a representative will say and do, like legally buy them to do it. We provide that avenue to happen so that the people, the representative no longer represents the people. He represents whoever gives them the most money. And again, that's another capitalistic thing if you think about it, right? Because in capitalism, your goal is to try to make the most money. So if you make more money from being a piece of shit and helping the people that are pieces of shit to be more pieces of shit, then that's the avenue most people are going to take. Because if you don't take that avenue and you fight for the cheaper path, then the other guys that make more money that you're now creating a problem for are going to use their greater resources to push you out so you can no longer be a problem. And that happens all the time. And that's why you're never going to see the kind of regulation that we need. You're never going to see recycling get enough of a buff that it's cheaper to use recycled materials than it is to use new materials, fresh materials. Not going to happen. Yeah, exactly. Joe Dead, you're nailed it. He said there's literally no system that can't be gamed by greedy people. It's true. It's absolutely true. So because here's the thing, like let's play let's do a little mind experiment, okay? A little mind game. So or actually it's more like role playing. Let's do a little mental role play, okay? So let's say I'm a good-hearted person that looks out for people. I don't want to be better than everybody else. I just want everybody to have equality, right? Or as close to it as possible. Let's say I'm that guy, and then I go into politics, and I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and I'm like, people are going to love me because I fight for them and I do the right thing for them, right? So now I go and run a campaign, and I'm like, okay, I need to tell people what I'm going to do for them. So I got my limited resources that the campaign gives me, because when you run for an office, you get a certain amount of funds, and then you can campaign for the rest of the funds. So you go out there, you put out your little commercial that's cheap, and you get a couple people to see it or whatever, and they're like, this is a really good guy. Like, this guy has some really good ideas. He's a great guy. But still nobody knows who you are because your resources only allow you small scope. So you get that scope. Well, now your competition's like, wait a second, that good-hearted guy over there is like fucking with things. Like, he's trying to, if he gets hired and represents the people, then he's going to pass laws that help them instead of the companies and the rich people like us. So what they're going to do is they're going to run smear campaigns. Then the businesses that the good guy is trying to make pay their fair share of taxes and make them actually buy recycled materials, he's going to be seen as a threat, which means those companies now are going to invest a lot of the profits that they got by making such cheap products and selling for such a high margin. They're going to leverage that to pay the representative to run smear campaigns against the good guy. And then the good guy doesn't have the resources to run smear campaigns back against the guy at the same degree. So this guy's getting 5 ads out to 5 different jurisdictions. Well, this guy can only get to 1. And so you have this problem where it's like the wealth flows in the direction of whatever breeds more health. And the wealth, and then that whole segment is focused on destroying any of the up-and-comers that could become a threat before they have the resources to actually become a threat. And that's what lobbying allows. Lobbying allows corporations to effectively, kill any uprising against them. It's kind of like anti-union, right? It's like the most anti-union thing ever. So let's say every once in a while one of those people slips through the cracks, right? A great example, Katie Porter. Katie Porter, one of my favorite representatives in Congress by far. She's a teacher. She's a mother. She's super well educated, super well spoken. She pulls out a whiteboard and busts out the math to show people just how fucked up the things they're doing are, right, in real time. She's really smart, really quick wit. Okay. Why does almost nobody know who she is? She never gets any screen time. Marjorie Taylor Greene on screen all the time. Matt Gaetz on screen all the time. All these people up top, all over the screen, plastered all over the screen. Why do we almost never hear about Katie Porter? Oh, because they kicked her out of all of the different, even though she's like a teacher and knows math and finance, they kicked her out of like every single group that does all this different legislation, like for different like something. She's basically just a vote. That's all she is just a faceless vote, because she rarely ever gets the opportunity to be seen. Only when they have to let her be seen is she seen. The rest of the time they push her out of the groups. They shit talk her. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. She's like she's an amazing person. She doesn't accept a bunch of shit from lobbyists. All of her money that comes in is usually like grassroots from the people, or it comes from organizations that are actually supporting things that help the people rather than supporting the company themselves. But then you look over on the other side of the aisle with all the people that have all this money to campaign and put out hit pieces and shit like that. Which, by the way, Katie Porter has such a squeaky clean past. They try to put out hit pieces, it never works. She's way too clean for that, and she can immediately like show everybody like with tangible receipts that everything that said was absolutely wrong. So they don't even bother going after her like that because they know they'll get their asses handed to them. So what they do is they ignore her and they hide her so that she can't do anything. She can't be on any committees. Like, how can she be effective if she's not on any committees? Like, these committees are the ones that come up with the legislation that then gets presented to be voted on, and she gets kicked out of all the committees. And it's because she doesn't play games and she doesn't play partisan politics. Like, she will not stick up. If the Democrats are doing bad things or the Democrats are agreeing to do bad things with the Republican for their own personal gain over the people, she calls that shit out. And so even a lot of the high-powered Democrats push her out of the circle, even though she's the one that should be representative of what we want all of our representatives to be. But because we never see her and we never hear from her and we never see the contrast between them and all we see is the other people talking, how can we get more of her? Because it seems like she's ineffective when, in fact, she'd be the most effective person ever if we just let her. And then anytime you try to get the right people in, let's say even Katie Potter, she's been blacklisted from all these different, like even Marjorie Taylor Greene is on 3 or 4 committees, right? That makes law. It's like Katie Porter, she gets completely outed. Or what they'll do is they'll throw her bullshit work that can't be accomplished, like stuff that's absolutely a fool's errand, and just stick her on it so she disappears. It's so stupid. And what they do is they try to force her out. So anytime her seat comes up for a vote, I think she ran uncontested. Like last time, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think she might have run uncontested. So what they'll do is if she becomes a problem and they can't silence her, is they'll just pay somebody to run against her, and then they'll put the full force of their money. Even a Democrat, like the Republicans will hire a Democrat to run against her and fund their campaign, just knowing that they couldn't get a Republican hired, just to make sure she knows how easily she can be kicked out and replaced if she doesn't play ball. It's so stupid. It's like politics. This is sadly why I've had to get involved in politics over the last couple of years. It's like it was corrupt before Trump, but Trump made it like trendy to be corrupt. Trump made it like this is something you should brag about. This is something that you should like pridefully display. Is how corrupt morally and literally federally you are. And because now everybody thinks it's cool to like look at all this money I made. It's like a video game. The higher the score, nobody cares how the score got so high. They just care that it is high, right? So it's like they're entering every cheat code they possibly can, and anybody else that's getting close to them, instead of trying to become a better player, they just kneecap them so that they can never catch up. So that's politics for you if you've ever wondered. Do I like the Stream Deck? I love the Stream Deck. Andy, I absolutely love the Stream Deck. I have 2 of them sitting right here on my desk. I don't know if I can get it in frame. Let's see. Can you see that one? So I got that one, and then I got another one sitting right next to it. I need to reconfigure them though because they only one of them works right now. I also have a 3D Space Navigator that I can use when I get the robotic arm back up and running again. I'm going to use that for manually maneuvering the camera when I don't want it done automatically. So, is that a neck air conditioner? It sure is, Mo World. You know your shit, bro. Oh, by the way, here, let me share that link to the people that were asking about the massager earlier. So here, let me do this. So this is that massager I was telling you about. If you do end up buying one, make sure you click the $60 off coupon. I don't know why Amazon does. Could somebody explain this to me? Okay, we got I love sorry if I don't have your name. I love Scotch. Since you work at Amazon, could you please explain this to me? Or wait, no, you don't work at who worked at Amazon? Somebody in chat works at Amazon. Anyways, whoever it was in chat that works on Amazon, could you please answer this question for me? Why is it that there's all these products on Amazon that have a little coupon button underneath them that's like apply $20 coupon, apply $60 coupon, apply $100 coupon, but it doesn't get checked by default? Can you think of any situation where a person would not want to use a coupon that makes the product that much cheaper? Like, is there something like if you click on that coupon, is there like some penalty that comes along with it? Because in my case, every time I click on that coupon that's like $15 off, $60 off, whatever, and I click on it and I go to the shopping cart, it subtracts that amount from the sale and there's no like penalty. I don't have to buy anything extra. I don't have to do anything for it. I don't even have to sign up for anything. Like why? Oh, never mind. Okay, so there's terms. I just clicked on terms. I didn't see this before. Coupon available for this offer. Save $60 on the D6 Pro massage gun. So that makes it under $200. And it says, and basically this thing has higher specs in every single way when compared to the highest end Theragun. So this is basically a Theragun with higher speed, more power by a lot, more than double the power, bigger battery pack, more adjustable, more attachments, better case, and you can get it for less than half the price. of a Theragun with the coupon. Okay, it says each voucher only applies to a specified item or items. You can see the qualifying items for any voucher by clicking on the voucher itself. Add the voucher to your shopping basket by clicking on the Collect This Voucher button. Each voucher is only valid for a limited time or while stock lasts. Once you've collected a voucher, the date by which you must redeem it at the expiry date will be displayed on the voucher. You usually have until 23:59 on the expiry date to redeem the voucher. Quantities are limited, and collected vouchers may expire before the expired date. To redeem the voucher, by making a one-off purchase, add the qualifying item to the shopping cart. When you're done shopping, proceed to checkout. The voucher discount will automatically be applied at checkout, reducing the price of the qualifying item. If you check out with more than one qualifying item in your basket, the discount will only apply to the cheapest qualifying item. If the discount, but still, even if it's to the cheapest qualifying item, it should just figure all that out in your shopping cart. It should just automatically add all these coupons. Then you go to your shopping cart and it'll say, you know, which ones it was able to apply and everything. I just think that's really bizarre. I don't like it. I think it's confusing because every time and there's tons of coupons. Like if you haven't been looking and clicking on these things, you're missing out big time. Because like 1 out of 3 things I buy on Amazon has some kind of coupon button that you click that gives you like $1 off or a percentage off or whatever the sale. And so now I use them all the time, but I'm like, is Amazon just not clicking it by default because they're hoping that people don't see the coupon and pay full price? But again, a coupon is usually something you have to search for or is given to you. It's just odd that it's literally on the product, on the page, right under where you click buy or add to cart. Doesn't that seem really fucking weird to you? To me, like that just seems really bizarre. I don't know what the psychology is behind doing it that way, other than hoping people miss it and they make more money. Do not handle while under the influence. That thing is pretty powerful. Oh no, it's crazy. Hey Priscilla, it's good to see ya. We got Foxy Mamba in the house. God damn, you're looking good. You know that? Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that in this day and age, or do I get canceled for saying that? Fox Mamba, she has worked her ass off to turn herself into about the most fucking wrecked out, muscle bound, unlimited energy woman possible. And I just want to shout out the effort because I definitely picked up every pound she lost and probably the rest of her family over the course of the last 10 years. I wish I could do what she did. And by the way, I knew her before the transformation. And so, I mean, she always looked great, but my God, she looks like she could like rip a phone book in half and like fucking jump over a building. Baller, absolutely baller. Hey, if I got to get canceled for that, so be it. I guess if I'm going to get canceled for something, it's going to be complimenting my friend on her really, really hard work. Because that shit didn't come easy. That's not something that comes easy at all. Hey, I love Scotch. Thank you for another $5. An annoying part. Oh, sorry, I already read that one. Had a bunch of OEMs waiting for the product for a week from Amazon. Now I have to apologize. Oh, dude. Yeah, I'd actually hit him up on that. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $2. Said try Primo Cache Pro. Helps M2 SSD latency. Wait, what? What is Primo Cache? I've never even heard of this. Is it software solution? So Primo Cache. Is it free or do you have to buy it? Okay, load apps and data faster. Effectively caches your frequently used applications, documents, and other data into faster storage devices, accessing them from RAM or SSD-like speeds. Makes your computer more responsive for creating, gaming, and producing. Accelerated writing. Yeah, this kind of software is a double-edged sword. I've seen this software before. By the way, Windows 11 does do some of this internally, by the way. So if anybody was wondering, like this isn't like anything super magical. This is a feature that's like built into Windows 11. Not everything it's doing. I'm sure its algorithm is like different and it's probably more aggressive. But I forget what it's called, but Windows 11 does have a feature. It's called like Super Cache or Write Back or something like that, where it does keep track of like what apps you use most regularly. And then on boot, it loads those apps up in the background so that when you click on them, it looks like they load instantly, even though they were closed. And then if a program needs more memory, like if it tries to allocate memory, it'll just write it over and just neutralize the cache. So if you end up using like a memory intensive application that uses all the memory on your system, it still has access to all that memory. It ends up overriding the cache data. And then when you go to open the app, it's just going to be a little bit slower. or when you're done using that memory and you close the app, the caching in the background will automatically reload it in the background. So it looks like this does something very similar. Okay, so Primo Cache is $29.99 for one computer non-commercial use. Okay, that's way expensive. Well, what's the free version? Is the free version just like is it just a trial? Like a trial version? Here, let me click on free download. Okay, so Primo Cache for Windows 11, Windows 10, 8, 7, and XP. Okay, it is just a free trial. Okay, so you do have to spend $30 and buy it if you want it. Just realize that it is a little bit of a smoke and mirrors trick. Like when they show the crystal disk mark settings where you're reading from the disk or whatever, those are not real reads and writes. What it's doing is, because this thing is shimming the IO driver and you're calling for something that's stored in memory, it basically, when you say go to the hard drive and get this file at this part, they're just mapping that to caches and memory that they already loaded. And so it's returning the data, but the data is not coming from the hard drive. It's coming from the memory. So crystal disk mark is like, oh my God, you got 10 terabytes a second or whatever. And you're not. It just knows to cache that data. So when you run it, it looks faster. So that speed test should be like completely ignored. But if you run applications that are super intensive and use all your memory, it's going to negate most benefits you get from this software. Like right out of the gate. Let's see here. Jay Cruz said, I feel like the action of clicking the coupon button would release the dopamine. You're not wrong. Jay, you're absolutely not wrong, because when I bought that massager and I saw that $60 off coupon, I wasn't going to buy it because I was like, I can't afford that. But I needed an impact massager for this problem I'm having. Like it's like literally medical necessity at this point. So I was like, I saw that $60 off, and that coupon is what made me change my mind. And when I clicked that coupon and checked out and saw it was $60 off, on top of it already being on sale for 25% off, what it goes for on its own website, I was like, dude, done deal, done. So the psychology definitely worked. Like I was very, very happy with my purchase. And I have to say that it's been amazing. Like I use it every single day. I also use this every single day. By the way, my neck cooler has been running throughout the whole stream, and it's only drained half of this battery pack so far. And it hasn't even touched the battery pack that's inside of it. So I can run this thing between that battery and the battery that's inside of this. I can run it for about 7 hours. So 7 hours on basically air conditioned. And I have an auto mode, so it lasts longer. So right now it's like measuring my body temperature. And as my body temperature rises, it actually gets colder to cool my blood back down. Or if my body temperature stays low, then it like basically goes into fan mode only. So it preserves a lot of battery. So like right now it's just an auto mode. So, and it still says 100% battery charge because I'm not using the internal battery. I'm using an external battery. But if I put it on high, if I just say, hey, I want just full blown high here. So it's not very loud at all. Like, so you probably hear it on the microphone now with me being so close to it, but now it's maxed out now it feels like ice is forming on my neck. It's so cold. So that's 3 zones. You can see there's side zones and there's a back zone, but it can do something that's really cool that my wife likes. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of it, but my wife really liked this feature because she, for some reason, the back of her neck gets really hot, but then she gets her front and the sides of her neck gets cold. So she likes to do heat. Like have you seen people like turn on the heater when it's cold outside driving their car with the top down? Or they'll run the heater and air conditioner like at the same time or whatever. Like, you know, that weird kind of, you can do that with this. So all you do is you just hold down a button and tell it that you want the zone to be heat. Hold on here. There it is. So see how it's orange now? So I'm going to say, actually, I want the back to be hot. So I'm going to say, I want the back to be a heater. So now the back is going to be a heater, and then the sides are going to be air conditioning. So now the back of my neck is going to have like, it's going to be warm. Like heat is going to be on the back of my, I can already feel it right now. It's toasty. God, this thing heats up and cools down really, really fast, almost instant. And so now, I mean, it's going to drain the battery probably really fast, but now I've got cold on the side of my neck and hot on the back of my neck. So like if you're driving your car or something like this, I mean, this is going to be great for driving. Going on trips and driving, this thing is amazing. Like, oh my God, I'm never taking it off. But it's so comfortable. It's so comfortable you forget it's on. Like the way it just gently grips your neck. Like it doesn't feel like it's choking you or it's grabbing you really hard. It's just enough to keep it contacted with the surface of your skin. And it's blowing air down the back of my shirt. It's blowing an air curtain up the back of my neck and up the sides. I can feel it below my head cups right here. So it's keeping my headphones from making my ears sweat. Fucking baller unit. Whoever designed this is amazing. Like, honestly, I didn't even know something like this existed until my friend got it for me. And I was like, so I went and looked at other ones that are cheaper. They're like 60, 70 bucks. That all they do is Peltier cool at about, a quarter of the capacity, have a much smaller battery and don't have the vents or as many fans and stuff like that. And it's like, they still work technically. And then some of them still have like decent reviews. So if you don't got the money for like a really nice one like this, you can get one of those cheap ones. But if you're outside like mowing the lawn and it's hot outside, or you're outside driving and you want the top down when it's kind of cold and chilly outside, just having heat on your neck or having cooling on your neck, it radiates through your whole body. You feel it everywhere. Like I noticed my hands used to be really clammy and sweat a lot. They don't want to have this on. My hands are completely bone dry when I have this thing on, because it's cooling the blood that's circulating throughout my whole body. It's kind of like, think of it like air conditioner, right? An air conditioner is a heat pump. It pulls the heat from the room, transfers it to the other side of the house or the outdoors, and then pushes it outside into the environment. So you can either do that with a heat pump or you can do that with Peltier, right? There's two types. Peltier isn't as efficient, but a heat pump would be really expensive to downscale to the size, even if it's possible. So it's pulling that heat away from me. Well, if it pulls the heat from that blood that going through my body and that circulates through my body, then the blood throughout my entire body gets cooler. So I'm effectively cooling everything, just like with an air conditioner. You're cooling the entire radiator, all the piping, everything in the front of the radiator that the fan is blowing through, by taking all that heat and transferring it to the back radiator and pushing it out, the heat exchanger, and pushing it out in the environment. So it's kind of cool. It's like my body is the fluid pumping through the cooler. And so as it pumps through, it all equalizes in temperature. I think it's freaking cool. I think it's really freaking cool. And I wish everybody could have one, but I wouldn't have been able to afford to buy it. This one was like I said, I think it was what did I say? It was $200 and some, $300. Let's see here. Taurus neck air conditioner. And then I linked it earlier. So there's two. There's the Coolify Air, and then there's the Coolify Cyber. This is the Cyber. This is the top one. This one is $279, but it looks like it has a $15 off coupon. And then the lower model, the one that just does cooling and doesn't do heat, and it looks like it only cools the back of the neck, not the sides. That one is $119. Or if you want, because most of them don't heat the sides. Most of them just, if you look at all the cheap ones, and like the one from, what was that catalog back in the day, the Sky Mall or whatever it was, they only have a heat sink in the back. They don't have heat sinks on the side. But one thing I noticed is the heat sinks on the side are way more effective. If I just turn off the back of the neck entirely, and I just run the sides, it has a much greater effect, like by an order of magnitude greater effect than just having the back on with the sides off. So I don't know why all the old models cool the back and don't focus on the sides. I think that's kind of weird. Maybe it's just because they can more cheaply manufacture them. But for a proper Peltier based neck cooler, the cheapest one I can see that actually has like an actual Peltier in it is about $80. And again, I'm going to put a link for it just because I have an affiliate link if you guys want to try it on Amazon, because Amazon makes it like so easy to just return shit, no questions asked. I'll give you guys a link, but I've never tried this one. So the one that you see in chat right now, that one I cannot promise you that this is good on any level. It looks like it has 4 stars out of 5 out of 820 reviews. But it looks like it has fans instead of the Peltier to pull the heat away. It has fans that like blow in here and exhaust up here. So it'll blow air up on your sides of your face. It'll cool the back of your neck, which still feels really good. But it's not going to cool all the way around. It's not gonna feel like you have like an iced cloth all the way around your neck like this one does. This one also seems like it's quite a bit bigger. Claims it can run for 20 hours. If that's the case, then that means it's not going to be very cold, because Peltiers are very power hungry. Oh, by the way, there's I didn't even notice that. There's a 50% off coupon. So that $79 one goes down to about $51 for the Gator Blue wearable fan with the Peltier cooler. Oh, shit. Fake Spot Reviews gave it a half a star and said this seller has caution. Yep. No, never mind. That link that I gave you guys, don't do it. Even though it's 50% off, I guarantee you this thing's like $5 on Wish, and I bet you it's not even a Peltier. It's probably just a metal plate with nothing behind it. Yeah, don't trust it. Sorry I even clicked that. I should have been more reluctant before I shared that with you guys. If you ordered it, cancel it. Yeah, that's garbage. Don't trust that one. But one thing I like too is this one, even though it's so expensive, they didn't lie about any of the stats. So, and that's one of the reasons why my buddy got it for me, because he's really big on hardware meeting whatever is said on the white sheet. And so the white sheet said how long the battery life is, how cool it can get, like how much it can lower your body temperature. It specifically said, like, you know, how the zones work, how much heat it can generate, the flow of air. And he tested all those things when he got it before he bought me one to make sure that it met that. And he said that it's the first device he's bought from China that has been this close to what they claim. Like what it does compared to the claim is almost perfect. Not quite perfect, but almost perfect. And he said 99% of the shit that he reviews out of China, which he absolutely cannot fucking stand. Like if it costs 3 times as much from like Taiwan, he'll buy it there. He avoids China at all costs, but there's just some things that you can only get from China. And he said this is one of the very few things he got from China that actually that meets the quality, has the right quality components, meets the right thing, but you pay for it, right? I mean, they're charging you, you know, $260 on sale for it. That's not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. The power hungry is because of the fans blowing. Oh no, Mo World, it's not the fans. If you put this in fan mode, it runs for like 20 hours. So if I tell this just to do fans, which you can do, by the way. So here, like I'll put it in fan mode. So here, fan mode, that's green. So if you put it in green, it's just a spinning fan. See, it's just one fan. So I'm going to say green in both things here. And now you'll notice that the Peltier is turned off. See how it's not showing the blue or the orange indicating heat or cooling. Now it's just air blowing out of the vents. And now it'll go like this for like 20 hours. So if all you want is a curtain of air blowing up your face, like blowing up it'll go up the back of your neck into your hair, down your shirt, like if you're wearing a loose shirt, down your shirt or down your back over your shirt, up the sides of your neck, the full length of it on both sides. So your head just basically feels like it's in a curtain of air. The thing will run for probably 15, 20 hours. However, the Peltier is super inefficient. That's why it needs a 6,000 milliamp hour battery, is when you start turning on like the actual cooling in both zones. So like if I turn that from heat to cool and crank it up to, like that, now it's blowing the fans full force, but now it's engaging 3 Peltier sets around it, and the current draw goes through the roof. So I think he said pulled like 20 amps from the battery or something like that. I mean, it drains a 6,000 milliamp hour battery in 2 hours at full trot. And that's why they recommend not, like, unless you want to feel super cold. Like right now, it's like your teeth will chatter if you leave it in this mode. It gets so freaking cold. It can even cause your body to get a little stiff if you're in a cold environment and you're wearing this. But if you put it in auto mode, this is the reason why you pay the money for this. Is not just for the bigger battery, not for the highest Peltiers, but I think they said the next best in-class Peltier setup is like 60% of what this is. Not that it can do heat by reversing the Peltier, which honestly they should all do because it's like super easy to. You just reverse the power flow through the Peltier and it changes which side's cold and which side's hot. But this one's cool because it has auto. So the fact that you can do auto, I think it's stupid. You have to do it through the app. There's no way to put it in auto mode, just by pushing a button on it that I can find yet. You have to use the app to do auto mode. But what's cool about auto mode is that it has thermal probes that monitor the temperature of your body. And if you start running or you start exerting yourself, it like picks up your pulse and picks up your temperature, and it'll adjust. It'll like if you start running, it'll turn on 100%. And then the second that it lowers your body temperature back down to where it needs to be and gets your heart rate down to where it needs to be, then it slows down again. And then that saves the battery and gives you a lot more battery life. But full blast, I can confirm it runs just slightly over 2 hours at full blast. So if you just want it to be as cold as humanly possible, maxed out fans, everything, 2 hours on internal battery, or 7 hours total if you connect it to a little external battery like this. What is this one? This is a, how big are you? 5,200 milliamp hour. Okay, how the fuck does that work then? It says this has a 6,000 milliamp hour, but when I connected to this external battery, it was either 5 or 7 hours. Does that add up? So that's 2 out of 6,000. So by adding another 5,200, that should only give me another like 1.5, so 3.5 hours. Something's weird. I'm gonna have to look into this because the other night I had this in auto mode. Oh, never mind. It's because I had it in auto mode. Auto mode cycles it so it's not pulling any more than it has to lower your body temperature. Never mind. Answered my own question. If I ran it full tilt with this external battery, I would get just under 4 hours. So between the battery and here, I'd get 4 hours. In auto mode, I was getting 7. So it's a lot more efficient in auto mode. That's one step away from cybernetic implants, Xandros says, right? Shit's getting real. Shit's getting super real. Wow, 5 people actually I just noticed that 5 people upvoted the comment on Primo Cash Pro. Are there a lot of people in chat that use Primo Cash Pro, even though it's like a $30 application? Like, give me an example of like what scenario you tried with and without it that you noticed like a really huge difference. Like, were you playing a game and like everything was just like loading instantaneously because it cached it ahead of time? Because I'm wondering how smart this program could possibly be. And how many of you actually paid for it versus pirated it? That's the real question these days, is like, did you guys actually pay for it, or are y'all thumbs up in it because you pirated it and it's a good app? Because you should buy it if you like it. Interesting use case would be for EMS to search and rescue for hypothermia. Oh, 100%. 100%. Because the cool thing that you notice is if it's putting heat on your neck, the rest of your extremities feel warm too. So like if it's cold outside, like at night, and you put this on, like sitting out on the porch, you notice that your hands feel warm. Like you feel like you're in a room that's like 70 degrees when it's like 50 degrees outside, because your whole body is heated by your blood. So it's weird. It changes how the environment affects your body. If you put it on cold when you're in a hot room, like yesterday, I was up here, it was 85 degrees. I came into the room. I was like sweating my ass off. My whole shirt was drenched. I went downstairs. My wife looked at me and she's like, oh shit, you need to change your shirt because it's so wet. And I was completely drenched. I remembered, oh shit, I gotta go. I finished charging it. I'm gonna go grab my collar. So I put my collar on because, again, I remember I iced up my AC. If you're on X, you saw the post. I iced up the AC. I was a solid block of ice on the front coil. So I needed it to thaw out. So while I was thawing that out, the room was 85 degrees. I go get my collar after sweating my ass off. I put it back on. I come back upstairs. It's still 85 degrees in the room. And I was still wearing my sweaty shirt. I didn't even change it. And within about an hour, I was completely dry. My whole shirt was bone dry. My face was dry. My hands were dry. Everything was dry. And the air conditioner finally finished thawing. So I was able to power cycle it, turn it on. And then it took another hour to bring the room down to about 70 degrees. And but during that time, I was up here working on the computer when it was 85 degrees, when I normally feel completely miserable. And I just forgot it was hot in here. Like this was keeping me cool enough that I just forgot I was in a hot room. Like it felt air conditioned. It's amazing how just cooling your neck and blowing air up on the side of your head can like completely fool your body into thinking the room the ambient temperature is completely different. Just wild shit, man. I love technology though. Technology is amazing, isn't it? Yep, core temperature regulation, exactly. He said, I just upvote super chats for the appreciation of the contribution. I do appreciate that, guys. If somebody gives me a super chat, please hit the little like button on it and give them a thumbs up for it, because I really do like to report, or really like to reward people that help me out. Because and I don't want everybody to feel bad if they can't help out, because like you, I'm financially struggling. I can't help a lot of people out because I can't even help myself right now. I've let financial things get so bad because of my health at this point. But I'm only people that can afford it without it impacting their life in any way, shape, or form. It is truly appreciated. But don't ever put yourself out. If giving me or anybody else something makes your life different in any way, where you have to eat something lesser or it's 1 gallon of gas, if you're living that close to the fucking paycheck to paycheck, do not give anybody online any money. Just be present, and your contribution is just sitting there and enjoying the content. Seriously, because if we didn't have 187 people in here enjoying me just sitting here and talking, I'd have nothing. I wouldn't even have people that even know who I am to give me a super chat or give me a tip or whatever. So I'm super appreciative. But just realize that everybody contributes by default without doing anything. Everything else is above and beyond. Don't ever put yourself out. Don't ever feel that because other people are contributing that you get that itch that you want to do it too. If you can't afford it comfortably, and that money that you give, you don't immediately forget about it, and it's like it doesn't impact my life in any way, shape, or form, don't ever give it. Not to me, not to anybody else. No matter what they say. Like, seriously, like, even if I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm going to lose everything, guys. Oh my God, unless you give me money. Like, I need everybody, even if you're just strapped, give me money. No, you'll never get that from me ever. Because that's not right. That is not right. It makes me feel absolutely terrible. People used to do that a lot too, and I'd have to refund it. I think I told you guys that story a couple of times, where I had people that would donate like $100, and then they meant to donate 1.00, and they do $100 like through PayPal, and it would pop up on stream, and I'd be like, whoa, oh my God, this is amazing. You're the best. And they'd be too embarrassed. So I started asking, because one was embarrassed, and 2 days later, he finally messaged me and said, I was so embarrassed. I meant to give you $1 and accidentally gave you $100. He's like, I want you to keep it because that's not right. I fucked up. And I was like, no, I refunded the whole thing because I knew it was I knew it was an accident. There's other people that did it on purpose, trying to pretend it was an accident. Those guys I dealt with. But when that happened, it broke my heart, because I was like, it was an honest mistake, right? And the dude was like, and that $100, this guy already shouldn't have even given me $1. He was so broke. So I felt bad, one, that he gave me $100, and then I even felt worse that he even gave me $1 to begin with when he was such a bad position. You know, it just like, fuck. It genuinely made me feel bad. So please don't make me feel bad by giving me things unless it's like money you could literally wipe your ass with and flush down the toilet. I love Scotch, and that goes for everybody, not just me, everybody. I don't care if it's like a woman streamer that you're hugely attracted to, that you think that you got a 1 in a billion chance with, that you fantasize about every night while touching your willy. Like, I don't care. If you are broke, do not give them money. Just you're literally contributing by being there. Any streamer that says, "Oh, if you're not giving me money, I'm not gonna be here." No, that's not how it works. This business, you make money just from having people watch your stream. Just building an audience is a gateway to success and making money. Those people being there is your most valuable asset, because if they weren't there, the other people would never find you that can contribute, right? So it's like, you need to be a hell of a lot more appreciative of that shit. So while I was saying that, my buddy Jake, my childhood friend who lived with me and my mom and my dad as a kid, I've talked about him many times before. We say weird shit to each other all the time, just out of the blue. We won't talk for like a week. We won't message each other over SMS, and then we'll just randomly start a conversation with weird shit. So this popped up on my screen through Windows Phone Link, because I get a message on my phone, and then from Bluetooth it relays it to Windows, and it shows it in a notification toast. The message is from my friend Jake. This is all spelled phonetically. Burger King. Does Puna want Burger King? Lol, old Jason Kessler. So Jason Kessler was a person that we worked with at Mothersboard Computers back in the day when him and I were both working there together, and I hired him. And whenever it was lunchtime, he always wanted Burger King, and he'd always say, like, he'd always be like, I want Burger King, I want a Burger King. He'd just like go on and on and on. So this is something that happened, I don't know, 30 years ago, 20-ish. No, probably like 25 years ago. This shit from 25 years ago, 26 years ago. And we still remember it. So whenever we remember something, we'll just pick it up and message each other. It's hilarious. So I just get this random message while I'm talking to you guys. It's like BURRGGGR does PUNHAHHH want a Burger King? And oh, by the way, Puna is that was my nickname as a kid, was Pooner. So we all had pet nicknames for everybody. Everybody got a nickname. Even today, all my friends get a nickname. And so my nickname was Pooner Dunes, because, and now he just messaged me again and says, love you, Dewey. Because my other nickname was Dewey High Doppler Station, and my mom used to call me Dewey. So, because I was a junior. Wow, you guys are learning all kinds of shit about old Barnacules today, aren't you? If you didn't know, the more you know. I Love Scotch said, Primo, chill, Win 11, cache is good, but limited in many ways due to safety. Even when you check enable write caching, help on compile times about 18%. Oh, okay. All right. So I mean, so its caching algorithm must be pretty smart if it's like improving upon what Windows is already doing. I Love Scotch, thank you for the $5. Said member berries. I just retired my last Windows Media Center unit. RIP. Dude, that sucks that they discontinued Windows Media Center. I mean, technically they discontinued it a long time ago and stopped supporting it, but now it's like completely not supported on any level. But Windows Media Center was amazing. Windows Media Center was amazing. Here, I'm going to tell him I'm streaming. He probably doesn't even know I'm streaming. He never watches me live stream. So I'm going to say, you made everyone laugh on my live stream when that popped up on my screen. Come hang out on YouTube. On YouTube. Come on. Stop correcting that. YouTube.com/Barnacules1. There we go. I told him to come hang out. So, ooh, I just got a message. My buddy's dropping off the adapter, so you can use, okay, I got to probably start from, because people aren't going to know what the hell I'm talking about. I got to recollect my thoughts. Okay, so here's the thing. Hey, what's up, Jethead? Said, sup, duder? What's up with you? So you guys, if you haven't heard, so he said, okay, lol, give me a second. Ha ha ha. He is going to, okay, so he's going to pop in chat. So I don't know how many of you guys heard, but Sony, and this is a very out of the blue thing. Like, I know why they're doing it. I can't say publicly though, because of NDA shit. But Sony decided that their headset, their PSVR 2, that has had a really hard time selling. It's a great VR headset. Fantastic VR headset, great tracking, amazing OLED screens. It doesn't have pancake optics. That's its one weakness. Reasonable resolution, eye tracking, which, by the way, doesn't work on this thing I'm about to tell you about. But it's a fantastic headset. One of the best VR experiences that you can have, hands down, is playing Gran Turismo 7 on a PlayStation 5 using a PSVR 2 headset. It's literally one of the best VR experiences end-to-end that you can have, period. So, but the problem is there's very few VR games on PSVR 2. Like and they're expensive, right? There's a lot of expensive games. They're not really well adapted. The only game that I've played on PlayStation 5 with my PSVR 2, like realistically, was Gran Turismo 7. And that's all it's used for. However, I love the headset. I love the OLED screens, the way the colors pop on OLED. I love the field of view. I love the resolution. It is a fantastic headset. It's incredibly light on the head. It's nice and keeps you nice and cool. You don't sweat your ass off. It's a fantastic ring, okay? I think I've gotten that across. But you can only use it on PlayStation. So unlike the Quest, where you can use it on PC, or you can use it standalone for its own games, or, you know, it's like has all these different modes, wireless to the PC and everything. You can do all these things. But the PSVR 2 only works on PlayStation 5. Well, Sony decided that, hey, why don't we make an adapter? So they just made an adapter. It went on sale, I think, 2 days ago. My buddy picked up 2 before they sold out, so he's bringing me one over here in a couple of hours, and he's going to drop it off. And it'll enable me to basically plug the PlayStation VR 2 into a box, and then out of the box, there'll be a power that goes to the wall, a USB cable that goes into the computer, and an HDMI that goes into the graphics card. And it will enable me to use the PSVR 2 HMD on my PC as a VR headset. So I'll be able to play Flight Sim with it. I'll be able to do a set of Corsa with it. It'll open up a whole new range of racing games, including iRacing, like shit you can't do on PlayStation 5. So I'm like super excited to try it. Oh, Priscilla, you got one? Awesome. Yeah. So I want to, it's the first like true OLED headset that I'll have tried on PC. And apparently from the reviews, it's like one of the best experiences you can have in Half-Life Alyx. Like, because with Half-Life Alyx, it's like everybody loves the Knuckles controllers. So these Knuckles controllers are like second to none, right? This is like the VR industry standard. Even to this day, nobody's made a better controller than this for playing like anything, let alone Half-Life Alyx. It's like, but it's designed for Half-Life Alyx. You got, you know, a trigger that knows when you even touch it or get close to it. It's got like a proximity sensor. It's got full range pull analog and a digital click at the end. The stick, you know, has got a click down, full range, up and down. It can detect your thumb. On this control, up and down or push. The buttons, you can either rest your finger on them and it detects them with proximity, or you can push on the buttons and they're pressure sensitive. You got all, and the grip. And the grip knows where your fingers are. There's a sensor for each finger, so it knows where your fingers are. So this is the best grip, but it's super expensive. And I'm hoping I can use it in combination with the PSVR 2. I don't know if you can. You might be forced to use the PSVR 2 controllers with it. However, the PSVR 2 controllers aren't bad. They're actually pretty good. The tracking on them's decent. But everybody that played Half-Life Alyx with the OLED screens in the PSVR 2, and they got pretty good resolution too, said it's an amazing experience. Oh shit, Dead Ted is my friend Jake. I should have known that when he said sup duder. If you hadn't said Pooner, I would have known. Okay, so everybody in chat, Dead Ted is my childhood friend Jake that I grew up with, that lived with me. Yeah, he just messaged me on the phone. I'm in, Dead Ted. Yeah, we figured it out there, Sherlock. The stream is just lagging a little bit, so you didn't know. That's hilarious, man. That is absolutely hilarious. Whopper Wednesday is pretty lit. I do like me some Burger King. I will say, I also discovered another new device that you guys, if you guys are interested in the life of Barnacules, is I got an early birthday present from my wife, courtesy of some money from the Indian reservation that she got. We never expect it. It just randomly every once in a while, like twice a year, a check will show up from the reservation that her mom lives on or whatever, because she's a quarter Indian. She gets a share of whatever profits they make. It's not a lot. It's like, I think throughout the entire year, it's like a couple grand, right? But it helps, especially when we're broke as shit right now. So this popped up. So she wanted to do something nice for my birthday, and she was going to wait until then, but there's a sale that's going to go away here pretty soon at Costco. Let's see, what is it called? Ninja. Is it Ninja Blend? Ninja, let's see here. What is it? Ice cream? Ninja ice cream? What the hell's, there it is. I found it. So this thing went on sale. She got it at Costco. It's normally a $200 thing, and I think she got it like at Costco with a coupon. I want to say it was like $140. And so way cheaper than it is even on Amazon. So it was like one of those things where it's like, it's Costco. You can take it back if you don't like it. You can replace it in like 2 years. If it's broken, they'll just fucking still take it back and replace it. So she knows that I love ice cream, but I don't have it all the time because obviously I'm a fat fuck that doesn't move enough. So I shouldn't have a ton of ice cream. So she was trying to find a way for me to have ice cream that's like better for me, that's lower calorie. And this thing is fucking amazing. This is honestly one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen. It is way cooler than I actually thought. Oh wait, this isn't even the same model. Wait a second. This might be an older version. Hold on. Where's the new model? The one I just linked you guys to is like the older one. Where's the one I've got? Okay, no, here, I found it. Okay, so yeah, on Amazon, it's $216 for the latest version. Apparently, they had an older model. I didn't know this thing existed until just yesterday when she saw it in Costco and sent me a picture, and she's like, oh my God. So yeah, here we go. Here's the link to the one I have. It's called a Ninja Creamy, so Creami Deluxe. So it's the Ninja NC 501 Creamy Deluxe, and it looks like a blender. Like it looks like a blender that you like you stick the container in it. But it's a blender that has a shaft that goes up and down through the whole container. And it's got a really beefy, strong blade that's like an icebreaker. Like it'll literally take, like, you could freeze water as solid ice, stick it in this thing, and it'll just turn it into a slushy. And so what you do is you just put the ingredients in these containers for it. You stick the ingredients in the fridge or in the freezer. For us, we found, they say 24 hours. We found it works. Like with our freezer, at least, it was 8 hours. 8 hours, it freezes completely solid. You pull out the thing and you stick it in here and you say whether you want it to be an ice cream, milkshake, a frozen drink, a slushie, a sorbet. You basically tell it like what consistency you want. Do you want it to be a drinkable thing or do you want it to be a scoopable thing? And you select the thing that you want. You tell it whether you just want it to blend the top, the bottom, or like the whole thing. And it changes like the consistency. Like, do you want it lumpy, like with lumps in it? Do you want it to... It does all these crazy modes. I haven't even explored them all. But we've made 3 things with it the other night. We made a strawberry ice cream that was literally all it was. Dude, it works so fucking good. It's so awesome. Priscilla, it's great. Dude, get one. You will not regret it. This thing is one of the coolest fucking devices I've ever owned in my entire life. Like no shit. So check this out. All I did was take whole milk. I've never made ice cream with whole milk before. The only thing I've ever made ice cream with was like heavy whipping cream, and you got to get the thing and put the salt and the ice in it and like stir it and churn it forever with the fucking salt and ice. It's really hard to make like homemade ice cream, or you can put like the poor people way where it's like you take a big Ziploc bag and then a smaller Ziploc bag and you fill one with ice and salt, and then you put heavy cream and your ingredients and your flavoring and your sugar in the little bag, stick it in there, and then like shake it around, and then the salt will break down the ice cream. There's ways to make ice cream that you can do, but this one can make ice cream, slushies, coffee drinks like frappuccinos, and it does it just so easily. Like, I'll tell you how we made the ice cream. The best ice cream I've ever had in my life, too. Like, honestly, and no joke, when I tasted this, like the very first thing we did was a banger. Like, and it wasn't even a recipe in the book. We just winged it, right? So we took the container, we filled it about maybe like a quarter of the way full with diced up strawberries because we want to make strawberry ice cream. So we threw these fresh strawberries in there. We then poured in a quarter cup of granulated sugar, And because sugar is a big part of, like, without the sugar, the ice cream, it'll still come out. It'll just be like kind of like icy and crunchy. It's not going to be smooth. So we added a little bit of sugar, and then we filled it up with what was it, half and half? It was like half and half with a splash of heavy cream to try to make it like way more lower calorie than like Tillamook, right? We stick it in there, throw it in the freezer, let it freeze overnight. So we wake up that morning, and I was itching to try the machine because I hadn't tried it yet. I take this thing, I stick it. It's really cool. You like stick the container in the front of it. Like you put the blade locks into the lid. You put the thing inside of an outer container. You slide the thing around, put it on there, and then you twist it, and it locks into place and like pulls it up and locks it into the system so it can't come out easily. Then you push a button. You just say, "I want ice cream." That's it. And then 2 minutes later, you have ice cream. It's like, it's a solid block. Like when you pull it out of the freezer, you put your finger on it. It's like an ice cube. Like it's all frozen together as one solid block of ice. You stick it in this machine. You push the button. 2 minutes later, you pull the thing out, and it's basically like running this thing down through it with like this blade, like working it, and like it's wild. I don't even know how it's powerful enough to cut through the ice like it does, but it churns this thing up. You pull it out, you open it up, and it looks like really thick strawberry ice cream, like super thick, like so thick that it's like you can't even get it off the damn scooper. So I tasted it, and I was like, this is the best, like no joke. It was the best tasting ice cream that I've ever had in my entire fucking life. It was amazing. And so, but it was so thick. It was just insanely thick. So I wanted it to be smoother. So I put it in the machine, and there's a button called respin, and it says just push the respin however many times you need to get it the consistency you want. And it's really easy. It's not hard to like put together and take apart and clean. It is like it's the easiest thing in the house to clean by far. Stick it back in there, respin, 2 minutes later, pull it out. Now it's the perfect consistency. So I take 2 scoops of it, stick it in a bowl, put a little whipped cream on top of it, take it in the bedroom and ate it. I was sitting there just like enjoying it and savoring it for like 45 minutes. It was still completely frozen at 45 minutes. It didn't just melt like normal ice cream, but just from room temperature would have already melted and filled the bowl. This ice cream was so fucking cold that it's like after 45 minutes, it was still completely formed in the bowl. And that was without adding any stabilizers, anything like that. That was all it was like the half and half or whatever, the cream, the sugar, and the fresh strawberries. That was it. That was the whole recipe. I was like, man, this is super fucking awesome. So then we were like, we wanted to make a, Robert House said, nah, we're overweight as fuck already. I don't know if we need that. She claims there are healthy things, but it just feels like a waste. I know I'd like it. Don't get me wrong. Oh, no. It's definitely not a machine you want to get if you're trying to lose weight. However, that's not entirely true, and I'll tell you why. So yes, the ice cream I made is more healthy than regular ice cream, but yeah, still ice cream just in general is not a good thing for a fat person. But again, it's like you do have your vices, you do have your things you enjoy, and you got to weigh the pros and cons of everything you do. And having some ice cream to get that dopamine boost to help with the pain management is actually a big deal to me, right? Just not all the time. But here's the cool thing. My wife is on a very strict diet because she was pre-diabetic, and she completely turned it around in 1 month. She's lost like 30 pounds. She is just killing it. So I'm going to join her on the dark side mission here pretty soon. But check this out. She just put oat milk, which is way healthier than regular milk, right? Oat milk. So she took oat milk, poured it in there with 2 shots of espresso, oat milk. I think it was a 1/4 cup of sugar, of granulated sugar, just to like help it set up. Filled the rest with water, just regular water. Filled it up. Or sorry, not water. My bad. No, it was oat milk, the espresso, and a little bit. Do we even add sugar? What did we add? Was it sugar or was it something else? No, I think it was sugar. It was sugar. It was right. So I put that in there. So it was the sugar, the espresso, and the oat milk. That was it. Shook it up, stirred it really well, stuck it in the freezer. You pull it out, you stick it in the machine, you hit the button, you say you want a frozen coffee drink, like a frozen espresso. It turns the whole thing up into a slushy. You take it, you pour it into your 2 cups, you pull a fresh shot of coffee from the coffee machine, pour it over the top of it and mix it in, and it literally tastes exactly like a Starbucks Frappuccino, except for it's way good. It's like super, super good. And what's neat about the machine is that a lot of machines can't make ice cream without like a ton of sugar. This can actually do a bunch of frozen things without adding any extra sugar. Like, for instance, you can just buy yogurt. Like just low-fat yogurt and freeze it. Like you don't do anything else. Just pour the yogurt into the thing, up to the line, put a lid on it, stick it in the freezer, freeze it, put it in the machine, put it on frozen yogurt mode for 4 minutes, and let it do its like little mode and go through it, and you pull out, and you literally have frozen yogurt that is no worse for you than the actual yogurt you were already going to eat. It's so cool, man. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Oh, Robert, it's okay. You can be grouchy. Dude, my pain makes me grouchy all the time. Perla said, I want my protein intake with a little treat, so it's my healthy treat. Oh, this would be great for that. Dang, I didn't even think about having espresso while caffeinated protein ice cream. Thanks, I'm sold. Oh, it would be perfect. It would be perfect. Take your coffee, like if you have cold brew, or you pull hot shots. And the cool thing is if you pull hot shots, it works really well because you put the 2 hot shots of espresso or however many you want in the thing, and then you put in just a little bit of sugar, or in your case, you could use, it says you can use stevia. So if you can't have sugar, stevia does the same thing. It's like it does the same emulsification or whatever that makes it like smooth. It makes it a smooth beverage instead of like icy, right? Like if you want it to be smooth instead of like that slushy consistency, then you add a little stevia or sugar, or even corn syrup. But just a half a teaspoon of corn syrup does the same thing. So you stick it in there with your espresso, and then the heat from the espresso helps break the sugar down because you want the sugar to be completely dissolved. If you just throw the sugar in there and mix it in, put it in the freezer, you end up getting a gritty ice cream or a gritty drink. But the heat from the espresso and the hot water or whatever, it melts that sugar down like almost instantly, dissolves into it. And then you add your protein powder and then your oat milk, shake it up with the lid on it, stick it in the freezer, come back 8 hours later, pull it out, stick it in the machine, hit 2 buttons, 2 minutes later, pour it into your cup, you're good. You've got yourself a freaking super protein drink. You could even put a scoop of peanut butter in there too. But what I like about it is it seems to work with everything. It's like everything we've done has been successful. Like we haven't had a loser yet. Like we made I really like you know how Wendy's has a thing called a Frosty? How many people here have had a Frosty in chat? So Frosties are amazing. Hey, Deathsaw said, I just sent you my Twitch Prime. You'll always get... Oh, man, I appreciate that, Deathsaw. I appreciate that because I lost so many Twitch people over the last 2 weeks. Like, it's I can't even look at the dashboard. It puts me in tears. So I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for sticking around. Yep, honey will work, too. Honey, stevia, corn syrup. Like, there's all kinds of things you can use to dissolve into it that help it set up as a smoother ice cream or a smoother drink. But if you don't want that, you don't have to. You could literally just put water. One of the recipes, they call it a shaved ice, right? One of the recipes is all you do is, you know those Tarani flavors that you get, like Tarani or Da Vinci flavors that you use for coffee, like if you order like a raspberry mocha, they use raspberry syrup from Tarani. You can literally just pour the syrup in this thing, fill the rest of it with water. So just all it is just syrup, and you use sugar-free too. The sugar-frees have stevia in them. So you just add your flavor, fill it up to the line with water, shake it up to incorporate it all well and get it all together, stick it in the freezer, freeze it into a solid block of ice, pull it out, stick it in the thing, shove it in the machine, say you want a shaved ice or a slushy. And if you do slushy, it'll be pourable and drinkable through a straw. If you do shaved ice, it'll be scoopable as like shaved ice. So, and it does a freaking amazing job. So it's like 2 ingredients. You could just do that. And if you want 3 different flavors, it comes with 3 different tubs. So you just, do your 3 flavors, stick them in the freezer, whichever one you want, take it out. And then when you're done, if you don't want to eat the whole thing, because I think it is a 24-ounce jug, right? So you're not going to sit there and eat a whole 24 ounces of whatever. So unless maybe it's a drink. And then you just take the remainder of it, you put it in the freezer. And if it ends up getting too hard again, like the ice cream seems to stay ice cream when you put it in the freezer, which I think is really cool. But if you're doing like shaved ice where you put it in the freezer and then the ice particles freeze solid together and it's like a chunk of ice again, all you do is just put it back in the machine, hit respin. So you just drop the cup and take the top off, drop the cup on, put toppings, put it in the machine, so it respin, boom, pull it out, and now it's exactly the same consistency. So you can keep going back and having it over and over again. So like things you normally couldn't put in the freezer and freeze and then just pull out and eat again, you can do with this, which is really cool. So I made a Frosty. So I love Frosties, and I figured out the trick to Frosty. All Frosty is Nesquik powder and whole milk. That's all it is. So I like tasted them. They're the same consistency. They taste exactly the same. Whatever that powder is that they use for Frosties is really close to whatever Nesquik chocolate milk powder is. So you take the chocolate milk powder, you put it in there into the cup. We did this also. Fill the rest of it with it was whole milk, or no, not whole milk. Was it whole milk? Nope, it was whole milk. Never mind. So fill the rest of it with whole milk. Shake it up. You got to get it to dissolve good though. Don't just like leave it in the bottom and put it in the freezer. Shake it until all of it's dissolved into the milk, and it just basically you have chocolate milk, right? It's literally just chocolate milk. But it's Nesquik chocolate milk, which tastes a lot better than like Swiss Miss. Like they're completely different flavors, but the one that tastes like a Frosty the most is the Nesquik with the rabbit on it. So you put that in the freezer, freeze it for 8 hours, pull it out, stick it in the machine, and either use the ice cream mode or use the milkshake mode. I found milkshake mode actually ended up making a better consistency, because like Frosties are thick, but they're not super thick. They're not like scoopable ice cream. They're like soft serve. So I put it on milkshake, ran it on milkshake, pulled it out, tasted it. It was the exact same consistency and flavor as a Frosty. Like exactly. It's literally a Frosty. So you just made a Frosty with like probably 4 scoops, because it's a 24-ounce container. So like 4 heaping tablespoons of the Nesquik powder, and then just fill the rest of the thing all the way up to the top with whole milk, freeze it, you're done. And you just made yourself a Frosty. I want to try though with oat milk. So the next time I do it, I'm going to do it with oat milk and see how it tastes. Because oat milk's a little sweeter than regular milk, but it's really good. It's like one of the alternative milks I really like, but it's better for you. So I'm going to try to do it with oat milk, and then I'm going to try to do it with the next time I do it, I'm going to try to do it with less of the Nesquik powder, like pull it back to where I can get it to the absolute least, where it's like the healthiest I can get it, but still tastes good enough that I enjoy it. And then I'll have my own little treat that I can acclimate to and make anytime I want. That, you know, now you don't have to go to the store and buy a $8 or $9 or $7, $8, $9 tub of Tillamook ice cream. You can just make this shit in your house for, you know, $1.50 a container. It's gonna save a lot of money. Have I tried almond milk? Yeah, I do like almond milk. I do like almond milk, but I prefer oat milk. I think oat milk has a sweeter taste to it, quite frankly. Ted's now it's time for chocolatey. Oh no, what was it? Jake from our childhood. Loop de loop without hurting my knee. Now it's time for chocolatey. Who here remembers that from the flashback? Loop de loop without hurting a knee. Now it's time for chocolatey. I'm gonna look that up on YouTube. Make you guys all listen to it now that we're gonna all have a collective memory from our childhood. Here, loop to loop without hurting my knee. Let's see if we can find the video here. Loop the loop without hurting my knee. Nope, that didn't work. Let me go. Okay, so loop to loop without hurting my knee. Now it's time for chocolatey. Okay, let's see here. Does your knee have serious injury? Why is it not able to find that? Here, I'm gonna use AI. This is a job for AI. All right, AI. What is this saying from? Couldn't nail it down perfectly. Okay, let me try on Copilot. Okay, Copilot. Loop. Maybe it's loop the loop, not loop to loop. I think it's loop the loop. So loop the loop without hurting my knee, comma. Now it is time for chocolatey. Okay, put it in quotes and say, what is this lyric from? All right, come on, Copilot. Come on, Copilot. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, Copilot. Oh, shit. Hey, is it Vermirion? Hey, Vermirion, thank you for the $11.99, or I should say euros, 11 euros 99. Awesome. Woo! Woo! I appreciate your generosity on so many levels. Okay, it seems like the lyric "loop the loop without hurt my knee. Now it's time for chocolatey" isn't from a well-known song widely recognized. It might be from a lesser-known song. Hold on here. It's from a commercial, if that helps. Come on, narrow it down, Copilot. I'm not that old. Come on. It's thinking. Oh, it's searching the web. Okay, thanks for the context. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any specific information about the commercial with lyric "loop loop without hurting my knee." Seriously, are we that old? Are we that old, Jake? Hey, you have a wonderful weekend, GTB. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. I appreciate you. Graham said, speaking of ice cream, do you remember Thenos Dairy out in Redmond? Oh, yes. I do. As a matter of fact, didn't I go there with you? Also, what was that badass ice cream place down in was it Kirkland? Down by the waterfront? Remember that little hole in the wall ice cream place that was like you'd miss it if you didn't know where it was? We went in there that one time and I got a couple of scoops. That was awesome. They gave like insane serving sizes though. Like I remember I was just gonna get like a little cone and be like, oh, I'll just eat my cone and then we'll go back to the car. And she gives it to me. It's like the waffle cone is like twice the size of a regular waffle cone. It has like 3 heaping scoops of ice cream. Like I couldn't even finish it. We did, bud. That place in Kirkland is gone, sadly. That sucks, man. Did COVID take it out? All right, everybody, I have a mission for you. Please go find the video somewhere with the commercial, the Nesquik commercial that has the loop-the-loop without hurting my knee in it. It's from the 80s. We need to find it so my friend Jake and I can reminisce. Here, loop the loop without hurting a knee. Come on, somebody on YouTube had to have uploaded this. Let me try Nestle here. Nestle quick. Nope. Let me put Nestle at the beginning. That's the problem. There's so many things that have been lost to time just because they weren't ever digitized. Like they weren't popular enough for anybody to actually pull it out on a VHS tape and like copy it so you can't find it. So some stuff's really hard to find. Hey, Matthew Riley, thank you for being a member for 17 months. I truly appreciate that, brother. Try almond milk with the ice cream mix. I will. We'll give almond milk a try. We're going to play around with all kinds of concoctions. Dead Ted said that commercial has stood the test of time. The fact that we're still singing the jingle to this day is a testament to its enduring success. Totally. The other one is, oh, yeah. Who remembers that? 2 words. 2 words in an advertising campaign, and nobody can ever forget it for the rest of their life. It was so deeply ingrained into them. Oh, yeah. Crazy. Hey, what's up, Funny Sonny? Thank you. Yeah, my wife gave me a haircut last night, and I shaved this morning. I'm feeling pretty fresh right now. You should have seen me. I had the most facial hair that I've ever had before. If you guys saw any of the pictures I posted on Twitter, my hair was just getting big and curly and like super hot and sweaty. And it's cool because I cut my own hair like 90% of the way. And then Miss Barnacules comes in and cleans up the back and the places that I can't see and like levels everything out. So that way she doesn't have to sit there and do like a long haircut. I just sit in a chair in the bathroom and just with the attachments, get everything, go over it from different directions until, you know, it gets about maybe not even 90, like 80% there. And then she comes in and like does around the ears and the back and squares up the back and cuts everything down to size and then does the tapering and does the sides and stuff. It actually works out really well because an entire haircut takes less than 15 minutes. And then I can just jump in the shower and then she sweeps up the hair and takes it away. And it's like, it's cheap. You don't have to go to every time I'd go to a barber before, it was like $25 minimum. Probably more than that now. I haven't gotten a haircut at a barber for the last like 4 or 5 years. We've always done our haircuts at home for all of us. And so the amount of money we've saved on that is probably pretty impressive. Yeah, I don't live a rich life, guys. If you're wondering, it's like, yeah, at the peak of YouTube and stuff, you know, we used to have some fun, but no, we're using 401k just to survive right now with everything going on. And the odds of me climbing back to the top of the, you know, internet success hill, especially with the way the culture and climate and everything has changed, is astronomically low, especially when you consider my health has been failing so bad and the doctors can't fucking help me. All they can do is keep charging me and keep monitoring me and telling me how much worse it's getting. Little annoying, a little bit annoying. But today I'm learning to manage the pain more, like mentally. Like right now, this whole stream I've been in pain and it's definitely been increasing. Like right now, I'm probably double the pain I was about an hour ago. And so it is getting to the point where I'm fidgeting and I'm moving around a lot and stuff, just trying to escape it a little bit, but I can't really escape it. All I can do is like move and try to focus on it. And it will hit a point where I can't go anymore. But I do feel like it's either getting a little bit better or I'm mentally handling it better. But either way, it's allowing me to sit for longer periods of time. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing because the whole reason I haven't been able to stream for weeks is because I've been laid down on my side because I can't get comfortable in any other position. And I was unable to sit up in this chair, and that's why this nerd cave has been pretty abandoned. As a matter of fact, the first thing I've 3D printed in probably like 2 or 3 weeks is this right here. It's really heavy, too. This is one of the heaviest prints I've made in a long time because it's 50% infill, PLA Pro, And man, it feels solid. It feels like I printed like a block of wood. So I probably should have done a test print before I wasted this much filament. But this is a leg extension. See how it's hollow inside halfway down? So it's a leg extension to raise up my desk, my tables next to my bed this much. So I took a model that some guy created for an IKEA table and I adapted it by resizing it in Prusa Slicer. So in theory, if my measurements are correct from my little shitty plastic micrometer or whatever this thing's called, the digital caliper, they should fit. And if this slides onto the leg, then I'm going to print 4 more. And then it should raise up my nightstand. Right now, my nightstand sits about 6 inches below the bed. And one of the things I need to put under the nightstand doesn't fit. So I'm hoping just raising it up this much will level it with the bed, making it easier for me to reach over and grab stuff. And it'll allow me to get the stuff that I need under the nightstand. So wish me luck. Just yet another use of 3D printing, right? It's like to raise up because the leg will go in there. The leg will slide down there. It'll slide down 6 inches. So if I push the desk around or slide the desk around, it still has all this wrapped around the leg. So it's not going to like just walk out or snap or anything like that. It'll still be incredibly strong. Although I probably didn't need 50% infill. This was probably a little overkill because I burned about a quarter spool, which is probably PLA Pro, maybe $7-8 a leg. Which, I mean, still cheaper than what you'd pay to buy something like this custom, you know, from anywhere. If they had it on Amazon, it'd probably be $10 for each of these. So still cheaper. And, oh, you found it, Robert? Okay, describe where you found it so I can go get it since you can't give me the URL. Describe how you found it, and I'm going to go get it, the loop. But, man, this thing feels substantial, just the weight of it. It's like people think 3D prints aren't strong. It's like, no, this is super strong. Like, you could literally give somebody a concussion with this. It's so heavy. No wonder it took 9 hours to print. So I'll go test fit that after the stream. Yeah, I probably should have added some design to it. Funny Sunny. Actually, maybe I'll do it for the rest of them. Because you can do cool stuff. Do you know you can put text on stuff in Prusa Slicer? It turns out Prusa Slicer is a hell of a lot more. You can even take measurements. Like, I did all the measurements and resizing, like the digital caliper in Prusa Slicer. I didn't even know it could do that. So I literally went into Prusa Slicer and, like, you know, grab the measuring tool. It's right there on the side. And you select whatever surfaces you want, and it will tell you the angle between them and the distance between them and the length between them. So you can like rescale. You can scale. You can stretch this way. You can stretch this way. You can stretch all the way uniform up and down without changing it. And if you want, you can add text to the side of it. You can add your own custom supports. It's fucking awesome. It is really, really cool. So here, wait. How did I do the text last time? So here, let me click on it and see if I can do text. Okay, so I can add a part. Oh yeah, you can add basic shapes too, like box, cylinder, spheres, slabs. Okay, here it is, text. So I'm going to add text to the leg. Okay, so I added my text. How do I modify my text? Okay, I found it. So I'm going to make the text say, let's see here, Ultra Desk Extender 5000. I can pick the font. Okay, and then can I rotate it? Oh, yeah, I can rotate it. Here we go. Ultra Desk Extender 5000. Do 90 degrees. How do I move it? Can I move it? Oh, you can also do like a cut. Oh, you can do you can do a Boolean extrusion? What? Hold on. I'm learning new things here, guys. Is it that easy? Why is this so easy to use? Oh my God. Oh, this is crazy. This is just okay, this is witchcraft is what this is. Did I just do that? Hold on here. Okay, click on that. Go back to the... Oh, I wish I could capture my screen right now. I got to get screen capture working again so you guys can see what I'm doing. I just grabbed the leg. I added Ultra Extendo. I can change the depth. Let me change the depth here. So it goes in deeper. So 3 millimeters, 4 millimeters, 5 millimeters. Let's see, is that cutting through yet? No. So let me see. Is it actually going into it? It's hard to tell if it's actually going into it or not. Hold on here. Okay, so depth. And you can do cut, join. like you can do like a Boolean operation. Okay, revert depth. Am I going the wrong way? Here, let me do like 20 millimeters. Oh, no, it did it. It did it. Okay, so if I do 20 millimeters, and I'm going to say remove. Okay, rename, normal, add a new style, delete normal style, advanced, use surface, align. Wow, I did not did they add more tools? I don't remember Prusa Slicer having like this much. Last time I did text, I don't remember it allowing me to do this much. So I can do a join, I can do a cut, I can do a modifier. What does a cut look like? Okay, so I'm gonna do cut. How do I apply it though? Do I just hit enter or close it? No, that didn't do it. So wait, if I did a cut, let me slice it. Oh, it did work. Okay. All right, I see it. That is so cool. That is so goddamn cool. Yeah. No, I just did it. Here, I'm gonna post a picture on Twitter because this is just super fucking cool. Yeah, Prusa Slicer has come a long way, a really long way. So let me do the slicer. Here, go to slice, and then go down to here. Yep, it's sliced. It's sliced all the way through. I can see it poking through the back. No, I'm gonna print it and surprise you guys with it later. That is so cool. I did not know you had that. That's like almost that's like Fusion 360 levels of modification. How freaking cool is that? Oh, Graham has the link. Here, let me click on the link. Is this for loop to loop? Here we go. Oh, this is it. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to hear the childhood?
Shut up and stop talking to me.
Who are you talking to? Don't tell me to
Dude,
shut
did I
up.
stutter?
No, that's not the one I wanted to click on, goddammit. Okay, you guys ready? Get ready to relive your childhood in 3, 2, 1, and go.
Without hurting my knees. And now it's time for chocolate. I never really wanna have a Hershey's please. Now I'm talking chocolate. Without hurting my knees. And now it's time for chocolate. I never really.
How do I save this? Oh my god, I need to save this. Actually, you know what? Do you guys want a tech tip on how to steal videos from websites that don't let you steal videos? There's a couple different ways you can do it. One, you can use a plugin that steals videos called Video Downloader Pro. That's a good one. Let's see. And yep, it does support Video Downloader Pro, so I'm going to tell it to download it. See, okay, I'm going to save that to C temp loop the loop without hurting my knee .mp4. Okay, let's see if it saved the right file. Make sure it downloaded the right one. Or is it loop to loop? Oh, did it? I don't think it downloaded the right one. Hold on, let me check. Nope. They've got some kind of bullshit on there that's like redirecting to the wrong video. Hold on, let me try this again.
Without hurting my knees. And now it's time for chocolate. I never really wanna have a.
Okay, I found it again. The problem with Facebook is that it's showing all the videos I can download. They all have the same name, and the one that's highlighted that implies that it's playing is not the correct one. Oh, you can preview now? When did they add that feature? Okay, hold on. Apparently I can click on each one of them. Oh, getting closer. Hold on. So, nope, it's not that one. It's not that one. We're going to find it. Nope, it's not that one.
Oh, shut up and stop.
Nope, not that one. Okay, that's the audio only. Okay, that's the video only. That's video only. I got it. Okay, download. That's actually that's the hard way to do it. So loop the loop. I'm saving it. Okay, I should have a local copy now using that plugin. That plugin's really handy for like extracting videos. So let me see if I can play it locally.
Without hurting my knees. And now it's time for chocolate.
Oh my god, childhood. You guys can hear that, right? I hope I'm not just sitting here like lip syncing to nothing. So there's a couple ways you can do it. You can do Page Inspector, but different websites will do different levels of obfuscation to make it harder for you to do that. Like if you right click and say like view element, sometimes it'll mislead you. Like they specifically write the HTML and the JavaScript to mislead you in the inspection. However, there's some other options that you have when they get really clever. The one is using like a video downloader plugin like I just did, but they tried to obfuscate it. Like there's Stream Detector. I use that one. The one that I use that I have the most success for is Video Downloader Professional. It's just a free plugin for Chrome and IE, right? So that one usually works really good. It'll show you all of the videos within the HTML throughout the entire page, and it'll usually highlight the video that you're playing. So if you click play on a video, it usually highlights that one. But sadly, it looks like Facebook is doing something to confuse the plugin so that it thinks a different video is playing than what is actually playing. So they're definitely aware that people are trying to download the videos, and they're also naming them all the same. Like bracket 8 bracket Facebook video.mp4. They're like specifically sending all the streams under the same file name so you can't clearly differentiate without clicking on them and looking at them. However, if I wanted to do that faster without going through each one, clicking play and seeing which one is the one that I wanted to download, the other option that you can do is use the Windows Snippet tool. If you've never used the Windows Snippet tool, they've now upgraded it a lot. In the latest version of Windows 11, it can get video and it can get audio and it can capture it from anything. So even if you have something up on the screen that's like completely protected, that has like copy, it wants to stop you from copying it. It's in an app that doesn't even allow you to right click and save as, or you can't use a plugin to extract it, or you can't you can't look at the elements. Doesn't matter. It could literally be like an emulator running an app. It doesn't matter. Snippet tool. If the pixels are on the screen, you can get it. And so to do that, you just hold down Windows key Shift S at the same time. So Windows key Shift and the letter S. That'll bring up the snippet tool. Up at the top of the screen, you can select between snip with a camera or snip with a video camera. So you click video camera. Then once you click video camera, you go and outline the area of the screen that you want to record, like where you're going to play the video to record it. So outline that area. And then when you're done with that, you go to the top of the screen and there'll be a little drop down that says, do you want to mute the microphone? Do you want to mute the system? Do you want to record audio from like a certain device? So like if you want to have audio, like if you want your audio over the top of the audio of whatever you're playing, you can enable the microphone, or you can just go over and enable recording from the screen. And then once you do that, you just click start. It does a countdown, 3, 2, 1, and you hit play.
Without hurting my knees. And now it's time for chocolate. I never really wanna have a Hershey's face. Now I'm talking chocolate.
Okay, and then you just go to the top of the screen, hit stop. It opens up a little snippet window that now has your little area. Let me play it back and see if it has the audio.
Without hurting my knees. And now it's time for chocolate.
It's a little quieter in the snipping tool. I don't know why, but it did work. So I played it back. It recorded exactly what I wanted, the video and the audio. And then up at the top, you can either go into Clip Champ and edit it further to like, crop stuff, or you just click Save As. And then just like ctemp, I'm going to say screen captured loop the loop.mp4. And now I have a screen cap version of that nobody can block no matter what they do. Isn't that cool? So, and you don't need any third-party application. Just Windows 11 can just straight up do that out of the box. Holy shit, brother. Oh my God, Dead Ted gave me $30. I just noticed that. Woo! 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 I'm just going skiing, guys. I'm just going skiing. Oh my God, thank you, Jake. $30, man. You're the biggest tipper of the whole stream. It's funny, my friends in real life always end up tipping the most. He must have saw that Daniel Terry gave me $20 earlier and got jealous. He must have. You're now the big tipper, dude. Dead Ted, you just literally just walked everybody. Look at him coming here swinging his big dick around with his Microsoft money since he didn't get laid off like old Pooner Dunes. I'm actually a little jealous because Jake, or Dead Ted, I'll call him by Dead Ted so I don't confuse anybody. So Dead Ted basically got fired from the place I hired him at because he didn't come to work. He was a bad boy. So I had to fire him. Didn't want to. I was forced to. So I had to fire my best friend that I just hired like months prior. But it's okay because he basically already left and went and got another job without telling us. So he went and got a job at Microsoft as a vendor, like not actually working for Microsoft, but like a contractor, right? Through this place called Volt. So then he calls me up a couple of weeks later and says, hey, why don't you come and work at Microsoft with me? There's a job opening. So I went there and interviewed and found out that you get paid if you recommend somebody and they get hired at Microsoft as an employee, you get $500. Like, I literally made probably $5,000 throughout my career at Microsoft just by recommending smart people. They'd come in, they'd interview, they'd get the job, and I'd get a check for $500. And so he wanted the $500, so he recommends me. He was still mad at me for firing him, though. So, but he's like, he thought, oh, I can steal him away from the computer company or the computer shop that fired me, so I'm going to steal him away. And he did. I went up there, I did the interview. Everybody got offered a job, like his cousin and our other friend Aaron got the job. I didn't get extended a job offer. So like everybody got a job but old Pooners. So I had to go home with my tail between my legs and beg to get my old job back because I literally had to quit to go to the interview. They wouldn't let me do the interview unless I quit my job I already had. So I go back there and beg. They promised they go, okay, is to teach me a lesson, they'll give me my job back, but at $1 less an hour when I was only making $9 an hour to begin with. So I had to take $8 an hour to go back to my job. And I was like, shit. But it turns out that I actually did get the job. I just didn't know it yet because the person who interviewed me didn't recommend me for the hire, but they caught wind. The person that was actually hiring for the position that person was interviewing for heard like what type of person I was. And he because he's like, oh yeah, there's one batshit crazy energetic guy who just showed up in like fucking jeans and a t-shirt, and he knew everything. He was really smart and he was like super fucking energetic, but he was a little too energetic. And then the person that was hiring for the job, his boss said, get that guy in here right now. That's exactly what I want. So I thought that was pretty cool. So I had to wait an extra like 3 or 4 days to get the job. And this is all in the video, Regs to Riches video over on YouTube. But I should rename it to Regs to Riches back to Regs because now I'm back to Regs again. But hey, it was a good 15 years, right? So I go there. I end up getting a call back and I get the job after I just begged for my old job back. And I'm supposed to go back for my first day of work the next day. So then I call my boss who gave me the job back and he's like, oh, I'm going to give you $1 less an hour to teach you a lesson. So I called him again to quit a second time because I told him I got the job and they started me at $15 an hour. So I started at Microsoft $6 more an hour, like literally like 60% more of a paycheck right off the bat by going to Microsoft. So, and then I found out when I was at Microsoft in the first like month I was there, I found out that they lowballed me hard because they knew I didn't have an education. They knew I didn't have a background. So they just offered me $15 and I freaked out and took it. And it turns out everybody else is getting paid like $18 to $21 a month an hour. So I ended up being like the lowest paid employee in the lab. And so I got to work with my buddies. I got to work with Jake and my buddy Aaron, his cousin. We all got the jobs and we were all like living large. And but we realized we didn't work for Microsoft. We worked for this company called Volt as contractors at Microsoft. So it's like we worked for Microsoft on the campus, but we were actually through this vendor company that kept 50% of our money and didn't give us any fucking benefits. So it's funny because it's like Jake got me hired. I hired him at a computer store. Then I had to fire him. Then he gets me hired at Microsoft or a vendor. And then I think it was 8 months later, I did an interview loop for full time and I got it. And that's when I became a full-time Microsoft employee. And I went from, I think it was like $9 an hour up to $24 an hour when they hired me as full time. And then I got a promotion the year after that to make me a salaried employee. And then my very first salary was, I think, was it $68,000 a year? And then, promotion after promotion after promotion every year. When I left, I was at $136,000 a year salary. So on my that was with my promotion though. I didn't actually do a year at that pay. I was 126 the previous year, but they gave me the promotion and paid me out my severance at that pay rate. So I ended up getting a check for $136,000 when they laid me off. So, and we got tons of free food, tons of free beverage. I mean, honestly, it was a good time overall. Like when I look back on it, I look with fond memories. Like I'm angry with how it ended because I think Microsoft really fucked up. They burned a lot of people that had a lot of their intellectual property, and they allowed a computer algorithm to make a decision that was super critical to the company that took them years to recover from. And I'd argue they still haven't fully recovered. All the testing methodology they threw out the window is now slowly coming back. They've hired back all new people, rebuilt out the labs they tore down. They're literally going back to what they tried to get away from. The building I worked in, one of the reasons why I was laid off was because they needed to destroy that building. So everybody that was occupying that building needed to be laid off or moved. So I didn't know that when they first did the layoffs. I'm like, how the fuck did I get computed on that list when they literally promoted me? I literally got a promotion 3 days prior to them laying me off, saying how good of an employee I am and I'm a top 3% contributor. So when I got laid off, it wasn't because I didn't have skill and I wasn't doing good at the company. It was because I was physically in this building 26. So, but the truth is the company was going to shit. I mean, the last 2 years I was there, were not great years. The culture was getting really bad. People were always at each other's throats. People weren't being friends anymore and working together. They were working against each other because they did this stack ranking thing that just made it to where they're basically like, listen, only 2 people get to eat. If there's 5 people on the team, only 2 people get to eat good. 1 person doesn't starve to death and the other 2 die from starvation. Like, doesn't matter if you're all good. So then you couldn't be friends anymore and you couldn't work together. You had to stab each other in the back to make sure that you survived. And by Microsoft doing that, they ultimately forced a lot of their best people out of the company because they refused to play the game. And that was truly sad. We lost so many good people. Honestly, like some of the people that left, they're not even laid off, not fired. They just straight up walked, just turned in, resigned, and walked out because they were so appalled after a review when they had to get a bad score, when they had done the best on the team, just because they had to pass around the bad scores to level things out. And so it was so bad at one point that like managers were like, listen, even though you did a great job all year, they wouldn't tell us in the beginning, but even though you did a great job all year, I have to give you one of the bad scores because we have 2 bad scores, 1 good score, and 2 great scores. And if I give you a great score, then I have to take that score away from another employee that did, almost as good as you, but he got a bad score last year. So he took it for the team last year. And so they'd have to rotate around the bad scores and everybody would have to take a bad score every couple of years just to keep the team together, because if one person gets 2 bad scores, they're fired. And so everybody had to share the burden of getting a bad score. And because of that, it just fucked things up. It screwed up the whole culture at the company. We lost all of our most important people. The only people that ended up sticking around in the end were people that just were lifers that were, just tough or stubborn, right? Or the people that were the lowest performers that just coasted, right? They just did the bare minimum of work, knowing that they wouldn't always get the lowest score because they couldn't lose them, because they needed the grunts. So that's sad. That's really, really sad. Would I go back? Colin B asks if I'd go back. The truth is I would. I would. Some things need to change, but I do believe that Microsoft is trending back towards the older culture. Like, I do think that they are slowly recovering and realizing the error of their ways. I do not like Satya Nadella as a CEO. I'd really want to wait until they name somebody else as the CEO, but I don't think they will because they like how bloodthirsty he is. But would I go back? Yes. As long as it was under the pretense of me joining a team that actually had a real say in the quality of the product and a real say in the test methodology used in the methods used to qualify that product. If I was a member of a team that did that type of work, I would absolutely, and of course automation too. I'd want to do a lot of automation stuff. Then I would return. But there's no way I would return to work directly on the Windows product as an SDE, because honestly, it's just gotten terrible. It's gotten absolutely terrible, the culture around that. Like, all the developers are enemies with each other. It sucks. However, as in the test discipline, I would totally go back for sure. Joel M said, tell the MS story again where you saw the funny IIRC chats going back and forth between the MS devs while you were there at MS. Oh, yeah. No, that was good. So here, I got to take a piss really quick. Here, let me take a piss and I'll come back and tell you the story about Microsoft Instant Messenger not encrypting any of their data. All right, give me a second. I'll be back. I gotta take my little battery pack with me. All right. All right, all right, all right. I am back. God, this thing is awesome. I love my neck cooler. Coolest thing I own. I'm gonna use this on every live stream moving forward till the end of time. It's just it's how it has to be, my friends. How it has to be. Oh, we're down to 146 people. Oh man, everybody's jumping ship. I guess everybody wants to go enjoy their weekends. Not everything can go on forever, huh? It's just so sad. It's okay. My back's hurting really bad anyways, so we'll wrap up here in a little bit. Here, hold on, pulling up and taking a look at let's see here. Checking my tweets. See if anything interesting is going on. Oh, Robert Rittenhouse sent me a link in DMs for that loop-de-loop without hurting my knee. Oh, let's see. That's awesome. Well, we got it now. Hey, Jake, if you want to copy your dead Ted in chat, if you want a copy, I'll send it back to you, brother. Damn, it was 45 seconds. Oh man, I got old man bladder. Like I piss. It's like super high pressure, and for like 2 seconds, I just sit on the toilet and go, and I'm done. I sit down just so I don't blast a hole in the wall and overshoot the pot. Oh, Anthony Mangione, you went and got a burger at the local place. Awesome, dude. Hope it was good. Write a book on Barnacules adventures. I want to. I really do. I've thought about it. I just don't know who the hell would buy it. I mean, back when I ran a merch store, it's like I sold like 2 t-shirts a month. I just don't think, I don't think I have the audience for it anymore until I make more content and I become more mainstream on YouTube and like, more people know who I am again. I just don't think people are going to want to buy that stuff. And the amount of money that you have to put into like bringing up a merch store and stuff like that it's harder than people think to do it right. Like if I just wanted to go and like put up some shirts on like, one of those sites where it's like they charge $21 and then I get $1 every time they sell a shirt for like $30. That doesn't really help me that much because it's like if somebody buys a $30 shirt, then that might have been $31 donations that they did during a live stream and I would have gotten $31 bills instead of $1. Well, the company keeps 29 of it for a single shirt because people have the perception that if they buy merch, all the money from the merch that they bought went to the creator. And so mentally, it's like, oh, I supported them with $30, but it's like you really supported with $1 if you use a really expensive shirt manufacturer that does drop shipping. And then if you want to have a bigger margin, you have to make more supply and keep it in stock. And then you have to have a demand. And if you don't have a demand, it ends up costing you money just to store the stuff and sit on it. It's like everything is a little bit of a logistical nightmare. Nothing is exactly what it seems like on the nose. And that's something I've learned over the years doing this. Is it's like everything that seems like it's really easy and straightforward and it's like, oh, that's easy. It ends up not being anything like that. Oh, ebooks? Actually, ebooks would be a good idea. Yeah, I think ebooks would be a good idea for sure. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, if I did that and I didn't have to store any inventory, that'd be great. And then if there was enough demand later on, I could always do like a limited run of like physical books. Maybe you put some juicy stuff in there about what's going on at MS when the sun goes down. I mean, I don't know. I've pretty much told, at some point or another, I've pretty much told every like Microsoft thing. Probably not everything, because there's a lot over 15 years, and I still remember things like when you start talking about something, you'll start like slowly remembering things about it. And so there's still a lot more in the tank for sure. If I sat down and really thought it out. Oh wow, that lady actually did get a real Trump tattoo on her forehead. Wow. That lady really needs help big time. Everybody thought it was fake and thought it was Photoshop, but no, now she's posting a bunch of videos in her in like different lighting and walking around and everything. It's pretty obvious that thing's real. They're not going to be able to laser that thing off too, man. It is like so swollen up. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's trending on X because if you guys haven't heard, the X platform algorithm has shifted 100% to extreme right-wing bullshit. If my entire audience wasn't there, I'd leave in a heartbeat. But sadly, it's really difficult to get people to transition off of a platform and go to another one. So, oh, yep, still prioritized by blue. So absolute bullshit. So so X announced that they're rolling out a new feature that lets you sort replies by most relevant, recent, and liked. And I was like, yes, about time. That was a feature that was on Twitter for years that Elon took away so he could sort it by who pays him the most and then push everybody that doesn't pay him to the bottom. Because those are going to be his critics. Obviously, the people that criticize you aren't going to be the people that give you money and support you, right? So he did that. Now he changed it back, and I was like, finally, now you'll be able to sort in the order of when the person made the comment. So you can see the first comment that was made, the second comment was made, which you couldn't do for months, or actually over a year now. That Elon changed that, and so I'm like, it's finally coming back. But guess what? They didn't tell you that premium comments still go to the top regardless of how you sort them. So if you sort by time, it does the latest premiums to the latest premiums, right? Latest to newest. And then at the very bottom, it does latest to newest, if you can even get below that point, which you can't with popular figures like Elon and Marjorie Taylor Greene and everything. They're all verified accounts because they're all Elon Musk supporters. So they still flood everything down to the bottom, where even if you scroll all the way to the max number of comments you're allowed to see for the post, you will never get to a single comment that is a non-premium person that pays them. So yeah, it's bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. The platform is, I can prove it. I actually have proved it. I have all the receipts. They are pro-censorship. They are anti-free speech. The algorithm is heavily skewed towards Donald Trump, like specifically as a person, and thereby any person that supports Trump openly gets a huge advantage, a huge scoring advantage in their social score and their weight, which determines how frequently and how high they show up in people's For You streams, which is the default. The For You stream is the default, not following. You can change that default, but unless you know how to, you are on For You as the default when you go to the website. So that's fucking bullshit, man. Like, I hate that Elon has so much power. Like, buying Twitter, even though it was a huge financial loss for him, it gave him an insane amount of power that he should not have. He is literally able to manipulate our election, like, more than anybody else possibly could, using the second most powerful social media network on the entire planet, because he took it private, which means there's no regulation, there's no oversight, and he can literally do anything he wants. And even if people did sue him, it doesn't matter, because he has the resources to maintain any lawsuit indefinitely, which means he can never be held accountable, and he knows it. That's another thing I don't like about our capitalist society. It's like capitalism does have a lot of pros in certain areas, but like the big downside to it is the legal system that forms within capitalism and is in no way prepared to handle these hyper wealthy people. Because Elon Musk doesn't just have a lot of resources. He's not just wealthy. He's the richest person on the planet. He has enough resources to basically maintain litigation indefinitely. He has enough resources that if you try to incarcerate him, he can literally cost the state and the government like billions and billions and billions of dollars a month, just creating trouble for them and to maintain his protection. Because if he so much as gets scratched and gets a staph infection, his estate will hold the state and government responsible. He also has access to space. If you've ever wondered why they don't hold him accountable for anything he does, because he breaks the law all the time with the SEC. He very openly flaunts that he breaks the law with the SEC, and that's part of his game. It's because they can't hold him accountable, because if you hold him accountable on any level that damages him, he'll just take away the U.S. government's ability to use Starlink. He'll take away their ability to reach the International Space Station, and he'll sell those capabilities to the enemies, to our enemies. He's already said he'd do it. So we're really like pants. Like he basically just has a golden ticket. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. The only thing that could stop him is the people. Like if he crosses a line that is so egregious and the media isn't scared into staying silent, which they often are, he threatens them with a lot of legal shit. And that's why you don't see like big stories about his trans daughter and the way he treats her and the way he was like driving her to like send people to threaten to kill her and shit like that. All of that was like, should have been met with some kind of legal pushback and some kind of media coverage, but it wasn't. And it's because they're afraid to, because if they do, he'll go after them. Because he's done it before. He's gone after him for other stories that they run. Because even though they're journalists and they have the right to keep their sources anonymous and publish their findings, he just slap suits the shit out of them as hard as he can, tying them up in court and costing billions of dollars, right? That's the thing that sucks about it, is like you can be completely innocent. You can completely prove your innocence, but somebody with more resources than you can basically hold you in litigation and drain your resources faster than their resources get drained. And ultimately, you can't fight anymore. And when you can't fight anymore, you lose by default. So that's the one big, mega, gaping problem in our legal system, is you cannot fight somebody who has more resources than you successfully unless you can get them into a position to where they actually face a jury of peers that can actually enact some kind of sentence. And even then, while they're in jail, their estate can still leverage an attack against you until you run out of resources. So even if you do successfully send them to jail, they can still make your life a living hell and cost you every penny you have, even if you're completely in the right. Even if you're completely 100% in the right and provably in the right. that bothers me. That definitely bothers me, but there's nothing you can really do about it. Because the people that would enact the laws that change that are also the people that the rich people pay to not do that, right? So what are you going to do? There's not much you can do. I just read Dead Ted's message he sent earlier. It says, ha ha ha, the 45 seconds was in reference to us making fun of each other jerking it, and it's only taken 45 seconds. Oh, I get it. I get it, the 45-second joke. So when we were kids, we used to always joke off that jerking off only took 45 seconds. Like joking that we were like really fast, because, you know, that was like an insult back in the day. It's like, oh, you're so quick. It's like you only can make it 45 seconds. So that was like the thing, is anytime somebody went to the bathroom, you'd like come back and it'd be like, oh, it's only 45 seconds. You're only gone for 45 seconds, Poons. What were you doing? I have to say, I don't have those masturbatorial skills that I once had back in the day. Now it takes me a solid 15, 20 minutes with at least 2 or 3 breaks to like rehydrate and rest my back. But I get there. I get there. Seriously, masturbation needs to be destigmatized. Masturbating is literally one of the healthiest things you can do as a man or a woman. But sadly, organized religion has stigmatized that. And now you have a massive increase in different types of cancer, like prostate cancer, testicular cancer, ovarian cancer. And all of these cancers are radically increased by not masturbating or a lack of sexual activity. Yeah, you got to clean them pipes out, man. You got to drain the pipes. Get that shit out. Freshen it up, you know? But yeah, it's sad. It's like it literally negatively impacts people's health, like dramatically. Also mental health. You know, they've done tons of studies to show the mental health of people who masturbate regularly versus the people that don't masturbate at all or have any kind of sexual contact with another person. Major differences in mental stability. Like they found that people that don't masturbate are much more quick to anger. So, and I can understand why, because you have a chemical imbalance in your brain telling you to seek procreation, and you're not seeking that goal. You're not progressing yourself towards that goal. Therefore, your body's making you aggressive so that you seek out a fight and you get agitated and you go after it harder. Kind of makes sense. Oh, you didn't know about the cancer stuff, Priscilla? Yeah, here, let me pull up one of the studies here. It's like here, link between not masturbating and cancer. Here we go. Good old WebMD. Can sex masturbation affect prostate cancer risk? Here's the health tip that might be pretty good to many of you guys. Have more sex or masturbate more, and you might lower your odds of getting prostate cancer. Research suggests that the more often the men ejaculate, the less likely they are to have the disease. What is the link? Over the years, and this also goes for ovarian cancer too. They did the same study. Over the years, there have been growing evidence the link between ejaculation and lower chances of prostate cancer. But in 2016, results of a major study made the strongest case yet. The researchers asked men to answer questions based on how often they ejaculated, how didn't matter, sex, masturbation, or wet dreams were all included, and then they were tracked across 32,000 men for 18 years, over the course of 18 years. The research, that's a long study with a big sample set. The researchers found that the guys who did it the most, at least 21 times a month, had about a 20% lower chance of getting prostate cancer compared to those who did it less, 4 to 7 times a month. That was true in several age groups. The exact number of times didn't matter. Basically, the more men ejaculate in a month, the less likely they were to get prostate cancer. Why might ejaculation help prostate health? Experts aren't sure. Some believe that it flushes out the harmful chemicals that might build up in the semen. What we don't know. There's no proof that ejaculating more actually causes lower chances of prostate cancer. For now, doctors just know that they are connected. It may be that men who do it more tend to have more healthy habits and therefore lower their odds. Ejaculation doesn't seem to be protect against most deadly or advanced types of prostate cancers. Experts don't know why. So if you do get prostate cancer, even though you do ejaculate with a lower risk, you could still have a very severe prostate cancer. Like, it doesn't affect the severity of it. Scientists don't know if, let's see here. Well, scientists don't know if ejaculation during sex versus masturbation has the same benefits. Some researchers have found that the makeup of semen is different for each. Ooh, that's interesting. For example, semen during sex has higher level of sperm in some chemicals. It's possible these can make a difference in a man's odds of having prostate cancer. And that actually makes sense, because when you're having sex, there's a different hormones at work that cause different chemical combinations. down there. So they don't know how the differences between those things affect the specifics of cancer. And then it says, not all studies have found benefits. The 26th study got attention because of its size. It was the largest yet with 32,000 men and a length of 18 years. But the smaller studies have not shown the same good results. A few of them even found some men, specifically younger men who masturbated more, had slightly higher chances of prostate cancer. Some researchers wonder if a man's age may affect whether more ejaculation helps. Now, keep in mind, though, those were the studies that had a small sample set. So when you're doing studies like that, like blind studies, the bigger the sample set is, the more accurate the data is. That's how it works. So those smaller studies that focused on smaller groups of people, they don't have the diversity. They don't have the diversity, and they didn't run it over the time. 18 years is insane. That is a long time to run a study. That is a long time to run a study. So, yeah, just start whacking it. Everybody whack it more. It's healthy for you. Let's see, what does that say? Back in the 50s, they used to go blind from jacking off, mainly because they were trying to read those nudie magazines in the dark. Well, I will be sure to get extra cancer fighting time. Hell yeah, get after it. Flick the bean. Flick the bean and jerk the... come on, there's got to be a rhyming word with bean. What's a penis word that rhymes with bean? Flick the bean and... rock the peen. There you go. Flick the bean. Here, that'll be our hashtag. Flick the bean. Rock the peen. There you go. You guys heard it here first. Trademark. Or was the trademark emoji? I need a trademark emoji. Trademark. Also, by the way, welcome to Tech Talk. Hashtag flick the bean, rock the peen. If I start seeing that on posts over on Twitter tagging me, I'm going to laugh so hard. John Slade said, when I was like 12, I couldn't wait for those big catalogs my mother had delivered from Montgomery Ward and Sears. Oh, God, the Sears catalog. I remember that bad boy. The Sears catalog was the poor man's Playboy of the day. I remember getting that Sears catalog and getting all kinds of excited when I was like 11 or 12 years old. Let's just say the socks in the laundry were getting stiffer and stiffer by the week. If you think JD Vance is weird, I didn't just hump the couch. I'm pretty sure I humped everything in that house. Like every inanimate object that was remotely soft and didn't pose a risk of cutting it off at some point got some action. I was like the horniest little teenager, man. I was like, I was rocking a ponytail, had like one friend, and had what are those called? Sweatpants, and wore sweatpants. So yeah, I had nothing better to do. When my parents were gone all day, every day, it's like, shit, I just went on a bender. I swear, like one day it was like, I think my limit was like 11 or 12 times. And at the end, it was just dust coming out. Like it actually hurt at that point. Just because I had to know how many times you could. Like literally in my head, I was like, I'm bored. There's nobody around. So I'm physically going to see how many times you could actually do it within a 24-hour period before like shit starts falling off. And the answer for me was 11. 11 is the answer. I'm pretty sure it was either 11 or 12, but I'm going to say 11. Oh my God. The Metalhead Man said that's what's crazy is when we were kids, those catalogs had Junior Miss sections. It's crazy. They had that back then. Oh God, yeah. Those, dude, you go back in the day and it's like all of the rampant public pedophilia that was put on display, like clearly put on display for adults, like children wearing skimpy things and outfits and the modeling of children and the whole like child modeling thing all together that made like the TV shows, the reality TV shows even later, like into like the 90s and the 2000s. You look back at that shit and you're like, wait a second, like look at it objectively. You're literally holding a beauty contest where you're taking your kid, giving them fake breasts, tarting them up like really hard, and then parading them in front of a panel of a bunch of old creepy men, hoping that they'll allow your child to advance to the next level, and literally doing everything you can, even some moms sleeping with the judges just to get their kid to the next round. And you're like, do you realize as a mother, like, do you realize what you're doing? You're literally taking your kid, sexualizing them on purpose, putting them in front of a bunch of horny men what do you get out of it? Like, what? I'm trying to figure out what the purpose is. Like, is the mom trying to vicariously live through the child? Like, I'm trying to figure out like what they got out of that. Like, what was was it money? Was it, they got huge gobs of money for winning? Like, that's what I don't understand. Like, what is the connection? Like, what was the draw to that? Why would you do that to your child? And then they say, oh, my child, they love it. Well, no, you taught them to love it. Like, you told them to love it. You told them that they had to be a winner. You only treated them nice when they won and treated them like shit when they didn't or didn't want to perform. So, of course, they're gonna do whatever it takes to get your love and affection. That's what kids do. So if they look happy and they look like they want to do the thing, it's because they want you to be happy. So they're saying and doing whatever they think you need to hear or see, so that they think they've made you happy and they've earned your love. And I feel so terrible when I go back and watch shit like, what was that? Oh God, what was the name of that child model? The Honey Boo Boo. That's a terrible story. Honey Boo Boo. It's like, you go back and watch that. That is scary, man. Like the way her mom treated her, Mama June or whatever, and she was like cranking her full of like fucking caffeine and Mountain Dew and shit, like trying to pep her up for the judges, doing massive unhealthy shit to her child, and just to get a bunch of money in the end. And then what does she do? She takes all the money and fucking injects it into her arm and snorts it up her nose, loses everything when they were literally set for life, and Honey Boo Boo herself, or whatever her real name was set for life. And she basically went and got like involved with 2 drug dealers and like child sex offenders, child predator. One of them was literally a registered child rapist. And she brings that person into the house with her child and like has a relationship with them because she's like, I'll take whoever will give me attention. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, and now as far as I know, they're broke. Like last time I saw it, it's like they're all broke and like fucking living in trailers again. And after all of that. Or Daddy 05. Remember Daddy 05? Or what's the name of that YouTube family that's still fucking around? The one with Cole or whatever that like showed his daughter's genitalia in a video that went more viral than any video they ever made, so he refused to take it down, and I physically had to fucking call the cops on him. The only YouTuber in my entire life I had to call the cops on. Never had to do it with any other YouTuber. I mean, there's been some bad YouTubers out there doing some bad shit that I've witnessed on live streams or content they uploaded. And this guy was the first one that pushed so far that when I contacted him and had a conversation with him, and he basically just kept telling me, no, that's fine. I was like, nope, I got to call the cops. And so the cops went to his house. He took the video down, and then he tried to send me a message like, oh, I changed my mind, took the video down, because he didn't know I was the one that called the cops. And I was like, oh, good, glad you changed your mind or whatever, because he messaged me, he's like, oh, yeah, I thought about it, and you're really right, dude. We really need to take that video down. That was a good call or whatever. And I'm like, that's after I just got off the phone with the cops that said that they went by and looked at it, and yes, it was really bad, and yes, they did make him take it down. So, oh, Brant family, the LeBrant family or some shit. Here, let me see. I think you just got it. I think it's let's see here, LeBrant. See if I can find him here. Yep, the LeBrant fam. Cole and Sav, fakest shit you've ever seen in your entire fucking life. Right there, I'll link it so you guys can go enjoy the fakeness of all their videos. So yeah, this dude, they have a little girl named Riley, and she's a beautiful little girl. But they literally put her like on the front of, they do it less now because they got so much fallout for it, but they put her on the front of like every video at one point, wearing like a bikini or wearing like a see-through shirt with no bra or whatever. And it's like, this is your little fucking kid that's like 9 years old or 10 years old. And they would always make her like the thumbnail because like if you look at go look at their newest videos and look at the views on them. She is in every video that's got 122 million views, 51 million views, 50 million views, 46 million views, 40 million views, 38 million views, 37 million views, 37 million views. Every single one of them is this girl in the thumbnail. Even if the vlog only has her in it for like 5 minutes, doesn't matter. They always put her front and center because she got all the views. And when you looked at the comments on the video that I reported, every one of them was like, oh, I tapped that. Yeah, show more of her. Oh my God, did you see that? Here's the time index. Go to this time index, man. You can see her see her nether regions. And all these are the comments, and he's not even deleting the comments. He's not even moderating. He's not shutting off the comments because the video is just getting so many views. And when I contact him, he's like, oh no, she's just wearing really see-through underwear. They're just really sheer. They're there. She's wearing underwear. They're just really sheer. It's like, do you realize what you're saying, Cole? Like, I'm telling you to take a video down because you can see your daughter's genitalia, and you're literally telling me, oh, there is a slim see-through piece of fabric that's like tight against. So no, that makes it cool. No, it's fine. Trust me, bro. And then he's like, and I was like, just take it down, delete that part, and re-upload it. And he's like, oh, but it's going to lose all its momentum, and this is the highest viewership we've ever gotten in 1 hour in our channel's history. I was like, God damn it. I was like, the fact that people like you exist, and the thing is, I know his type. I know his type. Because I remember his type from the other fucking vlogger family that I watched at a vlogger fair that got kicked out by the fucking police. I forgot their name, too. I try to forget the names of these fucking terrible, terrible fake ass Christian, and they're not. They pretend to be Christian. They pretend to love God and all this. Every single one of them, they're fake as fuck. Every single one of them, you go into the green room, they're fucking ignoring their kids and yelling at the spouse, yelling at each other, and then they go out of the room. They're like, "Oh my God, Heavenly Father, praise Jesus. Oh, we're so wonderful. And we're so happy, and thank you, every." And then behind closed doors, it's like, "Shut the fuck up, wife. Like, I ain't listening to your shit no more. Yeah, you smile more next time in the video, bitch." Like, it's like, holy shit, you couldn't see a bigger perspective. And I thought it was just like maybe like one or two of them. No, when I went to Vlogger Fair, it was like fucking the majority of these family vloggers in the green room, out of the sight of everybody else, were just absolute fucking trash to each other. And not just to their family, but to like the other family vloggers and to each other. It was like, yeah, there fucking Jesus did not exist in that room. That was the Jesus free zone. So I'll tell you what, this is a little trick, for a little hint from old Barnacle, a little tech tip for you, a little life tip. Anytime somebody wears a cross around their neck and acts and speaks in a soft voice and talks about Heavenly Father and the commandments and doing good and do no sin, those people behind closed doors are doing the most fucked up shit and hurting the most people every single time. Because the people that have to say that shit publicly and project that shit publicly do it because they know that that's not what they are. If you are truly that person, you don't need to have fucking 20 tchotchkes and crosses and wear a certain amount of clothes and talk with a soft voice. You don't have to do any of that shit because your actions speak for you. The only time you have to do that shit is when you are a garbage fucking person. That's why you see Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, all these absolute vile pieces of shit that would wipe their cooch with the vagina, not with the cooch, but wipe their cooch with the Bible, right? Have a fucking cross around their neck and talk about, oh, we're so strong Christianity and we love Jesus. And then the very next thing they're doing is like groping the crotch of Donald Trump on a fucking, like stand-up cardboard cutout and saying about how like fucking powerful he is and how that's a big turn on to them. It's like, holy shit. What a piece of shit. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Anytime you see the little cross floating around the neck, that's kind of like that's a gang sign, right? To say, listen, I'm a fake Christian. Are you a fake Christian? It's like faith is something you demonstrate with your actions, right? If you have to project that, if you have to give yourself a visual persona because what you do is so fucking vile that nobody would ever think you were a Christian, so you have to make sure you tart yourself up as one, so in a Christian costume, you're doing it wrong. Like, you seriously, those are the people you stay away from. The televangelist pastors that are all dressed in a white suit with their little cross around their neck, carrying their Bible everywhere. Those are the ones fucking diddling the kids and taking everybody's money and telling them to fucking stop taking their prescription drugs so they have more money to put in the collection plate of the guy that has fucking 9 jets he doesn't need. Sorry if I'm being a little crispy for Tech Talk. I usually do this kind of talk over on Twitch, but Aux is out for the next 2 weeks on vacation, so this is the new weekend Twitch show for the next 2 weeks. But yeah, you guys know me. I don't pull punches. Evil people are. I don't fuck with evil people. I don't like evil people. Evil people deserve to get fucking paraded for the things that they do, so that other people know to stay the fuck away from them. It's like if a child sex predator lives next door. You go around and let people fucking know it, right? You don't just ignore it until they're diddling the other neighbor's kids, and you hear about it, and you're like, oh, I knew what that guy was. I should have said something. No, you should have said something right when you knew. You should have done something to protect the people around you, right? And that's what I try to do. That's why I speak about it. But to be clear, I do want to be clear because people do misinterpret me a lot of the time. My wife's Christian, but my wife's a good Christian. She doesn't have to wear a cross around her neck or cross earrings or carry a Bible around or talk about baby Jesus every single time she needs to win an argument. She doesn't need to ever talk about any of that. She just believes that there is a God. And she believes that, from a Christian perspective, she believes in the good stuff that's in the Bible, none of the bad. Because again, remember, it was written by men that benefited from what they wrote in the Bible themselves, got what they wanted in. They were rich, wealthy men that were the only ones that could read and write. So they were the only ones that got to put anything in the fucking book to begin with. Like, nobody got to say that actually that was actually an objectively good person that wasn't wealthy, who wasn't raised in wealth. So, you know, you look at the good stuff, out with the bad. And that's what my wife does. She picks up New International Bible as her foundation, and she's like, the good stuff in there, I'm going to follow. The bad stuff in there, I'm going to throw out, because that's what you do. The Bible even tells you that man is super sinful and untrustworthy, and they wrote the fucking book. So only believe the shit that makes sense, because the stuff that makes sense is what God programmed you to see as making sense with common sense. Common sense is important, right? Common sense is hugely important. Something that's like, it's a dying thing. So I encourage that kind of faith, right? I encourage that. Like, I like Christians that actually demonstrate their Christianity by being good people, helping others, and not always having to benefit from the things that they do or take credit for every good deed that they do, because they wouldn't do it without that credit, right? Those aren't the Christians. If they're truly Christians and they believe in God and they believe that they're here to serve mankind and not just themselves, then they'll do actions and works that you will notice without them telling you. It's not that hard, like doing a good thing. It's like literally like walk down the street, pick up a piece of trash and put it in the garbage can. People will notice that after a while. You know, your neighbor's struggling to get the garbage can down to the curb, help them, right? Good deeds. That's all you got to do. You don't have to lie about doing good deeds. You don't have to say you're going to do good deeds and not do them. You know, you don't have to wear a bunch of fucking tchotchkes on you and everything. And, you know, like not Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, where she literally left her husband and kids to go be with another guy who cheated on his wife, literally another married man that she met at the gym. And she gangbanged both married guys at the gym. One of the married guys left his family and she left her family to be with him. And she literally wears a cross around her neck and sits there on a camera with like her Bible collection behind her and a cross and a picture of a white depiction of Jesus. And she does these little podcasts from her little, like, you know, tchotchke setup that she did. And she's like, oh, praise Jesus. And Trump is going to save us from Jesus. This convicted rapist and 34 count felon who doesn't give a shit about anybody else and wants to burn the Constitution and thinks that Putin and Kim Jong-un are really powerful men that he want to be friends with. This guy is like what Jesus sent to save us. And oh my God, he's saving the world from everything because gay people are bad. She has to wear the cross. She has to have all that shit behind her, because without Mike Lindell, he's another thing, right? That dude's like snorting you put Coke within 5 inches of that dude, it's up his nose, right? And the dude has to wear a cross around his neck and talk about Jesus all the time, even though everything he says and everything he does is like the most evil fucking thing possible. You know? And that's why he has to wear the cross. Without that cross, nobody in a million years would ever suspect that he was Christian. Just by the sheer definition of the loose definition of what a Christian is to somebody who may not be a Christian, they do not compute. They do not add up. They literally just say they are, because that's what alleviates their stress, because they're like, oh, because I'm a Christian, everything that I do, it's like, you know, I can just ask forgiveness. That's another reason why a lot of people pretend to be religious, because they can just ask forgiveness for anything, right? It's like they rape a kid or whatever and they get caught. They're like, oh, God forgave me. I don't need forgiveness from the family. I don't need forgiveness from the victim. I got forgiveness from God. That's the highest power. And they can't stop me from getting that forgiveness because I just invented it in my head, and there's no way for them to say that he didn't actually give it to me. So yeah, infinite forgiveness. Yay. Oh yeah, the Bible even backed that up too. It's like everybody's forgiven for everything. Doesn't matter how, oh, you hate me because I don't vote for Trump or whatever. I'm not a bad person like you are. Oh, well, God forgave me. Oh, I'm not a Christian or whatever. So I should be put to death or whatever because no, God forgave me for not being a Christian. I asked him, he forgave me. Are you going to say God is wrong? No, God didn't tell you that. How do you know? Like, does God only speak to you? Are you the only person that can talk to God? Then why do you listen to other people when they say God talked to him and did things when it suits your fucking will, right? It's like it's two-way street, buddy. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Sorry, I'm getting a little worked up now. You guys are seeing the worked up Barnacules. That's why everybody left. But it's okay. It's okay. By the way, huge shout out to Anthony Mangione and Colin B for spamming Flick the Bean all over the place. All right, I'm gonna repost the screenshot. Oh my God, that's hilarious. God, it's so good to be back with you guys. I've missed you guys so much for these last few weeks. I really have. I've been really worried about coming back because every time I try to come back, I end up re-injuring things worse, and then I end up being laid out for a long time, and then after that happens a couple times, you get mentally kind of out of it. So, but I feel a lot better right now. I really do. I really do. I'm glad I got a haircut last night. I'm glad I shaved this morning. Like, even just little things like that can make you feel a whole lot better. It's amazing how much how you feel like mentally, follows how you look physically. Like just shaving, just doing your hair and stuff, it literally can do wonders for your confidence. And I love it. Oh, I love you too, Anthony. I love all you guys. Royale with cheese. I love how you spell that. Royale with cheese. Pulp Fiction, baby. He said, God forgave all my sins. Yeah, that's the funny thing is, like, you see people like Trump and shit doing the whole Hitler thing where it's like, oh, you know, we got to have, you know, Mexican and brown people are animals and we need to deport them, push them out, and they are not true Christians, and this is a Christian nation, and we have to be Christian, and they're evil, and they're the devil, and they're heathens and rapists, and but it's like, wait a second, though, they're all forgiven. God forgave all. Have you even read the Bible? Like, they're all forgiven. They're all good with God. They're all his children. And as far as God is concerned, they're just as equal as you are. So why are you spewing all this bullshit about how they're like lesser than you and they need to be deported, they need to be pushed out and everything, when according to God himself and the Bible you claim to have read and follow, they're all square with God, even not as Christians. Like just as existing, even under the law of the land, right? So it's like, come on, they're only Christian when it serves them, right? If they can find a single passage that they can bend to their will to be like, hey, look, I can rape women, right? Just like Trump's deposition, where it's like, so you think you can grab women by the pussy whenever you want without their permission? And he's like, oh yeah, she said just because you're famous, you think you can grab women by the pussy? Oh yeah, you know, no, generally that's the truth. Yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, and then he goes, or fortunately. Because Trump always does the double thing so he can play both sides. He never commits to one thing. Like if you're like, hey, are you against abortion? And he's like, oh, I'm against abortion, but I'm not against abortion. And it's like, but you can't be both. And he's like, well, I can because my cult is too fucking stupid. And the ones that want me to say yes will just listen to me saying yes. And the ones that want me to say no will just listen to the part where I say no, even though they both heard me say both. And he's always played that his entire fucking career. And now you see everybody else doing the same thing. It's like he was the OG, let's use social media to recruit dumb people and reach the most dumb people possible, right? And then other people saw how effective he was at it, and now everybody's doing it, right? That's why Elon Musk is like doubling down on social media. Fucking all these evil people are on social media now 24/7 just spewing hate and disgust and everything in the name of baby Jeebses. It's so fucking stupid, man. So fucking stupid. But what does their forgiveness have to do with following the laws of our country? What laws? There are no laws of the country. There's only the law of the Bible. They're all God's children. Man was the one that put up borders. Man was the one that decided that these are the only people that can come here. These are the only people that occupy. That wasn't God's doing. As far as God's concerned, we're all equal, we're all forgiven. So if Trump is saying that they're rapists when they're not, and that they're bad people and that they're inferior, he's directly going against God's will, because that's not what God said. God said all of his children are equal. Well, technically the men, the women aren't, right? The women are a step below us because they were built from our rib as our plaything and wet hole and manufacturing facility for more boys. But take that out of the equation, and it's all men and women are equal, right? And the newer translations. We missed you last week, and today David helped also, and is Aux on holiday? Yeah, Aux is in South Africa right now. He's literally in Cape Town, no shit. So he'll be there for 2 weeks. So I'll be soloing this week and next week. And actually, for the first hour and a half of the show, David Hewlett joined us. So go back and watch the VOD. If you haven't, if you want to see David join the stream. It was super cool catching up with him. It's been a while. Funny Sonny said, whoa, I missed the convo. I just came back to theology conversation. Yeah. It's one thing I like to talk about. I like to talk about religion because I was raised Christian in a very hypocritical environment where it's like, do as I say, not as I do. You know, here's all the things that I need to be godly like they are, but they're all doing the things that make them not godly. So it's one of those things where it's like organized religion. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't have to be Christianity. It could be all the Mormonism, Catholicism. It really doesn't matter. All the Abrahamic religions are the same and just as hypocritical, right? And they all stem from the same Old Testament into New Testament. With the exception of Islam, which didn't have a New Testament, obviously, right? They weren't of that, so they still follow Old Testament and the Quran. So that was like their New Testament, but it's more of an add-on. And then you have Mormonism, where Mormonism is they have their own 5 books, but the Book of Mormon encases them all. But I think it used to be 3 or 5 books. And the rule is anything that's not in the Mormon Bible reverts back to New Testament. So anything that's not covered in the Book of Mormon, then defer to New Testament. However, if something is in the Book of Mormon that contradicts or overrides what's in New Testament, then you listen to that. That's the true word of God under Mormonism. So Mormons were like, listen, we don't have enough time to write the whole book or to do the whole story because Joseph Smith was pretty fucking dumb. So he was basically the Trump of those days, right? He just wanted to fuck as many women as possible, the younger the better, and get away with it, right? So he figured out that he could do that by just conning a bunch of dumb people around him. So he did it. He created the book, and then he changed the book, and then he forgot and lost some shit and had to rewrite it all over again, but using different words and forgetting little things back and forth. It's a crazy story. I'm sure you've seen it. South Park did a great job of explaining it very quickly with like the golden plates and the fucking... It's crazy. So, but, you know, and the only reason polygamy happened is because Joseph Smith got caught banging the 14-year-old or 13 or 14-year-old neighbor girl. His wife caught him, and she was going to leave him and tell everybody. And then he was like, no, God told me to like be fruitful and be with as many women as possible. And he said that I had to have sex with her. And then the wife was like, okay, I guess that's okay then. So yeah, people weren't as smart back then as they used to be, as they are today, right? So, hey, take it easy, Funny Sonny. Let's hear. Check out Blogging Theology. I have to stay. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. There's a couple theology channels that I watch. So you have too much ADHD to even read the Bible, to be honest. Actually, the Bible's good for people with ADHD because none of the passages between the prophets fit together and they all contradict each other. So you don't have to read it in order. You can literally just jump around and read everything and put it together in your mind. It's very spread out. And everything contradicts other things. So you don't really have to look at it and go, oh, shit, that contradicts the thing I just read. You just keep going, right? The whole point of the Bible is to justify any stance from a man of means who isn't a slave. So as long as you're a man of means isn't a slave, then the Bible gives you an out for everything. It gives you infinite forgiveness. It gives you the ability to make restitution for anything. The only thing you can be punished for is actions against the group of other wealthy men. Otherwise, like killing a slave is fine. Like if you want to kill a person, just go kill another person's slave, and then you have to just pay them however many gold shekels it is that they lost for the cost of the slave. So slaves are basically like, it's like killing somebody's livestock, right? But most people forget that, right? Like if you go to church, they don't talk about those passages because people will be like, what the fuck, and they leave. And 90% of people never read the Bible themselves. They only read the passages that the pastor tells them to read, or that they hear the pastor read himself or interpret himself as he's reading them. So depending on the church you go to, nobody gets the whole Bible. If you want the whole Bible, you have to read the thing cover to cover, because every church picks the things that don't contradict each other to create the narrative that supports what their goals are as a church and as an individual running that church. And then that's their curriculum. That's the job of a pastor, right? Everybody could just read the book. You could just give the book free to everybody and let them read it, and then they could figure out their own connection to God. But the whole point with the church is we're going to take this, manipulate it into something where we can convince people in the flock to be members of our community and do the things we want them to do for the benefit of me, the pastor, like above all else. And then trickle down to like some of the other employees and stuff. Like a true Christian wouldn't even go to church, realistically. A true Christian would just talk to God directly, follow the 10 commandments, and be a good person and live to serve God's will, which is to progress humanity, right? To improve and progress humanity, and, be kind to your neighbor, right? But that's not how it works. Everybody gets picked off into, churches, and each church is you're either a liberal church or you're a conservative church, or a church that's extremely right, like Westboro Baptist Church, that preaches like actually murdering and burning people and stuff, that's more Old Testament style, but still they can reference enough in New Testament to make it happen through Leviticus. It's just bizarre. I've had so many arguments. The funny thing is that this is true too. This is true. More atheists have read the Bible than actual Christians, like cover to cover, multiple times. And I'll tell you why. Because in order to become an atheist, you have to break that connection. You have to break that indoctrination as a child. And the only way you can do that is by reading the entire book multiple times and seeing all the contradictions with your own eyes and trying to resolve them yourself without a third party trying to make it easy for you by just resolving it in a way that benefits them the most or the group that they want the most. And as soon as you go through that's honestly, that's how I became atheist, right? I read the entire Bible only after I experienced so many contradictions in such a short period of time that nothing was adding up. And the only answer I got from the pastor was, this is God's will and you can't understand it. But I was like, wait a second, if we can't understand God's will, then why are you telling me what is right and wrong? If you can't understand God's will, why can't I go and be an atheist, or why can't I go do whatever the fuck I want? Why can't I break the 10 Commandments? That was written by man, right? Maybe God dictated them, but what if he didn't? It was written by men, and men are corrupt and men sin. So how do I know those are all right? Oh, no, that's God's word. Like, you have to take this 2,000-year-old book, like, that's been translated 5,000 times into different languages, that has multiple different versions of it that say the same thing, either softer or harder, using different of the same language. You have to just take this as long as it's what I want you to believe. But if it's anything else or you have any questions, then no, you can't understand it's God's will. Like, there's no, oh, sorry. I mean, why can't you murder that guy? Well, no, God doesn't want you to murder him. How do you know? How do you know? Oh, the book tells you to. Okay, well, the book also says that I can own slaves and I can abuse women. So am I allowed to do that? No, you can't do that. Why not? Oh, we can't understand God's will. We can't understand why he said that in the Bible, but he definitely doesn't want you to do that now. That is cult logic. And the sad thing is I understand why people are indoctrinated and can't get away from it. Because just like me, I couldn't get away from it till I was like 20 years old, and like 3 major family members that were huge Christians all died of cancer. And it was like, not an aggressive cancer that took them quickly. Only one of them was like that. The other one suffered for years and went through absolute hell that tore the entire families apart. And even though we were like so devout, we took massive battle damage while the people that were like atheists were not getting cancer and becoming millionaires. So it wasn't making sense. And the only answer we could get is, oh, you got to have faith. God's testing you. It's like, well, okay. So God wants us to, why isn't he testing the people that don't believe in him at all? It seems like they need more testing because we actually believe in him and follow him. So why not test those guys over there? The answer is he can't test those guys because the only way he can test you is by manipulating you through other people that use that book to manipulate you. And so sadly, all these children, and plus when things are indoctrinated as a child, like just like language, you don't think much when you speak English when it's your first language. Same thing. When you're a kid and you're indoctrinated in something and there's rituals like chopping off your penis, or getting drowned or whatever, in the name of Christ. All these things connect you mentally when you're told about as you're older and you start to learn why these things happened. They're a covenant that's formed between you and God before you were able to even consent, right? So you feel that connection. And then you go into a church environment where it's like they make you feel loved and they make you feel like you're a part of the group and they make you feel like you're protected when they can't offer you any protection at all. Like the priest literally could molest you or somebody could walk in and shoot you. It's happened all across the United States. So it's like you don't have any protection. It's all false. You're lied to by every pastor, right? Everybody telling you to follow the 10 Commandments and breaking them themselves. They're just not getting caught, at least not yet. Half of them that do get caught still just say, oh, God forgave me and now I'm born again and now I'm even better Christian than I was before. And then they just do it again. And then if they get caught a second time, they're like, oh, that was just God. Satan tempted me, but God really saved me this time. It's like an infinite get out of jail free card, right? It actually, in a way, makes it okay for you to be a bad person. Being an atheist, it's like, no, you're accountable to the other humans around you. Like if you curate bad things happen to you as a result of that. That's like, it's self-correcting. But humans like to manipulate each other because everybody wants more than the next person. And unfortunately, the few people that don't want that, they just want to coexist and like feeling like equals and like feeling like a community. Those are the people that are most often taken advantage of, right? Because those people have morals and they're not willing to cross certain lines, but the other people are. It's just like in business. Religion is a business, right? It's the same thing. It's like if you are willing to pay your employees less and work them harder to make more products, so that you can sell that product cheaper than your competition who treats his employees properly, who wins? Well, the person that sells the cheaper product with the higher margin, they win by default, and the other person, all those people lose their jobs, and that person goes bankrupt and is punished. So why doesn't God flip that around so it's more fair and fits with the teachings of the Bible, right? Why? Well, I'll tell you the answer. Because the fucking jug of milk can do the same thing as God. That's why. It's like, it's a magic 8-ball. You can literally explain exactly why it happened, just like I told you. It's not a matter of why didn't God strike it. It's because the guy who was corrupt was willing to abuse the system more than you were, and as a result, he was rewarded greater. If you are morally incapable of doing the bad things that allow you to get the edge on the other person, you will lose to the bad person. That's why laws exist, because those laws sometimes kick in and offer some protection to level the playing field. However, we've seen that there's two classes of justice in most systems too, especially in democracies, where once you reach a certain level of wealth, where the system can no longer contain you or punish you without taking maximum casualties and damage itself, now that person has more power than you because they can sue you more. They have a better chance of sending you to jail because they can't go to jail themselves, but you can because you're poor. And they can drain your resources down to zero, and the less resources you have, the bigger your attack surface is, and the easier it is to shut you up and incarcerate you and ensure nobody ever hears you or hears about you again. It's the truth. What's funny, Sonny? Hey, you're still around. He said, but when you say atheist, what you're really saying is you don't believe in religion. Are you also saying you don't believe in a creator? No, I don't believe in a creator. No. I don't believe that the universe was created by anybody. I believe that the universe is infinitely existed. I believe that time has always existed and has always progressed. There was no beginning of time. There was no starting of the stopwatch. I believe that it has been an infinite event. And we've quantified the passage of time by creating a clock and moving dials at certain speeds and using cycles of our planet around a body to extract a unit of time, right? But no, I believe it's been around forever. Now, a different way to phrase it that might make you understand it a little bit better is I don't believe in a creator, but I do believe in a creation event, right? I do believe in Big Bang being the starting event of our universe, but also I believe our universe existed before that, and this may be the trillionth Big Bang that we're on. Like an engine cylinder firing, right? Boom, boom, boom. Expands, contracts, expands, contracts. That's one way to look at it. But the other way to look at it is an infinite onion. I think the infinite onion is my favorite explanation, and that is when we look at the subatomic. Like if we go down and look at the micro, the atomic, the subatomic, we start getting down to like quarks and neurons, gluons and stuff, things that we couldn't see before, right? And we start getting down into quantum states, these things that appear completely and totally random, but still represent probability. I still believe that there's many infinite layers beneath that. I believe it literally, if you had the ability and technology to look beyond that and to reach outside of your reality, you would continue down a path discovering new things infinitely, or even it could be cyclic. You know, it could even just repeat in a loop, but it would never have a definitive ending in either directions. Just like if you look out, it's like you look at the sky and you see the sky, but with a telescope, you can see stars, right? But out in space with a bigger telescope, you can see nebulas and galaxies. And with a bigger telescope, you can see the edge of the universe, but that's not the edge of the universe because light can only travel at a finite speed, which means we can only see the light out to a certain distance before it's physically moving away from us faster than it's moving towards us. Therefore, it can never reach us and we can never observe it. So it looks like we're looking into darkness, and that is the known edge of the universe. But realistically, if you could teleport there, you would see on for infinity again until you hit another black wall and then another black wall. And it would just go on forever. And I think the universe is just literally goes on for infinity. So I think Q is your god. Dude, I love Q. I think Q is like one of the best characters in all of Star Trek lore. Oh no, I agree. Priscilla said we lack the tools to measure or understand infinity, or what we deem as infinity. Oh, it's true. Here's the thing. Like the only reason we can observe the microscopic and the atomic and the subatomic are because we have created technology to do those things. We lack the senses to see those things. Like you can't see your atoms vibrating around on your arm, right? We don't have the visual acuity for that. But at the same time, everything we're experiencing is an interpretation of signals in our neurons in our brain. So when I'm looking through my eyes, I'm not actually seeing this, what I'm looking at right now, because it can be manipulated. Somebody could shine a flashlight in my eyes. Somebody could warp my vision. Somebody could apply pressure to my eyeball and distort what I see. All my eyeballs are doing is taking photons and converting those photons into, more or less pixel data that's traveling into my brain as electrical signals, and my brain is computing those into some visual acuity or perception, right? We're able to look at light and detect light and do something with it. And not just light, but colors of light within a certain spectrum. Same thing with our hearing. You're not actually hearing in the sense that the audio is like going directly into your brain. It's like, no, your ear is vibrating. Those vibrations then get translated into little, biological ones and zeros that go into your neurons, into your brain. And then your brain's cortex processes that into something that we define as sound, as an experience, right? They can all be manipulated. Put headphones on somebody, you change what they hear. Put a VR headset on somebody, you change what they see. All of these signals can be hijacked. All these signals can be manipulated to make you believe that you're somewhere else or something else is happening to you. And your brain will make shit up too. If your eyes see one thing, but your ears don't confirm it, you could still get wheezy and you could still feel like you're moving. It's crazy, but there's a lot of ways to trick the senses. And we actually use these to enhance, experiences, right? It's like if you're watching like a VR movie or something like that and you put on headphones and they're changing the phase of the audio, even though there's two speakers, there's only two sources of pressure coming at your ears. All they have to do is change the amplitude of those waves so that your ear thinks that they're coming from a further distance, change the pitch of the sound slightly, and it thinks that it's reflecting off of your ear differently so that it's coming from a different direction. And your brain legitimately thinks that sound is coming from a completely different direction, 360 degrees around you, when realistically, it's all coming from these 2 points. It's tricking your brain by playing on tricks that your brain has learned. Your brain triangulates sound from 2 ears, from like the sound, the time it takes to get between this ear and this ear, and the phasing of that audio. Like, does it shift more towards one frequency set or another, the same sound? And that tricks our brain into whether it's coming from the front or the back. That's all an illusion, right? But our brain believes it as if it's there. Like, if you put a VR headset on and watch a movie and you're hearing sound, it's like, you're like, I heard that sound come from there. I swear I heard that sound come from there. Or you're looking, you're like, I swear that was 50 feet in that direction, because of depth perception from the differentiation from two images presented from two different angles. So if everything outside can be manipulated, if we can manipulate our sense of feel, our smell, touch, sense of heat, all of our senses and everything, all they are is signals going to the brain. If you hijack those nerves, you could take, with the proper technology, right? You would be able to send different sets of signals, and that person, for all intents and purposes, even if they were catatonic, not moving, they would believe that they were moving. They would believe everything they were seeing was reality. And there would be no way for them to know that what they were experiencing wasn't reality, because everything coming into this dark brain that can't physically see outside of the head is being manipulated with the signals and inputs coming into it. And that's kind of the foundation of brainwashing. I mean, that's when you brainwash people, you're playing on that same confusion of senses, because if you tell somebody the same thing repetitively over and over and over again, yet they've only heard the truth once or twice, but they've heard the lie 500,000 times, and they've heard that lie even when they're exhausted. They've heard that lie when they're damn near hallucinating. They've heard the lie when they were desperate and they were hungry. And every time they acknowledge the lie, they get some kind of relief. Their brain, without them even participating in it subconsciously, will make them believe the lie just because it knows that by believing the lie, it has a benefit. It has a benefit to survival. And that's how brainwashing works. That's how you brainwash a person. You literally carrot and the stick. You repeat the lie until they agree with it. You reward them for agreeing with the lie, and you punish them for disagreeing. And you do that over a period of time, and different people take different periods of time, depending on their previous life experiences and how strong they are mentally. As a matter of fact, this is one of the reasons why Trump is so successful. You know, it's like, how does a convicted rapist with 34 felony counts who can barely speak, slurs his words, can't read off a teleprompter even when they respell all the words phonetically because he can't read conventionally, how does this guy become the most powerful person in the world when he is so obviously low IQ and dumb as shit and quite literally dangerous in his ideology based on the things that he believes he can do? Right? Why does this guy have so much power? How is he able to get so many people? Now, granted, they're low IQ people. The two people that Trump accesses are people that are wealthy and corrupt like him, that take advantage of the same group as him. They're behind him because he enables them to get closer to manipulate more people as a benefit of his power and giving them what they want. And then the other group are the people that are incredibly low IQ that are being brainwashed. And the reason I say they're being brainwashed is because he's literally repeating the same things over and over again. He's doing exactly what, if you read any book on brainwashing and psychology, just human psychology, it doesn't have to be brainwashing. Trump does everything. It's like he read those, it's like he had somebody read those books and teach him those techniques, because what you do is you give everything a name. Everything a name. Slopodopoulos, what do you call him? Kamala, something, I forget what he was called, Kamambla or whatever. You come up with a name that's catchy to refer to somebody that has negative connotations. By repeating that name over and over and over again without presenting any evidence or proof, just from that person hearing that same word over and over and over, only come from your camp but never come from the opposition, your brain will start to believe that she's not Kamala, she's Kababla, or whatever the word is. And then the negative connotation of that comes along with it subconsciously. And now you're like, that's a bad person, because this nickname implies that they're a bad person. And I've heard this nickname more than I've heard their real name, therefore they must be corrupt. And without any other input and any other convincing things, you will immediately, over time, hearing that over and over and over again from somebody that you implicitly trust, you will develop that same hatred that they're projecting you to take on. Like, that's literally what they're doing. That is brainwashing. Hey, James Janus. He said, never traded or sold a phone before, always bought them outright and kept the old one. May possibly be doing, I always here to factory reset old phones. How secure is factory reset? Not very. Not very. Factory reset is basically how fast it is. Like, anytime I've ever done it on an iPhone or an Android, factory reset is like a regular format, right? Delete the file allocation table, right? Redeploy the operating system from wherever it's stored on a partition, and any data that's still outlying that throughout that drive could still technically be recovered using an external program like Recover that can like access the file system like at a bitwise level. So I wouldn't trust that. However, there are ways that you can low level format a phone. So there are applications out there that will take all of the free storage on a device and override it with random data multiple times. And then in that case, what you do is you do a factory reset, and then all the free storage that's left after the factory reset, you run the program to do the low level format on the remaining data, because you've already overwrote the data, some of the data that can't be recovered, with restoring the OS and restoring the factory, the factory defaults. But then every other piece of data that's now marked as free as storage, you can then walk over those with random numbers a couple of times. And honestly, with SSDs, you really only have to do it once, like with a random number. You don't want to just do zeros or ones, though. Like, I know for magnetic media, it's a lot easier to recover, but with SSDs, I still wouldn't fuck around. But at least do one pass. Like, don't do a whole bunch, because you're going to eat up the read-write cycles of the drive, or of the storage itself, the NDRAM. But yeah, just overwrite it with zeros. That way people can't go back and pull the raw bit from those addresses on the drive and try to reconstitute it into something by just analyzing the data, looking for known headers and footers. Like, that's what Recover does. Recover will just it'll raw walk the drive from one side to the other, and it'll just look like garbage data. But what it'll do is it'll look for known header bit layouts, like minus the data inside, but the layouts of the bits for common formats like MP4, JPEG, PNG, PDF, doc, docx, all those things. And if it sees a header or a footer that matches that, it will then look for the corresponding, end or beginning, and then pull that and then save it as a random file name. It won't be the same file name as the original file, but the data still could be intact enough for somebody to recover and do something with. So here, let me see if I can even find an app. Like, are you on Android or iPhone? So let's see here. Low level format tool, iOS, Android. All right, let's see what we got here. Go back. How to securely erase your data off your iPhone and iPad. Let's see what tool they recommend. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that. So you can actually mount the Android or iOS device as a mass storage device on the computer via USB. And then you can do a slow format with 4 passes using format drive letter /P:1 through 4. and it says it will go through and overwrite all the data. Now that's only if the phone is exposing the entire additional storage to over USB as the mass storage device to Windows. Some of them may create a partition that doesn't necessarily include all of the data that was on. There might be multiple partitions. So just keep that in mind. Like when you're mounting it, it's only going to show a drive for the one block of storage that it's allowing the computer to mount, which is going to be where it like stores photos and stuff like that. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to mount all of the storage. There could be another partition on there that isn't accessible through USB. So I almost think you'd be better off running a local tool that has access to all the partition data. But this would be a good start. This would definitely wipe out like 99% of it. Hey, James, he said, from what I've read, the current phones, within just a few years, phones, all data is encrypted and factory reset wipes the data and changes the encryption key. If the data is encrypted and it wipes the actual data, meaning it overwrites the bit and it doesn't just delete the file allocation table, then I would say, yeah, that's fine. That's literally the same thing as doing like a low-level format, more or less on a solid-state drive. However, even though it rolls the encryption key, doesn't guarantee the data can't be recovered later, because quantum computers are hella good at breaking encryption keys. And we've already reduced the time it takes to break most encryption keys. Like in the last 10 years, we've already gotten way beyond what they thought we would with ability to break encryption. As a matter of fact, your computer and your GPU right now can break the encryption on a zip file in like 20 minutes. Like old school zip files that used to be encrypted, they said that nobody would crack this until until the sun explodes. Here we are like 10 years later, and you can crack it in like 20 minutes with like a 4090 using an open source tool. So I wouldn't rely on encryption, because even though they can't decrypt it now, if that phone literally sits for 20 years and somebody grabs it, and at that point they do have a decryption algorithm that can look at that, look at a copy of that storage, put it into memory, and run the decryption algorithm until it starts seeing coherent data, there is a chance they can recover it. I wouldn't trust it. The only thing that I could trust is multi-level encryption. So if you have multi-level encryption where it randomly selects so that nobody could possibly know, right? Like a great example is, have you ever used a program called Veracrypt? So Veracrypt is a branch of TrueCrypt, which got discontinued. And Veracrypt is an open source encryption utility that allows you to create as many layers of encryption as you want. So you can mount a drive in Veracrypt that's like AES 128, SHA 256, 10 other encryptions that you've never heard of. And the order of them is random, selected by the user, which means that you can't imply it. You can't go, oh, I know to crack this, I have to crack AES first, then SHA, then this. And so by doing that, there's no way to get coherent data. If you try to run an encryption hack, even if you get the proper key, the next level of data is still going to be encrypted, and there's still going to be no way to tell what encryption type it was. And you're never going to know how many encryption levels deep. So it's going to complicate it so much that even if a quantum computer could break the encryption, because it doesn't know the order of those encryptions and how they were applied, unless that encryption leaves some kind of a breadcrumb that it can understand, it's not going to break through it. So that's much more secure. So if you ever need to keep data absolutely safe, I highly recommend Veracrypt. Like, I don't know if there's a variant of it for like a phone. I've never looked to see if it's on phone, but it's open source. I mean, you could literally go and download it and can, fuck with it to get it on phone if somebody else hasn't already. But Veracrypt is amazing because you can literally mount, and it has another feature that's really cool. You can Veracrypt an entire drive, or you can create a single file on a drive that contains an encrypted volume that can be mounted as another drive. And it also allows you to have a ghost partition. And this is a really neat feature if you're ever under duress to recover data. So what it'll do is it'll create two partitions inside of the encrypted volume. One partition will have 1Password as the decryption key, and then n number other encryptions that it rolls down through. And then the other partition will have a different key. So if you enter a decryption key into Veracrypt and you give it the password for the dummy, it'll mount and decrypt the volume, but it'll only show you a volume that contains like dummy information that you put there to show the person that, oh, here's what you want, but it's not useful. They think that they got your data, but they don't. But the truth is your data is still fully secure in the same volume on the other side, and both volumes will mount at the full size. So they won't look at it and go, oh, wait a second, this file is 100 gigabytes and that's only 50 gigabytes, because it will only grow the file to the size of the actual data that's on both volumes. So as long as the data that you're storing doesn't exceed 50% of the overall size of the volume is going to be smaller than either of the partitions, which means when they mount it, they're going to be like, oh, the file's only 32 gigs, but it says the partition's 50 gigs. And so they're never going to suspect that there's a hidden partition on there. So really, really cool tool. And it's got a lot of features. And I also love the way, I also love the way that you get to create the decryption key yourself by moving the mouse. Because you want truly random numbers. Computers don't generate truly random numbers. They're pseudo-random numbers. A truly random number is you reaching down and grabbing your mouse with factors like heat and cold and the way your brain's working and the sensory between your muscles and your thing and the shaking in your hand. All that just by raking a mouse around in a bunch of directions on a screen for like 30 seconds creates a truly random number. Some people still argue that like every number isn't truly random, because if you knew the temperature, if you knew how every neuron in my brain was arranged, and you knew about the environment, and you knew about like the length of my arm and the musculature and how that's going to deviate from the path that I'm sending the signal to the muscle and everything, you could possibly compute that exact same path and recreate it. But we don't have quantum computers that can do that yet. So I think you're probably safe. You're probably safe. But you can tell me I'm full of shit later on if they figure that out in 20 years and just break right through that shit. Let's see here. Samsung phones have encryption. Yeah, I had to find this in most disagreeable way when I formatted my laptop earlier. Oh, did you lose the encryption key? James Jana says phones within the next few years have encryption by default out of the box and are encrypted via use 256 to encrypt the encryption keys. Oh, so they're not just encrypting the data, they're also encrypting the encryption key itself? Where do they store the private decryption key for the volume that contains the actual decryption key? All I'm saying is personally, I wouldn't trust it. Personally, I wouldn't trust it. The U.S. government has been able to break through encryption on so many different occasions. I legit would not trust it. Especially when it's a closed source encryption. Like, not the encryption, like if it's SHA-256 or something, that's not closed source. But the mechanism that's actually implementing the encryption, like if it's Samsung doing it with their, and you can't see the code doing it, right? Because for all you know, it could be putting a backdoor in it so that Samsung can recover your data in a last-ditch effort, or an alternate decryption key, or they're uploading that encryption key when they create it on the phone and storing it in a database somewhere so they can recover it for you in an emergency. There's all kinds of shit I just wouldn't trust with an iPhone just because of how connected of a device it is in the first place. The only way I would trust the data on a phone was like truly 100% encrypted and off limits and could never be recovered is if it was stored in something like a Veracrypt volume. And even then, I don't even know if I'd trust it, because if I created the Veracrypt volume on the phone itself, then the IO stack that's interpreting me typing in the keys and moving the things to create the random, that could all be recorded theoretically too and sent up to the cloud without my knowledge, collected as telemetry for debug information. If somebody grabbed that and put it together, they could ultimately regenerate that decryption key, and that would be stupid. So for me, it's going to be creating the volume on a non-internet connected device that I know for a fact is not snooping IO. Then once that volume is created, then transferring that volume over to a phone. However, you still run into the problem that once you want to mount the volume to do anything with it, you're still having to type in the passphrase that the decryption key is generated from, and therefore you still expose it. Never mind. I can't find... There's no such thing as 100% safe. How about that? I think that's the best solution. There is no such thing as 100% safe. There's just safer. So... they use FDE encryption and then use AES 256 encryption to encrypt the encryption key. I mean, that's interesting. I mean, that sounds pretty fucking secure to me. All right, I'm gonna cave. I'm gonna cave, James Janus. I agree with you. I agree with you. You can get closer to safety. There's never gonna be 100% no matter what. I've tried going through a couple scenarios that I thought were 100%, but no, there's no such thing as 100%, like 100% safe. Because, I mean, realistically, they could just fucking give you some scopolamine or whatever, or get you really drunk and get you to cough up your key, and then none of that encryption really matters, right? Or they torture you to get it. So there's no such thing as 100%. There's a lot of little things you can do, like the trick with the alternate volume, the fake password and stuff to misdirect them to think that they're getting some where you give them a little bit but not a lot. It's kind of like my alarm system, right? Most alarm systems have a duress code. Like, I don't know if you know that. If you have an alarm in your house from like Brinks or ADT, if they didn't teach you about this, it's one of the coolest features of the alarm system, right? is alarm systems that are monitored usually have two codes. They have the code that disarms the system, and then they have the code that silently disarms the system, but in the background quietly calls the place and says that you're in an emergency and you're in a hostage situation. And so if somebody grabs you with a gun or puts a knife up to you and forces you into your house, it says disarm the alarm. Get over there and disarm the alarm immediately. You can run over and put in the other code, and then it'll say, oh, alarm disarmed, safe, enter, welcome home, or whatever, whatever the little jingle is. It'll turn it off, but then what happens is the police get notified that you are in a hostage situation and being held, assumed held at gunpoint or knife point, and that you need a people to come quietly without calling or anything to investigate the situation and save you. And so, but when you, regardless of which number you put in, it doesn't matter which one you put in, it does disable the alarm, and it looks and acts exactly the same. That way the intruder isn't tipped off if they do their research and goes, oh, wait a second, I saw something happen differently. And since every alarm system, the first thing it does from the time that you trip the alarm is it rapidly calls with the modem into the system so that it's on standby to report whether it was successfully disabled or not. It calling wouldn't be an indication of a duress call because it's doing the same thing it always did. The only thing is the encrypted data set between the device and to the dispatch center is either going to say alarm disarmed successfully or this person is under duress. Please send law enforcement quietly to infiltrate and save this person. So it's a really cool feature. Steve Miller said, I used to work tech support for ADT. Those things are a pain in the ass to troubleshoot over the phone. Oh, yeah. For me, the police had to come to the house because I triggered it once on accident while I was programming it. And the police physically had to come to the house, and they showed up completely quietly, aiming a gun at me through my window. They didn't knock on the door. They didn't do anything. I literally turned around while I was on the phone to a guy that had me at gunpoint with a light and a gun on me through my window and said, slowly put down the phone, sir, and move to the front of the house. And he literally tracked me at gunpoint. And I was like, fuck, because I accidentally triggered the alarm silently and I didn't realize it. So I basically swatted myself. And I remember I knew I did it. Like, I knew I did it, so I called ADT. Like, I was literally, that's why I was on the phone. I knew I triggered it because, like, when I was programming it and I did the thing and it turned it off, I was like, oh, fuck, that was, I put in the wrong code. I was trying to put in the right code. I put in the wrong code because I was mixed up in my head and I had them written down on a piece of paper. And I was like, fuck, did it just send the thing? And I was like, I didn't know 100%. So I called up ADT and I was on the phone. And I'm like, hi, I'm so-and-so. The alarm was triggered from this number. That was a false thing that you can disregard. And while they were on the phone or whatever, they're like, yes, we do show that it was triggered under a duress alarm or whatever. We'll go ahead and clear it out of the system, is what they said, which they're not supposed to do, by the way. So fuck whoever this was, because the cops are supposed to have to confirm you're safe before they can disable it. So I'm sitting there talking to them on the phone. They're trying to figure out how to disable it. And the cop was literally there within like 2 minutes. I literally wasn't even on the phone for not even a minute. I'm still talking to this person. And I was at gunpoint through my window at the side of my house through the alley between our houses. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, that was scary. I literally peed a little. And then when I went out the front of the house, there was another officer there who, he didn't have me at gunpoint. He just had his gun, in the holster with the clip off with his hand on it. And when I came out of the front door, I explained to him, I said, listen, I was on the phone with ADT. I accidentally triggered the duress alarm. And he said, I need to verify that you live at this address. Because the other guy came around the corner. He still had me at gunpoint. His partner still fought. Like, when I went to the front door, he watched me the whole way. And then once the front door opened, then he walked around the front of the house and kept me at gunpoint. And then when I said I lived there and accidentally triggered the alarm, they put their guns down because they didn't see me as a threat. I didn't have any weapons on me or anything like that. So I wasn't a threat at the moment. And then they said, we need proof that you live here at this residence. And I said, okay, I need to go inside and get my wallet. So they escorted me in. They didn't let me go alone. They followed me into my house. I grabbed my wallet. It was near the front of the door anyways. I grabbed my wallet. I took it out. I took the license out and I handed it to him. And the guy looks at it and he goes, this isn't the same address. And I was like, oh, fuck. Because I just moved to the house. I hadn't lived in the house for like 3-4 months. And I was like, oh, fuck, I didn't change my license yet. You're supposed to update your license. And I was like, this looks really bad. Because I show them a license and it literally doesn't have. But why would my wallet be sitting on a counter in a house, right? They should have been smart enough to figure that out. But they're like, this address doesn't match. I was like, they said, do you have anything else with your address on it that proves that you live here? And I was like, just thinking to myself, I'm like, fuck. And then the officer said, oh, wait a second. And he flipped over the license. And luckily, I had written in the address with a fucking Sharpie on the back of the license, because there's a place on there that says temporarily until you get your new license, put your new address. And thank fuck I wrote it. I wrote my address on the back of it, because he flipped the license over and he saw that and he's like, oh, no, okay, this is the right address. And obviously I didn't have time when the officer went in to like pick up the license and write my address on the back of it without him noticing. So I was pretty lucky that day. And then they both laughed. We all had a good laugh. They, you know, the guns were holstered, everything was put away. We had a good laugh. I explained to them, like, you know, why I have an alarm system and why I was adding a sensor. I was just trying to add a sensor to the system, too. That was the funny part. I was just learning the system, but I had the passwords written down on for disarm and the alarm, the 2-1, and I accidentally put in the duress just because I wasn't thinking, because I was doing a bunch of shit and pushing dozens of numbers. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. The police response time is nuts here. It is nuts. That's one thing I am very happy about living here, is the police response time is just fucking brutal. Like, you do not have to worry about the police not showing up in a reasonable amount of time, because literally the police department is only 2 blocks away from me, and they patrol the neighborhood constantly. Like, if you go outside and you see, it's like every probably 10 minutes you see a cop car drive by, like just continuously all day driving around the block. And so crime has been really low since they've been operating like that. There was a couple times during COVID that like crime went up quite a bit, but now everything's back to normal. The patrols are super regular. There's always a cop within 2-3 minutes of my house. Plus they know me. That's the other thing that's really cool, is the cops know me. I have anti-SWAT paperwork filed, so every time somebody tries to swat me, they don't actually do it. they know not to do it. The 911 dispatch center has a notice that pops up on the screen that says I'm a high risk SWAT, and before you know the police can be dispatched, they have to get a password, and there's a whole bunch of shit, and like 3 phones get called silently, my wife's, mine, the house. So yeah, it's so I don't have to worry about the swatting stuff, which is fantastic, because a lot of streamers still have to deal with that stupid shit. They still try every once in a while though. And then when they do, I just have to sign a little affidavit that says that, you know, I'm okay. I will prosecute 100% if they can find the person that did it. And they did find the person that did the very last one that happened. It's been a couple of years. It's been a couple of years since it happened. But the last person did try it. They did find it. I signed the paperwork saying that I would testify. Turns out I didn't need to testify. They had enough evidence even without me, and they charged him. And I think he got like 12 years or something like that. So that was a while ago. I think it was in the news too. It also turns out I wasn't the only one he swatted. There was 2 other YouTubers in Washington, 2 that lived in Seattle, that he was also swatting. So what I do to piss them off? Oh, I just exist. I mean, just Trump supporters. That's what I mean. They come into the stream, they see me talking shit about their Trump or, you know, their God, and they have no qualms about abusing law enforcement and getting people killed. I mean, they don't. They like these are not people that support and vote for like rapists and fucking career criminals that get people hurt and killed and land everybody that's around them in jail as fall guys and shit. Those are not people that care about getting somebody killed. They don't. To them, it's just a video game. Unless that person's physically in their life and they physically like can see them with their own 2 eyes in person, they just think they're an NPC. Like when they get killed, it's no big deal. They just think, oh fuck, they'll respawn. It'll be fine. That's one of the saddest things about the internet, if you think about it, is the internet has removed that human connection between us, where it's like we all see each other's flat images and sounds coming through a computer screen. And because of that, it desensitizes us to the human connection. Because we're not there, we're not feeling and experiencing that person breathing the same air in the same space, having the same consequences, because that person has physical access, you have physical access to them. Like that creates real consequences, and those real consequences humble you really quickly and make you act differently. And as you act differently over a period of time, you become emotionally connected. Even if you don't like the person, you still become emotionally connected to them being a real person. And if they died, that does affect you negatively. Whereas if you don't have that physical contact, you can write them off really easily. And that's why you have a generation of kids that can just like go into school and shoot up a bunch of people and everything, is because they've been away from the real human experience. Because even when they're in the proximity of other people, they're just texting through phones. Or the vast majority of their interactions are through like a video chat or something. That's like they're not doing the things physically together enough to form those bonds, especially with people that aren't necessarily friends, but more like acquaintances that just exist in their world, right? And it creates a dangerous situation, because if they don't see them as human, then they don't have a problem with them dying, you know? And that's truly sad. The desensitization is a big problem that we're going to have to overcome. And it's going to get worse before it gets better, because you have a generation of kids that sadly during their most important development years in their brain were exposed to that and all the toxicness of the Trump administration and all that stuff, promoting all this fucking hate gay people, hate black people, hate Hispanic people, hate anybody that doesn't identify as Christian, but specifically Trump supporting Christian. If you're not a Trump supporting Christian, then you're really not even a Christian at all. Like, that brainwashing amplified by the parents that were brainwashed by that rhetoric into those children, combined with no physical contact, you know, even especially throughout COVID, right? Those 3 years, those are going to come back to bite us really hard later on. You're going to have a generation of kids that are just sadly so desensitized that when they have a gun pointed at somebody and they have their life in their hands, they're going to think they're playing fucking CSGO and there's no big deal. You know, and that's not good. That's not good at all. So we, you know, what are, you know, it's, I don't know how we even fix that, honestly. I don't. But I hope that we find a way to, because it's really sad and it's really unfair to those kids, because obviously you have to hold them responsible. If a kid grabs a gun and goes in and kills a bunch of people, he's still responsible for it. It doesn't matter if he was abused. It doesn't matter if he was mistreated himself and everything. Going and killing a bunch of innocent people, it's like you have to pay the price for that. That's society wouldn't work if that was just allowed to slide. However, I blame the parents just as much. If you are so disconnected from your child's development that they're literally being raised and indoctrinated by neo-Nazi groups, and they're getting so close to them that they actually see them more as family than you, and they're becoming so radicalized by crazy fucking fascist movements on the internet that teach them that they're better than people because of the color of their skin or because of where they put their dicks and vaginas and stuff. If you're allowing your kid that much liberty that you have no idea the shit is going on, like right under your nose, or even worse, you're a parent that's perpetuating that shit by being a bad person to begin with, and then they're amplifying it through what they can reach through the internet, and you're too dumb to. It's your fault. It's your fault, and I take responsibility too. If my kid, even my kid's on the spectrum, it makes no fucking difference. If with the way I've raised him, if he grows up and decides to go and take an innocent life, or decides to go and take somebody's innocence away from him because he values what he wants over the rights of another person, you know, I take full responsibility for that. I have failed as a parent because everything I have done has taught him to be super empathetic and has taught him to be very, very emotional and be kind to people and love people and see them as his equals and his brothers and sisters. I have done everything I can as a parent to do that. And so if I fail, it's on me. I did something wrong. I can't tell you exactly what, but I did something wrong, because people don't just turn to violence like that unless they have a severe, like, there are mental conditions where people could kill another person without even realizing that they did it. Like, there are levels of low functioning autism where a person can harm themselves and break their own bones without even realizing they're doing it. So in those cases, it's not premeditated. They're not meaning harm. It's just, sadly, it's something that's beyond their control, like literally motor and mental control. They don't know what they're doing. But if they did know what they were doing, they wouldn't do it, right? That's different. But if it's somebody who's cognitively capable of understanding the difference between right and wrong, and they choose to do those things, then they have to pay. They have to. James Janus says, so worth meds beyond taking them. I don't know functioning and do things once they kick in. So hard to tell if it still work or if tolerance or etc. If don't know function on them, how tell this to the doctor? Let's see, two-part question. I know you have taken many meds. Okay, hold on here. Let me do something. This is actually something that's been really helpful to me when people struggle with typing things. Is you go into GPT-4o and say, please rewrite this so that it's easier to understand without confusion. This isn't a dig at you, James Janus. It's just sometimes, hasty typing, it makes it hard to understand exactly what you're saying. And this will be easier. All right. So he says, I have a two-part question. I've started taking medication for mental health and might begin therapy soon, but I realize that pills don't teach skills. Beyond taking the medication, I struggle to understand how to function and do things once they take effect. It's hard to tell if they're still working or if I've developed a tolerance. How can I discuss this with my doctor? Oh, you really need to. The first thing you need to understand is that what you're experiencing is first party, so you can't understand differences. You're not going to see differences in yourself. When you take medication, since everything's a first party perspective, whatever you happen to be doing at the time is normal. And if that normal changes, you're not always going to notice it because you're doing what you think you're supposed to be doing. And before you were doing what you think you were supposed to be doing. And if those things are different, you might not pick up on it because to you, it's still normal. The best way I found to do it, and I experienced this back when I took ephedrine. Back in the day when I took ephedrine, it made me really aggressive and really angry. And I saw it as all my friends changing and my family changing and everybody else around me is changing. I never once thought it was me changing. I thought I was the same and everybody else changed. It turns out that the pills were making my perception of reality change so that everybody else was acting the same, but I was seeing them all as assholes and treating them as assholes. Does that make sense? So I find the best way to gauge, and it's easier for some than others, is look to your friends and family and ask them if they've noticed changes. And that's what I do. Whenever I've ever taken SSRIs in the past, like depression medication, or any time in the past, like when I've taken my ADHD medication, I've always, after a period of time, either asked, or they'll just tell me, they'll notice a change and they'll tell me, but I'll ask. I'll say, do you notice any change in my behavior? Have I been more positive? Have I been more negative? I ask them, and then people that I trust their response, people that I'm not going to argue with, and I'm like, whatever you say is, even if I don't like it, I'm going to take it is truth. You ask them and you collect that information and you write it down, and then you take that to your doctor. And if the way they perceive you is better and improved, and they notice that you're doing better at things, even if you can't even tell the difference, take that word as gospel. Take that to your doctor and talk to him. And if it's not what you want, tweak the medication and then go through the process and then ask those people you trust again. That's the best method, in my opinion. I'm not a doctor. I would definitely talk to a therapist too. Therapists are amazing because you talk to them every single week, and whenever you take drugs or do anything, they notice changes in you rapidly, and without you even asking, they'll just volunteer them. But that's the thing I found that works the best. Ask people you trust externally. Do not assume. Do not try to figure it out yourself. It will not work out well. Oh shit, I totally missed this because it didn't even show up. Thank you, YouTube, for your awesome viewer activity response. Histario, thank you for the $5 tip. I hope you're still here, brother. He said, hey, Barn, there's a new Ford update on my Mustang that black screened the touchscreen, rendering it useless. Have you ever encountered this problem? Well, first off, I've never owned a car or knew enough to receive an over-the-air software update. Like, literally every car I've owned my whole life has, like, the most it's had is, like, OnStar, which I know can, like, deploy some stuff, but it's not going to, like, rewrite your ECU or put a new firmware on the car. So I don't really have experience with that myself, per se. However, it really is a scary testament to how dependent vehicles are becoming on software and the software process falling apart, which obviously Ford didn't do enough testing if they're putting an over-the-air update that's bricking vehicles' functionality. Luckily for you, it just made the screen not work, and it didn't like kill the brakes or fuck up drive-by-wire or kill your power steering pump or your brake booster or fry your electrical system so the engine dies and you engine brake and spin out at 60 miles an hour on the freeway. Luckily, it didn't do any of those things. But it does scare me, it does legitimately scare me that these software updates are just being pushed down to people's vehicles while they're out and driving around without them understanding the gravity of what the changes are, right? Like, I've never seen a car update where it's like for Ferrari, for instance. I had a friend who had a Ferrari 360, and this is like one of the, earlier cars that had a update by wire, right, over there. And that car, all it did when you got into it is make a series of tones. It would be like beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, and that's it. And you'd look in the manual, and the manual would be like, oh, high tone, low tone, high tone, low tone, low tone, low tone means a new firmware update has been installed. And then you had to go on the internet and like look and be like, Ferrari, what is your latest firmware update? Oh, greater acceleration, more linear curve on the accelerator pedal, improved, feeling in this. But you didn't know, you just heard tones, right? So most people aren't going to go look that shit up before they drive. They're going to get in their car because they need to go somewhere. And and same thing with like Tesla too. It's like Tesla, it's like, oh, a new update has been downloaded to your car or whatever. And it's like, at least with them, you get a thing on the screen that says what's improved and what's not improved. But if somebody needs to drive somewhere, not everybody's going to sit there and read through the whole screen and everything before they go. They're just going to get in their car and go. And those changes could potentially cause an accident that they wouldn't have otherwise had. Even if it's something as simple as just changing how linear the pedal is or adding or removing a little horsepower, that can change the feel of the car, right? So, let's see here. Sounds like a regulation problem. I'm actually surprised Ford is able to, willy-nilly push out updates that aren't tested very well like that. That seems like that's biting them hard. I know that, Tesla is really fast and loose with the updates to their cars. And they do something similar to Microsoft where they do like beta rollouts and you can sign up to get like beta firmwares and things like that. I don't think that's something that you should be doing in an automobile. Because here's the thing. If I'm at home and I want to download a beta update on my computer, right? Let's look at this objectively. If I download something on my computer and I do it, it's at my risk, right? If my software breaks or my hard drive gets formatted or everything breaks, I fucked up my own computer. I didn't hurt anybody else. Vehicles are on the road, right? Driving with other vehicles and around other pedestrians, and you're basically in a 5,000-pound missile that could go through vehicles, it can go through people, it can go through bicyclists, animals, trees, you name it. This is a dangerous fucking thing. That's why you have to go and get a license to even be able to drive the thing, to reduce your danger to other people, and there's still accidents, right? So I think that when you're in like a Tesla, which is more like an 8,000-pound missile or 5,000-pound missile, and they can just push down software updates that affect the driving dynamics of the car, the power of the car, the handling of the car. I think that's dangerous as fuck because you're taking the familiarity factor. Like you get familiar with your vehicle and then your muscle memory can save you from a situation because if I go like this, you know exactly how the car is going to react on that strip of road. You're not going to know that if they change the power curve. You're not going to know that if they change the handling dynamic or the weight of the steering wheel. And so that I'm not thrilled about being okay. In that case, I think what should happen is if a firmware is going to be pushed down to your car, you should actively have to go and read what the changes are, agree to those changes, and then like show that you've driven safely for like a period of time before they're deployed to the system. Kind of like what they do for enabling autopilot, or they did. I don't know if they do it anymore, but like for autopilot, you had to prove that you were a safe driver for a long time so that you could prove that you had a very quick response time because autopilot was killing so many people. They needed people to get their hands on the wheel because if autopilot senses an impending wreck, because the black box records everything, it disables itself so that they can show in court that 2 seconds before the accident, control was returned to the driver, therefore it's his fault. But they didn't give the driver enough time to properly react because the car was driving itself and he had confidence the car knew what it was doing. And shit like that is not good. That should not be tested on the roads at all. Yeah, somebody said that earlier. Somebody said that Donald Trump's campaign was hacked and like some things were leaked. And I'm really interested to see like what comes out from that. I'm like genuinely interested. Dude, why is my viewer activity thing not showing up anymore? Ian Scott Johnson, hi from Scotland. Look forward to stream every week. Keep it up. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I hope you're still here. I'm sorry I missed a couple of the last super chats because for some reason the viewer activity box went completely black on me on YouTube. Here, let me try to refresh it. Let me refresh it and see what happens. Refresh. Okay, James Jada said, yeah, okay, ask others. But like I said, pills do not teach skills. How do you gauge meds working from that side of things when you may not know what to do when on the meds skill-wise? I still don't quite understand what you mean, sadly, James. So you said pills do not teach skills. But, like, if you don't take pills, you still don't learn skill. Like, you learn skills either under the influence of a drug or not under the influence of the drug. How you learn the skill or how you're able to do the skill is altered depending on the drugs. If you take drugs that mentally handicap you, then you aren't going to learn as good. And you're not going to be able to repeat the skill that you just learned as well. If you take drugs that enhance your cognitive ability, then you're going to be able to recall and do the skill even better with less practice. So is that what you mean? Like, because the pills don't teach skills, but even if you're not on pills, you're only taught skills when you learn a skill. And you're either learning a skill under the influence of a drug or not under the influence of the drug. But the influence of that drug is going to alter how you learn that skill. And then once you're off of the drug, You may still become better at that skill, but you're not going to necessarily be as good as the skill if you had learned it while you were sober, for instance. Or if you learn the skill where you're on ADHD meds, then you might even be better at the skill even when you're not on ADHD meds, just because you were so focused and paid attention and you have that information available to you easier. It's hard to tell, though. Everybody's going to be different in that respect. Let's see here. YouTube just blacked out and came back. Yeah, I just saw this. So welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Okay, I do my best. Wait, it just went black and came back. Here, let me see if viewer activity works now. Nope, viewer activity is still broken. Well, here, let's go see this whole Trump hacked shenanigans, shall we? Trump hacked. Let's see. Trump campaign says it was hacked. Oh, if they're saying they're hacked, okay, so Trump lies a lot, right? So I can see if Trump's campaign is saying they're hacked and it's not actually the hacker that did it, this seems like this is more of them like setting up the blame, Kamala. Be like, oh, hacker. We're going to call her hacker now. Hacker Harris or hacker hack hacked into our systems and stole all our documents. And now if I lose the election, it's because she manipulated it using our documents. I mean, I don't necessarily believe it's true if it's the Trump campaign saying it, because they compulsively lie. I mean, they even lied about him getting shot. Like the dude did not have any wounds consistent with a bullet hitting his ear. When you see his ear now, with like the tiny little Band-Aid off of it, coupled with the police report that he didn't need to get any stitches and they just released him because the bleeding stopped on its own. They didn't have to stop the bleeding. So, and other people were hit with debris from like the bullets, I guess, hit the teleprompter and some other shit, and some of the debris like scratched up and made other people bleed too. So I don't think he was hit by a bullet, because the hydrostatic pressure of that bullet even nicking the edge of his ear would have had a ripple effect and would have tore up that tissue in that area. Like, hell, even Brandon Herrera, AK guy or whatever, made a video that clearly showed like the level of expansion that would happen if a bullet had have traveled through his ear. And he even said when he got shot, he said the bullet went through he said it pierced his ear. So, but we can clearly see when he took off the fake bandage that never had so much as a spot of blood on it and was applied differently than how a medic would have done it. There was no damage. The top of his ear is like completely 100% fine and healed within 7 days. So he's just a liar. He tried to use it because he wanted to use it to sell sneakers. He literally, within 24 hours of this assassination attempt, he was selling fucking shoes that like, I took a bullet for America. What do you mean you took a bullet for America? No, the guy behind you, the firefighter that saves lives, that was dumb enough to believe in you and bring his family to promote you, he's the dead one. He's the one that took a bullet for America, right? You got winged, and now you're selling shoes and not sharing the money with the widow of the man who just died, that you don't even talk about or even mention in your fucking shoe sales, right? And then you go on a whole campaign talking about, you mentioned the firefighter dying once at the RNC, and then every other time after that, it's like, I took a bullet for America. I took a bullet for America. I took a bullet for America. No, you didn't. You had a bullet fly at you and miss you and kill the guy behind you and got hit by maybe some fucking debris from a teleprompter. But you sure as hell didn't do it for America, because we didn't want you in that place in the first place. Because you're supposed to be doing these things indoors in securable areas, and even the Secret Service said that that was not a securable area. He did it anyways because it was cheap, and he's a cheap fuck. That's why he did it. Go back and look. He was warned. By the way, he didn't mention that at any point. But it is publicly known that the Secret Service said that is an indefensible location. That was part of, even when they talked to Congress, they're like, this was not a location that we could easily secure. That's why most people use indoor venues. So we can secure an indoor venue. We can't secure a fucking venue when there's rifles that can hit shit 7,000 yards out, a mile and a half or whatever out. Anti-material weapons. There's no fucking way our snipers can cover enough area to see all of those coming. Right? They literally didn't even see a guy with like an AR-15 with iron sights just popping off shots from the top of a building 400 feet away. You can't defend that shit. But he didn't talk about it at all. He doesn't care. He's like, I took a bullet for America. I'm an even better president. You have to vote for me because I got a person so mad he shot at me and killed the guy behind me that I'm not going to talk about or help his family at all. And then you always hear people that are like, oh, but he started a GoFundMe for. First of all, what the fuck are you starting a GoFundMe for? The dude literally died at your rally. A fucking firefighter who believed in you got shot to death in front of his wife and kids. Well, you're selling sneakers and you're expecting other people to foot the bill? Like, come on, Mr. I'm a fucking billionaire. Why don't you give her a couple $100 million so at least her and her kids can live the best life they can without daddy? Because you fucked their life up so bad being such a scum, cheap bag of shit using a venue that you knew was unsafe. Like, why not give them the money directly? Oh, or why don't you even just start the GoFundMe yourself, you piece of shit? He gets credit for, he started a GoFundMe. No, he didn't. Go look at what actually happened. Is one of his campaign people started the GoFundMe. Not him, not Trump. Trump didn't even request it. Trump didn't suggest it. Nothing of the sort. They saw fallout from this and thought that there could be a lawsuit. So they started a GoFundMe. The campaign did, not Donald Trump. And the reason Donald Trump didn't know about the GoFundMe is because he sold 3,000 sneakers out instantly, these assassination sneakers that haven't even been made. They haven't even sent the print yet to China. It even says, asterisk, the shoes you receive may not resemble the one in the pictures. Wait 6 months for delivery. He got those out, and he at no point anywhere said the proceeds for the sneakers were going to the GoFundMe or he was putting money into the GoFundMe when he was selling the sneakers. So yeah, don't buy that shit when people are like, oh yeah, no, he did the GoFundMe and he wants to support that family and help them. No, he didn't give a shit. He's too fucking selfish for that. He doesn't give a shit. In his mind, he's like, oh, well, he was dumb enough to support me and come to my rally and stand right behind me where the bullets were. What a dumb fucker. What a loser. He said the same thing about our veterans. He's like, oh, you died in war? You're a loser. Losers don't die. Oh, you got captured? I don't like POWs because they got captured. What a bunch of fucking losers. Oh, Biden got Putin to finally release a bunch of hostages that I couldn't release when I was president. Oh, shit, I could have got him for free. Like, if it was me and president, I would have got him for free and he would have just handed him over and they didn't ask for anything in return. Doesn't even mention, like, congratulations to the families that are getting their family members back that have been held by Putin that they feared were going to be put to death or in prison or hard labor for the rest of their life. Not a fucking word until everybody turns on him, even his own people, and then he releases a statement like, Putin got a good deal. Putin sure got a good deal. Fuck you, man. Like, the fact that people only support him because they're bad people. If you know somebody who supports Donald Trump, that's because they got a lot of skeletons in their closet and they're just as bad as he is. Good people wouldn't do that. It doesn't, your politics don't matter. The policies don't matter anymore because Trump didn't keep any of his fucking policies anyways, and he ran the deficit through the fucking roof, and the border was just as bad under him as it was under Biden. All these things are true if you go look at the fucking data, right? Trump thinks he's still winning in the polls. He's not on the averages. He still thinks he's winning every battleground state. He's not. The fucking poll data. He just lies. He just says shit and doesn't ever do it. He told the unions he was going to help him, and then he became the most anti-union president in history. So yeah, the only people that support Donald Trump are other evil people that want an evil person like them in power so they feel less selfish for being such a bag of dicks. That's the truth. If you want the truth, I'll give it to you, right? That is the God's honest truth, my friends. If you know somebody who is still a hardcore Trump fan after he got convicted of raping a woman, convicted of fucking, and if they're, oh, it wasn't rape, it was sexual assault. No, it's because in that state, rape is charged as a sexual assault when it's fingers entering the vagina and a penis. If you don't think fucking jamming your fingers in someone's vagina without their protection isn't penetrative sex, like seriously, fuck you. If you draw the determination, oh, he used his fingers instead of his dick, so that's okay, then fuck you. So if your correction is, oh, he just sexually assaulted her, he didn't rape her, when the judge literally said in any other state it would have been classified as rape, the same charge under those statutes. It was just because of the state it was committed in. Come the fuck on. Like, seriously, is that your defense? Trump is a good person to vote for because he only rammed his fingers into a vagina and during the deposition said that it's fortunate that he has the power to do that as a celebrity. Like, it's a good thing. He's not a rapist. He's just a forced finger fucker in the vagina-ist. It's like, no, fuck that shit, man. I am done. I am done with that noise. All he does is fucking lie. All he does is manipulate. He only cares about himself. They literally set him up for the easiest questions in the world. Like what have you asked God for forgiveness for? Like, what have you? Oh, I've never asked God for forgiveness because everything I've done has been perfect. Like, yeah. Wait. You did say you're Christian. You read the Bible, right? That everybody's born with original sin and everybody has to ask for forgiveness, like by default. Like, you're supposed to ask God to forgive you for your sins. Your original sins. No. I'm perfect. I'm actually God's perfect son. I'm even perfecter than Jesus. He literally on TV said that. He's like, yeah, no, I've never prayed for forgiveness. And everybody's like, and they're like, let's just pretend he didn't say that, because that's like the worst thing you can say as a Christian. Oh, I've never prayed for forgiveness. Like, fuck that noise. Like, I'm too fucking perfect. I'm proud of my sins. Fuck you, God. It's like that. That's literally what he says. And they're like, okay, move on to the next question. Quick, move on to the next question. I can tell you right now, Trump 100% does not believe in God. Trump has never been religious. Not a day in his fucking life. Trump is way too selfish to be religious. He fakes being religious because you can control people. When you have a lot of money, religion is a backdoor to control people. If I was a multimillionaire, I could go find a group and manipulate them with religion. I could go create a channel on YouTube called the LeBrant Fam, right? I could go create a channel called the LeBrant Fam. I could use my millions to buy a huge fucking mansion and nice cars and hire an editor that puts in ethereal music and pays music licenses. Will I say with my hair designer and my makeup to make all my family look like they're fucking perfect and there's not a hair out of place? And oh, we love Jesus, and play the little Jesus music as they're going down a slide at the park, and but not showing the footage where they got slapped and told to do it 5 times in a row because they weren't smiling enough when they went down. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that if I had millions of dollars and make everybody think that I'm the most godly person ever. And I could even go to a church and they'd welcome me with open arms because I dropped $1,000 in the collection plate. And they're like, oh, we saw your channel and you promote God so much and we love you. And because you talk about God so much, we're not even going to ask you about all the bad shit that you're doing. Like, we're not, no, it never happened because you're just so rich and you help this church so much. We're just going to keep lying as long as you keep putting money in that collection plate. Yeah, I could do that. If I was rich, I could do that. And that's what Trump does on a large level. What did Trump do when he was campaigning in 2015? What did he do? He went to all the televangelist churches, all of the fraudulent churches. Kenneth Copeland, that crazy bitch in Nevada, the one in Texas. He went to all these fucking these mega churches that collect millions of dollars from people and even do faith healings and tell people to stop taking their medications so that they can use the money to give to God instead of the pharmacy. And these are the people that Trump goes to. Not a local church, not small churches doing it. No, these big mega churches. And they take him up on stage and they all surround him and put their hands on him. They're like, anoint our Heavenly Father, anoint our fighter sent to us to save America from the heathens. And we have seen that you've chosen him or whatever. They're playing like the ethereal music in the background and everything. And the drums are beating. And it's like, and Trump's just sitting there like, oh, yeah, weird. This is weird. But yeah, thank you. Yeah. Do you want to say any words? Yeah, Biden fucked up the border and you punch anybody that says I'm not a good president. And I don't pray to God because I'm so perfect. He knows I don't need to pray to him. Like, and then like everybody in the church, that mega church is like, yeah, put money in the collection plate. Yeah, Trump's gonna save us because they said that God sent him, so we have to support him now because he's our guy. Yeah, Team Trump. So fucking stupid, man. It's like I feel so afraid for humanity because we've lost all connections with common sense as a group. Like as individuals, a lot of us are still good. You get them away from the mob and a lot of them can be saved. But in a group, they are so intoxicated by the energy and the hate and the violence and everything that just gets their blood going and their adrenaline going that they're all together. They're like, is this huge group. We are like this massive fucking powerful force that can enact anything we want. And we'll just say that that's what God wants. What we want is what God wants. Because we're the bigger group and we're the more powerful group. And that's how religion has always worked throughout history, too. The reason Christianity won is because the other religions got the shit kicked out of them by the empires that were using that doctrine to control people under their king. Every king had their own, their own version of Abrahamic religion, right? And they all fought each other. And the ones that won were the ones that got to have their history moved forward and propagated more. Right. And so that's really all it is. The bigger group. Right. If you have the bigger group with fucking more guns and more people screaming and that guy at the very top, that's the pastor, that whatever he says they do because they confuse him with being the messenger of God, then he basically controls that huge group. And they're, for all intents and purposes, his own personal army. And that becomes dangerous, man. And then those people don't take responsibility for their actions. They'll go out and kill people. They'll go out and kill people and be like, dude, you just murdered that person. No. He told me to do it. He said that's what God wanted. I'm just doing God's will. It's like, but God doesn't want you to go kill anybody. Well, no, that pastor said he did. He changed his mind and he told him he wanted us to do that. He also said he wanted us to take our entire 80% of our paycheck and put it in the collection plate because he would make sure that it would magically turn into 2 times that amount and show up in our bank account. And if it doesn't, that just means that, God is just late getting to the post office or the line's really long and we just got to keep putting money in and it'll eventually happen. And then he said if we die and that money doesn't double in the bank account, that he'll just tell the next of kin that money will show up in their bank account eventually And then when it doesn't show up in their bank account and then they die, then their next of kin will get the money until they totally forgot any of this ever happened in the first place and nobody looks for the money that was promised to them. You know, it's the same thing where if I tell you, I can make the same promises as God all day long. If you guys want an example. So when you die, if you give me $20 right now in a super chat, when you die, and this is my religion. This is as me as a religion. This is Barnacules Nerdgasm. We'll call it Nerdgasm. If you give me $20 right now, when you die, you will have 1,000 virgin vaginas or buttholes, your preference, male or female, or anything in between. It could be, or animals or attack helicopters or whatever you want, right? Doesn't matter. You're dead, right? So you will get all of those things when you die. Those will magically appear in your kingdom. You'll have the biggest house that you've ever seen in your life. You'll be the most powerful person in all the land, and all your dreams will come true for the rest of eternity. And you'll be like having your own personal holodeck on Star Trek. And I can absolutely 100% guarantee you that will happen. And your family can rest knowing that when you're dead, as long as you don't wake up 6 months later as a zombie and tell them that I lied, that means that it's true and that they got all those things. Do you catch me? So write all this down. So I am making this promise. If they do not wake up as a zombie and dig themselves out of the grave and come tell you that I lied and I didn't give them what was promised, that means that they got what they wanted and they're happy and they're staying there forever. Okay. And they're super happy. I can make that promise to you with 100% accuracy. Like, I know this to be fact, and you can't disprove it, because once you're dead, right? There's no coming back. And that's why the Bible, anytime you get rewarded in the Bible, every reward is, you know, I'll gladly pay you for a cheeseburger tomorrow, or pay you tomorrow for a cheeseburger today, right? It's literally, that's what the Bible is. Like, serve your king, serve your masters, do everything that they want you to do and enrich their lives and make them have the most amazing lives here on earth possible at your expense. And then when you drop dead of exhaustion and being so poor and starving, you will then get everything you want in the king's heaven, and for eternity, you'll have the best life possible. And then nobody really thinks like, well, then why do we have to serve the guy at the top? Why doesn't he just work his ass off too? And we all just work ourselves to death for you, but nobody benefits and nobody's better than anybody else. And then when we all die, we all get the kingdom of heaven. Why does that guy get to have the best life on earth and the best life after? That doesn't make any sense, but nobody asks that, right? So what's funny, Sonny said I can disprove it. You can't, though. You can't. You can't disprove it. You can't guarantee that, because I know Allah exists and you will eat those words. No. Dude, Allah and Jesus bang each other. They literally take turns giving each other reach arounds and pick who the power bottom is. Just depends, like Monday, Tuesday, swap sides. No, literally, like that is religion. Whatever I tell you happens after death is what happens, because that person can't come back and tell you. And if they do come back, here's the thing. What if they're dead for an hour and they get resuscitated, right? And you ask them, what did you see? Did you get everything you were promised? And they're like, no, I just saw darkness. Then the church's explanation for that is, oh, but you weren't really dead. Because if you come back to life, you were never dead in the first place. That's literally what they say. I've asked this question to pastor. He's like, if you wake up, even if they resuscitate you with technology 1,000 years later and they like wake you up and revive you and redo all your cells and connect your neurons, and you're literally the same person, you're like, I didn't experience any passage of time. I saw darkness. Because that's what happens when people are unconscious. Just darkness and no passage of time is recognized. So then it's like, oh, but you weren't really dead. You weren't really, to be really dead, you can't come back and tell us. The second you can come back and tell us, then all's null and void. You weren't truly dead. But then you're like, but God died, like Jesus died, right? Didn't Jesus like die on the cross? And wasn't he resurrected, like resuscitated, like and put back together and made whole in the same person again? So like he was dead and then he was back. So that means he never really died, right? Because by your definition, he was dead, but then he came back to life. So that invalidates the death, because death has to be permanent. Oh, except for Jesus. No, Jesus is different. No. It's not the same. Even though he was man, he died for man and he got resurrected, which other men don't get that same thing. He's still a man, but it's just like, oh my God, seriously? It's so fucking stupid. Oh, don't worry about it. What's funny, Sonny? I've been kind of waiting for you to leave anyways. You've been saying some pretty stupid shit, brother. Here, I'll go ahead and help you out. So, hide user from this channel. Goodbye. He gone. Yeah, no. He can literally go fuck himself. I ain't gonna tolerate that shit. Allah is no better than Jesus. Jesus is no better than Allah. Satan's no better than Jesus or Allah. They're all the same fucking made up characters in my book. So if he has to unfollow me and leave because I literally said that fucking Allah and Jesus were getting on with each other, which he doesn't know. He can't prove that they aren't, right? Like, he doesn't live in heaven. I don't live in heaven. And literally they're basically brothers. So maybe they are getting on. Maybe they like that kind of thing. Like, why does he get to decide that down here on Earth? Why is he rewriting the story? Tyler gets it. Tyler gets it. God is a way for people to cope with knowing nothing happens after you die. Exactly. But here's the thing. Are you scared that nothing happens after you die? I can promise you another thing. And this will be a comforting, I hope this is a comforting thing, because it was really comforting to me, because I know I'm not going to live a long life. Like, my health is too bad. My genetics are too bad. I was never meant to live a long life. My family line never has. Nobody in my family on either side usually lives past their 70s. I'm going to tell you something. If you die, okay, if you up and croak and you die, it will be no different than you going into surgery, getting anesthesia, and then waking up from the surgery. It could be a billion years later as a different creature or as a rock or some dust. Once your consciousness is gone, you have no passage of time, which means it's not like darkness for eternity and nothing happens and you're stuck in nothingness with no voice or anything like that for eternity. That would be torture. That's not what it is. You without the brain, you do not have a passage of time. Without your brain functioning. That's why anesthesia, you have no passage of time. You literally blink, you wake up, your fucking surgery was 8 hours, you experienced 1 second. So it'll be the same thing. It won't matter if it's a second, it won't matter if it's a million years. Do you remember what it was like before you were alive? Same difference in the other direction. Do you remember the billions of years that the universe has existed before you were even a sperm in your dad's balls? Like, you still existed. You still existed as all these different components. They just hadn't come together yet. Once they come apart, you have no passage of time. So even if it takes a billion years for those components to rearrange themselves back into a sentient being again, you're not going to be aware of that passage of time. It's going to be a blink of an eye. And then you start the process over again as something else. So there you go. There you go. That's what really happened. That's what I believe really happens. But you're welcome to believe whatever you want. If you want to believe that Jesus and Muhammad are getting on with each other, or if they're at war with each other, or if God, either loves or hates gay people or whatever, it's like, that's all shit you're making up. Like, you can try to blame it on God and act like you're just following his teachings. But at the end of the day, you're just reading a 2,000-year-old book that literally tells you in it that the people that wrote the book are all sinners and all fallible and could literally be lying. The book literally tells you the people that wrote the book could be lying about everything. To keep that in mind. It's like man is fallible. Man is greedy. Man is sinful. So everything that's written in this book could be completely invalidated by that. Like, keep that in mind. So if you're using that as an excuse so that you can do bad things and you get what you want while other people get screwed, so that you can feel better and have a good conscience and sleep at night while other people are getting fucked, that's on you. That's not you following Jesus. That's not you being godly. That's not you being a good person. You might be able to use that to trick yourself into that so that you can feel alleviated and you can feel like you're doing the right thing while everybody else is doing the wrong thing. But no, at the end of the day, it just comes down to how do you treat other people. If you treat other people like shit and you're an asshole in society and all you do is take and never give and take advantage of everybody and use every opportunity to manipulate people into doing what you want them to do, then you're just a piece of shit. It's just plain and simple. And usually it'll come back to bite you, because those same people you treat like a piece of shit, when the opportunity comes around, they're going to return the favor. That's how you get punished. It's not you die and then you get punished afterwards. It's you get punished here. You get punished now. Might not be today, might not be tomorrow, but at some point, yeah, your number comes up. It does. And for the few people that make it all the way to the end of their life and die of old age after doing an entire life of just sinful, broken, garbage shit, after they're dead, everybody usually figures out at some point what they were really all about, and their legacy falls apart, and everybody hates them for the rest of eternity, and that's what they get. Their punishment afterwards. And they can no longer hurt anybody else because they're fucking dead. So, you'll be reborn during the Inquisition. Without the thread of consciousness stitching time together, time doesn't exist. Exactly. I mean, time is a concept, right? It's a concept that our brains process. Different things experience different time. right? If you're a hummingbird that flaps your wings 1,000,000 times a second and you can respond to something in like 0.2 of a millisecond when it takes us 10 milliseconds for the signal to even get to our brain because of our physical size, you're interpreting time differently. It's like not everybody interprets everything exactly the same. We try to quantify it and measure it in the outside world as it's preserved from each one of our perspectives. And there is commonality, but even different humans think at different speeds, you know? So you want to be reborn as a woman? I mean, it could happen, right? Dude, has it really been 6 hours? That's crazy. Well, hey, at least I came back with a bang, right? But here's the thing, guys, you don't have to fear death. I mean, you're supposed to fear death because that's the whole point of being alive. If we didn't fear death, we'd be like lemmings and we'd never reproduce faster than we died, right? We'd all be like, hey, let's go jump off that mountain, dude. Fear is what keeps us alive, okay? As long as it can. But the reason that we die of old age is because we've already either procreated and replaced ourselves with better versions, with better genetics that can move forward and evolve evolve things. And now we can stop wasting resources because we're no longer useful to that cause. That's the ultimate genetic reason why animals exist, including ourselves. We're just really smart animals. But here's the thing that you don't have to fear is, do you fear what things were like before you were born? Like, think of your oldest memory. Like go back as far as you can. Some people can remember all the way back to the womb. Some people can remember back to 3, 4 years old. Some people only remember back like 6 or 7. Think back to your first thought and then say, what was it like before that? What was it like before that first memory? Like go back as far as you can. Be like, what do I remember about that? And the answer is abso-fucking-lutely nothing. Like there was nothing. There's no passage of time. I don't remember an eternity of darkness where I was in limbo floating around with the same brain because I didn't even have this thinking ability then, right? It's like I developed it as a baby. All I could do was goo goo gaga and shit and piss all over myself. And then as I grew more neurons and I developed more tissues that were capable of more interactions, my clock speed went up, my memory increased, and I was capable of more, right? So I wasn't always as capable. That's why I always think it's funny. People are like, oh, you die and you go to heaven. It's like, what if you have fucking rage and Alzheimer's? When you died, you have Alzheimer's in heaven? Why not? Like, literally, that was who you were. Your memory and how you used it and how you perceive the world is all from whatever is inside your brain, disease or no disease, right? Youth or age, right? If you're an infant or you're an old person that can't remember where you put your shoes. It's like when you die at that moment, is that what you are in heaven, or are you at your best? Does it go back to exactly like, oh, at 31.5 years old, this guy was absolutely at his cognitive best, and that's what eternity is? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, right? So it'd make more sense to me that it would be just like it was before my brain was big enough to process anything or understand consciousness, right? That after I'm dead, my brain reverts back to that state. There's just, it's before the neurons developed and started firing and doing anything meaningful that could process time or process visual and auditory input. So for all intents and purposes, it's like, it's just silent before it's silent before the first memory, right? There was nothing before that. So there's going to be nothing after that. And the cool thing about that is, do I exist right now? Do you exist right now? So what do you think is more than likely, that this is just one thing that happens and nothing else ever happens? We just turn back to dust. We came from dust, and then we go ashes to ashes, dust to dust, right? If you want to get religious, right? It's like your dad ate a sandwich. The nutrition from that sandwich, went into the production of his sperms and his balls. That sperm shot into your mom, got lucky, won the lottery against the other billion that ended up getting pissed out, and found the ovary and penetrated it. The chromosomes from those two pairs came together and started growing another being through cellular mitosis, right? It's like, before that, you don't remember swimming as a sperm. You don't remember floating as an egg. At one point, you were two beings. You were two organic objects that had cellular structures and cellular function, right? Cellular memory, that were like doing their things. Those two things came together and created you, a singular being, right? So now take those apart. When you die and your brain stops functioning and you start deteriorating and you just turn back into organic matter with cells that aren't doing anything and everything's done, all cellular processes have ceased, and you're just disintegrating. And to whatever you disintegrate, it doesn't matter if you get burned, if they cremate you or bury you in the ground. At the end of the day, you go back to your base elements, and at some point you're just carbon. And at some point down the road, a trillion years after, universes have expanded, explode, come back together or whatever, chances are some of that material is going to end up somewhere else and something else, and you're going to become that thing. And who's to say I haven't already been a trillion different beings throughout the galaxy? Who's to say I haven't been a human 100 billion times? There's no way to know, but you're not going to remember. You're not going to know, because each time your brain completely dies and then completely gets redeveloped from nothing, regardless of what you become. And so if you want to look at that as a kind of reincarnation, that would actually make some sense. But no matter what, you're not going to remember who you used to be, and you're not going to remember who you are. So enjoy what you have now as you are, but just realize that once you die, it's like it's a whole new adventure, right? It's like this is the adventure and the experience you get to have as this being right now. Everything I'm saying, everything I'm doing, everything I'm conveying to you is because of human progress, technology, education, my life experiences, your life experiences that either brought you here or didn't bring you here. All these things come together, whether you agree to me or disagree with me. All of those things started from the same place, an egg and a sperm coming together, cellular mitosis leading to a creature being created, an animal being created with a brain that developed with enough neurons to handle this kind of understanding of this kind of world and manipulating this kind of world at this level, which is still far beneath what the top capability should be, right? There was a time where we didn't think humans could ever fly. There was a time where we thought the earth was flat. And all of those times we thought that was the end. That was the maximum knowledge that we could have. And we always proved ourselves wrong. We never knew there was a microscopic, an atomic, a subatomic. We never knew any of that, right? We had to learn that as technology increased and as groups we came together and used our brains to come up with technology and stuff like that to augment what we couldn't do ourselves. Who is to say that that's not going to continue to happen after we're gone, right? It's like, look at my son, for instance. I look at him as me. When I look at my son's eyes, I see a completely different, he's his own being. He's got his own personality and everything. But the way he acts, the things he does, it makes me smile because I can see when everything he does, I can see a scale between mom and me. Which one of us had the most influence and which one of us had the least influence, but I can clearly see the influence from both that manifests itself in a completely new experience. Just like I was once a sperm and an egg before I came together, now I'm a full human that contributed part of me to create another full human, and another person contributed their part to create another full human, which also started as two parts, an egg and a sperm, and now I have my legacy. That's me. When I die, he's me, like moving forward. And even if he doesn't have a kid, it doesn't matter because his material and the things that made him were also in part given to other people that led to the creation of other things. And so it's like, no matter what, there's always some connection between you to something else. And so we all kind of live forever, I believe. Hey, Daniel Frost, thank you for being a member. I appreciate it. You take it easy, brother. Why love then? It's useless in the end. How is it useless? Love is what ultimately allowed me to create my son. Love is what allowed me to create my legacy, to continue things going. The whole point of life is to grow and evolve. That's why we don't have unlimited lifespans. That's why we create something better than ourselves, and then we die, and then that person goes forward to either create something better than ourselves or allow other people to create something better than themselves or support other people creating other better, next generations. So love is a big part of that, like being attracted to somebody and wanting to have sex with them and ultimately wanting to have a child. Like those are huge drives to humans. So that's why love is important. But here's the thing. Just because I'm telling you right now that everything I do and everything I say could be quantified and predicted just by if you had a complex enough computer to see the state of every neuron in my brain, it would be able to tell exactly what was going to happen because it's literally just a pachinko board of things moving. It's like if you know the state and the mass and the physics of everything moving within the laws of the universe, you should be able to predict exactly what I'm going to say, what I'm going to do next before I even do it. But we don't have a computer that's that sophisticated yet. We might one day, though. Who knows? But the thing is just because everything is the result of something right before it, right? Like everything is kind of pre-laid out based on the physics of how molecules are moving and everything's moving all the way down to the subatomic level. That's creating all these experiences and driving and enabling all these experiences. I don't think it takes anything away from it because I'm still experiencing it to the level I'm allowed to experience it given the constraints of this body. And it's like, it feels good to love somebody and to know that somebody protects you and you feel safe around them. It feels good to blow your nut, right? These are things that make you want to do those things. And by wanting to do those things, you are ultimately expanding humanity, right? It's like if there was no love and no fear, we wouldn't be here today. If you had no attraction to women and you had no drive to blow a load, and you never had a wet dream that never led you to being curious about other things. If none of that happened, you'd literally just play video games or golf or whatever. You'd never be interested. There'd be no next generation and we'd already be completely dead as a civilization. That wouldn't have lasted very long. Hey, Graham, as much as I'd love to come play some video games, I think I kind of pushed it today with the 6 hours and my back is like really murdering me. So I think after this, I'm going to go take some meds and either jump in the hot tub or lay on my side for a while. But yeah, maybe later tonight. Let me know what you're playing. Do you deny everything that's supernatural? What, you mean like ghosts and stuff like that? I don't believe in supernatural as far as sentient, like invisible energy beings that are floating around us that represent our dead relatives and stuff like that. I don't believe in that. But could there be things beyond our understanding that are like energetic beings floating around from somewhere else that are observing us or whatever, or they contain technology that cloaks them so we could never be aware of them even if they're living in our buttholes? Yeah, that's possible. See, I think it's more like I kind of look at it like simulation theory a little bit. Like I like simulation theory, but I don't think that there's like an outer shell playing us as a video game that like created us. Like I don't subscribe to the creationism of that. But where I do subscribe to simulation theory is that every single thing we experience and every single thing we do as an individual or as a group could be predicted if you understood the state of the environment, the passage of time, and the state of every quark, gluon, nuon, atom, electron. If you knew the state of everything in that exact moment and could compute it in real time, you would be able to show exactly how humanity plays out for the rest of time without ever opening your eyes and looking at humanity, and you would come up with the exact same end. But again, you would have to understand the state of every single factor within the entire universe, every cosmic ray, anything that comes inside of the bubble or could leave the bubble. All of those things would have to be accounted for, and that would require, a computational level that, as far as I know, wouldn't be possible, right? Because in order for you to be able to quantify that amount of data, you would have to have a system sufficiently powerful to track that amount of data, and that system would have to be about as big as the universe to be able to have the capacity, and the laws of physics would prevent the data from traveling through the pathways fast enough to be able to make those predictions. Therefore, I can pretty safely say that machine will never exist. And if it ever does exist, it's going to break so many laws of this universe that it probably won't even exist in this universe. It'd have to exist in some pocket dimension or something like that where the rules can be severely bent. If you believe in that, you should watch Pantheon show for AMC Barnes. That show has a lot of what you're talking about. So, oh, dude, what is it called? Pantheon on AMC? Let me write that down. I'm always looking for cool shit to watch on AMC. No, thanks for the suggestion. File, save as, documents, movies. But here's the thing, guys. I want to clarify something. Just because this is what I believe doesn't mean it's what you should believe. I honestly think that you should believe whatever makes you happy as long as it doesn't hurt other people. That's it. It's that simple. If you believe that a golden unicorn, every time you flush your shit down the toilet, a golden unicorn gobbles it up down in the sewer and sends you a nice dream, believe it. Believe it and embrace it. If it doesn't hurt anybody else, you should be able to believe it, you know? And sometimes that doesn't come through when I talk about these things. But again, it goes back to my wife. She's Christian and I'm atheist, right? So how does that work? And it works great. Works fantastic. And it's because nothing she believes harms another person, because she doesn't believe the bad parts of Christianity. She only believes in the parts of Christianity that actually help other people and help family. And she takes joy from helping other people. Same with me. I take joy. We have the same basic goals and structures. It's just she likes to believe that there's a God and afterlife and all that. And I think that's great. If that gives her comfort, it doesn't hurt anybody. When it does start hurting people is when you use it to your advantage, to take advantage of other people and harm other people and manipulate other people. And that's the vast majority, sadly, of organized religion. When you go to church and you all sit around and they pass a collection plate around so that there's a visual confirmation that the person next to you is putting money into it, which makes them feel like they're more generous than the person before them. And then it lands in your lap and you're like, you feel compulsion to put money in. And if you don't have the money to put in, you feel shame. And when they pass that collection plate, they know for a fact that's what's going to happen, because that increases the amount of money that they get tax-free that goes to the fucking pastor that's also like back there diddling your children. That's the kind of bullshit. You can't trust people that use those kind of mechanics. If they wanted anonymous donations, they should have a box in the corner of the room with a fucking curtain by it that people can walk through, and then nobody else in the room knows if they gave money or not. They should have a little PayPal link or a QR code that people can send money to, that they never stand up on stage and talk about who the top donors are and shit like that, okay? That's not right. That's where it gets fucked, right? That's where it's no longer organized religion. That's that, or the people gaining from it. That's the one person gaining from the manipulation of people. So, is my family religious? Yeah, I was raised Christian, actually. Hold on here. Okay, that's cool. I got a message from my wife really quick. Okay. Oh. I hope your back doesn't bother you after the stream. I can already tell I pushed it too far. It's gonna hit me pretty hard. But the truth is, I've had fun today on the stream. I mean, it's unfortunate that I had to ban one person, but that always happens, right? Because here's the thing, you guys all know my policy on that. He didn't. Is you're welcome to leave whenever you want. You're welcome to leave, but if you feel it necessary to belittle me before you leave, or tell me why you have to leave, then at that point, I don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit, because you can leave if you don't like what I say, but if your goal is to try to deal damage to me before you leave, or to try to make me feel bad before you leave, you're a bad person. You're a bad person if you feel that need, because he didn't like that I said the whole thing about Jesus and Allah like getting it on and taking turns banging each other or whatever. He didn't like that because I'm sure as a believer in Islam, he thinks that gay people are fucking heathens, and he thinks that gay sex or whatever, they should be put to death, and because that's what fucking Quran says, right? Quran says a lot of stupid shit, okay? Look up Sharia law, where a woman it doesn't have the same worth as a man and stuff. Like, yeah, if you believe that shit, you're a bad person. Now, if you're a Muslim, are you a bad person? No, just like with Christians, it's like there's a lot of Muslims that believe the good, loving parts of Islam, right? Embracing your community, loving the people around you in your community, treating children nice, raising them to be good people, being charitable. All that shit's in there, just like every other Abrahamic religion. But if you're the person that believes in Sharia law and like fucking torture and putting people to death just for loving a person you don't want them to love, no, fuck you. You're not worth my time. Like, don't even bother explaining yourself before you leave, because I don't want to hear it. What you have to say means absolutely nothing to me when you embrace something that harms other people. And I'll tell you what, if he didn't believe in those things like Sharia law and the bad parts, he wouldn't have got so fucking butthurt over a joke about Allah and Jesus getting it on. Because that's just fucking funny. And you know how I know that? Because God told me it's funny by not killing me in front of all of you guys. Right? God, look at Cain and Abel. Made brothers literally kill each other in the Bible. What? So he'd kill me if I was wrong, right? So God, if you disagree with me about Jesus and Allah like getting it on, then fucking tell me. Kill me right now. Give me a heart attack right now on camera. Everybody in here is going to believe it. It would go around the world, make the news. Everybody'd instantly start praying to you and building statues in your honor, and it would like immediately become apparent that you're real. Just kill me. You've done it countless times throughout the Bible. It's no big deal. You do it all the time, right? Every time somebody dies, the pastor's like, oh, God's recalling him to heaven for his battle and stuff. You kill, like, so kill me. And there's people in chat cringing right now, freaking out. That's like, oh my God, stop saying that, Barnacules. You're going to get killed. No, I won't. Even though I'm an unhealthy fat fuck and there's a greater than zero chance that I could just randomly have a heart attack right now and die, that chance is so low, pragmatically, that I have zero fear. So here's the thing. If God did exist and he did indeed kill me to send you guys a message because he didn't like my joke about, you know, his son diddling the other son, right? So, oh, what's up? Oh, you got it? Awesome. Thank you, Mama. All right, go have fun. So yeah, God thought my joke was funny. And if you don't think God thought my joke was funny, then why do you say that? Like, do you talk to God? Like, oh, the book, a 2,000-year-old book told you that it wasn't funny? Well, you realize that book was written by just men and not women at all. They didn't even get a say in it, right? You realize that book wasn't written by God. It was literally written by men that God said are all like fucking, like Cain and Abel literally killed each other to try to appease God. Is that the person that you're going to believe? Like a fucking guy that turns to a murderer just because somebody told him to murder his own brother? Like, seriously, if you actually believe this shit, then believe it. Don't like fucking cherry pick and choose like what benefits your little narrative or supports your fear and your stereotypes and your anger and your prejudice, okay? Because you're no better. You can try to hide behind the shame. People do that all the time. It's like, oh, but hating gay people, the Bible tells us that we need to do that and hang their heads on pikes out in front of the community so that people know to not fornicate with the same sex. Like we got to put them down. And I don't feel bad for that because that's God. That's not if it was my decision, I'd let them all love each other. But no, God said it's bad. Well, then why doesn't God just kill them all? Why doesn't God put all their heads on pikes and stuff? Why is it you have to be the one that goes and kills them? Why do you even bother going to church if God just gives you commands and tells you to go kill all these random people and do all these things because you read a fucking book that was written by men that have been dead for 2,000 years? Why do you even fucking bother? Like, no, you can't hide behind somebody else. If you are willing to believe the bad things that are in the Bible, you're a shitty person. Doesn't matter what the Bible is. Doesn't matter if it's Christianity. Doesn't matter if it's Islam. Doesn't matter if it's Mormonism. None of that shit matters on any even fucking minute level. All that matters is if you believe the bad shit, that's because you want to believe the bad shit. If you do the bad shit and you harm people in the name of God because you think that you're doing God's work or somehow you're more devout because you did it than other people, no, that's just you making excuses so you can live with yourself doing terrible things and fucking passing on the guilt to somebody else. That's all that is, period. Absolutely, period. If you're a fucking pastor at a church and you're fucking diddling kids in the background, you get caught and you're like, oh God, the Lord, it was temptation from the devil and the Lord, he saved me and he forgave me. That's not the Lord forgiving you. That's you taking forgiveness away from the people that are the only ones that can actually give it to you and just giving it to yourself. At that point, you're just being a cunt, okay? Plain and simple. And not the good kind. So that's why I talk about this shit. That's why I talk about religion. That's why I talk about Donald Trump. That's why I talk about Elon Musk and the evil things people do, not from a religious context, from a common sense context. And I think that's where humanity has really lost out, is we replaced common sense with just manipulating each other with absolute and total utter bullshit to make ourselves feel better, manipulating and harming each other for our own personal gain. How about we don't do that? How about we just be better to each other in general? How about we all learn how to take a joke? Why don't we all learn to laugh together and love together? And why do we have to keep up this bullshit? Like stop hiding behind stuff. If you are a shitty person, if you support a rapist, it's because you've done bad things in your past, and if he's president, then you can be like, oh, well, a rapist is president, so I must not be that bad now. Or, oh, he got forgiven by God, so I guess I'm forgiven by God now by supporting him. Oh, yeah. How about you just fucking inward reflect and realize you made a giant fucking mistake and apologize to the people that you ruined and take your fucking licks for it? How about you just do that instead of fucking normalizing shoving your shame off on a fucking imaginary being? And then after you're done, you know what? You might even be able to take the pain and suffering that you did to another person and turn it around into something good by taking that mistake and teaching others why it's not a good idea and why they shouldn't do it and throw their lives away like you did. Instead of just like supporting a giant, masterful fucking fascist cunt who's just trying to make what happened in World War II Germany happen in America now. Because it just so happened that we're so fucking uneducated as a nation that nobody's even thought to go back and look at the parallels between what's happening now and what happened with Hitler and the fucking DAP party turning into the Nazi party and then consolidating power all the way up to Hitler being found tried and found guilty of treason, just like Trump in January 6th for a very similar thing. And you know how that story ended? When he got out of prison? Yeah, he fucking took over consolidated power and World War II kicked off and we almost lost the world to him. That same fascist bullshit is now here in America and now we're up against that. And you know what? Just like exactly like Hitler, same thing. He's turning us against each other. He doesn't want us to be, he doesn't say Mexicans and black people are human, they're animals. They're animals that rape and kill and murder. He doesn't differentiate. He says they all are. They're all murderers. They're all fucking mental crazy people coming over trying to kill everybody. None of that's fucking true. He says that because that's exactly what Hitler said about the Jews. That's exactly what Hitler said about black people and anybody else that was different than his Aryan nation. However, if you were a Jew or anybody else that would agree with him, that's like, listen, if you pretend I'm white and an Aryan, then I will tell you where my friends and family are and let you go round them up and kill them. How about that? Those are called Uncle Toms. Look them up, okay? Trump's got a lot of those, too. Harris Faulkner, fucking what's his name? Benjamin, whatever, the doctor guy. He's got plenty of those people around, the Uncle Toms, that literally have pledged their entire fucking undying allegiance to him at the expense of losing their families, losing their friends, and throwing everybody that they used to protect under the bus just so they could get their nut. Those people will always exist. And they justify it with religion. Every single time they justify it with religion. Oh, no. I didn't sell out my family to Hitler so I could have a bigger house and everything. I did it because I genuinely thought that that's what God wanted. I genuinely thought I was doing the right thing. It's like, no, you didn't. Ben Carson, thank you. Yep, Byron Donald, same thing. They're all Uncle Toms. They're all Uncle Toms. They're protecting literally somebody who would turn around and stab them in the back for $1. Would throw them in jail in a second if they weren't useful idiots. You know? And it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. But here's the thing. Go do some research. Tell me I'm wrong. Go do some research on World War II Germany. Pre-World War II Germany. Look at how Hitler infiltrated the fucking DAP party and then look at how Trump did it. They both used the same exact methodology, the same exact angle, the same exact verbiage, everything, got in. And then they're like, hey, we're just one of the boys. You know, hey, I'm just a conservative like the rest of you guys, even though Trump most of his life registered as a Democrat because that benefited him and his businesses. So now he's in the GOP club and he's like, hey, I'm just one of you guys. I'm just a conservative. Hey, but he's like a good orator, right? He goes and he has these speeches written and everything, high energy, and he really delivers with confidence. He's like, I'm going to save everything and God sent me and I'm religious and I'm fucking amazing and I'm the best, right? And he speaks about himself in the third party. That's another thing. When people speak about themselves in the third party, that is like fucking class A narcissism. And Trump's going to do this and Trump's going to do that. Nobody's better than Trump. Nobody's better than Trump. Okay? He comes at this is exactly what Hitler did. Same thing. And they're like, man, this guy is really good. This guy is really good. He's like pulling more people over to our cause. He's making the GOP good. He's not really, okay, now wait a second. Now he's starting to say some weird shit that we don't agree with. Okay, now he's kind of getting out there a little bit. Let's try to reel him in. But unfortunately, now they've put him up on such a pedestal and they've given him so much power within the party that now he gets to pick who goes. They try to take him out. They can't. He goes, nope, anybody in this party that's loyal to the party and not me directly, you're now rhinos. Get the fuck out. Same thing happened with DAP. Hitler kicked everybody out of the party that had allegiance to the conservative goals instead of like the party's mission. Each party has a mission statement, right? There they go. Multiple people are involved in that mission. But Trump was like, no, you either support me or you're out. There is no supporting another candidate like me or another conservative candidate. If it's not me or somebody I want put there, you support them, you're out. Get the fuck out. You are now a rhino, a Republican in name only. So then he takes over the whole party. Then he installs his own stepdaughter is the chair, right? What is the first thing she said? Same thing. Hitler puts not his stepdaughter, but Hitler put somebody that he trusted, a confidant, in control of the party that said, listen, if you do not back Hitler and you don't back his message and you have any sympathy for Jews or anybody like that, you're out. You're no longer DAP, except for instead of saying DAP, they just changed the party name to Nazi, and then DAP became the Rhinos, right? So a little bit different. Trump changed the party. Well, he didn't. I guess the GOP still exists. And no, actually, it's the same, right? GOP still exists, but it's MAGA. They're both interchangeable. But then he called them Rhinos. I guess the only difference is Hitler told them that they're just DAP, and now Nazi was the new DAP, right? So a little bit different, but the same. So then he puts somebody in power, and he's like, in the Nazi party, you are loyal to Hitler. And the DAP party, or like over here, the GOP, you're loyal to the party and their objectives. So he kicks out anybody that's conservative that is not 100% like for him. Now he has control of the party. Then he attempts a fucking coup. Just like the insurrection. He tries to take over. He fucking misses, gets charged with treason and thrown in jail. I think it was for like a couple of years, where he wrote a Mein Kampf. He gets out of jail. They release him. And he goes right back to it. This time, he's successful. This time, he consolidates power. So he takes the power structure in Germany, which is different than what America's democracy was. But they did have a power structure that included 2 leaders. So basically, you had to have consensus to do anything, right? It wasn't one king. So what does he do? He takes both of those guys, punts them aside, and takes full power. And now he is the sole leader and makes the sole. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. None of the chancellors, none of that matters anymore. He now unilaterally makes decisions. So now you have now you have Hitler at the top, consolidating power. And this is what Trump. If Trump had been successful on January 6th, that would have actually, like, at that point, with the things that were in motion, with the Supreme Court being stuffed, like at that point by Trump, just not fully in effect yet, and having that majority, and then having the majority in Congress, if he had have held power, there would have been no way to remove him. Like honestly, with the amount of power that he had, if he had to overturn that and use the fake electors, by the time they tried to go through the proper due process to get him physically removed after that coup and to prove that the election was stolen, he would have already had the Supreme Court majority to protect him. So anything that they said that's like, oh, he did this illegally, the Supreme Court would have been in a position to kick down. And he knew that. That's why he took the shot. That was for him, that was the right time. And it all hinged on Pence just breaking the law, and Pence wasn't willing to break the law. So this time, Trump was a little smarter. He picked a running mate that he knew was corruptible. So J.D. Vance literally called Trump America's Hitler, said he's an ever-Trumper, said that Trump is the worst thing that's ever happened in this country. He's the worst fucking president that we've ever had. He said all these things, and Trump's like, if I can get that guy to switch sides and say I'm the best president that's ever existed, and to kiss my ass and disavow himself and take the licks for lying and misleading everybody and show that he can 100% change, then I know that this is a person that I can manipulate, that next time around he will do what I tell him to do. If I tell him to do fake electors, he'll do it. If I tell him to do a bunch of illegal shit, he will do it. Like, he knows J.D. Vance, because he's already gotten J.D. Vance to throw everything away. Like, J.D. Vance threw his entire reputation away, all of his friends, all of his colleagues throughout his entire career, everybody in his past, his teachers, his professors, his friends in school. He threw it all away for Trump on a moment for just a single promised taste of corrupt power. So that told Trump everything he needed to know about J.D. Vance. Even though nobody likes J.D. Vance as the running mate, he knows that, one, J.D. Vance is too weak to confront him or to try to fight him on anything. J.D. Vance will just be a yes man. Just like Pence. He needed that. He needs somebody that will never, ever, 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 ever fucking go against him. And J.D. Vance has already shown that he will literally turn around, present his butt cheeks, change everything he believes about. I mean, all the way to the point where it's like, even though people are saying like, hey, your wife's Indian, your kids are Indian or whatever, I could totally see him trying to change his kids' names and change his wife's names just because he's afraid of what might happen with Trump's party and him being married, you know, calling about immigration and shit when he's literally married to an Indian woman with 3 kids with Indian names. Like, that's going to become a problem for him. But he'll choose Trump over his family, just like everybody that's chosen Trump, and his family will leave him. He will get divorced. His wife and kids will fucking leave. I mean, if they can. If he's actually vice president, they might not be able to, just like Melania, right? Like, because if Melania leaves, Trump's going to pull the fucking citizenship for all of her family that came in, and so he can hold that over her head for eternity. But yeah, it's a fucked up situation, but that's why he picked JD. He needed somebody who was weak, and there's nothing weaker than a person who can have their entire view of everything thrown away, switched around, and like literally taken the most hardcore stated Christian and turned them into a Satan worshiper in just like one day. And that's what he was able to do. And so JD Vance was his guy. He knew he had his guy right there. He didn't give a shit about his past. He didn't even need to do any research. And he even said during his meeting, he said, JD Vance kissed my ass so hard. He's like, and he wasn't joking. Like, and JD Vance was like, oh, fucking, call Ixnay on that. He wasn't joking. Sith Lord Billy said, Jerry, why didn't the president pardon the rioters? Because none of them had been actually convicted yet. So they were indicted, but they weren't actually like convicted yet. So I don't think he could. I think for him to issue a pardon, there has to be a conviction. I'm not 100% on that, but that's the excuse he made. The excuse he made is that he couldn't because they weren't technically convicted yet. And the other thing is he's claiming he's doing the doublespeak thing again, where now he's saying he's only going to release the non-violent ones that didn't attack police officers. But then he also turned around and told somebody else that he's going to release the ones that even attacked police officers because he doesn't believe it was an attack. So again, Trump's like, okay, I'm not going to release the violent ones, but then he tells them, I don't consider none of them violent because what they did, I don't think it's violent. Even though it clearly was, he's just like, I'm going to downgrade it to not being violent so that I'm technically keeping my word because I'm only pardoning the non-violent ones, but I'm saying the ones that like literally beat police officers with flagpoles, that was I'm now downgrading that to non-violent. So that I can look like I'm being good, but I'm actually being a piece of shit. Hey, Priscilla, thank you for the $10. I super appreciate that. Said thank you for existing. Love the talk. You bring me peace. Aw, you're such a sweetheart. I miss you so much. Let me know next time you're up in Seattle. I'll buy you a coffee. Let's see. What do we got over here? Steve Miller said Jerry can rant about Trump endlessly. It's great. Yep. Trump, Elon Musk, organized religion, pretty much anything that's evil. Anything that's evil that hurts innocent people, I can talk about pretty much endlessly without taking a breath. Hey, take it easy, Mo World. You have yourself a good one. And my thing is, I'm not about quantity of audience. I'm not here to suck everybody's dick and have a false, a false persona just trying to get viewers. That's not me. I'm not the person who just tells everybody what they want to hear so they can come and get the sunshine cannon. No, I want to attract an audience of like-minded, smart individuals, right? Critical thinkers. That's what I want to attract. I'd rather have a small quality audience of people not that agree. You don't have to agree with me on anything. You just have to be able to critically think and present your counter argument in a way that's actually understandable and backed by evidence. And then all of a sudden we have a great conversation. And that's happened quite a few times. As a matter of fact, you guys have watched Tech Talk and even my Twitch stream. Usually it's on my Twitch stream. Over the years, I've had my mind changed quite a few times, where I had a hard stance on somebody and somebody came in and through critical thinking actually convinced me that my argument was flawed, and I actually changed my position in real time. Doesn't happen every day, but it definitely does happen. But in order for that to happen, there has to be some critical thinking, and there has to be an agreement in good faith that every argument needs to be backed by evidence. You can't just say, I believe, or I have faith. Those don't belong in any kind of critical thinking, period. Let's see here. Oh, Isaac Erickson said, my grandpa was a classic NW hunter outdoorsman conservative, and he said that Trump was never somebody he would ever vote for. Yeah, you know what's really sad is a lot of my friends who are conservatives, and I have a lot, or I should say I had, they're less now, but I had a lot of conservative friends that had really, really good values. Like even though they voted conservative, not all the time, but most of the time, they had really good values and they could actually explain the value proposition for what they were doing. And even when it was just selfishly for themselves, they would make that clear. They wouldn't try to hide. And sadly, a lot of them ended up voting for Trump. When he got elected, after a couple of months, they instantly regretted it. But sadly, I would say more than half of them that didn't regret it actually started becoming more and more aggressive and fearful and evil. So sadly, I had a childhood friend that was literally stolen from me. Like he was a good dude. He respected people. He respected women. He was very intelligent and articulate. And he did a lot of really cool things throughout his life. He's made some mistakes and done some bad things, but I mean, he was an overall really good guy. And as a matter of fact, I wouldn't even be where I am today without him, because he was the person that actually sat down and taught me how to program BASIC when I was in special ed in the 2nd grade. So this guy meant a lot to me. But sadly, Trump really got his hands into him, because when Trump started normalizing the abuse of women, and because he was a very like horny kind of nerd for life individual that never really had a loving relationship, everything was transactional or hookers or call girls. When he saw that Trump normalized that kind of behavior, and I had no problem with that. Like I told him, it's like, seriously, like, yeah, it's like sex work should be completely legal. Like the problem is controlling the trafficking and the pimping and stuff like that. But no, from a perspective, you should be able to sell your body however the fuck you want, whether it's talking to somebody, whether it's fucking somebody, whether it's giving a handshake or a back massage. It's like, it's yours to do what you want with, right? You're not hurting anybody by having sex with them consensually as adults, right? Even if money trades hands, it doesn't fucking matter. But again, we have hangups because of religion, right? Which is funny because of religion, but prostitution also used to be like the most legal thing in the world for a very, very long time. But I had no problem with him doing any of that. But then what happened is Trump normalized abusing women and taking what he wants, and really normalized the whole powerful male, women need to know their place kind of influence. And he really locked onto that for some reason. And I could see him change. Like I could see his relationships becoming where he was more dominant and being meaner. And like at one point he had like 3 girlfriends and none of them knew about the other girlfriends. And he would just play him and he'd brag about how he's like, oh, I see it now. Like Trump, it's like, I can be fucking 3 different women and they don't even know each other exist. It's fucking great. And he'd brag about it. And I'm like, this is just so weird. You were never like this before. Like this is so weird. And he's like, yeah, women like it when you mistreat them. He's like, yeah, they're just a fucking wet hole and they need to know their place. And I was like, fucking A. And I was pretty much after that. I was like, nah, dude, we're done. We're done. I was like, yeah, call me if you ever, get the old guy back. And so yeah, it was pretty shitty that Trump was able to corrupt him that badly. And then he really got into it to the point where it's like he published 2 books on Trump. And of course they sold pretty well because anything with the Trump name on it, like the Trump audience, they'll buy it up and do whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. You could literally just be a blank book that says the book of Trump and like fucking 1,000 people will buy it, right? Because they're just anything they put on the bookcase to be like to show their tchotchkes that they're more of a Trump supporter than the other person. They very much treat him like he's a religious figure. And so he started making money off of supporting Trump, off the Trump name. Like the Trump name was now enriching him with money by writing books that were just reinforcing the bad things that Trump does and justifying them. And I was just like, fuck, man. Like that just sucks that you just, sell out everything like that just because, a couple of dollars in a wet hole, that you get to mistreat. And I'm like, dude, but you'll never find love. Trump never found love either. It's like, don't you want to find love someday? Don't you have somebody that you can trust who has your back, who like truly like unconditionally loves you? And he's like, I don't believe in unconditional love. Like Trump doesn't believe in unconditional love. Why would I? Like unconditional love doesn't exist. And it's like, yeah, you just haven't experienced it, bro. Trust me, unconditional love exists when I can be 405 pounds with a broken back and my wife looks at me and smiles at me every night and tells me how much she loves me. And I wake up every morning with her pressed into my body behind me with her arm around me, telling me how much she loves me. If I have a nightmare, she wakes me up in the middle of the night and she checks on me and makes sure I'm okay. That's unconditional love, okay? She doesn't have to. She could just up and leave and go find any other man that's looking for a wet hole to pound on if she really wanted to. Somebody with a lot more money. She could go do anything, right? She could say, fuck this guy. He's dead weight now. I don't want to be. No, that's not how love works. When you are connected to somebody and you're bonded to somebody, it's not about that anymore. It's not about their capabilities or their incapabilities or things changing or people getting older or anything like that. It's like you are connected to their mind. You're connected to how they think. You're connected to their existence. It's something you can't explain. It's something you have to experience. But it makes me sad that people align themselves with somebody who robs them from that experience because they want to keep them in a heightened state of fear. They want to keep them in a heightened state of aggression. And the best way to do is to cut them off from anything that would make them feel safe or anything that would make them feel comfortable. They want them on edge. They want them agitated. And that's what Trump does. Hitler did the same thing. That's why Hitler had so many speeches. That's why Hitler got everybody to chant and everybody to do everything together. And the more powerful, the better. And the people that yell the loudest come to the front and get promoted and stuff. The whole system was predicated on keeping people very, very angry and it just in a constant state of like anger and disgust, so that they never thought about love or shame or anything like that. Or to them, it was like whatever he says, I do, and then I get the love of the Fuhrer. And honestly, that Trump's the same way. It's like I see these people that are like literally, if Trump even says their name or Trump retweets them, they literally shit their pants. Wiggly print it out, put it on t-shirts, send it to all their family like, oh my God, I can't believe the God, he acknowledged my existence. And then they dedicate their full life to him because he hit retweet on something without even reading their name or looking at anything else on their profile. It's like, doesn't matter. It's like to them, that is like they've made it to Holy Town. It's fucking wild, man. Wait, given Bush pre-Trump, I hardly think it's MAGA is more far right. Oh, no. MAGA is extremely more far right than under Bush. Junior or senior. Although senior arguably was a lot better than junior. Junior did a lot of bad shit. But no, actually they did a national poll. So again, receipts, right? Because to be objective, you know, you have to look at data. And the data shows like study between both Republican and Democratic scholars from all of the top schools in the United States got together and ranked all of the presidents from all the way throughout history, every president. And Biden didn't do super great. I think Biden was like 14th or something like that, which is still higher up. I mean, decently high on the list. But Trump was the third worst. Only two other presidents were worse than Trump. And the ranking actually shows it's not just an objective rank. Like they actually rank like what they rate on, what the curve is, all the things that Trump did or whatever, the pros and cons that put him in that position against his peers. And you can look it up on Google too. It's like it's a very highly published study that's all over the place. It made the news. It was all over the fucking place. And only two presidents were worse than Donald Trump in the entire history of this country. And that's wild. Third is pretty good. Good job. I guess for Trump it is. Third worst is pretty good. but still objectively bad when you consider how many presidents we've had. Let's see our presidents ranked throughout history. I'll find the thing. I just read it the other day. Let's see here. Historical rankings. All right, let's see. Search. Okay, so determination of the president's place in history is best viewed through the prism of time. For that reason, I'm going to include the top 5 presidents. Oh, he said I'm not including the top 5 presidents. So this is not the one I'm looking for. Let's see here. Presidents ranked worst to best. Here we go. So 44th. So the absolute worst president that we've ever had in the United States was from 1857 to 1861. And that would be James Buchanan. So James Buchanan was our worst. Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson, 1865 to 1869, 45th president was our worst. Sorry, I missed one. I scrolled down too far. So Andrew Johnson, worst president of all time. Second worst, coming in at 44, James Buchanan, so 1857 to 1861. Followed by Donald Trump, 2017 to 2021. And it says Donald Trump has the dubious honor of being the only U.S. president to face impeachment twice. His highest rankings were in luck, public persuasion, and willingness to take risks. But he ranks low due to his due to his weakening of the presidential office. Warren G. Harding is 42. Franklin Pierce, 41. William Henry Harrison is 40. John Tyler is 39. Millard Fillmore is 38. Herbert Hoover is 37. Zachary Taylor is 36. George W. Bush is 35. So George W. Bush is not all that far ahead of Trump, but he is ahead of Trump. Benjamin Harrison. Chester A. Arthur, 33. Calvin Coolidge, 32. Rutherford B. Hayes, 31. Gerald Ford, 30. Martin Van Buren, 29. Richard Nixon, 28th. James A. Garfield, 27. Grover Cleveland, 26. William Harvard Taft, 25. Jimmy Carter, 24. Andrew Jackson, 23. William McKinley, 22. Ulysses S. Grant, 21. George H.W. Bush Sr., so this is a senior, so he's number 20. Joseph Biden is number 19. Ronald Reagan, number 18. John Quincy Adams, number 17. John Adams, number 16. James K. Polk, number 15. Bill Clinton, number 14. Woodrow Wilson, number 13. James Monroe, number 12. Barack Obama, number 11. James Madison is 10. John F. Kennedy is 9. Lyndon Johnson is 8. 7 is Harry Truman. 6 is Dwight D. Eisenhower. 5 is Thomas Jefferson. A is Theodore Teddy Roosevelt. 4 is Theodore Teddy Roosevelt. 3 is George Washington. Number 2 is Abraham Lincoln. And does anybody want to guess what the number 1 ranked president of all time is? So he's lauded for his extraordinary popularity and his devotion to economic justice. He assumed the presidency during the worst of the Great Depression, but assured the American people the only thing that we have to fear is fear itself. A little hint. He also led the U.S. through the perilous. What the fuck is it? Perilous. God damn it, man. I can't even read it. Perilous years of World War II. He is the only American president ever to be elected to 4 terms in office, though he died before completing his last one. Let's see if anybody got it. Who is it? Yep, Eric got it. Eric LaCosta got it. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, baby. So Franklin D. Roosevelt. He was our greatest president of all time. So, and you know what the irony is? Is he was the greatest president of all time because he served during World War II, and he was pivotal in us winning that war, and which is the worst war that has ever happened in the history of the world, right? So, and he was president throughout that, and now we're fighting the 3rd worst president in U.S. history, trying to copy the person who started that war. To try to be a god again, himself a king, because he's so jealous of the power that's wielded by people like Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un. He said this himself, by the way. I'm not getting, like, he has specifically said that he loves these guys. He thinks they're great. He thinks they're powerful. He thinks they're amazing. He has said that he wants to be able to have people, his military and shit, look up to him like they do in those countries where fear is the driving factor. Fucking scary, man. Really, really scary. So popular, they felt the need for term limits. In fact, later on, the term limits weren't introduced yet at that point. So, hey, what's up, Time Series? What's going on? Wait, what's it? So Olol says, so truth be told, I disagree with Trump on Israel, but kind of support his, if true, opposition to the war in Ukraine and peace efforts. Better than current admin. Oh, I couldn't. That's like one of the things I would absolutely disagree on. You do realize that Trump on the record said that not only would he pull back any support for Ukraine, he would actually help Vladimir Putin take it over. And he also said that he would leave NATO after just joining the next border countries into NATO that will now, if they take Ukraine, now they share a border. They will be the next that Russia invades. So, and he's saying that he would pull out the strongest nation in NATO would pull out of that and leave them to just get taken over. So that's crazy. Oh, you didn't hear that? Okay, here, hold on. Let me go find it for you. Give me just a second.
These leaders are at the top of their game. These are smart people, including Macron of France. I could go through the whole list of people, including Putin. Now, Putin's been wounded, probably. Let's see how it all turns out. You know, it's not over. I mean, one way or the other. But these people are sharp, tough, and generally vicious. They're vicious, and they're at the top of their game. We have a man that has no clue what's happening. It's the most dangerous time in the history of our country.
So what should be the
Ukraine
response?
would have never happened
What
if
should
I
be
was
the
president. None of this stuff would have happened. You wouldn't have inflation, for one thing. But going back to that, Ukraine would have never happened. Taiwan, which will at some point happen under this group, would never have happened. You never heard these things being talked about. I knew about them because I'd be with President Xi, I'd talk, and he likes Taiwan a lot. And Putin liked Ukraine a lot. It was the apple of his eye. But he never made a move with me because he knew he couldn't do it. Remember this also with Putin. You know, they like to say, oh, Trump was softer. I was tougher on Russia than anybody in history with the sanctions and everything else.
You said you could end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours.
Yes, I could.
How would you do that?
I know Zelensky very well. I felt he was very honorable because when they asked him about the perfect phone call that I made, he said it was indeed perfect. He said it was, he didn't even know what they were talking about.
Keep in mind that's actually incorrect. Zelensky said that while he was still in office and holding that money from them. Once the money was actually given to him and he was no longer in a position of power over him, he did feel pressured.
He could have grandstanded, oh, I felt threatened.
Well, that's not going to be enough for Putin to stop bombing Ukraine.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I know Zelensky very well and I know Putin very well, even better. And I had a good relationship, very good with both of them. I would tell Zelensky, no more, you got to make a deal. I would tell Putin, if you don't make a deal, we're going to give them a lot. We're going to give them more than they ever got if we have to. I will have the deal done in one day.
Zelensky already tried to make a deal with Russia, and they wouldn't take anything except for unconditional surrender. So that isn't something that Zelensky could have done. So and he knows that. Like Trump knows that. That's not the clip though. Let me find the clip that you're actually looking for. It's just that's one I wanted to play because I haven't seen that interview yet. Let me actually find the actual clip. Let's see here. See here. Oh, this is another one I want you to hear. This one's actually really important.
We're already into Ukraine for over $200 billion.
Watch this one.
And they could make a deal with Russia in the next 3 weeks, and all of a sudden they don't want to deal with us anymore. We've given hundreds of billions of dollars. And why are we at over $200 billion? And the European nations are, if you add them up, it's a very similar sized economy. They're at $25 billion. So we're at 200 plus. And it affects them much more. We have a thing called an ocean between us, right? It affects them much more. But we're at 200, they're at 250. I did the same thing with NATO. I got them to pay up. NATO was busted until I came along. I said, everybody's going to pay. They said, well, if we don't
By the way, that's also untrue.
pay, are you still going to protect us? I said, absolutely not. They couldn't believe the answer. And everybody, you never saw more money pour in. The Secretary General Stoltenberg, well, I don't know if he is anymore, but he was my biggest fan. He said, all these presidents came in, they'd make a speech, they'd leave, and that was it. And they all owed money, and they wouldn't pay it. I came in, I made a speech, and I said, you got to pay up. They asked me that question. One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay.
I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. And keep in mind, they actually had, the countries have been paying. It's just there were some countries that actually didn't pay the full value that Trump thought they were supposed to pay, but it was actually quantified by the number of people that they had in the country and the percentage of their GOP that was put into the military. And so it turned out they were actually paying. But by the way, I don't really believe that somebody stood up and said, oh, what are you going to do if we don't pay? Because they've always paid. The NATO countries have always paid. No, he likes to pretend they didn't. But the fact that he says, I would actually help them attack you, I would encourage them to, like, what the fuck, dude? You know, it's like, dude, like, that's not cool. That's not cool. So he's like, oh, Ukraine, Zelensky, you're not gonna do what I tell you to. You're not going to give yourself to Russia? You're not. Oh, you're not going to give us a bunch of money? Well, then fucking we're going to let Trump. We're going to let him steamroll you. Let's see here. Where's the other one? I got to find the clip where he said that that if he was president, Putin would have already taken Ukraine. It would already be over right now because he'd already taken Ukraine. Let's see here. It's hard to find these clips because there's like 9 million things of him saying bad shit. Let's see here. Is this the one?
В целом, конечно, я видел, что же отворачиваться от этого невозможно. Искренне. И мы это поддерживаем.
No, that's not it. Well, that's him during the debate saying that he would have stopped the invasion of Ukraine, and that's absolutely not true. Let's see. Trump encouraging Russia to attack NATO. Putin and I get along fine. Let's see here. Trump cozy ups to Putin, says Russia will take over Ukraine. Let me see if this is the clip.
Ron DeSantis may not be a presidential candidate yet, but the Florida governor is expected to make.
Well, I'm going to have to go a little short, but I got along with him great. Had I been president, he would have been much better off because he wouldn't have gone into Ukraine. But ultimately, he's going to take over all of Ukraine.
Sounding there.
Yeah, he said he's going to take over all of Ukraine. Let's see. Where is it? God, there's so many clips, dude. Again, Putin says take over Ukraine. Why Putin? Let's see here. Zelensky reacts to Trump refusing to say if he supports Russia or Ukraine. And this is Zelensky that he
Donald Trump appears that he is on the verge of becoming the Republican nominee for president. The last time I interviewed him, he refused to say if he wanted Ukraine or Russia to win this war. Are you prepared for him to be reelected?
If Donald Trump doesn't know whom he will support, Ukraine or Russia, I think that he will have challenges with his society, because to support Russia, it means be against Americans.
100%.
Donald.
That is 100% true. Now, he couldn't say that. He couldn't say that when Trump was still in office, obviously, because they needed our support so desperately. And also keep in mind that Russia attacking Ukraine came as such a surprise to the world, not just the United States, but such an affront to democracy that even Sweden, a country that even stayed neutral during World War II, the worst conflict in human history, right, had joined NATO and is now supplying Ukraine and moving troops into positions to protect ports. So you know shit's serious when Sweden is joining NATO to defend Ukraine against Russia, because they know that if Russia has literally been mounting this war for 3 years now, attacking Ukraine, all these resources, pulling China into the mix now, they know that if Ukraine gets taken, that won't be the end. Once Ukraine is taken, they will push into the other NATO countries. But not only that, it'll also let China, it'll signal to China that they can take Taiwan. Because if we're unwilling to defend our allies, and China knows that we're not going to defend our allies, and we're not going to defend like one of our biggest, they'll go after Taiwan in a second. And we actually have a separate agreement with Taiwan to defend them. So technically, our agreement to defend them isn't even tied into NATO at all. But Trump said if he was president, he would also remove that. And why would he remove these things? Why would you not defend your allies that you promised to like defend and uphold democracy? That's the whole point, is we're trying to uphold the democratic message across the world, right? Taiwan isn't ruled like mainland China, right? So if we get somebody like Trump who's just tearing down all the walls for all these dictators to make them happy, then what does that say about us? Like, that tells you that we're headed for the same fate. Like, if he doesn't believe in democracies, which that's what that means. Like, if you are literally pulling out and letting all of your allies get steamrolled, and all of the things that you did to help promote this democracy just get torn down so that you can look good to your dictator friend, that means that you're going to join him. It's just a matter of time. Hey, Joe Taji, thank you for the $9.99, you absolutely lovely bastard. He said, hey, Barna Bunny, how's the Proxmox server doing? You still have it up and running. Also, please wish Ms. Barnacules a super belated happy birthday. Absolutely will, man. He said, also have tried Home Assistant. Sorry, ADHD, go burr, lol. I haven't tried Home Assistant yet. I still need to. I have a system that I can put together to do it. Just haven't done it yet. Proxmox I haven't ran in a while. I played around with it a little bit on the big guy. Actually, it's still on there. But it had some problems. It was not compatible at all with the motherboard inside of the system. It kept having weird IO errors, even though the drives are fine. So I need to find another system to try it on again. I just haven't had a chance to. I tried bringing up some VMs under it, and it was not having it. Like there's something about the chipset on this motherboard in my dual Xeon that it just like shits the bed over. So I gotta like figure it out. Let's see here. He means Western policy has lost Ukraine and the war could have been avoided with a neutral Ukraine. What? I mean, but you're putting words in his mouth. That's not what he said. I mean, I guess you're just giving him the benefit of the doubt, like that he's like, oh, if we had a, but again, he was president for 4 years, so why didn't he fix that? Why did Trump still benefit from Ukraine during the 4 years, and why did he supply Zelensky with money? Remember, he said if Zelensky looked into Burisma, he'd give them huge packages of billions of dollars to help him out. So that's not exactly supporting your argument that Trump wanted to pull out of Ukraine and get out of there, right? He was literally trying to get him involved in investigations, like actual our own investigations of our own politicians in his country in exchange for large sums of taxpayer money that we're transferring to him. So you can't really put those words in his mouth because it's not compatible. If he was pulling out, he would have spent his 4 years in office trying to pull everything out of Ukraine, not giving him any money or resources and completely cutting him off and just leaving him for Russia to take over entirely. So, and by the way, had he pulled out of, as far as Ukraine remaining neutral, keep in mind Zelensky was already in power, right? We didn't put Zelensky in power. I guess some people believe that, but we didn't put Zelensky in power. The people put Zelensky in power. So, and we supported that. And we absolutely should support that when countries that are under dictatorships want democracy. That's something that we absolutely like. That's one of the things we do. So, do I like Boston Dynamics Big Dog? I haven't seen Big Dog yet. Let me see it. I heard about it here. Boston Dynamics Big Dog. Oh, damn. Oh, that's what they're calling that thing? I didn't realize they called it Big Dog. I thought it was like a pack mule or something. No, that thing's baller, dude. That thing's so cool. I think they even have prototypes like deployed with like military units right now. That thing's rad. I wouldn't want it to fall on top of me though. I'll tell you that much. That thing's scary as shit, dude. It looks like it weighs like 2,000 pounds too. Oh, let's see here. Well, Olel, you seem to have an opinion that agrees with Trump and gives him the benefit of the doubt, and that's fine. The evidence doesn't support it for me. With the shit that Trump says, saying that he would actually just like let Russia take Ukraine, like he wouldn't be involved in it, and he'd pull out of NATO. Like, remember, Trump said he'd pull out of NATO. Like, Trump doesn't want to be in NATO. It's not even a matter of just them paying their bills anymore. He said he would tear down NATO. He thinks NATO is a waste. So, and if he tears down NATO when Russia's being an aggressor like that, that's not good. So, you may not agree with me, and that's fine. And actually, I don't think everybody should agree with each other. I think by disagreeing, it encourages people to go do more research. Because if people are only given one argument and they tie themselves to it, then they're not going to be willing to go and do the research. They need the curiosity to do the research. So it is good to have opposing opinions so people feel a need to either prove or disprove them so that they go and look at the data. But as long as they look at the data in earnest, they do come to the right conclusion, which is good. And I think that is a good process. Like that is actually one of my favorite processes. And like I said, I've had my mind changed before. Let's hear. Sam said, I just like how it was always Trump will start World War III, but yet we are closer to World War III right now more than ever. Well, yeah, because he put it in place. Like this is literally Trump buddying up with Putin and buddying up with Xi and buddying up with Kim Jong-un and saying he wants to tear down NATO and do all the stuff to pull back and focus on America and fuck the rest of the world. That has literally created this environment. This environment is completely fucking Trump's fault. And you got to realize Biden came in after all that shit just went down. Everything Trump tore down, everything Trump fucked up. He had to come in and fix that. And that takes time. But if you look at the two, Trump is America only, fuck everybody else. Biden is preserve democracy around the world, help our allies, and keep with our Constitution. So literally, just look at those two things. It's like, trust me, Trump is not the person, the fucking arbiter of peace that you think he is. And I guarantee you, and it depends. What do you call World War III? Who's to say we're not in it right now? We already have massive election interference, right? Massive election interference that's happening. We already have people like Elon Musk jumping on Trump's side because of what he's bribed him with, using the second biggest social media platform to spread misinformation and disinformation to people at a rate that nobody else can really contest other than maybe Facebook. So this thing, I think World War III is going to look a lot different than World War II. World War II was a bunch of people running around the ground shooting little lobs of lead at each other and blowing up huge amounts of ordnance, right? I think World War III is going to be fought a little bit different. I think Putin is still in the Stone Age, sending in his tanks and stuff like that. But he hasn't quite escalated to the nuclear level because we've deterred him, right? He knows that if he plays certain cards that he has that will end the war quickly and give him Ukraine, that we're going to go in and take it back really fucking quick and put the hurt on him. And a lot of people will die on both sides. I don't even think Putin's dumb enough to do that yet. But I think on his deathbed, he totally could. He's a huge liability. But I do feel like right now, I would much rather have a president that stands by their allies, stands by their words, stands by the Constitution, stands by law, the word of law, freedom. I would rather have somebody with a record than a record of somebody who shits on the law, circumvents it himself, wants to tear him down, wants to get rid of the DOJ, wants to throw away fucking NATO, throw our allies to the wolves, suck off Putin's dick and make a deal with them, and Kim Jong-un and China and make them our allies instead of the other people that are fighting for democracy. I think that's a bad move. I think that's a really bad move for a country that has spent so long separating itself and defining itself under democracy, getting the fuck away from the whole king and queen bullshit, right? It's like we did that and we did a really good job over time. We really have. We've come a long fucking way, and to throw that all back just to go back and become another fucking autocracy is stupid. Like, I think that's a waste. So what is my opinion on Tim Walz's net worth being so low? Is it good, bad, or doesn't matter? Net worth being low is good. You honestly, you don't want hyper wealthy politicians, because hyper wealthy politicians are used to living a hyper wealthy lifestyle and they can never have enough. It's like, look at Katie Porter. She's another great example, right? Katie Porter is like one of the poorest Congress people that doesn't take like any fucking money from anybody for the super PAC, doesn't take any bribes, doesn't take any of that shit, tells lobbyists to go fuck themselves. She's just a mom at home with her kids when she's not doing the whole, and she does a fantastic job. She's an amazing person. I wish we had more of her. Money corrupts. Money absolutely corrupts. So yeah, we don't want hyper rich politicians. Another thing is just look for, if you want proof, look at the list of the best presidents in history, right? When you go there, it's like Donald Trump is one of the richest. Like even after he threw his family's fortune away and everything, he's still by far the richest president that has ever held office. And what did he do his entire 4 years in office? Enrich himself and make more money than any other president in history using the office of the White House illegally for his own benefit. That's fucked up. Letting foreign dignitaries rent out his entire hotel and rent out all of his failing businesses and everything and maximize their revenue without anybody even using the services as a means for working around campaign contribution laws. That's fucked up. That's absolutely super fucked up, right? But it's like no other. If somebody came in as president that wasn't hyper wealthy like that, they would not have that mentality, right? They wouldn't come in and they'd be like, hell, I get a paycheck for $500,000 a year. And everybody's like, Trump gave away his paycheck. Do you realize that Trump donated a $500,000 paycheck, but then made hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue that he did not have access to before the presidency? I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. If I'm ever president, I will happily donate $500,000 to get hundreds of millions, okay? Like, that's a good deal. If every time I robbed a bank, all I have to do is come outside and hand the cops a 20 for them to leave me alone and let me keep the other 200 million, I will happily do that. That would be common sense at that point. So yeah, we don't need these rich motherfuckers, right? Because they're corrupt. Look at how they got their wealth. That's the one thing. Very few ultra wealthy people got wealthy doing the right thing. It does happen. It is possible, but most don't. The way you become hyper wealthy is by exploiting other people, by working around the law, doing things that other people can't do, using unfair advantages, you know, mistreating people, underpaying them, like everything you can. Make shit for the bottom dollar, sell it for the top dollar, right? The capitalist dream. But that's not what you want as a president. You don't want that as a president at all. Why are Republicans the primary pushers for a ban on stock trading for members of Congress? Because they know it'll never pass. They already know it'll never pass, because every single time it's come up, and it has come up many, many times over the last years, both sides have voted it down. And the irony is there's more Republicans that vote it down than Democrats, which is pretty mind-blowing, because you're like, a Republican puts up the bill. Not always. Democrats have put up the bill, too. It's happened many times. But the Republicans put up the bill, and then more Democrats vote for yes on it than the Republicans that claim that they're the ones that want it. And it's because they know it can't pass. And they also know even if it passed in Congress, they know it would never pass the Senate. The Republicans in the Senate would never let that fly. Because think about it. They all, and this is one of the things, if you want to talk about a bipartisan thing, this is the only bipartisan thing you will find in Congress usually, is both the majority, I'm talking about the majority, not individuals, but the majority of Democrats and Republicans, the one thing that they agree on in Congress and the Senate is that they should be able to insider trade. And you know why they believe that? Because many of them got hyper wealthy. Nancy Pelosi fucking has abused that system like fucking terribly. And again, you're like, whoa, Barnacules said something bad about a Democrat? Yeah, I say bad shit about bad people regardless of party. It just happens to be there's a lot more fucked up Republicans than Democrats. Like, honestly, there is. But there are bad players on both sides. Nancy Pelosi, though she did some good things politically, she's done some really bad things too. And one of the bad things she's done is always fucking supporting insider trading. Like, literally going on camera, straight to camera, and saying that we should be able to participate just like everybody else in the American process of wealth and prosperity. And it's like, but you're not participating at the same level. You have knowledge in the ability to directly affect these stocks. When you have advanced knowledge, that's called insider trading, lady. You're not have you ever wondered, do you just really think you're that smart and you're that good of an investor that every time you put money in a fucking stock after you call them and tell them that you're about to pass a law on it, or you know, short it or buy it, like, you really think you're that fucking good and everything's a winner for you? It's like, no, it's because you're corrupt as fuck. It's because you're massively corrupt. You're fucking hyper corrupt. And I hate it. So yeah, if you were looking for Barnacules to finally take a shit on a Democrat, Nancy Pelosi. And not for a lot of her policies. Like, a lot of her work fighting Trump was actually really good. Like, she was really, really good at putting Trump in his place and holding him at bay and stopping him from doing a lot more terrible shit in office. Like, she honestly did a really good job there. But that doesn't forgive that she's still fucking insider trading and justifying insider trading for her. And not only her, the Republicans, because she's like, oh, and even my Republican colleagues do it too. And it's like, yeah, they do. They all do. Fucking Matt Gaetz, Comer, James Comer. It's like, there's probably only a dozen like people in Congress that are the people that aren't on like Katie Porter's one of them that doesn't trade. She does not trade stocks. Because they know that they're privy to information that the public doesn't have that directly affects that shit. Oh, my friend Jake just messaged me and said, whatever happened to your baseball cards? I started collecting them again for fun. Are you still in chat? Are you still in chat, Jake? I don't know if I've seen you in there for a little while. Here, let me scroll up and see if I've seen you. My baseball cards unfortunately got stolen a long time ago, bro. Long time ago. Hey, Bruce, what's up, my man? He said the Soviet Union started the Winter War by attacking Finland without a declaration of war back in 1939 and Finland kicked their ass hard. That's awesome. Well, the good news is Russia is really bad at war, like really, really bad, because we haven't even put soldiers in Ukraine yet. We're literally just giving them ordnance, and we're not even giving them the latest and greatest. We're giving them like the shit that we were about to throw in the recycling bin, and they're basically holding Russia at bay. So because Russia is way too invested in land attack, like where the United States has gone to, you know, fucking space and air and sea, Russia's like, nah, we're still just going to drive tanks around and fucking lob big chunks of iron at each other. And it's not effective because asymmetrical warfare with technology is fucking them. Like every day, Russia loses like 100 tanks, each tank costing multi-millions of dollars, not even including the cost of the ordnance, right? And they're being taken out by a fucking $800 DJI Phantom with a hand grenade on it. You know, it's like, that doesn't look good, right? It's not working. And then what do? They just keep sending in wave after wave after wave of tanks because it's like they don't have anything else. They don't have a big enough Air Force. They don't have a big enough Navy. It's like all they got is like all this like really old like and they're sending in like fucking tanks from like World War II and shit now because they're running so low. They're begging China to like give them shit. And China is helping them, but I think China's reluctant to give them too much of an advantage because they know if they do that, that the U.S. will also up their support. And they know it'll basically be a zero-sum game with mutually assured destruction. And it's not in their best interest. Because remember, what China wants, China may want to run the world like if they had the choice, but what China really wants to be is the financial hub of the world. Like out of everything that China wants, they want to. That's why they're so into trade with everybody else, and their labor is so cheap, and they produce stuff at the with no regulation at the bottom dollar, and everybody suckles on their tip for it. It's because at the end of the year, what they want more than anything is to be the most financially powerful country on earth, and then leverage that financial power to build the biggest army, navy, air force, space force, and they basically want to become so dominant that once they get to a certain point, they're now the number one like military power on the planet and have the most resources by far and the most people by far, which they already have. And once they get to that point, there's no use even going to war because if you allow them to get to that point, you're literally just like throwing clay at a fucking, you know, iron building. Like you're not going to win. You know, at a certain point, tactics don't matter anymore. Like when you have with asymmetrical warfare, tactics can do you a huge advantage. But if your enemy has unlimited resources and like unlimited access to next generation weapons that you do not have the ability to counter with asymmetrical warfare of any kind, then you're just fucked. Like you're just generally fucked. It doesn't matter. Like if China can pump out like 3,000 jets a day because they can build these factories really fast with zero regulation and slave labor, right? Like and they have unlimited resources and they don't have to reach out to anybody else to get anything because they have all the materials they need right there domestically, very, very cheap and accessible. That war is not going to last very long. So yeah, it'd be like fighting with bows and sticks, right? But here's the thing. Mutually assured destruction is the only thing that guarantees peace. Oh, I miss the old Twitter bad, man. I miss old Twitter super bad, Sith Lord. So I will tell you that mutually assured destruction is still very, very much useful. And if that ever goes away, if we ever lose our submarine fleet and they ever find a way to counter our ballistic missiles, then we're in trouble. Because no matter what happens, no matter how powerful China gets, no matter how powerful Russia gets with hypersonic missiles and all this shit, even if they build the biggest fucking nuclear warhead that has like ever been even conceived by man, or the neutron bomb, right? Doesn't matter, because the United States at any point in time can literally vaporize every capital city in Russia, like within 30 minutes. And even if they had, like with the current technology, like they could block some of the weapons, they're not going to be able to block enough of them. Because a single submarine, did you guys see the stats when I looked them up? It's been a while, but a single submarine has 124 warheads. Each warhead is more powerful than what we dropped on Hiroshima, but like an order of like 3. And each missile has like 12 of these warheads inside of it. So you basically have, I think it's like 24 ICBMs. Each one has like another 12 or 14. Here, let me see if I can figure out them. Here, I'll just look it up. I'll look at it. The amount of power that a nuclear submarine has is just fucked, and you can't track them. Submarines can't be tracked because the satellites, all the emissions from the submarine are blocked because of the depth. They are under the water, and the fact that they don't send out signals unless they absolutely have to. They just take signals in through ULF. You can't find them. You can't find these things. They basically just, all they got to do is just pop up. They don't even have to surface out of the water. All 24 missiles can be launched within 8 minutes from under the surface of the water without even being visible. It's nuts, man. These things, like, that's the one weapon system that we invested in that was a banger. Like, literally. I mean, literally, we even call them boomers, right? The submarines. So let's hear here. U.S. nuclear submarine payload. Here we go. The Virginia class is the newest class of nuclear-powered cruise missile fast attack submarine in service in the United States. Wait, it's not the Virginia class. I'm looking for not the fast attack. I'm looking for the ballistic missile. Hold on here. It's called, is it the Columbia? Ohio, there it is. Okay, I was looking for it. They are replacing the Ohio class with something else, but we still have Ohio's all over the place. And we have more submarines than any other nation. I want to say that we have like 48 nuclear submarines and 3/4 of them are deployed around the world at any given time. Okay, so each Columbia can carry 16 Trident missiles. And let's see here. They all have a range of 4,600 miles. And each one carries 14 W-76-1 thermonuclear warheads, and each has the destructive power 6 times greater than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima, so twice as bad, as I said. The Trident D5s that go to sea on today's Ohio-class submarine pack between 4 and 5 W-76 warheads, or a single new 5-kiloton low-yield W-76-2 warhead. So if you work out the math on that, that's 16 times 14 warheads. 224. Okay, I was way off. But then again, they don't all have those MIRV warheads. They have some high-yield single warhead, and then they have the ones with the MIRV clusters. But just think about that. 224, if they loaded them all with the MIRVs, that'd be 224 warheads that can be delivered. 14 at a time in an area, because remember, you're setting them up on one missile body, so they have to separate in space and come down, so within a certain 1,000-mile radius or whatever. But as far as like the area of effect, you could put 224 times 6 times the bomb at Hiroshima. So let's multiply that by 6. You have 1,344 Hiroshimas of explosive power from a single nuclear submarine. Just one. Isn't that nuts? I mean, that's fucking crazy. I mean, it's like you can't even, this is the Ohio class. You can't even like quantify, like it's like astronomical numbers. Like you think about it and you're like, fuck, like a single submarine. And keep in mind that I think we have, 12 of the Ohio classes out at any given time here. How many Ohio class submarines are there? The total, there's 18 of them. And let's see here. 14 of them are ballistic missile submarines, and the other 4 are cruise missiles. Okay, so we have 14 ballistic missile submarines. They're not all deployed at the same time, though, because some of them have to come in for service. So how many are deployed that we know of? 14. So 14 of them are deployed. So 10. Wait, is it 10 of 14? Ohio's SSB, Sea-Log, base strategic. Carry Trident II D5 SLBMs. Navy is replacing these with Trident II D5 LEs, a life extended version of the new guidance system for improved accuracy. So 14 of the 18 submarines are deployed at any given time. So it looks like they only have 4 of them in port for service, and the rest are always deployed. So wait, let's do the math on that. So let's say 14 submarines deployed. Now keep in mind the submarines in dry dock in an emergency, if they had to, I'd imagine that they could pop the hatches and launch the missiles if they had to, right? Like from being in dry dock, they could probably still pop the hatches and launch. Actually, no, that's not true because I think they do have to launch them underwater because they're supposed to like there's a huge thing of air that pushes them out, and then as they're like going up in the air bubble, then they break the surface and launch. I don't know if they can launch them from actually being up above. I know the cruise missiles they can, but I think the SL ICBMs might have to be from under the water. Don't quote me on that, but we already did the math earlier. It's 1,344 Hiroshimas, right? So now let's multiply that by the 14 that are deployed. 14 submarines deployed. That means that we effectively, just from our deployed submarines that nobody knows where they're at, right? Like we best kept secret in the world, can't track them with satellite, can't track them with anything. They're just completely ghost out somewhere in the ocean, right? So we have 18,816 Hiroshimas. So think about that. Like if every one of our submarines, like let's say we get hit with a nuclear bomb, first strike, right? Inbound, fucking hits Washington, D.C. or whatever, and then our eye in the sky or whatever, that fucking Air Force One plane that just flies around 24/7, it fires up the ULF grid on the West Coast or the East Coast or wherever it can, sends out a message with the encoded message, attack, attack, attack. All these submarines pop up out of the water from whatever depth they're at, probably takes a matter of like a couple minutes, and they all launch their payloads from wherever they're at, targeting every capital city in Russia, China, North Korea, like whoever the aggressors are, right? Once every one of those warheads detonates, you've effectively created 18,816 Hiroshimas of damage just from the submarines. That's not including the ICBMs that are inbound all over the United States that have huge megaton rated warheads, right? So we're talking some of those have a warhead on top of them that are up to 20 megatons, right? Not like, I think Hiroshima was what, like 11 kilotons or something like that? 9 or 11 kilotons, somewhere in there. So megatons, right? Thousands of kilotons. So those are the big boys, right? But those ones are a little bit slower to target. They're not as close to our enemies, so they take longer to get there. But yeah, once you factor those in, I mean, you're talking probably 100,000, 200,000 Hiroshimas of nuclear payload that's at our disposal. I'm curious how much area that would cover. Like if you spread it out, I wonder like how much damage that would actually be. It's a very dark subject. This is definitely a very, very dark subject. Actually, I that's a good idea. We should all watch Idiocracy tonight and cheer up. Because this is some scary shit, man. Hey, Time Series, I hope Russia's listening. I want them to listen. You know why? Because Russia has like one submarine that like barely works, one aircraft carrier that barely works. The only nukes that they have are a couple of like fucking prototype hypersonic missiles that have to be launched from a jet that barely flies. Actually, I shouldn't say that. The MiG Foxbat is pretty badass. Like it's an old jet, but my God, is that thing fucking awesome. I will say that the Russian Air Force is like not very big. And like half the weapons, the fuel's missing out of them and shit. But I will say the Foxbat is one of the most badass jets ever built. As a matter of fact, it's basically like it's like think of an SR-70, like an SR-71 that can carry. This is the way I look at it because of its speed and its ceiling that it can fly at. Think of like if an SR-71 had hard points for hypersonic nuclear missiles and could actually maneuver. Like high speed maneuvers. It's pretty badass, and it's old as fuck too. Like I want to say they built it around the same time as the SR-70. They still use it, or the SR-71. Do you think DJI should be banned in the U.S.? If so, who is the best replacement? I don't think they should be banned in the U.S. No, and the main reason is because they don't really have a good replacement. I mean, there's a couple DJI clones out there. One of them's even here in Washington State. I wish I could remember the name of them off the top of my head. I've reviewed their drones before, but they're way behind DJI. DJI is so far ahead of everybody, and nobody's like really catching up. That'd be a good question for Graham if he was here, though, because Graham keeps an eye on all the drone stuff all the time. It's like a big passion of his. I will say, though, it is dangerous, like because you know, DJI products are always talking back to the Chinese servers with encryption, and we don't know what they're sending. So it's like every time you're out leisurely flying your drone around, for all you fucking know, you're sending like, you know, video surveillance and GPS coordinates and shit that they can stitch together and have like the most detailed, you know, fucking image of the United States and their military system. So, I mean, without being too much of a fear monger, that is something that does concern me. James Dana said, why did the computer science student fail the course? While he did all the assignments, his programs were considered too basic. That's actually funny. I want to look at here. I want to look. What is the ceiling of the Foxbat? Let's see here. Was it the MiG-27 or something? Russia Foxbat. What's the MiG number? MiG-25. So the MiG-25. By the way, this thing's fucking huge. If you've ever seen it, it doesn't look very big. Like when you look at the pictures, because of the proportions, it looks like it's like a F-15 or something like that. It looks similar, but it's fucking massive. like I didn't realize it until I actually saw one of these fucking things, like with something next to it for size, for scale. I always thought that these were like an F-15. They look very similar to like an F-15 Strike Eagle, but no, this thing is fucking massive. It's like the size of a goddamn 737. I mean, it's huge. Okay, it was introduced in 1970, so that's not too long after the SR-71. Let's see here. Where is the ceiling? Let's see here. Ceiling. So with 2 missiles, so with 4 missiles, it can go up to 67,900 feet. With 2 missiles, and keep in mind, these are like big missiles. These aren't little missiles. These are like fucking guided cruise missiles. 78,740 feet with 2 missiles on board. And they don't publish what the ceiling is with no missiles on board. But what's truly amazing is that it can reach Mach 2.35. And it can travel over 1,000 miles at Mach 2.35. It has a maximum speed of Mach 2.83 at high altitude. So if it gets up to its service ceiling, it can crank it up to 2.83 Mach, which is 3,000 kilometers an hour or 1,900 miles per hour. So to give you an idea, I think our what is it, F-22 Lightning does like 1,100 miles an hour or something like that. And this does 1,900, so it's like not even in the same ballpark. And that's a fast jet. That's a 2-engine, very, very fast fighter jet. I think we have F-15s that go faster than that, though. The new upgraded F-15s. Did you guys know that they completely overhauled the F-15s? I didn't know that. The F-15E. It's fucking crazy, man. They took the F-15 that we all remember from like way back in the day. You know, the F-15 Strike Eagle from like Microprose. The simulator back in the day. They like redid that thing with like modern avionics, way more powerful engines, and now it's like a badass. I mean, I think it's still considered like a Gen 4 fighter, but they said it's like really close to a Gen 5. They said that it could go toe to toe with an F-35 with the new electronic warfare package on it. It's wild. It's fucking wild. It still just looks like an F-15 too. It's like there's nothing really special about it. But they just changed out all the electronics, the power plant. It's so much faster now. Let's see what else this thing's got. So the Foxbat can go up to 4.5 positive G. When it's loaded, it has an 11 G structural limit. Okay, so if it has missiles on board, it can't exceed 4.5 Gs because it could rip the wings off. Wing loading is 122 pounds per square inch. Let's see, avionics. What else? The wing area. So the wing area is 661 square feet. That's fucking crazy. The wingspan is 46 feet. It's 78 foot long and 46 feet wide. You know what? Actually, that's less than I thought. I honestly, looking at it, I thought it had a wider, but the wings are kind of short when you look at it from the top down. I actually thought it had a bigger wingspan than that. Let's see. Empty weight, 20,000 pounds. Gross weight, 36,720. Those are kilograms. Never mind. So it's 80,000 pounds. It's just crazy. You think about it, a car weighs what, like 3,000, 4,000 pounds. This fucking thing weighs 80,000 pounds by itself without even a missile on it. Yeah, it's badass though. For something that was made in the 1970s. I'm sure they've upgraded the shit out of it though. I'm sure these numbers aren't accurate. Like, I'm sure they put new, more modern engines, more modern avionics. They never show the true ceiling either. Like, that's something that they've always kept close guarded secrets. Like, we still don't even know what the actual maximum service ceiling of an SR-71 is. We just have to guess. Have I ever heard of the F-15 STOL? I have not, Metalhead. So they made a short takeoff and landing F-15? I didn't know that. I think the F-15's badass. I think the F-18's like one of the coolest quintessential, like when you think of a fighter jet, the F-15 Strike Eagle is like it for me too. Let's see, the F-15 STOL. Whoa, they put front canards on it? No way. Okay, that's sick as shit. I've never seen this before. Oh, this is awesome. Here, I'll send you guys a link. Give me a second here. Here, I put it in chat. That is amazing. Thank you for sharing that with me. I've never seen that. It's literally an F-15 that they put like a giant set of canards on the front of it and thrust vectoring nozzles. However, if I remember right, I think they did thrust vectoring on the F-15E, the new outfitted version, without the canards in the front. I think that one also has vectored thrust. But the F-15, let me see if I can find it. F-15E. There you go. Okay, so the F-15E is an American all-weather multi-role strike fighter derived from the McDonnell Douglas F-15 Eagle. The F-15E was designed in the 1980s for long-range, high-speed interdiction without relying on an escort or electronic warfare aircraft. Now, keep in mind, that's when they created the first F-15E, but they've put all new electronic packages in it, all new engines and everything just recently, like within like the last 10 years. Because I just watched a video of one doing a demo, and it was nuts. Like, the maneuvering capabilities of this thing is fucking rad. Let's see if they say anything about the new upgrades. Let's see, Alaska design. Nope, still 1988. Here, let me see if I can find to see upgrades. Big F-15E upgrades. Here we go, found it. All right, Air Force to get F-15E jet with fresh electronic warfare tech in the summertime. So let's see here. Work is taking place in the company's facility in San Antonio, Texas. It'll take a standard F-15EX Eagle II fighter, also made by Boeing, and will be added to some F-15Es from BAE Systems. Wait, what? Boeing and BAE Systems both make the F-15? Like, that's weird. I've never heard of a jet that was manufactured by two different rival companies. Which makes EPAWS, said the technology will allow those F-15s to monitor, jam, and deceive threats in highly contested environments, as well as all provide radar warnings, geolocation, situational awareness, self-defense capabilities with an array of sensors, electronic countermeasures, and algorithms. The delivery of the first F-15E with upgraded electronics warfare capability would mark a major step forward in the Air Force effort to modernize these fourth-generation aircrafts and prepare them for possible war against advanced adversaries such as China. Boeing started installing the EPAWS system in the F-15 starting in 2022. Let's see here. Yeah, it's wild the way that they do warfare now. So electronic warfare is like all the rage now, like not just lobbing missiles at each other. And so the I think it's the F-22 Raptor doesn't really have the greatest capabilities for electronic warfare, but the F-35, the new one, that's the single engine aircraft that's a lot cheaper to build. I think you get like 3 of them for the price of one F-22. It's not nearly as fast as the F-22, and it doesn't have the vectored thrust, but apparently the electronic warfare capabilities on it is like fucking crazy. Like, all the jets can talk to each other, and they can all send out like phantom images and trick their radars into seeing like jets where they don't exist, disappearing where they actually are. They can detect them well, like hundreds of miles away before they're even in missile range or can even detect them. They can talk to the satellites. They can talk to ground radar. They can talk to AWACS, like all automatically. The pilot doesn't have to do shit. The pilot just flies the ship, and it's just like telling them, like, yeah, I found this, it jammed it. I found this, I jammed it. This guy doesn't know we're here. This guy over here. They just fly the thing, and it like takes care of like 99% of the shit. It's really cool. F-14 Tomcat is the one used in the original Top Gun. Correct. Correct. The F-14 Tomcat is a really cool jet. It's another really big jet. I've seen one of those in person. It's massive. Think about the F-22, as good as it is, it's late 80s technology. Oh, I didn't realize it was that old. It sure looks cool as hell, though. Yeah, the F-22 doesn't even have the glass cockpit or the see-through cockpit. If you've ever seen the F-35, they wear these really freakishly looking weird helmets. Have you seen those? And the reason the helmets look the way they do is they have a projection system in them, like VR goggles, but it's overlaid. And so if they look down through the floor or they look through the bulkhead of the aircraft or down at the wing, it disappears. They can see through the plane like the plane is made out of glass. It's the coolest fucking shit I've ever seen. So basically, you know, in your car where you have like the 360 overhead camera to guide you when you're parking and it shows you everything around you. Think about that in a jet, except for it's 360 degrees around the jet. And wherever you look with the headset, it just shows you a live video feed. So it basically has a live 360 video feed around the entire aircraft. So you just look in that direction and you can see through the aircraft. And you can actually lock onto targets and shit with it. It's really cool. Man, this is the longest I've ever streamed in a long, long time, guys. Setting a record here. Does the fighter jet have a toilet? Nope. They just shit their pants. Oh, you're right. No, Metal Man, you're right. I wasn't thinking of the F-15E. I was thinking of the XE, the F-15XE. Is that the one that's got the new engines that they upgraded to be like more competitive? Let me see. Let me pull it up here. I think you're right. What's the dates? Yep, you're right. Okay, this is it. So the first aircraft was delivered in 2021 and entered operational service in July 2024. You're right. This is the one, because I just recently saw a video of it doing a demo, and it's insane. So the F-15EX Eagle II is an American all-weather multi-role strike fighter derived from the F-15E Strike Eagle. The aircraft results from the U.S. Department of Defense Cost Assessment Program and Evaluation. And then it said they're going to try to recapitalize on the F-15C and D fleet due to inadequate numbers of F-22 Raptors because they're just too expensive. Delays in the F-35 program and maintaining diversity in the U.S. fighter industrial base through Boeing St. Louis Division, formerly McDonnell Douglas. The F-15EX is expected to replace the F-15C and D in performing homeland and air defense missions. By the way, if do you guys remember the guy that stole the airplane and they had to get the airplanes to fly out of Oregon? Those were F-15s. And there was one other time that they had to scramble F-15s out of Fort Lewis McChord Air Base. So these are really popular around here on the West Coast here in the United States. Like, I've even seen them in the air flying before when they're like doing maneuvers and flying between the bases. So I don't know why. I've never seen an F-35. I've never seen an F-22. I've never seen anything that exotic like flying over my house. But I have seen F-15s. So they're apparently popular for like training and stuff around here. I want to see like what they did, what the upgrades were. Let me see operational history. Oh, here we go. Okay, so the new F-15 has wingspans the same, length is the same, airfoils changed, max weight 81,000 pounds, power plant. Okay, now it has two General Electric F110 afterburning turbofan engines that can produce 17,155 pounds of thrust dry or 29,500 pounds of thrust with afterburner. So almost 30,000 per engine. That's 60,000 pounds of thrust this thing can generate. And its max takeoff weight is 81,000 pounds. Its empty weight is 34,600. You know what that means? That means this thing can actually just vertically take off like a rocket. And they do that in the demo. And if you look up a YouTube video for the F-15EX, and there's a demo video of them like showing it off at an air show, and it literally takes off from the runway, points straight up, and just goes up like a fucking rocket ship and accelerates going upward. Like, most jets would stall doing that. This thing has enough thrust that it doesn't, which is really impressive. And it's really cool. It can fly super slow, too. Like, they can put it up at an angle like this and, like, cruise by, and it looks like it's only doing, like, 100 miles an hour. It's not going very fast. But it's so cool seeing these things just, like, punch the afterburner and then just fly straight up like a rocket. That's wild. Let's see here. Sapphire windows to protect the aircraft sensor from water, wind, particulate introduced by Miller Optics. Let's see here. I linked to the aircraft integrated central computer through a high-speed fiber optic interface. Wait a second. You're talking about the F-35, right? Because the F-35 is the one that has the Sapphire window. I know the F-15 doesn't. Oh, I see. Okay, so the low drag stealthy EOTS is integrated into the F-35 Lightning's 2 fuselage with durable Sapphire window. Dude, that Sapphire window is nuts. So you grow Sapphire. It's a crystal you have to grow, right? Imagine how expensive it must be to make that cockpit window out of Sapphire. Like just little Sapphire watch cases and shit take forever to grow, and they cost, you know, fucking $100,000 for a watch that has a Sapphire case on it. And they take and create a block big enough to actually CNC machine an entire cockpit for an F-35 out of. That is wild. That thing's got to be like $1 million to replace. But wouldn't scratch very easily. Let's see, what else can this thing do? Oh God, this is crazy. So the F-15EX can climb at a rate of 50,000 feet per minute. Think about that. In 1 minute, like just taking off from the ground and going up, it can climb 50,000 feet in 60 seconds. That's fucking crazy. That's almost double the ceiling of that's double the height that you're flying in like a 737, like if you're traveling somewhere. It has a service ceiling of 60,000 feet. So that's pretty typical. A lot of jets seem to peter out right around 60,000. It can do Mach 2.5, so 1,650 miles per hour at altitude. So it's not going to run down a Foxbat. But it can handle 9 positive Gs, sustain 9 positive Gs. So that's pretty good. Oh, and it's got guns too. It doesn't just have missiles. It also has guns. That's awesome. Dude, I love this shit. I really do. Like, I don't love war, but I like the technology in these jets. Like, it's just cool to see that we can build shit that does this. I don't like the application of it, but I do like the technology. I think the technology is fascinating as fuck. Actually, it was 2 F-15s. Deletion. Okay, back in 2010, President Obama was in Seattle and somebody accidentally went into the airspace. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, they scrambled 2 F-15s for that too, and I think they were the same 2 F-15s out of Portland. So they're so fast. Those F-15s that they have, I don't know if they're the upgraded ones in Portland yet, but the F-15s, it took them, I think they said 9 minutes. 9 minutes to get from Portland, Oregon to Seattle. Like, I just think about that. I'm like, for me to drive to Portland, Oregon from Seattle is like 2.5 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. And that fucking thing can scramble and get here. And I think it was 13 minutes total from the time they're on the runway taking off to loitering in the airspace here. It's like 13 minutes, I think. That's crazy how fast they can go. Like it's just distance just shrinks, right? When you're going that fast. Like, imagine an SR-71. Could you imagine that? Like an SR-71 cruising along at Mach 3, right? So 3,000 kilometers an hour, almost 2,000 miles per hour. At 90,000 feet, it's like 2,000 miles per hour. That's like that's crossing the United States, right? Pretty much. That's crossing the United States in an hour. So you take off, 1 hour later you land, and it's like you take off from California and land in New York in 1 hour. That is, to me, I'm just like fucking, that's insane, man. Yeah, JW, I feel the same way. He said, I think it'd be awesome to design stuff for fighter jets, but I don't want to be a part of them being used. Yeah, I agree. That's the problem. Oh, shit. SR-71 is 30 minutes from LA to New York. That's fucking nuts, the Legion. Wait, what is that distance? Hold on here. Distance between New York. What'd you say, New York and LA? That can't be right. That's 2,789 miles. If it goes 2,000 miles per hour, what is the top speed of an SR-71? 2,193 miles per hour. So yeah, that can't be right. So if an SR-71 can do 30 minutes from LA to New York, Well, the other thing too is I'm going by the publicly published times. Like, it is entirely possible that this thing can go higher and faster than what they're stating. Oh wait, hold on. I see an update. What does it say? Okay, Blackbird's top speed was officially Mach 3.2 or 3.2, but the SR-71 was much faster than that, according to a Skunksworks engineer. Oh, maybe you could be right. I think they're flubbing the numbers. So let's see here. How fast is Mach 3.2 in miles per hour? 2,370 miles per hour. So that puts it within almost an hour. So I bet you're right. I bet you it's not the true published top speed. I bet you, like, if they take that thing up to the true max ceiling and just absolutely ring it out, you're probably right. It's probably like 30 or 45 minutes. That's insane, though. That's absolutely insane. Hey, you guys want to see something really quick before I have to end this thing? It just got dropped off a few minutes ago. I got to show you. This is what I'm going to be playing with later after I go give my back a rest and take my meds. Look at that. Just came out a couple of days ago. Buddy Adam hooked me up. This is the PS VR2 PC adapter. This will allow me to take my PSVR, which is like my favorite VR headset right now by far. The OLED just looks chef's kiss. Hey, I love Scotch. Thank you for that $2, man. He said recent retro chopper sim looks cool. Thunder Helix. I haven't looked at that. I'll have to check it out. And then it looks like he also, I don't know why he got me this, but he got me a Bluetooth 5.0 adapter. So I'm guessing this is probably needed for maybe the controllers, for tracking the controllers. PC adapter PC. Huh. Oh yeah, they don't show anything about the controllers. They just show the headset. So yeah, I think you need this you need that to attach the controllers. Okay, well that's cool. But that's going to be awesome because right now all I can use the VR headset for is Gran Turismo. Don't get me wrong, it's like amazing. I love playing Gran Turismo a lot. But I've been wanting to play other VR stuff with the headset, and this will finally allow me to plug in the PS VR2 to PC and play everything on there. What game will you play on Steam? Honestly, I want to play Half-Life Alyx. I keep trying to play it, and the last 2 times I played it, the game crashed or it got stuck at a point where it wouldn't let me progress, and no matter how far I went back in the save, it wouldn't let me do it again, so I got to start all over from scratch again. So I figured if I'm going to start all over from scratch again, I'll do the PSVR thing. So that's going to be awesome. All right, well, guys, I hate to say it. I mean, I think I said an absolute marathon. I did not expect to stream for however many hours I've been streaming. This is absolutely fucking crazy. I don't even know. It doesn't even tell me in the dashboard anywhere how long I've been streaming. It says it started at 11:33 a.m. and it's 7:37 right now. So what, 8 hours? I haven't streamed this long in a very long time. I can even feel that my vocal cords are kind of strained right now. So I'm going to go get some water. Get some heat on my back and relax. But you guys have been awesome today. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for those super chats and those memberships, guys. Absolutely love you long time. And I hope to see you on Monday over on Twitch. We got to start up the Twitch streams again. I hope my back keeps holding out. I really hope that I just recover from this quickly and I can just get right back to it. If I can do that, then I think we're going to start coming out of the woods and get back to business as usual, which will be really nice. Also a huge shout out to David Hewlett for stopping by today. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. Hadn't seen his face in a really, really long time, so it was great to see him. Sorry if I seem a little out of energy. I'm fucking exhausted. Oh, actually, wait. There's one more thing. God, I missed a bunch of topics. If you guys didn't hear, the former Google CEO died of cancer. So Susan, here, Google CEO died. Susan, I can't get her last name ever. Wajcicki. I know I'm butchering that hard, but yeah, she died of cancer, and it's kind of interesting because they made it sound like they replaced her with somebody else, and she was like she wanted to go and they were replaced. I'm starting to think that she might have stepped down because she had cancer and they didn't want to scare the investors, because that's kind of odd that she died like what, a year after being the CEO of Google, and they brought in that new guy that was kind of a goober that nobody liked. So that was kind of interesting. Do you prefer the current CEO or Susan? That's kind of a hard one, honestly. I'd have to go back and look, but I know there's like some things that happened under the new guy that I wasn't like too thrilled about. So, and I can't think of anything that Susan did that like particularly like off the top of my head that pissed me off really bad. So off the top of my head, I'll say Susan, because I really didn't like when they brought in the new guy, because I know there was some friction. But I mean, hey, everything's still alive. Everything's still here for the moment. So we'll roll with it. Also, guys, if you're on Mac and you use 1Password, you guys need to go like Google and get the patch ASAP. So 1Password became vulnerable. This is why I don't fucking use these password managers anymore. Like 1Password, LastPass fucked me. Like it took me. I'm still not fully recovered from what LastPass did to my life. Like when that dude just like went home and looked at porn with a fucking compromised computer connected to his network, and they like hacked it and got everybody's shit. But yeah, if you're using 1Password on Mac, your vaults are at risk. So go get that patched and fix it and hope that nobody's fucking got your shit yet. Yeah, we're just speed running topics, right? I did want to look. Oh, the Google antitrust reading. That was one here. Hold on here. Google. They just got hit with an antitrust and they lost it. Okay, let's see. So Google lost its first antitrust case. So what happens next? Okay, so Google might be having a big Pixel phone event next week, but this week the company had to reckon with a major loss to the Department of Justice, who found the company liable for violating U.S. antitrust laws. Naturally, we had to break the entire case down on the Vergecast. So Lauren Feener, who covered the case, and Alex Heath, who had been reporting on the reactions around the world. Well, what the fuck did they get sued for? Let's see. Hold on. Talked about Elon Musk's very silly lawsuit against advertisers. I know, it's so stupid. Yeah, if you guys didn't hear about it, Elon Musk is such a fucking crybaby bitch. He seriously is, man. I wish that fucker would like go back to like his fucking original country and leave us the goddamn alone. Fucking go, apartheid Clyde needs to go home. I'm done with him. He's trying to bring his apartheid here now. But anyways, he literally is suing people for not giving him money to advertise on his platform. Like that'd be literally like me suing you for not buying a t-shirt. Like, oh, you're not buying a t-shirt from my merch store? Fuck you, man. I'm gonna sue you for everything you're worth. Oh, no. Sorry. Let me be more accurate. It'd be like me saying, fuck you. I don't want you to buy a shirt from my store, you piece of shit. Yeah, if you think you can control me by buying my merch, fuck you, get lost. And then suing you for not buying a t-shirt after I said that. That's the more correct analogy. That actually is right on the money. Hold on here. I got a book with all your passwords. Actually, that's not a bad way to do it. Hey, John Slade, you're welcome. I really needed to. My back is I just reached back and touched it. It's on fire and I can't feel my finger touching it. And there's a throbbing pain inside. So that tells me I'm in for a bad night. Because as soon as I get up and move, the pain is going to kick in. Like the blood flow is going to flow into the area and I'm going to be royally fucked. But yeah, anyways, it was worth it though. It was worth it. You guys helped me out. I'll be able to pay the cable bill now and, put some gas on my wife's vehicle. And hey, that's more than I've been able to do for a while. So I do appreciate that. Google might be having a Pixel phone event next week. Oh wait, what was the thing that they got sued for? Okay, so they talk about them losing the lawsuit. So what the fuck did they get sued for? Oh, here, I found it. Okay, so judge rules that Google is a monopolist and U.S. antitrust case. Federal judge ruled that Google violated U.S. antitrust laws by maintaining a monopoly in the search and advertising markets. Well, I mean, no shit. Like, it doesn't take a judge to tell you that. After having careful consideration and weighted the witness testimony and evidence, the court reached the following conclusion. Google is a monopolist. And it has acted as one to maintain its monopoly. According to the court's ruling, which can read in full at the bottom of the story, it has violated Section 2 of the Sherman Act. Judge admit decision represents a major victory for the Department of Justice, which accused Google of illegally monopolizing the online search market. Still, Meta did not agree with all the government's arguments. For example, he rejected the claim that Google has monopoly power in one specific part of the ad market. He agreed with the government, however, that Google has a monopoly in the general search services and general search text advertising markets. It is not yet clear what this ruling will mean for the future of Google's business, and this initial finding is only about the company's liability, not about remedies. Google's fate will be determined in the next phase of the proceedings, which could result in anything from a mandate to stop certain business practices to a breakup of Google's search business. That's what they did to Microsoft when they lost the antitrust thing, right? They broke up the company. Google plans to appeal the ruling. President of Global Affairs Kent Walker said in a statement, this decision recognizes that Google offers the best search engine, but concedes that we shouldn't be allowed to make it easily available, he said. As this process continues, we may remain focused on making products that people find really helpful and easy to use and collect all their personal information. I added that part. The landmark decision holds Google accountable. DOJ Antitrust Chief Jonathan Cantor said in a statement, it paves the path for innovation for generations to come and protects access to information for all Americans. DuckDuckGo, whose CEO testified against Google in the trial, applauded the decision but recognized the fight isn't over. In the statement, SVP of Public Affairs Camille Bazbaz, that's a great last name, said the journey ahead will be long. As they are seeing in the EU and other places, Google will do anything it can to avoid changing its conduct. However, we know there is a pent-up demand for alternatives in search engines, and this ruling will support access to more options. Meta rejected Google's argument that its contracts with phone and browser makers like Apple were not exclusionary and therefore shouldn't qualify it for liability under the Sherman Act. The prospect of losing tens of billions in guaranteed revenue from Google, which presently comes at little to or no cost to Apple, de-incentivized Apple from launching its own search engine when otherwise has built the capacity to do so. Wait, so is that like foretelling that Apple may make a search engine now? Like if Google gets busted down? He said the framework from the last landmark tech monopoly case, U.S. versus Microsoft, was in fact relevant to the current case against Google, while Google argued that unlike Microsoft, it maintains pretty consistent actions before and after it became dominant in the market. Meta said that it's relevant since the same conduct can be exclusionary when done by a dominant player, even if it's not when it's done by a smaller one. He described Google's monopoly in general search as remarkably durable, writing that it increased from about 80% in 2009 to 90% by 2020. Bing, by comparison, has less than 6% of the market share. That blows my mind. Bing is like my primary search engine I use for everything. Bing has beat Google on every search I've ever done. Media search, image search, picture search, porn search. It fucking kills everything, and they only have 6%? And they even have a free AI. Copilot is actually rad. It's built on top of GPT-4 and 4.0. Why? I don't get why people are so stuck on Google. Kind of weird. I don't get it. Try Bing. Bing has changed. I think they might be turned off on it because Bing used to suck really bad. But Bing is actually fucking phenomenal now. I like it. And I fucking hate Microsoft, but I like Bing. Plus, if you're in the United States and sign up for an account, you get Bing reward points. So like every month, if you search for a bunch of shit, you usually get like a free coffee at Starbucks or, you know, a gift card to Amazon or something every month. The market reality is that Google is the only real choice as default. Meta wrote, referring to the acronym for general search engines. He cited a quote from the Apple SVP, Eddie Q, who said during the trial that there is no price that Microsoft could ever offer Apple to preload Bing. Meta underscored the idea that even the largest business in the U.S. have no real alternatives to Google. Time and time again, Google's partners have concluded that it's financially infeasible to switch default GSEs, I'm guessing that's general search engines, or seek greater flexibility in search offerings because it would mean sacrificing the hundreds of millions, if not billions, of dollars that Google pays them in revenue share. He wrote, these are Fortune 500 companies and they have nowhere else to turn to other than Google. On search text advertising, Meta wrote that Google's exclusive agreement enables it to raise prices on that product without any meaningful competitive constraints. While Google argued that the price for its search text ads, when adjusted for quality, has decreased, Meta wrote that the evidence is weak, that because even Google has recognized how difficult it is to determine the value of an ad to its buyer. He wrote, the evidence does not reflect the principled practice of quality-adjusted pricing, but rather shows Google creating higher-priced auctions with the primary purpose of driving long-term revenues. Man, my throat is so fucking dry right now. Here, you know what? I'm going to have it read it for me here. Here you go. Read this out loud, please.
Beyond the monopoly questions, Meta declined to impose sanctions on Google.
Google for failing to preserve chat messages.
Relevant to the case, something the Justice Department characterized as destroying evidence. The requested sanctions do not move the needle on the court assessment of Google's liability. But
Meta cite that the decision should not be understood as condoning Google's failure to
Nuclear vessels! Nuclear vessels!
Avoided sanctions in this case. It may not be so lucky in the next one. The decision is
the first in a wave of tech monopoly cases brought by the U.S. government in recent years.
There we go. I like this one.
While 2 decades passed between the Department of Justice's antitrust lawsuit against Microsoft and its next tech anti-monopoly case against Google, filed in 2020, several more such cases quickly followed. Amazon, Apple, and Meta all now face their own monopolization lawsuits from the U.S. government, and Google will go to trial against the DOJ a second time this fall over a separate challenge of its advertising technology business. That makes Meta's decision in this case even more consequential for how other judges may consider how to apply century-old antitrust laws to modern digital markets.
Oh, is that all? The next antitrust trial between the DOJ and Google is set to begin on September 9th in Virginia. That case will focus on whether Google has illegally monopolized digital advertising technology. Man, they're going after him for everything. Okay. Had to check that. All right, guys. I think I'm cooked. I think I am. My face is like super blotchy. I'm feeling kind of nauseous now. I think I pushed it too far. Hey, Beyond Immortal, it's a tortilla. It's this. Hold on here. It's this one. It's a Torass. It's a Torass Cyber, man. Fucking Bluetooth. It's got the Bluetooth. It's got the auto mode with the sensors and shit on it. Like this is the creme de la creme. Here, I'll find it. It's the Taurus Coolify Cyber. There we go. I found it. I shall send you a link. Right now, it looks like there's a $15 off coupon for it too. Yeah, I'll tell you right now though, it's not cheap. It is not cheap because it is not just a neck fan like the other ones are. It actually has full peltiers running down the sides, a separate peltier in the back. You can do cold on the sides, hot in the back, or cold in the back, hot on the sides, or cold or hot all the way around. It has curtain fans that blow up on the side of your face to like keep your ears cool. Like my ears are totally cool, not sweating at all. This is the first time that's ever happened when I'm streaming, so I'm gonna wear this every time I stream. And it blows cold air up the back of your head and down your neck or down the back of your shirt. It's really cool. It's a hell of a piece of technology, man. It's badass. It's absolutely badass. I love this thing. I'm gonna live in it. I shall live in this forever. All right, guys. My voice is gone. I should not have gone this long, but it's been way too long since I've had a stream with you guys. This is fucking rad. All right. I love your faces. Catch you guys next time. If you have any questions or I missed anything or you want me to answer anything or you want to throw anything my way, just head on over to X, hit me up at Barnacules. And if the golden boy Elon lets me see it, then I'll reply to it. All right. Peace out, guys. We made it 8 hours, bitches. Woo! Oh, thank you so much, dude. Oh, I appreciate that, man. That makes me so happy. Thank you, MT Boy 1991 for the $10. Said evening from Montana, binge watching your videos all the time. Dude, you're awesome. I appreciate you so much. That actually couldn't have come at a better time, man. Seriously, me and the family, we've been struggling pretty bad financially, so really appreciate it. Really appreciate all of you, actually. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go back and read everybody's name before I leave. Blue Varo, thank you for the 18 months of membership. The Tech Chef, thank you for that $2 earlier. Daniel Terry, thank you for the $20. I Love Scotch, thank you for the $5. Raphael Azu, thank you for the £4. I Love Scotch, thank you for the $5. Joe Taji, thank you for the 15-month sub to the channel. Woo woo! I Love Scotch, thank you for the $5, the $2, another $5, and another $5 from I Love Scotch, because he's badass. M. Vermirian, thank you for the $11.99. Matthew Riley, thank you for being a channel friend for 17 months. Dead Ted, thank you for the $30 for coffee for you and the fam on me. That's my buddy Jake that I grew up with. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it if you're still in here, brother. Ian Scott Johnson, thank you for the $5-pounderoos. Hysteria, thank you for the $5. Blue Varo, thank you for the $20. Daniel Frost, thank you for the 20 months being a member. Really appreciate it. Priscilla, it was amazing that you stopped by today. Love you. Thank you for the $10. Joe Taji, thank you for the $10. You absolute legend. I Love Scotch. Thank you for the last $2 there. I'll take a look at that Sim Chopper game, Thunder Helix, see if it's any good. And MT Boy 1991, thank you for the $10 right there from Montana. You guys are absolute legends. I love your faces, and I will catch you guys next time. Peace out.